In the early morning, the sun had not yet risen and divine Phoenix Island was enveloped in a thin morning mist. Lin Ming bid his farewell to his parents, Qin Xingxuan, and Mu Qianyu. Then he brought Demon Shine along with him as he followed Li Yifeng and his entourage out towards the 4 divine kingdoms. In Li Yifeng's group of 4, there was Qing'er and the quiet young nun that Lin Ming had seen before, as well as an unusually pretty young boy who wore all white. This beautiful youth was like Li Yifeng, and both of them favored folding fans. However, with just a glance at this youth's pale face, delicate hands, and lack of an Adam's apple, it was obvious that this was a woman dressed up as a man. You're already acquainted with Qing'er, brother Lin. As for this young nun, her Buddhist name is Jingchan, and this young sir here is Sir Murong. Li Yifeng introduced Lin Ming to his companions. He grinned as he heavily accentuated the words Sir Murong, causing that beautiful young man to squint her eyes. Lin Ming thought this was funny. In truth, once a martial artist reached a certain boundary, it was extremely easy to distinguish between men and women, much less even mortal commoners could tell that this Sir Murong was a girl. Unless one had extremely skillful appearance-changing techniques, it was near impossible to fool others. Since this Sir Murong knew all this perfectly well but still dressed as a man, the only explanation was that she liked this sort of dressing up. It wasn't strange for extraordinary young elites to have unusual hobbies like this. Lin Ming didn't bother ruining her fun. He cupped his hands across his chest and said, "Young Master Jingyuan. Sir Murong, well met." Seeing Lin Ming being so respectful, Sir Murong actually had a rare favorable impression of Lin Ming and cupped her hands in return. As for Jingyuan, she gathered her hands together and spoke some Buddhist sutras. "Brother Lin, during this journey to the 4 divine kingdoms we will have to travel several million miles. First we'll go north to the Great Zen region and then enter the river region, and from there we can go to the profound Canary province. Although most of this journey will be made through transmission arrays, we'll still have to spend a month or 2 in my spirit boat. During this time, Brother Lin may feel free to do as you wish. You can enjoy the scenery or you can close up in training." Li Yifeng's spirit boat was 10 times larger than a normal spirit boat, and the interior was lavishly decorated. The tables and chairs were all made of spirit wood, and the floors and beds were all covered with rare and precious beast skins. Every room gave off an atmosphere of opulence and grace. It was apparent that Li Yifeng had spent a great deal of time and effort on this spirit boat. "Brother Li, is your 7-star divine kingdom a great distance away from the 9-furnace divine kingdom?" These past days, Lin Ming had also asked about the basic situation of the 4 divine kingdoms. The 4 divine kingdoms were divided into the 9-furnace divine kingdom, Sublime Smelting divine kingdom, Azura divine kingdom, and 7-star divine kingdom. These 4 great divine kingdoms held over a dozen well-known and famous emperor powerhouses. In addition to all those other emperor-level powerhouses that remained hidden in the world, every divine kingdom had nearly 10 emperor-level powerhouses, or perhaps even more. Of the 4 divine kingdoms, the strongest was the 9-furnace divine kingdom. The 9-furnace divine kingdom was famed for its alchemy techniques, and the entire country was rich in wood, spirit jade, and all sorts of heavenly materials that were useful for alchemy. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that nearly every martial artist within the 9-furnace divine kingdom was familiar with alchemy. Even if they weren't an alchemist, they would still have some superficial knowledge of alchemy. Second to the 9-furnace divine kingdom was the Sublime Smelting divine kingdom. They were famous for their refining techniques, and their lands held all sort of deposits of precious metals and minerals. Within the Sublime Smelting divine kingdom, 9 out of 10 martial artists were refining masters. Nearly every inherited heaven-step treasure of the Sky Spill continent that didn't originate from ancient times came from the Sublime Smelting divine kingdom. Coming in third was the Azura divine kingdom. They were a relatively isolated and independent divine kingdom. Although they were far weaker than the 9-furnace divine kingdom and the Sublime Smelting divine kingdom, this was mainly due to the fact that there weren't any special resources located within their borders. The Azura divine kingdom was a land of mostly demonic path martial artists, and the social customs within were considered quite barbaric. In fact, publicly killing someone on the streets couldn't be considered uncommon or exciting. And last of all was the 7-star divine kingdom. They too didn't have any special resources, causing the development of their divine kingdom to be greatly limited. The 7-star divine kingdom was well known for their array formations, but no matter how strong array formations were, they were still auxiliary skills. In terms of enhancing a martial artist's cultivation, they were naturally inferior to the mass production capabilities of alchemical techniques. Brother Lin wishes to go to the 9-furnace divine kingdom? Li Yifeng wasn't too surprised to hear of Lin Ming's request. The 9-furnace divine kingdom was known as a land with abundant treasures and lucky chances around every corner. Every year, a massive number of martial artists would sojourn to the 9-furnace divine kingdom in hopes that they would stumble upon some divine heavenly treasure that would allow them to ascend into glory with a single leap. However, the areas that were fraught with lucky chances were all under strict control. 9-furnace divine kingdom wouldn't easily allow outsiders to obtain them. Even so, a great number martial artists still came to experience the varied martial holy lands of the Sky Spill continent. That's the plan. I want to go to the 9-furnace divine kingdom to look for some wood spirit jade. Lin Ming honestly said. There wasn't anything to hide, and if he spoke with Li Yifeng, perhaps this prince might even know some channels he could access. Would spirit jade? After Li Yifeng heard this, his eyes brightened. So Brother Lin was also a lover of jade. Li Yifeng said. Then he swiped his spatial ring and took out a foot-long wooden square box. As he opened this box, a very light but pure wood origin energy suddenly emerged. As Lin Ming peered within, he could see 4 pieces of rough-looking, irregularly shaped green stone. They seemed to be uncarved jade stones. Without a doubt, these were wood spirit jades. In addition, beside these 4 rough pieces of wood spirit jade was also an exquisitely carved jade horse. The material used to create this was also wood spirit jade. A jade horse carved from wood spirit jade? Lin Ming was startled. Within the memories of the realm of the gods' supreme elders, there were many recollections of wood spirit jade carvings, accessories, utensils, and so forth. Lin Ming had only glanced over these things. After all, these sorts of artistic treasures didn't have much use in one's martial arts cultivation. What he cared about had only been alchemical techniques from the realm of the gods. He never thought that the wood spirit jade carvings within the realm of the gods would also exist in the Sky Spill continent. Haha! This jade horse of mine is quite good, right? I spent a sky-high price to win this at an auction. This is an ancient treasure carved by an expert from 10,000 years ago. Li Yifeng puffed up, full of pride and wanting to show off to Lin Ming. He obviously held an inordinate amount of love for this jade carving. But at this moment, a discordant voice suddenly stuck its foot in. Li Yifeng, I can't believe you used a great amount of the Divine Kingdom's spirit essence stones to secretly buy a wood spirit jade horse. I will report this matter to Sir Xianxia. Lin Ming looked up, seeing that the one snappily speaking was that Sir Murong. He couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. A spirit essence stone was a type of spirit stone even better than true essence stones for cultivation. A low-grade spirit essence stone's value was about approximate to a top-quality true essence stone. Li Yifeng's smile froze on his face. You fake Murong tomboy. If you mess with me, I'll bring you down with me. Humph. The spirit essence stones that Sir Xianxia gave you were for you to cultivate, not for you to buy toys. Murong argued back. Who said that wood spirit jade can't be used for training? A wood spirit jade carving is certainly expensive as an accessory, but it also has the effect of enhancing the soul. The further one's cultivation is, the more important the role of the soul is. Someone like you simply couldn't understand this. What Li Yifeng said was quite true. Wood spirit jade was indeed a good material for enhancing the soul. Besides being used in alchemy, wood spirit jade could also be absorbed by a martial artist for training. However, because wood spirit jade was based in wood origin energy, only a wood attribute martial artist could use it. Otherwise, using wood spirit jade for training would simply be a waste. Even if one didn't understand alchemy, a martial artist that wasn't lucky enough to be of the wood attribute could also carry around the wood spirit jade by their side. Gradually, the rich wood origin energy of the wood spirit jade would permeate into the martial artist and nourish their soul. However, wood spirit jade in its most basic form was rough and craggy. There were many people that didn't feel too well carrying something so ugly and unbeautiful by their side all the time. Thus, the skill of carving with spirit jade slowly spread, and the art of carving this material became increasingly refined and elegant. Now, there were even some martial artists that carried around with spirit jade carvings to accessorize, not even purchasing them with the intention of helping to nourish their soul. Stop with your loquacious sophistry. If you wanted to help nourish your soul, then carrying around a piece of uncut with spirit jade would be just the same. You don't need to carry around such an expensive jade horse. I will make sure to report this matter to your superiors, Murong said with a haughty indifference, a serious light on her face. Peh, whatever. I'm too lazy to bother with you. Li Feng had a look that he didn't want to waste his time arguing. Then, he suddenly swiveled around towards Lin Ming, his eyes lighting up. Haha, Brother Lin. If you like with spirit jade then, let me take you to some famous city squares that specialize in with spirit jade later, so you can open your eyes. Li Yifeng obviously held a great understanding of the wood spirit jade market, and immediately began speaking to Lin Ming of several vast wood spirit jade city squares, detailing the advantages and disadvantages of each one. Then, after making great flourishing motions about everything, he finally circled back to his own beloved jade horse. Look at this jade horse. The exquisite carving details stem from the hands of a carving grandmaster called Xianxia. As for the jade, it comes from 250,000-year-old ancient river wood spirit jade. The older wood spirit jade was, the higher quality it would be and the more expensive it would be. Wood spirit jade had a special characteristic. It was able to independently absorb wood origin energy from the heaven and earth origin energy of the world and use this energy to vitalize itself. Thus, although wood spirit jade would slowly lose some of its origin energy over time, this rate was drastically slowed due to its ability to supplement itself. In addition, as more time went on, the wood origin energy within the wood spirit jade would become increasingly pure in quality. Lin Ming didn't care who this Xianxia was, nor did he have any interest in ancient river wood spirit jade. But what he could confirm was that this carved jade horse in Li Yifeng's hands was at most 120,000 to 130,000 years old. It seemed that Li Yifeng had been suckered by someone. The truth was that being tricked like this was also normal. It was very difficult to judge the age of wood spirit jade, and even experienced alchemists would make mistakes. The general population probably wouldn't even be able to distinguish between true and fake wood spirit jade. There were experts out there that could use wood attribute spirit essence stones and some wood spirit jade powder to create fake wood spirit jade that was nearly impossible to distinguish from the real thing. Brother Li, could I have those raw wood spirit jade ores? Lin Ming had no intention of revealing to Li Yifeng that he had been scammed. After all, it was fine as long as he was happy about his purchase, and Li Yifeng might not believe him to begin with. The reason Lin Ming asked for these raw stones was because he wanted to try his hand at alchemy. He had already studied alchemy techniques for a very long time, and besides trying low-level recipes that didn't require wood spirit jade, Lin Ming hadn't yet tried to refine a high-level pill. Brother Lin wants this raw ore? No problem. Li Yifeng readily nodded. He liked wood spirit jade, but that was only wood spirit jade carvings. As for that ore, in Li Yifeng's eyes it was no different to spirit essence stones. Thanks. What is the price on this, or? I'll give you the equivalent market price amount. Although Lin Ming had planned on searching for wood spirit jade, the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom was still an extremely vast region. Moreover, many wood spirit jade-rich locales had been locked up by the authority of the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom. If he wanted to search for his own wood spirit jade, then he would need a massive amount of time. If so, then it was best for him to buy as much as he could with his current wealth. Brother Lin couldn't be planning on studying alchemical techniques, right? Li Yifeng saw that Lin Ming wasn't a wood attribute martial artist. Then the more likely reason he would want wood spirit jade like this would be to practice alchemy techniques. Normally, once a martial artist reached a certain boundary, it was common for them to study several auxiliary skills in order to help temper their soul. For instance, Li Yifeng himself studied array formations. That is my intention. Li Yifeng whistled. Phew, Brother Lin, you just started studying alchemy techniques and you already want to use wood spirit jade? Lin Ming laughed out loud, not explaining further. He understood what Li Yifeng was trying to say. After all, he was only 21 years old, so he couldn't possibly have studied alchemy techniques for too long. And something like alchemy required the accumulation of experience and repeated failures. A newcomer to alchemy would have a very low chance of success, and wanting to practice creating high-level medicines was simply a pipe dream. And with wood spirit jade being so rare and valuable, using it to train up one's skill was simply far too luxurious. How could Li Yifeng have known that Lin Ming had interested the complete memories of a realm of the gods alchemist? These memories included alchemy skills, experiences, and all sorts of recipes. Lin Ming had already thoroughly integrated most of this knowledge together, and now his success rate for creating low-level medicines was already very high. But in that realm of the gods' supreme elders' memories, there were far too few recipes that didn't require wood spirit jade. Brother Lin, if you wish to try, then I can gift you a piece. There were pieces of wood spirit jade although they weren't low in value, Li Yifeng was still able to give out a piece of two. We'll go with the market price. Lin Ming didn't want to owe favors to anyone. The two of them pushed back and forth for a bit, and finally, Li Yifeng listed the price for the 4 pieces of wood spirit jade. As Lin Ming heard this, he was actually shocked. Altogether, these 4 pieces of wood spirit jade were 600 spirit essence stones. A low-grade spirit essence stone's value was equivalent to a top-grade true essence stones, which was the same as over 1 million low-grade true essence stones. 600 spirit essence stones were worth more than 600 million low-grade true essence stones. When Lin Ming had dug up the buried treasure of the 3rd-grade moon seizing sect, besides some pills and 12 shattered heart demon crystals, there were also around 700 to 800 medium-grade true essence stones. If those were all traded in, that wasn't even enough for 1 million true essence stones. The entire buried treasure deposit of a 3rd-grade sect wouldn't even be enough to buy a small lump of wood spirit jade. Lin Ming also estimated that Li Yifeng was quoting him a price on the lower end. To a character like Li Yifeng, not to mention a low-grade spirit essence stone, but perhaps even a medium-grade spirit essence stone didn't mean much to him. Like this, 600 top-grade true essence stones disappeared. Not accounting for the treasures that Lin Ming hadn't exchanged for spirit essence stones yet. Xian Wuji's wealth had shrunk by 10%. If things continued at this pace, then Lin Ming would be broke in no time. Do I really have to sell that heaven-step demon god bone? As Lin Ming thought about this, he walked into his own room and began to start his first alchemical recipe using wood spirit jade. The memories of that realm of the gods alchemist had been extremely complete without many holes. His skill, technique, and experience in alchemy had been incomparably profound and complex, far more complex than the inscription techniques Lin Ming had learnt before. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Ming's cultivation had rapidly risen since then, wanting to study these alchemy techniques would have been nothing but a dream within a dream. It required a massive amount of resources to raise an alchemist. The reason that nearly all of the alchemists in the entire Sky Spill continent were concentrated in the 9-Furnace Divine Kingdom was that they had adequate resources. In other words, they were filthy, disgustingly, sickeningly rich. And putting aside the 9-Furnace Divine Kingdoms, the other 3 Divine Kingdoms probably couldn't produce a top-class alchemist. This was because the consumption of resources was too high. The gains weren't equal to the losses. Also, their alchemy technique inheritance was far too lacking. But for Lin Ming, the alchemy techniques he studied were on an unbelievably higher level than what any alchemist grandmaster of the 9-Furnace Divine Kingdom could ever hope to reach. If it were said that the 9-Furnace Divine Kingdom needed to use 100 gene of wood spirit jade to train an alchemist grandmaster, then for Lin Ming to study alchemy by himself might require several thousand gene of wood spirit jade. This estimate already included the fact that Lin Ming had inherited the foundation of realm of the gods' alchemical techniques as well as an immeasurable amount of experience. What he wished to refine was miracle medicines capable of opening the 8 inner hidden gates and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. The lowest level materials for these types of medicines would be ingredients like the profound gold divine fruit and other such heavenly materials. As for the requirements of wood spirit jade, not only did he need quantity but he also needed quality. In the memories of the realm of the God's Supreme Elder, top medicines frequently required top quality wood spirit jade that was aged for several million years, or even tens of millions of years. This had already surpassed the understanding of any alchemist within the nine-furnace divine kingdom. Oh. A month later, Lin Ming and the group made their way through countless large and small transmission arrays, finally arriving at the central region of the Sky Spill continent. As Lin Ming looked down from his spirit boat, he saw that right beneath him was actually a vast and desolate desert. "Are we close to the four divine kingdoms?" Lin Ming asked, a bit stunned. In his imagination, the four divine kingdoms were incomparably lively lands with grand holy lands everywhere. But currently, they had been flying through a seemingly endless desert for days now. And before this desert there had been nothing but more deserts upon deserts. "Haha, we're almost at the nine-furnace divine kingdom." Li Yifeng had already guessed what Lin Ming was thinking. He continued, "Don't look down on this desert below us. This area is called the Thatch region. West of here is the Northwest Great Desert, which is also Wang Yichan's domain. The Thatch region is a place where good and bad exist, with bandits and desert pirates everywhere. The reason for this is because there is wood spirit jade produced here, and this area also isn't under the jurisdiction of the nine-furnace divine kingdom." "I see." Lin Ming was suddenly enlightened. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, or perhaps even millions of years ago, this desert beneath them had once been a great and lush forest with incomparably rich origin energy and all sorts of heavenly materials growing within. However, because of various geological changes, the spirit veins had withered away and the forest had eventually turned into a desert. The spirit trees and spirit plants had also been buried underground over the passage of time, slowly becoming a land filled with buried wood spirit jade. Li Yifeng sighed as he reminisced over the past. For this desert, there have been countless wars fought with rivers of endless blood flowing over the land. Ultimately, no one was able to take sole control of this land, and thus it became a free land where all the major powers entrenched themselves. There are also a great number of wood spirit jade transaction sites here with all sorts of wood spirit jade carvings and accessories. These items change hands all the time. That is, this place is a sinkhole for a massive amount of spirit essence stones. Wood spirit carvings and accessories had to have a history of several thousand years, as well as stemming from the hands of a famous craftsman in order to earn the recognition of being called an ancient jade treasure by someone like Li Yifeng. The realm of the gods alchemist had several memories related to these things. In fact, that alchemist had actually been a wood spirit jade carving grandmaster. Carving wood spirit jade was also a method for alchemists to exercise their focus and precision, helping them in a small way to temper and perfect their own soul. That realm of the gods alchemist had also collected a massive amount of ancient carvings and accessories. Of course, these treasures had a history of at least 60,000 to 70,000 years, with some being hundreds of thousands or even millions of years old. It was far from anything that the Sky Spill continent could compare with. "Brother Lin, I'll take you to a place today. This is a good place with far too many good things inside. I will take you to open your eyes." As Li Yifeng spoke of that place, his eyes began to fill with excitement. Okay. What Lin Ming needed the most now was wood spirit jade. He certainly wouldn't refuse going to such a place. "That's right, don't tell that Murong about this, it will just be us two brothers going. That Murong is really about to pester me to death." Li Yifeng's words held a very familiar tone to them. Martial artists would generally refer to each other as brothers, as a sign of politeness. But this Li Yifeng seemed to treat Lin Ming as if they were really brothers. A day later, Li Yifeng's spirit boat stopped at a small city in the desert. After no resting well for an entire month, he decided to have a good night's rest here and also search for a chance to throw off that annoying Murong. Li Yifeng brought Lin Ming and Qing'er to make 7 or 8 circles around the entire city before finally coming upon a humble and common-looking stone building. From the outside, this stone building didn't have a single sign. There were only 4 words written above the building door: White Dragon Jade Row. After entering the stone house, Lin Ming finally realized that there was something peculiar going on here. The interior space was much larger than he had imagined, and the furnishings were a bit crude. Everything seemed to be formed from the rough rocks of the desert. The stone tables and stone chairs seemed to be hewn apart by a saber without even being polished down. At the side of the room was a stone table with some tea set aside for guests. and on the other side of the room were rows upon rows of wooden shelves. Every shelf had a variety of jade carvings and accessories placed upon it, ranging from as high as a foot to as small as a ring. The collection of items was dazzling and diverse. In front of these shelves was a middle-aged man wearing a leather hat. The man had a sturdy build and there was a thick scar on his face. It was unknown just what sort of beast skin his clothes were made from, but his collar was opened wide and his sleeves were far shorter than his arms. His clothes had heavy-looking metal buttons on them, each of them as large as a baby's fist. This sort of clothing had a very rugged and barbaric flavor to it. It matched very well to the desert around them. As the scarred man saw Li Yifeng approach, he immediately smiled in welcome. "Sir Li, no wonder I heard that lucky magpie call from the gates earlier. It seems that I have honored guests visiting today." The scarred man looked rough and cumbersome, but his mouth was thick with honey. It was obvious he was skilled at kissing ass. Then he took on a tone of business and asked, "Is Sir Li here to buy something today? We have just unearthed a pair of ancient bracelets. Would Sir Li like to take a look at them?" Hearing the scarred man's attentive introduction, Li Yifeng's eyes brightened. His interest had really been stirred up. "Good. Let's take a look." Just as Li Yifeng's voice fell, another group of people walked in from outside. The man in the lead wore a yellow embroidered dragon robe, and he had a pair of green balls in his hands that he was constantly rubbing together. These balls were actually made from wood spirit jade. "Isn't that the great Sir Li? Ha ha ha. I never thought that I would stumble into you here at the White Dragon Jade Row. This is truly serendipity. Are Sir Li's hands itchy and wanting to buy some little souvenirs from here?" The yellow dragon-robed man faintly smiled. From the tone of his voice, he obviously came from some great and influential power. Li Yifeng frowned as he saw this man arrive. It was obvious that he and this man were not on friendly terms. This yellow dragon-robed man was Zhou Kuan, the second son of Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom's Ironwood High Prince. At one point, he had been a powerful candidate to be the successor to the Ironwood High Prince. Within the Divine Kingdoms, the successor of the High Princes were decided in a different method from in the mortal countries. In those mortal counties, they took the eldest son of the wife as the successor. However, in the 4 Divine Kingdoms, the title of successor belonged to whoever had the greatest degree of talent. A few years ago, Zhou Kuan had a very strong limelight on him. But after struggling to become the successor, he finally lost to his younger 4th brother. Since then, he had been keep a very low-key presence and had rarely been seen in public. In terms of status, Zhou Kuan was naturally far inferior to Li Yifeng. Although the Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom's national strength was far higher than the 7-star Divine Kingdoms, Zhou Kuan was only a failed son who couldn't even become the successor to the High Prince. As for Li Yifeng, he was a true prince of the 7-star Divine Kingdom, so he was by far higher ranked than Zhou Kuan. Although his status was not comparable to Li Yifeng's, Zhou Kuan had no intention showing Li Yifeng due respect. When both of them were in their youth, they had entered into a mystic realm together. Because they stumbled upon the same lucky chance at the same time, they had engaged in a brutal battle with each other. From that point on, that enmity had continued all the way to now. Zhou Kuan also loved collecting wood spirit jade carvings. Since he often came to White Dragon Jade Row to purchase items, it was normal for him to bump into Li Yifeng here. "Hee brother Li, how come I don't see your future imperial consort, Sir Murong? I heard that Sir Murong has been keeping a tight rein on you. After coming to this White Dragon Jade Row, aren't you afraid that Sir Murong will complain about you? I wonder if brother Li will be punished to sit on the naughty chair and face the wall to reflect on your faults." As Lin Ming listened to Zhou Kuan's words, it was obvious that he knew that the cross-dressing Miss Murong was actually Li Yifeng's future wife. But as for Zhou Kuan, he lingered on the word "sir" every time, obviously mocking Li Yifeng's future wife's strange choice of clothing. Just as Zhou Kuan finished speaking to Li Yifeng, Qing'er finally became angry. "Zhou Kuan, have you taken the wrong medicine today? I heard that ever since you lost the position of successor, you've devolved into a rabid dog that's been biting whoever he sees. It's none of your business what my family's big sister Murong does or where she goes." Qing'er was an unruly smart mouth to begin with. while she acted like a proper girl in front of Li Yifeng. She was still not willing to eat a loss from others, and the words that came tumbling out of her mouth after spoke could be especially poisonous. Zhou Kuan originally wanted to say more, but his mouth was directly plugged up by Qing'er's words. What she said had truly stuck at all his sore points, pointing out all his flaws. In his entire life, being defeated in the battle to become successor was his life's greatest setback and frustration. Zhou Kuan's complexion sank and he coldly humphed, no longer saying anything further. It wasn't that he was afraid of Qing'er, but he was only disinclined to argue with a mere maid. If they truly began to verbally spar, then Qing'er's reputation wouldn't matter, but his own would suffer. At this time, the scarred man stepped in between them as a mediator. Fellow sirs and misses, everyone here are high-level characters of the 4 divine kingdoms. Let's all take a step back and enjoy the brighter future together. The scarred man laughed. He was also taking particular notice to this quarrel. If 2 guests fought with each other, then it would be helpful to him for raising prices. But if this tussle went too far off the ledge and no one gave each other face, then he definitely wouldn't benefit here. That's right, Knife Scar. I heard that you just said there was some good stuff a while ago. Hurry up and let me have a look, Zhou Kuan impatiently said as he waved his hand. Qing'er's words right now had made him feel very uncomfortable. Great! Fellow sirs and ladies, please enjoy and take a look around first, the big fellow Knife Scar respectfully said to Li Yifeng and Zhou Kuan. However, he didn't bother paying attention to Lin Ming or Zhou Kuan's entourage. It was obvious that he regarded Lin Ming as one of Li Yifeng's followers. Everyone feel free to look. Every item has a number beneath it and a corresponding price in this jade slip, the big fellow Knife Scar said as he waved a jade slip in his hands. In Jade Row, the private price was not made public. If a curious visitor came in to just take a look, then the manager wouldn't even bother telling them the price or would make up a sky-high price to drive them away. It was only when a true customer came in that the manager here would write out the true price from the jade slip and give it to the customer. Brother Lin, let's just take a look around. Most of the things here are fake, so if you're thinking of buying something, it's best that you don't, lest you suffer a loss. Fake? Lin Ming asked, stunned. Yes, these are the unspoken rules of the Jade Row. In the Jade Row, there are 7 fake items to every 3 real items. And sometimes there are even 9 fake items to every 1 real item. If you were to go outside and take a look in the stalls instead, then perhaps every item there might be fake. If you really want to ensure that what you buy is real, then you can only go to a great auction house. But the price at a great auction house would be much more expensive than here. So that's how it was. Lin Ming was speechless. He never thought that even though the Sky Spill continent and the realm of the gods were 2 completely different levels of existence, there was an astonishing number of similarities. In the realm of the gods, most of the wood spirit jade carvings were fakes. If one wanted to buy a true wood spirit jade carving, then they could go to an auction house, but the price would simply be too high. Thus, many people were willing to go to shops to gamble their luck to make purchases, willing to accept the repeated losses. The rules of the Jade Row were that all purchases were willing. If someone bought a fake item, they could only blame themselves. Li Yifeng sighed and shook his head. These old things are sold at astronomical prices and the profits are corresponding highly. But the fact is that these imitation goods aren't cheap either. If I can't look past them to see if they are real or fake, then all I can do is blame my own sight. Several years ago, I bought a wood spirit jade folding screen. I thought it was the work of a grandmaster called Xianxia from 20,000 years ago. But the reality was that I tricked myself. Because of this, I was forced to face a wall in confinement for an entire year, so that Zhou Kuan is only using this matter to insult me. As Li Yifeng spoke, he also used his perception to carefully examine the wood spirit jade carvings. One of the special features of wood spirit jade was that it was able to shield against perception. Even a divine sea supreme elder could give up any idea of piercing through wood spirit jade by even a half-inch with their perception. Li Yifeng released his perception. He was only able to casually touch the surface of the wood spirit jade and feel through its texture, luster, and quality of the years. In addition, he also scrutinized the engraving style and painting style of the wood spirit jade. Every grandmaster had their own unique style that they applied to their works. But There were also no lack of imitation masters, so identifying the truth was easier said than done. Li Yifeng had played around with wood spirit jade carvings for several years, so he had a great deal of experience in these matters. As he examined these works, he also explained to Lin Ming on the side, after a wood spirit jade has been carved, it will absorb wood attribute origin energy every year and slowly form a fine hair-like texture on the surface. This texture is extremely difficult to sense, and there are even some supremely skilled experts that can reproduce this texture. These people are usually wood attribute martial artists. They can use the wood attribute energy within their own bodies and leave behind a similar fine hair-like structure on the wood spirit jade, to the point where even a master can't distinguish between that and the real deal. For instance, this dragon carving. I've come to see it several times already, and yet I just can't make up my mind about it. As Li Yifeng said this, he bitterly placed the dragon carving back on the shelf. As Lin Ming saw Li Yifeng's appearance, he couldn't help but ask, "How many spirit essence stones is this dragon carving?" 3,300. Li Yifeng let out in a single long breath. Even though if Li Yifeng could burden such a price, he still felt pained in the flesh to do so. So expensive. Lin Ming gulped. After Shen Wuji died, he had left behind around 6,000 top-grade true essence stones. In addition to all the other treasures combined, if they were completely reduced into top-grade true essence stones, that would still only be around 20,000 to 30,000. If he were to use all that wealth to buy this carved dragon, then he would go broke once he bought 7 or 8 of them. This was the entire wealth of a 5th-grade sex ruler. Compared to the 4 divine kingdoms, the South Horizon region truly was some remote backcountry. As Lin Ming thought of this, an idea suddenly popped up in his mind. He asked Li Yifeng, "How about at an auction house? If this dragon carving were to be auctioned off, how much would it sell for?" "A bit more than this." Li Yifeng extended 5 long fingers. 5,000. Yup. You could auction it for around 1,700 more than this price, and after deducting the different auction house fees, you'll still have around 1,000 remaining. Of course, all of this depends on whether you can determine what you choose is real or not. So this was how it was. This was an excellent method of gaining spirit essence stones. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. He had originally neglected that realm of the gods' alchemists' carving skills and identification abilities. But now, it seemed that they had had an extremely important function. It could certainly help to solve his lack of spirit essence stones. If he could buy at a low price and sell at a high price, then he wouldn't need to spend time personally looking for wood spirit jade. Lin Ming immediately transferred out the memories of that realm of the gods' alchemist and began to meditate on them, thoroughly contrasting it with what he knew. The memories of the soul fragment were not like lines of text in a book. No matter how much textual knowledge he had, if he didn't practice it, then it was wasted. But the memories of the soul fragment contained a massive amount of personal, hard-earned experience. That was the realm of the gods' alchemists' total accumulated training for a period of over 10,000 years. There were countless experiences identifying countless items and collections. As long as Lin Ming could fully integrate all of this knowledge into himself, then his identification ability would rise to ridiculous heights. Even if he could only achieve a 40 to 50% standard for a realm of the gods' alchemist, that was still enough to deal with any problems in the Sky Spill continent. After all, the most ancient wood spirit jade carvings wouldn't be older than 70,000 to 80,000 years old. This was because after the ancient catastrophe of the Sky Spill continent, the rise of the martial arts world here only began 70,000 to 80,000 years ago. Li Yifeng looked through 3 or 4 collections, taking an hour each time to examine them. After looking for such a long time, Li Yifeng still didn't buy anything. Still, Manager Knifescar wasn't nervous. To a martial artist, several hours could be just the time spent on some light meditation. It couldn't be considered much at all. Beside Li Yifeng, Lin Ming had actually closed his eyes and seemed as if he had entered meditation. In truth, he was rapidly fusing in those realm of the gods' alchemists' memories concerning wood spirit jade carvings. He definitely didn't want to give up this chance of easily getting rich. In order to practice alchemy techniques, he not only needed wood spirit jade but also a massive amount of precious and rare materials. Relying on what he plundered from the South Sea Demon region and Yin Profound Palace was far from enough. I say, brother Knife Scar, hurry up and show me the new stuff. All of these things on the shelves are either new imitations or old dubious items that no one has bought for several years. If you have anything new that just arrived, then bring it out, so we can take a good look and open our eyes. Most of the things here were purchased by the Knife Scar fellow from the bandits in this region. Since he bought them at a low price, they were naturally sold at a low price too. All of the good items only took several days to sell to others, so what was left over was what others could only call ambiguous goods. Thus, Li Yifeng asked the Knife Scar fellow to take out the new goods. I do have some things. What I have here is a pair of newly excavated ancient jade bracelets. These are the burial goods of ancient emperors. The Knife Scar fellow was going to take these things out anyway, but had he wanted to wear down Li Yifeng's patience by having him look over the old items first, then his interest in the new items would greatly increase. This was also a form of marketing. As Zhou Kuan heard the Knife Scar fellow say this, his interest was also piqued. He laughed as he walked over and said, "What is there? Take it out so I can open my eyes too." As Li Yifeng saw Zhou Kuan stick to him like melted candy, he thought little of it. Shopping here all depended on one's own ability to begin with. Daring to buy or not, daring to match the price or not, everything would depend on one's eyes and courage. When Li Yifeng first became obsessed with wood spirit jade carvings, he had bought fakes and he had bought counterfeits. In the world of wood spirit jade carvings, fakes and counterfeits were two different things. A fake was something new disguised as something old, made with wood spirit jade. As for counterfeits, those were not made from wood spirit jade, but rather wood attribute spirit essence stones. A wood attribute martial artist at the revolving core realm or even the life destruction realm would use their inner energy to transform the spirit essence stone and then integrate a small amount of wood spirit jade powder within. Counterfeit wood spirit jade formed by an expert was difficult to distinguish from the real deal. Let alone a novice who was just getting started. Even masters who had been in the business for years would easily be tricked if they were inattentive for just a second. In the traditions of Jade Row, new fakes disguised as old treasures was part of the business. However, selling counterfeit goods as the real thing was a matter of ruining their reputation, and they would have to pay the customer 10 times the price in compensation. This was because what they sold wouldn't be jade. If they sold counterfeit goods, then they couldn't be called Jade Row. Li Yifeng had paid a great amount of money in order to touch upon the gate of identifying with spirit jade. From the start, when all he made was losses, to the present where it was small losses, to the future where he would make small profits, and then beyond that to great profits, that was what he planned. Of course, Li Yifeng played this game not for money but because he was purely interested in it. It was no different from a mortal that loved gold and gems. Within the 4 divine kingdoms, there were far too many martial artists that loved wood spirit jade. In particular, female martial artists. If they had a set of real wood spirit jade jewelry, then not only could it help nourish their soul, but they could also illuminate their own beauty and charms. Wood spirit jade was a high-class luxury good desired by all noble daughters of every divine kingdom. You must all be thirsty after looking for such a long time. First, let's drink some tea. The Knife Scar fellow clapped his hands together. Suddenly 2 slender and beautiful young girls came sashaying out, their bodies covered in only a thin layer of fine gauze as they carried a set of teapots, cups, and tea stoves. The 2 young girls placed down the tea set and then through blatant flirtatious glanced at Li Yifeng and Zhou Kuan. From underneath that faint light veil that covered their bodies, one could clearly make out 2 dark red spots on their chests. Zhou Kuan laughed out loud and groped the chests of the 2 young girls. As for Li Yifeng, underneath Qing'er's contemptuous gaze, he managed to stay well-mannered and polite. "Sluts!" Qing'er spat out in irritation as the 2 young girls stepped back. The 2 young girls were martial artists to begin with, and their hearing was very keen. Although they heard Qing'er's words, they didn't mind it at all. Instead, they giggled and looked back at Qing'er, a great sense of sly provocation clouding their faces. This was the style and vigor of the desert. The men were rugged and the girls were openly sexual. Even the diet was greatly different. For instance, this pot of tea. Although it was called tea, the truth was that it seemed more like soup. There was butter and shredded vicious beast meat added in, as well as a number of seasonings. Lin Ming took a single sip and nearly gagged. The smell of meat was unbearable. The once delicate fragrance of the tea was completely overpowered and mixed in with the meat, making it impossible to taste. Lin Ming couldn't bear to take a second sip. Truly, this was quite difficult. Li Feng glanced straight at him and laughed. He was obviously aware of this tea's taste and hadn't made a single move towards it. As for Zhou Kuan, he drank the tea with great gusto. Lin Ming was speechless. This fellow really had peculiar tastes. Well, let's start then. As the knife-scar fellow saw Zhou Kuan drink his cup of tea, he clapped once more. The two beautiful serving girls returned, causing Qinger to adopt a ferocious expression. The two young girls each held a tray in their hands that was covered with red silk. The first tray was unveiled, revealing a green smoking pipe. There were martial artists that liked to smoke, although what they smoked wasn't ordinary tobacco, but rather a variety of shredded spiritual plants with the characteristics of tobacco. There were some high-quality mixes that cost 1 or 2 spirit essence stones for each use. To smoke such shredded spiritual tobacco naturally required a good smoking pipe. A wood spirit jade smoking pipe was originally filled with wood attribute energy itself. It could fuse with the special tobacco, making it even more fragrant, and even providing an effect of nourishing the soul. This is a wood spirit jade smoking pipe made 5,000 years ago. The craftsmanship is superb, and the price is 1,300 spirit essence stones. I won't speak further about it. Guests, please take a look for yourselves. The knife-scar fellow held the wood spirit jade smoking pipe up. Lin Ming looked at it. The first thing he investigated was not the year that smoking pipe was carved in, but rather the material it was made from. From the texture of the wood spirit jade to the fluctuations of wood attribute energy, he slowly discerned all of this and more. 13,000 to 14,000 ninth grade wood spirit jade. The quality isn't too bad either. Wood spirit jade had different measurements for its value. One of these was age. The longer that wood spirit jade existed, the more valuable it became. Wood spirit jade also had a grade. A high grade was even more important than the age of the wood spirit jade. For example, wood spirit jade formed by a buried demon heart flower would be several grades lower than wood spirit jade formed from a 10,000-year nirvana dragon root. But the wood spirit jade formed from a 10,000-year nirvana dragon root would be several grades lower than a wood spirit jade formed from a profound gold divine fruit. The grade of the spiritual plant that was the origin of the wood spirit jade was the most important factor in its quality. After looking at the wood spirit jade's quality, Lin Ming began to judge the year the smoking pipe was carved in. The luster was a bit dim, and there were some faint sparks of color like bits of fluorite were mixed in. This was a special gloss formed from trace metal impurities on the surface of the wood spirit jade over several thousand years of time. Based on this alone, as well as pure energy of the wood spirit jade, Lin Ming determined that this smoking pipe should be around 4,000 to 5,000 years old. It seemed as if this knife-scar fellow wasn't lying after all. After a quarter hour, Li Feng and Zhou Kuan both stopped their appraisal. "I want that smoking pipe," Zhou Kuan said. Li Feng hesitated for a moment, not speaking. If he spoke then the price would increase. Although he was 70 to 80% sure that this smoking pipe was real, if he put it up at an auction house, the most he could receive was around 1,700 to 1,800 spirit essence stones. After deducting the auction fees, he would have less than 1,500 left over. For a mere 300 spirit essence stones, he would also have to take a significant risk. There really wasn't much worth in doing this, especially since he didn't smoke, so he had no interest in the smoking pipe itself. The knife-scar fellow looked at Li Feng with hope in his eyes. As he saw that Li Feng had no intention of bidding, he was unavoidably disappointed. Still, he had bought this smoking pipe for 800 spirit essence stones. Making over a 60% profit in a single exchange was quite good. In White Dragon Jade Row, all transactions were completed on the spot. Zhou Kuan immediately put out 1,300 spirit essence stones and bought the smoking pipe. The first item was just an appetizer. The second item is the real deal. I guarantee that both of you will love it, the knife-scar fellow said with relish. Then, He pulled the silk cover off of the other young girl's tray, revealing a pair of bright crimson blood jade bracelets. This is... Li Yifeng's eyes lit up. Blood spirit jade? Zhou Kuan was also delighted. Blood spirit jade was an extremely rare form of wood spirit jade. Oftentimes, a top heavenly material would have a vicious beast or saint beast protecting it. These beasts would be drawn in by the rich origin energy released by the spiritual plant, and would remain by its side, protecting it until it matured and ripened to the point where it could eat it up. But sometimes there were accidents. For instance, if the spiritual plant's origin energy was too strong, then after the vicious beast that protected it swallowed it down, they wouldn't be able to withstand the surge of origin energy. Their meridians would tear and their organs would cook until they finally exploded in a bloody death. Afterwards, this vicious beast would be buried underground together with the spiritual plant. Generally speaking, this sort of vicious beast was normally at a very high level. The energy and blood essence of the vicious beast would slowly and subtly seep into the wood spirit jade, forming the rare blood spirit jade. This sort of peculiar wood spirit jade was 10 times or even 20 times more valuable than regular wood spirit jade. If this pair of jade bracelets was really made of blood spirit jade and also had a history of several thousand years behind it, the price would be inestimable. Li Yifeng and Zhou Kuan each took a bracelet and rapidly identified its characteristics. Both of them were completely absorbed in their task. For a wood spirit jade collector, the rarer an item was, the easier their interest would be aroused. Even Qing'er, who didn't care much more wood spirit jade to begin with, was filled with interest towards these two blood spirit jade bracelets. Lin Ming silently watched from the side, allowing his perception to touch over the bracelets for a long time. There was a beautiful ruddy color, it was filled with energy, and the quality of the jade itself was extremely high. From all aspects it seemed to be real blood spirit jade. However, Lin Ming actually felt a faint death energy coming from the jade. Death energy? Although blood spirit jade was formed from dead things, after tens of thousands of years that death energy should have faded away by now. Unless... Lin Ming thought for a moment and then said to Li Yifeng, "Let me have a look." Normally speaking, in order to fully appraise something, one had to use all their senses. They had to look, feel, touch, ask, listen, and smell. Looking was to use the eyes, feeling was to use one's perception, touching was to touch with one's hands, asking was to determine whether or not what the owner said was true, listening was to hear the sounds it made, and smelling was to smell the faint scent it emitted. True wood spirit jade had an extremely faint wooden smell. A grandmaster could even use this sort of fragrance to approximate the age. It was impossible for Lin Ming to identify whether or not this jade bracelet was real or fake with just looking and feeling it. Li Yifeng carefully passed the blood spirit jade bracelet to Lin Ming. In truth, having one's valuable reverie time interrupted by someone wasn't pleasant at all. However, Li Yifeng didn't comment on this. Since it was Lin Ming, it was all right. Even if he knew that Lin Ming didn't know anything about wood spirit jade carvings and just wanted to join in on the fun. Lin Ming touched the blood spirit jade bracelet and smelled it. He already made an approximate judgment. The jade bracelet wasn't smooth. There was an extremely delicate sandy texture to it. All of this was in line with true blood spirit jade. However, when he smelled it, he had sensed an incomparably faint fragrance of blood. This nearly imperceptible smell was concealed by the maker using an ingenious method. If one wasn't prepared in advance, then it would have been impossible to discern it. This was not blood spirit jade but corpse jade. The so-called corpse jade was when wood spirit jade was used as a funeral object and sealed into the mouth or stomach of a freshly buried martial artist. After over 10,000 years of time, the blood of the martial artist would permeate into the wood spirit jade, forming corpse jade. There were only minor differences between corpse jade and blood spirit jade. Moreover, once it was processed and transformed by the collaborative efforts of a martial artist skilled in corpse techniques and a wood attribute martial artist, the final product was nearly indistinguishable from real blood spirit jade. This sort of method was extremely rare. Because corpse jade itself was already rare, many appraisal grandmasters that weren't prepared would also be tricked by this. After another 2 hours of appraisal, Li Yifeng laid down the jade bracelet. His eyes flashed with excitement. He was 90% positive that this blood spirit jade was the real deal. Beside him, Zhou Kuan had also finished his own appraisal, his eyes flashing with an avaricious gleam. Although his expression was somewhat vague, his movements seemed as if he only reluctantly put down the jade bracelet. It seemed as if he were especially tempted by the jade bracelet. "How about it? Do you two young sirs have any interest? This is something unearthed from the grave of an ancient emperor. It has a history of at least 10,000 years. The knife-scar fellow happily said as he saw that the two young men were intrigued. This jade was indeed a treasure unearthed from an ancient grave, but it was unknown whether or not it came from the tomb of an ancient great emperor. At that time, even the knife-scar fellow wasn't sure about the identity of these two jade bracelets when he received them from the man who dug up the grave. Finally, he had to ask the great elder of White Jade Dragon Ro to appraise the items for him, finally determining that it was a 10,000-year-old corpse jade and ended up purchasing it for 2,000 spirit essence stones. Corpse jade was also a valuable type of jade. Although it wasn't rare or precious like blood spirit jade, it was still more expensive than normal wood spirit jade carvings. With such a rare and clever method used to disguise it, the knife-scar fellow had 120% confidence that everyone would believe his words. "How many spirit essence stones?" Zhou Kuan asked. 12,000. The price that the knife-scar fellow suddenly broke out with was a profit of 5 times the cost. If this pair of jade bracelets was really crafted from blood spirit jade, then it could absolutely sell at an auction house for 25,000 to 30,000 spirit essence stones. The price that the knife-scar fellow listed was already extremely low, but this was still 12,000 spirit essence stones. Even if it were Li Yifeng or Zhou Kuan, they both still had to deliberate and then deliberate some more. This was not a small amount. The two eventually switched jade bracelets, examining them once more. This continued appraisal lasted for another 2 hours. No matter how he looked at it, these ancient jade bracelets were the real deal. The fine hairs left on the jade bracelet were absolutely formed over 10,000 years. Although this texture could be faked, it was actually impossible to do so in such a perfect manner that seemed to be in complete conformity. Moreover, the texture and wood spirit jade had formed a faint blossoming fog and a gradual gradient of color that was impossible to fake no matter how ingenious one's methods were. The two remained silent. The knife-scar fellow wasn't anxious. He waited there, smiling, his eyes flashing with a cryptic light. From the start until now, he had never said this was blood spirit jade. In truth, this didn't matter. The unspoken rules of Jade Row stipulated that there were real and fake items here. Everything was voluntarily bought. If someone was tricked, then they could only blame their vision for being poor. No one could come back and complain unless Jade Row had truly sold counterfeit jade. Li Yifeng and Zhou Kuan may have had high-ranking identities, but they also complied with these unspoken rules. Moreover, if White Jade Dragon Row could open, they must have many supply channels and also considerable forces supporting them from behind the scenes. Just because the knife-scar fellow bowed and sucked up to every guest didn't mean that he was afraid of them. 12,000. I'll take it. After remaining silent for half an hour, Li Yifeng firmly spoke as he licked his slightly dry lips. He had fully confirmed that this was a treasure from 10,000 years. However, what he didn't know was that this wasn't blood spirit jade, but corpse jade. Although corpse jade was very rare, this sort of thing had a very grim and ominous reputation. There wasn't a noble lady out there that was willing to wear something that had been sealed in a corpse for 10,000 years. If this pair of corpse jade bracelets was to be auctioned off in an auction house, they would sell for 5,000 spirit essence stones at the most. After someone started with a price, it was easier for others to pile on. Zhou Kuan stretched out his hand and said, "I'll add 500, 12,500. The two bidding against each other was certainly the scene that the knife-scar fellow wanted to see the most. He smiled and said, "Sir Li, Sir Zhou has offered 12,500, would you?" 13,000. Li Yifeng raised the price by another 500. As Qing'er heard this, she gripped her chest in fear. "Young master, it's fine. I have 90% belief in myself." There were always risks involved in purchasing these jade carvings. Even appraisal grandmasters had moments where they would make monumental mistakes, sinking everything they had ever worked for. However, if one didn't want to take risks, then they could simply go to the auction house. Not only would it be more expensive, but they would never become an appraisal master of ancient jade carvings. They could also become lovers and collectors of ancient jade carvings, amateurs that knew nothing about ancient jade. Only by fighting out and struggling in these places where fakes were mixed in with the real items could one become a true master of their field. 13,500. Zhou Kuan refused to be outdone. But, even for him, putting out such a massive amount of spirit essence stones strained his finances to the limit. 14,000. Li Yifeng shouted at nearly the same time. But at this time, Lin Ming's true essence sound transmission sounded in his ears. After he heard it, Li Yifeng's expression suddenly changed. Lin Ming said, "I felt a very faint death energy coming from the jade. I wonder if Brother Li also felt the same thing." Death energy? Li Yifeng's heart jumped. As he investigated the jade bracelet a bit more, he frowned again. Although Lin Ming had mentioned this point, Li Yifeng simply didn't have much understanding into an unorthodox treasure like corpse jade. For now, he hadn't managed to associate them. Or rather, it should be said that as someone who had never seen a corpse jade himself, he could never think of this possibility to begin with. 14,500. Zhou Kuan shouted out a higher price, blue veins on his forehead bulging out. If this price went up any more, then he wouldn't be able to bear it. Although his total wealth amounted to 50,000 to 60,000 spirit essence stones, the vast majority of that was fixed in his possessions and properties. He didn't have that many spirit essence stones on him. Sir Zhou has made a bid of 14,500. I wonder if Sir Li. The knife scar fellow respectfully said, even as his heart blossomed with joy. If he managed to sell this pair of bracelets, then his profit would be enormous. After he deducted the portion for the forces behind White Dragon Jade Row, it would be enough for profits to last them a year or two. Li Yifeng wasn't sure whether or not he should shout out a higher price. At this time, Lin Ming's true essence sound transmission sounded out more. Lin Ming thought that his one reminder to Li Yifeng was enough for him to understand. But it seemed as if he had overestimated his jade-loving new friend too much. Brother Li, I have a bad feeling about this pair of jade bracelets. Please be cautious if you wish to purchase them. Feeling? Li Yifeng was startled. He didn't believe in some elusive thing like people having a magic sense. If it were an average person speaking to him, then he would have disregarded them as speaking nonsense. However, Lin Ming was not an average person. Since Li Yifeng had known Lin Ming, he had felt as if Li Ming was covered in a hazy fog that he couldn't pierce through. He had simply never been able to understand him at all. After hesitating for a long time, Li Yifeng finally suppressed the desire in his heart to make another bid. 15,000 spirit essence stones really was too high, and Lin Ming's continual two warnings had made him doubt his own judgment. If these things really weren't what he thought they were, his losses would be far too great. Sir Li, you? The knife scar fellow looked at Li Yifeng with hope in his eyes. Zhou Kuan also glanced over at Li Yifeng nervously. If Li Yifeng increased the price again, then he wouldn't be able to bear it. Li Yifeng hesitated for a bit long and then finally let out a long sigh. He shook his head and said, "I give up." To a collector of ancient jade carvings, giving up on a piece of jade that they had taken a liking towards also required a great deal of determination and courage. Li Yifeng may have grit his teeth and given up on the bidding, but a trace of dismay and sadness inevitably remained in his heart. The knife scar fellow was slightly disappointed. If Li Yifeng had continued to raise the price, then his own profits would have been that much higher. Zhou Kuan let out a long breath of relief, his palms wet with sweat. That was a close call. If the bid were any higher, then he really wouldn't be able to bring out that many spirit essence stones. Then, congratulations to Sir Zhou for obtaining this pair of jade bracelets. The knife scar fellow brightly smiled. He took up the jade bracelets from the beautiful young girl's jade plate and then placed them into a special wood box before handing everything over to Zhou Kuan. Zhou Kuan also silently paid out 14,500 spirit essence stones. Li Yifeng watched the two complete their transaction, and envy bloomed in his heart. He couldn't help but think that it would have been better if he had just stuck it out. Once Zhou Kun successfully obtained the pair of jade bracelets, he laughed and then smiled as he looked towards Li Yifeng. Many thanks to great Sir Li for declining in such a humble manner. Sir Li should have many spirit essence stones. Perhaps you're worried that you would be reported by Sir Murong to your family? If you really spent 15,000 spirit essence stones, then I fear you might have to face the wall in confinement for 150 years. Ha ha ha. Before the transaction was completed, Zhou Kun didn't dare to antagonize Li Yifeng too much. After all, Li Yifeng's family background was greater than his. If Li Yifeng really went red with rage, then he would end up being the one to suffer. But none of that mattered now. Since he had already obtained what he desired, Li Yifeng could go crazy all he wanted. Li Yifeng had been feeling a bit sad to begin with because he couldn't buy the item that he fancied. But now, after being mocked again by Zhou Kun, he was furious. Still, he considered himself quite calm as he derisively said, "Zhou Kun, don't be so happy with yourself. You don't even know if what you have is real or fake. Be careful that you won't be able to even afford your pants tomorrow." Haha. I think Brother Li knows well enough if what I bought was real or fake. In our field of interest, there are certainly risks. But if you don't dare to go all out, even if you have a 90% assurance in yourself, then you might as well go home and play with your kids. Zhou Kun laughed, mocking Li Yifeng once again. Zhou Kun had played in the field of jade carvings for so many years that he could appraise them with 80 to 90% certainty. Otherwise, he never would have put out such an enormous sum of money. At this moment, the knife scar fellow said, "Sir Li, Sir Zhou, let us all cool down here. Everyone that comes to my White Dragon Jade Row is an honored guest. Sir Li, although you might not have managed to buy up that pair of jade bracelets, my store still has many other treasures. If Sir Li has a liking for any of them, then buying them is still the same." The knife scar fellow had managed this store for enough years to know the ways of the heart. Although it seemed he was mediating this little quarrel, the truth was that he was taking advantage of a time when Li Yifeng was drowning in rage to sell him more goods. A customer was more likely to buy things if they were impulsive and emotional. At this moment, Zhou Kun said, "Brother Li is so rich. Still, it seems he's managed too tightly by that manly woman of his. He might not necessarily be able to buy anything here." The knife scar fellow wanted to praise Zhou Kun's mocking words. In fact, he wanted to hug Zhou Kun to death. Not only did he give him a nearly 13,000 spirit essence stone profit, but now he was also agitating Li Yifeng to buy other things. Qing'er coldly said, "Humph. Our family's big sister Murong reigns in our young master because our young master has a promising future. You think he's like you, someone who failed to become a successor? Who even gives a shit about you now? You're nothing but a lump of cow poop plastered on the wall." Qing'er's words were not common poison. She normally didn't curse, but as soon as she did, she would stab at all their sore points. After Zhou Kun heard, his face turned blue. Li Yifeng laughed out loud. He was an open-minded fellow to begin with. Although that matter just now had left him a bit depressed, he wouldn't let it hang in his mind. He grabbed Qing'er's waist with a hand and said, "Okay, I'll choose some good things today to bring back lest I return empty-handed. Brother Lin, would you also like to take a gamble at this game of chance?" Li Yifeng was only thoughtlessly speaking to Lin Ming. He didn't expect Lin Ming to faintly smile and nod. "All right, I'll choose some things. I'm feeling quite lucky today." Brother Lin, in White Dragon Jade Row, most of the items on these shelves are fake. Normally speaking, 80 to 90% of the good stuff has already been taken away, and the rest is either fake or ambiguous things. Brother Lin, if you really want to buy to something, then just pick a few small pieces so that you're happy. Don't try to go for anything too expensive. As Li Yifeng saw that Lin Ming really was intending to buy some things, he couldn't help but remind him of the dangers here. If he were an appraisal grandmaster, then he could help Lin Ming out, but as someone who was at the most basic level, he didn't have much confidence that he could identify these ambiguous goods. "Brother Li, rest assured that I have a fair idea of what I'm doing. Also, shopping should be a happy occasion." Haha, well said. Happiness is priceless. Although this sort of jade carving hobby is more looking than buying, that still doesn't mean we should just drag our feet around and eye things all day. Li Yifeng said, then directing Lin Ming towards that wood spirit jade dragon carving that he had asked about before. It was 3,300 spirit essence stones. Li Yifeng had come before and looked at this dragon carving several times already. Yet, while he truly did like it, he just couldn't make up his mind about it, so he never dared to buy. But he decided to take advantage of today and directly pick it up. As Lin Ming saw Li Yifeng pick up the dragon carving, he felt a bit helpless for his friend. He had seen this dragon carving and someone had explained that it was a work from a grandmaster that lived 1,000 years ago. Lin Ming couldn't judge if this really was the work of that grandmaster. But what Lin Ming could judge was the year this was crafted. It was an imitation treasure created no more than 100 years ago. He cautioned, "Brother Li, I have a feeling about this dragon carving." "A bad feeling?" "A bit. It's fine. Your brother Mi has already wanted to buy this dragon carving for some time now. But I just haven't been able to do it. It's as you said, buying things should be for our own happiness. If I return empty-handed today, then it will be difficult for my thoughts to remain smooth. So if I buy this carved dragon and it ends up being some sort of fake, I'll still recognize it as okay." Since Li Yifeng had said this in such a happy manner, Lin Ming naturally didn't say anything further. Lin Ming glanced at the knife-scar fellow and saw that his grin was as wide as a smiling Buddha's. He had done enough business today that gold was spilling out of him. Of course he would be happy. Lin Ming faintly smiled. He walked towards the shelves and started choosing a jade carving. He currently still had 6,000 top-grade true essence stones from Xianxia. In addition to the wealth from the other life destruction powerhouses he killed, he had around 14,000 to 15,000 top-grade true essence stones. Lin Ming planned to use the majority of these to purchase jade carvings. If this was the case, he naturally wanted to buy the expensive goods. 7th grade with spirit jade, 300,000 years. This is quite the good material. Lin Ming looked at a 2-foot-high Buddha in front of him. This kind of wood spirit jade was considered to be quite good. According to his estimates, the price of this definitely wouldn't be low. As the knife-scar fellow saw Lin Ming looking at the jade Buddha, he smiled in greeting. He thought that Lin Ming was only Li Yifeng's follower, but it seemed that he was Li Yifeng's friend instead. Naturally, he would treat him nicer now. However, as he noticed Lin Ming's stance as he examined the jade carvings, it was obvious that he was even newer than a newbie. Normally, an appraisal expert would take several quarter hours looking at a jade carving, even touching and smelling it. But Lin Ming would look at a jade carving for an incense stick of time at most. Sometimes he would reach out and touch them, but most of the time he would just glance over them. What could he possibly see? Thus, the knife-scar fellow had recognized Lin Ming as a novice. This sort of know-nothing would normally never buy anything unless they were an absolute fool. Otherwise, they would waste several thousand spirit essence stones without even knowing if the wood spirit jade carving they bought was real or fake. Thus, the knife-scar fellow didn't take Lin Ming as a customer. He only smiled at Lin Ming to give face to Li Yifeng. "That jade Buddha has lot number 45. The price is 5,000 spirit essence stones." The knife-scar fellow shook the jade slip containing the prices in his hand and directly quoted the price to Lin Ming. He wanted Lin Ming to quit while he was ahead, so that he wouldn't waste anyone's time here. Normally, when an amateur heard such a high price, they would simply give up. After all, they didn't understand anything and had only come to join in on the fun anyway. So even if this wood spirit jade Buddha in front of Lin Ming was the real deal that could sell for at least 800 to 900 spirit essence stones at an auction house, the knife-scar fellow wasn't nervous at all. He would bet his toes that Lin Ming wouldn't be interested in this item. Let alone Lin Ming, even those martial artists that bragged they were appraisal experts still hadn't bought it in these past 2 years. That jade Buddha seemed so ambiguous. Just who would dare to buy it? The price was so high to begin with, and it lacked a trace of pale cold light that a real ancient jade Buddha statue would have. It was inevitable that anyone would hesitate after looking at it for a period of time. But in truth, it wasn't everything real object that had this sort faint blue light. With all these reasons combined, the knife-scar fellow never imagined that Lin Ming would look so taken in by this wood spirit jade Buddha. Lin Ming repeatedly traced his hands over it and said, "It looks quite good. My mother likes to worship Buddha. I'll buy this for her. She should enjoy it. The knife-scar fellow thought that he had heard wrong. Did this boy have a fever? Just because his mother liked to worship Buddha, he would actually gift her a treasure worth 5,000 spirit essence stone? The hell? Was this for real? It wasn't just the knife-scar fellow that was shocked, but even Li Feng was frightened. Brother Lin, don't joke around. This jade Buddha is so sketchy. Are you sure you want to buy it? A 5,000 spirit essence stone jade Buddha was a very high-priced item within the inventory of White Dragon Jade Row. If Li Feng were to buy it, he would have to consider this over and over and over again for fear that he made a mistake. But Lin Ming hadn't even taken incense stick of time before he decided to buy this jade Buddha. This sort of behavior could only be described as completely idiotic. What Jade Row loved the most was to see rich fools. They would casually buy whatever they wanted, whether it was real or fake. But, according to Li Yifeng's understanding of Lin Ming was an extremely talented individual that would never do something stupid. He also wasn't too rich either, so just what was going on here? Hee. Congratulations, Brother Knifescar. You just ran into a wealthy kid. You're rich now. Zhou Kuan grinned from behind Lin Ming. His words seemed to be in a jovial tone, but he was obviously mocking Lin Ming's stupidity. However, as the Knifescar fellow heard Zhou Kuan congratulate him, he actually felt bitter in his heart. This jade Buddha was not excavated by others, but instead came from the inventory of the White Dragon Jade Row headquarters. It was one of the better treasures in his store. If he really had to sell it for 5,000 spirit essence stones, then he would lose money on that transaction. This little brother, do you happen to know the rules of our Jade Row? There are both real and fake items here, and everything you buy depends on your own vision and willingness to do so. Once you make a mistake and regret your purchase, there are no returns. The Knifescar fellow hoped that Lin Ming didn't understand the rules and would give up after hearing this. But he didn't think that Lin Ming would instead slightly nodded, indicating that he was well aware of all of this. Great. Then I'll wrap it up for you. The Knifescar fellow tried to appear as elated as possible, like had just made a killer profit, and Li Ming would instead feel uncertain at heart. But Lin Ming simply nodded without hesitation, making the Knifescar fellow feel as if his heart was being ripped out. This boy shouldn't be playing a pig to eat a tiger, right? Li Feng couldn't help but be a bit afraid for Lin Ming. Brother Lin, are you sure about this? This is a 5,000 spirit essence stone item. I know, that's why I want it. Shopping should be for our own happiness. Wrap it up. Li Feng opened and closed his mouth several times before ruefully smiling and saying, Okay. In any case, if it's Brother Lin, then even if you spend all your spirit essence stones, you'll be able to quickly gain them back again. The Knifescar fellow endured the bitter pain in his heart as he wrapped up the jade Buddha. He kept his smiling face as happy as possible. However, just as he finished wrapping it and was securing the package, he nearly fell on his face as he saw that Lin Ming had picked up a Viridian incense burner and was tossing it about. This incense burner was also one of the real items here. Its value was less than the jade Buddha, but it could still be sold for 700 to 800 spirit essence stones at the auction house. This was also something that was brought down from headquarters to stock the store. This boy, he couldn't be wanting to purchase this incense burner, right? Then his White Dragon Jade Row would really suffer a loss. In the jade slip, this incense burner was only marked at 4,500 spirit essence stones. If he sold it, then he would have to make up the difference to headquarters. In order for Jade Row attract guests, the marked prices were all relatively low. As for the true treasures of the shop, if they were swept up by someone, then it would be difficult for his Jade Row to continue operating. This boy just bought a 5,000 spirit essence stone item. He shouldn't buy anything again. The Knifescar fellow held out on this hope. However, Lin Ming's next sentence crushed that Knifescar fellow's hopes to bits. Lin Ming looked at the jade slip with the prices and said to the Knifescar fellow, "Wrap this up for me too." The Knifescar fellow only felt everything go dark around him for a moment, almost fainting. His heart trembled and he maintained the brightest smile that he could as he said, "You want this? This Viridian incense burner is carved from ancient 8,000-year-old river jade. The craftsmanship is excellent, and it clearly stems from the hand of a famous expert. If you sold it in an auction house, it could go for as high as 8,000 spirit essence stones. Brother Lin truly has good judgment. Let me wrap this up for you. Although the knife scar fellow seemed euphoric, his pace while wrapping up the item was astoundingly slow. He was hoping that Lin Ming would change his mind during this period of time. However, Lin Ming had already started looking at a third item. On the sidelines, Zhou Kun laughed as he said, "What a mess! I've never seen such a mess before. That jade Buddha has been on the shelves for 3 years already and no one dared to buy it. This boy is too amazing." Zhou Kun vigorously patted the knife scar fellow's shoulders. "Brother Knife Scar, you really made a killing today. You should treat us out." "Treat, of course I will treat you," the knife scar fellow said. Even though his intestines painfully twisted together, he still maintained a vibrant expression as if he had made a massive profit. "Brother Lin, if you really plan on buying some things to play around with, then it doesn't need to be here. I can take you out to look at some stalls. The price is cheaper and there fundamentally shouldn't be too much of a difference," Li Feng suggested. The things in the stalls outside were purely to swindle others. It wasn't even 99% fake, but 100% fake. They were all counterfeit fake goods crafted from wood attribute spirit essence stones. However, sometimes there would be 1 to 2 vendors who would put out a precious treasure without being able to recognize its value. Li Feng had also visited countless stalls in the past, and the chances of this occurring was the same as being struck by thunder. "Brother Li, I know what I'm doing," Lin Ming said with a true essence sound transmission. He held a new fancy-looking item in his hands, but as he glanced over at the knife scar fellow, that knife scar fellow's face had gone completely hideous. Fuck! He had been swindled. This new item in Lin Ming's hand was also a true treasure that could sell for 700 to 800 spirit essence stones in an auction house. This was something that the knife scar fellow had received 20 years before in a small town of the Thatch region. Although it didn't cost much, he still wasn't willing to sell it to Lin Ming for a higher price. The White Dragon Jade Row was known to have 7 fakes for every 3 real treasure items. But the truth was that it couldn't even match up to 8 fakes for every 2 real treasures. Now, Lin Ming had continuously picked 3 real treasures in a row. Moreover, they were some of the top-ranked items of the White Dragon Jade Row. Just how could there be such a coincidence in this world? "Sir Lin, I could have never imagined. You're so young and yet you're an appraisal prodigy. The play that I put on in front of everyone must be laughable to an expert like you," the knife scar fellow said with a true essence sound transmission, still maintaining a smiling face. Lin Ming faintly smiled in return and looked up at the knife scar fellow. "Brother Knife Scar, what are you trying to say? Are you saying there are any problems with the jade carvings I'm purchasing?" Lin Ming already knew the answer to his question. He had been planning to buy both fakes and real items together, but Lin Ming's finances were limited. If he bought some fake items, then he wouldn't be able to afford the most expensive real ones. Plus, buying small fake items along with the most expensive real ones was merely him acting like an idiot, burying his head in the sand as he tried to fool this knife scar fellow. Thus, Lin Ming didn't bother to conceal his intentions at all. This was a one-time transaction, after all, and he didn't plan on returning to the White Dragon Jade Row in the future. If he ever came back, he feared that he would actually be asked to leave before he even went through the door. Since he was here today, he might as well take advantage of the fact that 2 great customers, Li Feng and Zhou Kun, were both here. Now, the knife scar fellow couldn't refuse to sell to him, nor could he ask Lin Ming to leave. "Sir Lin, let's not waste our time with these games. If you really did think there was a problem with any of these items, then would you really spend over 10,000 spirit essence stones on a gamble? Today I will admit that my punishment is deserved, but that item in your hand is the last item that I can sell to you. My White Dragon Jade Row has its own rules, and I can only blame my bad luck for being unable to realize that a Supreme Elder has visited my shop today. I also hope that you will consider my reputation here, and won't push me to the edge. After all, my White Dragon Jade Row is open for business in this Thatch region where both good and bad people are mixed up. We won't allow anyone to bully us here." Since the knife scar fellow said that much, Lin Ming no longer put on an act. "I apologize. Things are a little tight for me at the moment. Once I leave White Dragon Jade Row, I will be sure to withdraw. But, Brother Knifescar, you've also gained over 10,000 Spirit Essence Stones. The value of these items I take away should only be around 18,000 Spirit Essence Stones. Brother Knifescar should still have a hefty surplus profit. Lin Ming's few words set off a storm in the Knifescar fellow's mind. This meant that Lin Ming had realized that the Blood Spirit Jade from before was a fake. Thinking about it, it must have been Lin Ming who stopped Li Yifeng from increasing the price. The Knifescar man had studied those bracelets for 3 whole days and still could not be sure about their authenticity. Finally, he had to got to a great elder from the headquarters to appraise the item. But Lin Ming had only looked at it and touched it for a bit before realizing that it was fake. This meant that his vision was at least 3 points higher than any of the elders in the headquarters. And thinking about it even more, when Lin Ming had chosen those 3 items several moments before, he had picked up the 3 most valuable ones from the pile of ambiguous treasures. This had made the Knifescar fellow extremely shocked. Just who was this young man? If he could walk together with Li Yifeng, and from the way that Li Yifeng treated him as an equal peer, it could be assumed that this young man surnamed Lin was not ordinary in the least. Still, he had never heard of him before. It was as if he had simply appeared out of thin air. I must say I admire Sir Lin's eyesight. May I inquire into Sir Lin's given name, and whether or not Sir Lin would like to join my White Dragon Jade Row headquarters as a guest appraisal master? If the Knifescar fellow had hated Lin Ming to the bones because he had swept up his 3 most expensive treasures, then all of that hatred had now disappeared. In the world of ancient jade carvings, appraisal grandmasters were existences respected by all. It was an extremely rare and valuable opportunity to bring a collection to a grandmaster and obtain his advice, and Lin Ming was already skilled enough to have reached this level. I'm sorry, but I must cultivate and I don't have much time, Lin Ming said, openly declining this offer and not even giving his name. This made the Knifescar fellow feel extremely regretful. He had wanted to become friends with Lin Ming after all, or at least to develop good relations. But thinking about it, Lin Ming was bound to have some kind of extraordinary background, and would not necessarily wish to enter their White Dragon Jade Row. Since Sir Lin says so, then I won't ask any more. This is our Jade Row's sound transmission card. If Sir Lin is interested at any time, then please come to my White Dragon Jade Row to have a look. All of the Knifescar fellow's words had been spoken with true essence sound transmission, except for these last words. He took out a Viridian Jade card with a lifelike azure dragon embossed onto the back. This was the White Dragon Jade Rose engraving. Lin Ming was startled as soon as he received this jade card. This card was actually made of wood spirit jade. Although it did not require much material and although it was an extremely low grade of wood spirit jade, it was still remarkable. This sort of jade card could not be randomly awarded. Otherwise, even the White Dragon Jade Row would be unable to bear the costs. As the Knifescar fellow passed the jade card, Zhou Kuan was watching all of it. This immediately sent him into a fit of laughter. That's the White Dragon Jade card. I've come to the White Dragon Jade Row for several years before receiving one. Congratulations to Brother Knifescar for finding another golden goose. This is giving such face to Brother Lin here. In Zhou Kuan's opinion, Lin Ming was too great of an idiot. The first time here, he had already delivered up over 10,000 Spirit Essence Stones to the White Dragon Jade Row. This must have been the reason why the Knifescar fellow issued Lin Ming a White Dragon Jade card. All in order to tie up this great golden goose. Golden goose? The Knifescar fellow did not know what expression to make. In fact, the actual golden goose was the laughing fool. Comparing Lin Ming to Zhou Kuan, the Knifescar fellow did not know whether to laugh or cry. The Knifescar fellow glanced at Zhou Kuan and thought to himself, "Many thanks to a fool like you for buying that pair of so-called blood spirit jade bracelets to fill up my losses for today. Otherwise I really would be in trouble. Should I call you a tycoon, Sir Lin? Since you've already bought 3 treasures, do you not plan on buying any more?" Zhou Kuan asked Lin Ming with zest. Today there were 2 wonderful events that had happened. First, he had obtained a precious treasure for a low price, and secondly he had watched as others were being tricked into buying expensive fakes. Lin Ming faintly smiled and shook his head, saying, "I've already bought 3 items. I won't be able to afford any more." Haha, if you need spirit essence stones, then you can also ask Brother Li. Brother Li is also a rich man. Brother Lin, ignore him. Let's go. Li Yifeng patted Lin Ming's shoulder in comfort. He didn't know that Lin Ming had intentionally bought 3 expensive jade carvings in a row. With his understanding of Lin Ming, the man had no idea what would spirit jade carvings were to begin with, otherwise he would never have asked those questions back on the spirit boat. Hee hee. As Zhou Kuan saw Li Yifeng leave the White Dragon Jade Row with Lin Ming, he looked a bit regretful. Brother Knife Scar, I'll come back next week. Haha, but I will head out first for now. Take care, the Knife Scar fellow said, all smiles. Brother Lin, why did you buy those 3 jade carvings? The price of those 3 added together is over 10,000 spirit essence stones. It isn't much cheaper than that pair of blood spirit jade bracelets. Li Yifeng immediately asked Lin Ming as soon as they left. In his opinion, Lin Ming would not do something like that without reason. But he still could not figure out just what Lin Ming's intentions were. There was no way for Lin Ming to explain his reasoning in a simple manner, so he just casually said, I just had a special feeling about those 3 jade carvings, so I bought them. All right. Li Yifeng shook his head, a bit stymied. Since you like it, it's fine. Would you like to have your 3 items appraised? There is a 6-stage life destruction master in this city. He was also my first appraisal teacher that taught me how to identify with spirit jade carvings. He is a highly respected and infamous individual. If he examines something, he definitely won't make a mistake. Although most of the goods in White Dragon Jade Row are fake, some of them are real after all. There might be something good among those items you bought. Oh? A 6-stage life destruction master. Lin Ming was surprised. In the Sky Spill continent, there were some martial artists who had been able to become peerless emperors after reaching the 4th stage of life destruction. However, these were very rare occurrences. This mostly happened when someone stumbled into a massive bout of luck that allowed them to become emperor powerhouses. Even then, they would be the weakest of the rank. The most common emperor powerhouses had reached stages 5 or 6 of life destruction before becoming emperors. There were very few who had reached stage 7 of life destruction and nearly none who reached stage 8 of life destruction. As for 9th stage of life destruction, those were legendary existences detailed in ancient texts from the realm of the gods. Now, in this random desert city that Li Yifeng had stopped by, there was actually a 6th-stage life destruction supreme elder. It was natural that Lin Ming would be stunned. Such a person would logically enter the divine sea realm in just one more step. Of course, this so-called one more step was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. As Li Yifeng and Lin Ming were talking, they suddenly a hearty laugh from in front of them. As Lin Ming followed the voice, he saw that not too far away, in a tea house, there were 7 or 8 men sitting around a stone table. The stone table had many pots filled with that putrid shredded meat tea. And one of those men was Zhou Kuan. Zhou Kuan swung his folding fan, a self-satisfied smirk covering his face. He had an open box in front of him, and in that wooden box was that pair of blood spirit jade bracelets that he had previously bought. Brother Zhou's expertise is amazing. Blood spirit jade has all but disappeared from the Thatch region for the last several years, but now Brother Zhou's purchase has really broadened our minds. A middle-aged man wearing animal skins made compliments from across the table. Zhou Kuan laughed, his heart overjoyed. Still, he modestly said, "It's just a preliminary judgment of mine. Although I'm 90% sure of my decision, there is still some risk involved." Just as Zhou Kuan's voice fell, a revolving core realm white-clothed old man smiled and said, "Brother Zhou is too prudent. Brother Zhou has extremely keen perception towards ancient jade carvings. You've only entered this trade for several years, and yet your eyesight is no worse than this old man's." The white-clothed old man laughed and picked up the pair of jade bracelets. He repeatedly studied them under the sunlight, occasionally taking out a small treasure mirror to examine it closer. Finally, he laid the bracelets back down and sighed in admiration. "Old White, how is it, are they real?" a young man eagerly asked. "They shouldn't be fake," the white-clothed old man breathed out. Seeing that this old man had come to the same conclusion as he had, Zhou Kuan's smile turned even brighter. "How many spirit essence stones do you think they're worth?" Another young man couldn't wait to ask. How rude! The white-clothed old man admonished the youngsters. Blood spirit jade is extremely rare. Even new jades are hard to find, not to mention something as old as this. Every year the nine-furnace divine kingdom only produces an exceedingly small amount, and nearly all of that is supplied to the royal family. You can hardly find this anywhere else. So don't just open your mouth and ask how many spirit essence stones it's worth. The young men that were reprimanded by the white-clothed old man didn't seem perturbed at all. One of them laughed and said, "Old White, consider me as having spoken a hasty remark, but such a rare wood spirit jade carving must have a price to it. We are also newcomers to this area, so our experience is limited. Just tell us how many spirit essence stones you think this is worth, so we can open our eyes." As the white-clothed old man heard the young man's words, his expression became like a dead log. But Zhou Kuan actually bluntly said, "This pair of blood spirit jade bracelets can be sold on the auction house for 25,000 to 30,000 spirit essence stones. If you manage to bump into someone wealthy that loves blood spirit jade, then it might go for even higher." As Zhou Kuan reported this price, all of the young men present sucked in a deep breath of air. 30,000 spirit essence stones. Those present only had a net worth of several thousand spirit essence stones. This was an amount several times their complete wealth. When they played with jade carvings, they only messed around with small items. As for the expensive ones, those were only for looking. Who could play around like Zhou Kuan? At this moment, Zhou Kuan saw Li Yifeng nearby. "Haha! Brother Li is also here. I saw that Brother Li bought an ancient dragon carving from the White Dragon Jade Row. I just happened to have Mr. White here. Mr. White has a great deal of experience. He's already looked at my blood spirit jade bracelets." Zhou Kuan casually spoke these words for two reasons. First, to show off that this white-clothed old man had affirmed that these blood spirit jade bracelets were real, and secondly because he didn't have much faith in the ancient jade dragon carving that Li Yifeng had bought. He wanted to have Mr. White appraise it to embarrass Li Yifeng. After all, that ancient jade dragon had been one of the ambiguous items and had been at the White Dragon Jade Row for far too long. If it were really something good, then someone would have bought it up a long time ago. Li Yifeng knit his eyebrows together. As he saw that Zhou Kuan was showing off his blood spirit jade bracelets to the circle of men, and also simultaneously hearing that he had obtained Mr. White's confirmation, it would be wrong to say that he didn't feel a twinge of regret in his heart. This Mr. White had been in the jade carving trade for several dozen years now. Although he wasn't a top-class appraisal grandmaster, he could still be considered an expert in his profession. He had even been banned from entering the White Dragon Jade Row. He was no longer a character that they could entertain. After hearing that this type of person had confirmed the veracity of the blood spirit jade bracelets, he only shook his head. After all, he too had been biased towards thinking that they were the real deal to begin with. "Brother Lin, let's get out of here. I plan on going to the Grandmaster to appraise this ancient jade dragon carving. Perhaps it might be real, ha ha ha." Lin Ming didn't speak. In the ancient jade carving trade, it was easy to be influenced by thoughts and give birth to past regrets if one didn't make the purchase, one made the purchase, or made them think that they had been fooling themselves all along. All right. Lin Ming didn't mind. He had already identified the items that he bought as being quite good, and now he just lacked spirit essence stones. Opening the third gate of the 8 inner hidden gates didn't require a specific kind of miraculous body transformation medicine. As long as he had some body transformation miracle medicine of a certain rank, no matter what type it was completely applicable to him. Lin Ming had searched through the realm of the gods' alchemists' memories several times and had locked onto several types of medicines that he could refine. As long as he had enough time and materials, then he was confident he could successfully concoct them. And the bountiful lands of the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom were much better than Lin Ming had imagined. He would be able to find many materials he needed here. Of course, that was providing he had enough spirit essence stones. Lin Ming and Li Yifeng headed towards the mansion of this small city's appraisal grandmaster. As Zhou Kuan saw the two people walking away, he immediately realized where they were going. He faintly smiled as he darkly thought, Li Yifeng must be going to Guru Blue Way to have that ancient jade dragon carving of his appraised. He didn't dare to let Mr. White appraise it because he feared that his jade dragon carving might be a fake. And it would be a loss of face if that was revealed in front of everyone. Ha ha ha. I'll go see Grandmaster Blueway and take a look at just how precious your ancient jade dragon carving is. Oh. The so-called appraiser residency that Li Yifeng had mentioned was in truth a very ordinary-looking house. The courtyard walls were built from rough stones and the whole place looked a bit shabby and worn out from the outside. It was impossible to imagine that a 6th-grade life destruction powerhouse lived here. Brother Lin, this appraisal grandmaster has lived here for the last 100 years. His name is Guru Blueway. He's one of the top 300 ranked characters on the Destiny Decree. Destiny Decree? Lin Ming asked, a bit stunned. The Destiny Decree is a ranking list for strength within the Sky Spill continent. Only life destruction powerhouses are listed on it, and it is jointly issued out by several great intelligence organizations. Aside from the Destiny Decree, there is also an Emperor Decree which only has divine sea powerhouses. However, the Emperor Decree rarely changes. Those divine sea supreme elders are always wandering around with unknown whereabouts, so it's difficult to collect any information on them. Ranking the life destruction powerhouses isn't easy either. It's only a rough estimate used for reference. There were over 100 Emperor-level powerhouses in the Sky Spill continent, but definitely no more than 200. As for the number of life destruction powerhouses, that was far too difficult to calculate. Wanting to arrange the top-ranked of these individuals in a list was extremely difficult. Li Yifeng chuckled and said, "It naturally isn't easy, but this Destiny Decree is actually quite accurate. It's not much of a difference if you're 3 or 4 ranks away from someone, but being 30 to 40 ranks basically isn't wrong. The only exceptions are if you come across a massive lucky chance or recently experienced a breakthrough without anything knowing. The Destiny Decree is changed every 3 years, and is an important factor for the great forces to decide who to win over. As for the 4 divine kingdoms, they often use this ranking list as a way to contrast the quantity and quality of their young elites. How young are those martial artists on the list? Lin Ming emphasized the word young. Relatively young. For a life destruction powerhouse, even 50 years old is considered young. To be ranked on the list at 50 years of age isn't easy at all. Most of the martial artists on the ranking list are at least at the 5th or 6th stage of life destruction. There are even some abnormal 7th stage life destruction monsters. Moreover, these martial artists are all astounding individuals in their generation. If your foundation is poor, you might not make it on even if your cultivation is high. As Li Yifeng spoke to hear, they finally arrived. He reached out his hand to knock on Guru Blueway's gate. With a soft creaking sound, the gate automatically opened. In the courtyard, the ground was covered with fallen leaves. Underneath the gently falling leaves was a stone table with a checkerboard engraved atop of it. A blue-clothed old man was sitting at the stone table with a pot of boiling tea nearby. He had 2 black and white board pieces in his hands, and his entire body was tense with concentration as he seemed completely focused on his game. From time to time, he would lay down alternating black and white pieces. It turned out he was playing chess with himself. "Oh, it's the Li family's little baby boy again. Did you come to ask me to be your grunt again?" The blue-clothed old man laughed. With a wave of his sleeves, a pair of thin and elegant teacups suddenly appeared on the table, filled with a light amber tea. From the refreshing fragrance emanating from the tea, this tea was not the popular shredded meat tea of the Thatch region, but a very high-quality and exceptional tea. "Hee hee, Uncle Blueway. I came this time to specifically bring you some good things." Li Yifeng was apparently extremely familiar with this blue-clothed old man. He good-naturedly grinned as he laughed. As Li Yifeng spoke, he took out the ancient dragon carving jade carving from his spatial ring. The blue-clothed old man glanced at the ancient jade dragon carving but didn't speak. He had already guessed that Li Yifeng had gone shopping at White Dragon Jade Row and had come to ask him for an appraisal. Li Yifeng was just about to walk forwards, but he suddenly stopped in his steps. He swiveled around and saw Zhou Kuan arriving along with the others from the street corner. Zhou Kuan. That brat. Li Yifeng frowned. Zhou Kuan had bought the blood spirit jade bracelets, but Li Yifeng had only bought the ancient dragon jade carving, which he didn't even know was real or fake. Even if it were real, he would still lose face, and there was no need to mention what it would be like if it were fake. That damned brat had come just to embarrass him. Grandmaster Blue Wei, I brought some good things for you to look at today. Zhou Kuan was all smiles as he approached. He was apparently also familiar with Guru Blue Wei. Yo, Sir Li, what a coincidence meeting you here. Zhou Kuan pretended that he accidentally bumped into Li Yifeng here. His eyes immediately locked onto Li Yifeng's ancient jade dragon carving. Isn't that the white dragon jade rose ancient jade dragon carving that is priced at 3,300 spirit essence stones? Did you come to ask Grandmaster Blue Wei to appraise that for you? Since Zhou Kuan had brought the shame game to this level, even the normally tranquil and carefree Li Yifeng had an extremely ugly look plastered on his face. But in front of Grandmaster Blue Wei, he could only endure this insult. As Guru Blue Wei saw Li Yifeng and Zhou Kuan in a tiff with each other, he only faintly smiled as he slowly sipped his tea, not saying anything. It was far too common for youths to engage in such disputes. And not to mention youths, but in the ancient jade carving trade, even those old experts would flush with anger with rage as they argued over the authenticity of their treasures. Zhou Kuan snickered and made an inviting gesture with his hands. Sir Li, since you arrived first? At this time, Li Yifeng was holding onto the box containing his ancient jade dragon carving. He could only place it on Guru Blue Wei's stone table and say, Uncle Blue Wei, this is an ancient jade dragon carving I bought at the White Dragon Jade Row. In truth, I don't dare to confirm that this is a real item. It's just that I've looked at it several times and I had an unbearable itch to buy it. I would like to ask Uncle Blue Wei to appraise this for me. Li Yifeng respectfully opened the box with the ancient jade dragon carving and presented it to Guru Blue Wei. Guru Blue Wei looked at the jade carving and released a wisp of his perception to gently circle around it. He gently traced the ancient jade dragon carving scales. After a quarter hour, Guru Blue Wei finally stopped and said, This ancient jade dragon carving comes from the hands of a famous expert, but it's a bit young. It's only from a few hundred years ago. There have been some clever methods used to modify the appearance and give off this beautiful look. Otherwise, there is no way that the fine hairs on the surface would be so stiff. Generally speaking, this is a pretty good item. It is genuine true essence jade. It is 9th grade true essence jade, and roughly estimating, it should be worth around 800 spirit essence stones. As Li Yifeng heard Guru Blue Wei's appraisal, he looked a bit pained. He originally bought this item without caring if it was real or fake, and it would have been fine if he had it secretly appraised, but now in front of so many people, this was simply a great loss of face. In this circle, buying imitation goods at such a high price was really a laughable matter. Brother Li, oh, it really is such a pity. This ancient jade dragon carving really does have a beautiful appearance. If it were me, I also might be a bit impulsive and buy it. Zhou Kuan smiled as he gloated at Li Yifeng's misfortune. But the surrounding people didn't say anything, only watching the good play unfold before them. Zhou Kuan's eyes shined as he took this moment to take out a wood box from his spatial ring. Grandmaster Blue Wei, this is a pair of 10,000-year-old blood spirit jade bracelets that I just bought. Could you take a look at them? What? Blood spirit jade? Guru Blue Wei's eyebrows shot up. His interest had obviously been stirred up. There was an exceedingly small amount of blood spirit jade in the entire Thatch region. Its conditions for formation were simply too harsh. It needed an ancient guardian beast to swallow the spiritual plant it was protecting, and then die before it was digested and be buried underground for 100,000 years to condense. Even new jade of this variety was extremely rare. Ancient blood spirit jade was nearly extinct. If it wasn't for the fact that blood spirit jade's greatest value lay in its ornamental value and its effects of nourishing the soul weren't much better than the average wood spirit jade, then this pair of blood spirit jade bracelets could sell for a sky-high price of 100,000 spirit essence stones. Though Guru Blue Wei was an appraisal grandmaster, even he hadn't touched real blood spirit jade many times in his life. Now that he heard Zhou Kuan actually had such a treasure, how could he not be excited? He even had the thoughts of buying this pair of jade bracelets afterwards. You really have a pair of blood spirit jade bracelets? Guru Blue Wei looked at Zhou Kuan, his eyes shining. I found them at White Dragon Jade Row. They are said to come from a 10,000-year gravesite that was just unearthed recently. Junior has looked at them, and they should be a 10,000-year-old treasure without a doubt. Hurry and let me see, Guru Blue Wei impatiently said. To someone at his boundary, he was only inferior to peerless emperor powerhouses and quasi-emperors. There were very few things that could arouse his interest to this point. Seeing Guru Blue Wei so anxious, Zhou Kuan was filled with a great sense of satisfaction. For someone in the ancient jade carving trade, there were few matters as great as having a highly respected expert be eager. Zhou Kuan unhurried opened the box, revealing the pair of blood spirit jade bracelets. As the blood spirit jade bracelets appeared, Guru Blue Wei's eyes locked onto them and no longer moved. He had worked with wood spirit jade carvings with so many years and had handled countless varieties of carving. At this point, his accumulated experience was extremely rich. As long as he looked at something, he could judge with a general feeling whether this was an old or new item. And now, looking at the blood spirit jade bracelets in front of him, he could feel the simple rustic breath emanating from it. Without a doubt, this was a treasure from 10,000 years ago. As Guru Blue Wei realized this, he became even more excited. He took out a special treasure for the purposes of appraisals. This was also made from wood spirit jade. Generally speaking, someone at the level of Guru Blue Wei no longer needed external aid to help in making appraisals. For him to take out such an appraisal treasure proved just how valuable he considered this pair of jade bracelets to be. What a beautiful jade pattern! It truly is a treasure from 10,000 years ago, Guru Blue Wei praised out loud. Zhou Kuan's smiling face became even wider as he heard Guru Blue Wei say this. This had more or less confirmed that this pair of blood spirit jade bracelets was the real thing. Although the others present were smiling along, they were actually extremely jealous. This was an item that could be sold for 30,000 spirit essence stones. Spirit essence stones were only one benefit. The other benefit was that because Zhou Kuan bought this pair of blood spirit jade bracelets, his reputation in the jade carving circles would become much more glorious. If this was a treasure that even Guru Blue Wei would be excited over, the value could be imagined. Zhou Kuan couldn't help but shoot a glance over at Li Yifeng, revealing a smile that said he had already won. Li Yifeng seemed fairly calm and carefree, but his innermost feelings were beginning to roil with regret. This was a treasure that he had been just a single step away from attaining. After all, in terms of net worth, there was no way for Zhou Kuan to compare with him. As long as he wanted to buy it, he could have absolutely won the bidding struggle against Zhou Kuan. Unfortunately, he had hesitated at that time. Li Yifeng didn't blame Lin Ming, nor had he ever thought of blaming Lin Ming. After all, Lin Ming was only a novice that was thoughtlessly giving his opinions. In the end, Li Yifeng only blamed himself for his lack of sight and hesitancy in judgment, thus letting Zhou Kuan win the advantage. If his eyes had been as bright and illuminative as a torch and he had been able to immediately determine the authenticity of the item himself, then Lin Ming's words naturally wouldn't have had any impact on him. Time passed slowly. Then, Guru Blue Wei's unbelievably anxious face began to slowly calm down even as his eyebrows wrinkled together. As all these changes fell in Zhou Kuan's eyes, his heart skipped a beat. What was the matter? Was there a problem? Li Yifeng's heart stirred. Was there a problem with the jade bracelets? An imperfection? A crack? Perhaps they were a fake? Even Li Yifeng couldn't believe it if it were a fake. It was impossible to fake such a beautiful jade pattern. Moreover, Guru Blue Wei had already affirmed from the start that this object was from 10,000 years ago. After half an hour passed, Guru Blue Wei deeply sighed and lifted his head. At that moment, Zhou Kuan felt his heart wither into nothing. With his current wealth, it could be said that he had staked everything he had on these expensive blood spirit jade bracelets. Now he could be considered as dead broke. If there was any problems with these jade bracelets, then all his work in the past would be wasted. He would never recover from the initial capital he plunked down for them. Grandmaster Blue Wei, how about it? Zhou Kuan nervously asked, his heart caught in his throat. Guru Blue Wei slowly swept over everyone. He actually didn't immediately answer, which made Zhou Kuan nervous to the point of wanting to vomit blood. As for everyone else, they were also unbelievably tense. On one hand, they hoped to see the ancient blood spirit jade that was nearly impossible to find, but on the other hand, they didn't want to see Zhou Kuan make such a great deal. Their feelings could be called contradictory. This thing truly is from 10,000 years ago, Guru Blue Wei finally said after a long silence. However, these words by themselves weren't enough to calm the panic in Zhou Kuan's heart. If Guru Blue Wei said this early, then that obviously meant there was some problem. Of course, there was undoubtedly a problem with these jade bracelets. Otherwise Guru Blue Wei would have never made such an expression. Now Zhou Kuan only hoped that Guru Blue Wei would only say that there were minor defects that wouldn't greatly affect the value so he wouldn't lose too much money. Unfortunately, Guru Blue Wei shook his head, making Zhou Kuan's heart chill to icy temperatures. These bracelets are not fake, and they are extremely valuable and ancient jade bracelets. However, they are not blood spirit jade. Thus the value is greatly reduced. Guru Blue Wei's words were like a bath of cold water poured on everyone. Zhou Kuan felt his surroundings go dark and he nearly fainted. It isn't blood spirit jade? How could that be possible? Zhou Kuan had already repeatedly confirmed his appraisal again and again. He had worried that this was new blood spirit jade instead of ancient blood spirit jade. However, learning that this was another type of jade masquerading as blood spirit jade was like being struck by a bolt of lightning on a clear summer day. Zhou Kuan could not be compared with Li Yifeng. Li Yifeng was a prince and he had an excellent future awaiting him. But Zhou Kuan was a failed high prince successor and the resources he was assigned were extremely limited. The spirit essence stones he had used to buy the blood spirit jade just now were the entirety of his savings. Once he's lost it, it would be immensely difficult to recover from such damage. It would even cause him to lack training resources in the future. Guru Blue Wei said, "Sir Zhou, these jade bracelets are made from corpse jade. Corpse jade is with spirit jade that is buried in the mouth of a tomb owner, or perhaps sealed in their stomach. After tens of thousands of years, the blood of the martial artist permeates into the jade. This sort of jade is very similar to blood spirit jade and is also exceedingly rare. Corpse jade originally had only minor differences with blood spirit jade, and once a martial artist skilled in corpse techniques and a wood attribute martial artist join forces, they can skillfully transform this corpse jade into something that is nearly impossible to distinguish from real blood spirit jade. Let alone you, it's even hard for old me to clearly identify it unless I'm paying attention. This is also the first time that I've seen corpse jade disguised as blood spirit jade." Guru Blue Wei's words could be regarded as sentencing this pair of blood spirit jade bracelets to death. Li Yifeng felt a chill crawl up his spine. Good heavens! He had almost been the one to fall into this death trap. Such a marvelous and clever method of fraud. Even if his sight was 10 times better, he feared that he still wouldn't be able to see through it. 15,000 spirit essence stones was an amount that would strain even Li Yifeng's resources. Moreover, those old men in his family had originally been opposed to him playing around in the ancient jade carving trade to begin with. Although these sorts of items were capable of nourishing the soul, being addicted to such games would also ruin his will and mind. If they knew that Li Yifeng had lost 15,000 spirit essence stones because of this, the consequences could be imagined. That was a close call. How dangerous! If I really got screwed here and that insane Murong girl actually reported me to the higher-ups, I fear even my legs would be taken away. As Li Yifeng was gasping in fear, his mind suddenly stirred and he looked to Lin Ming at his side. Lin Ming had a calm expression as if he wasn't affected at all by these blood spirit jade bracelets being fakes. It was reasonable to say that this matter was greatly related to Lin Ming. If Guru Blue Wei had determined that these jade bracelets were fakes, then Lin Ming should have breathed out a sigh of relief. Since he was so calm, that could only be because he had known these jade bracelets were fakes all along. Things began to make more sense. If a normal person didn't know anything about jade carvings, they certainly wouldn't stick their nose into such an important trade. After all, that was a transaction involving 15,000 spirit essence stones. Luckily, his suggestion had been right, otherwise it would be difficult for him to absolve himself of guilt. Since Lin Ming dared to speak out then, he must have had a certain assurance in himself. As Li Yifeng remembered the warning Lin Ming had given him about the ancient jade dragon carving, he realized that these two matters together absolutely couldn't be a coincidence. That knife-scar fellow who gave Lin Ming the white dragon jade card must have done so not because he thought Lin Ming was some brain-addled money machine, but because he admired Lin Ming's keen eyesight. As Li Yifeng thought of this, he asked, "Brother Lin, you already knew those jade bracelets were fakes? I just had a strange feeling. Those bracelets didn't feel too good to me." Lin Ming faintly smiled, giving a short explanation. His words were vague to begin with, but in fact he didn't need to explain anyway. Li Yifeng would think as he wished to. Li Yifeng didn't press the matter further. Whether it was some mystical sixth sense or whether it was something else that Lin Ming didn't wish to speak about, everyone had their own secrets. The power of the stars sealed in Li Yifeng's right hand was also a secret of his. "Brother Lin, your brother Mi has received your gratitude this time. You mentioned earlier that you wanted to buy with spirit jade. If you have any need for help, I will assist you as best as I can." Okay? Lin Ming didn't turn down the offer. In the future, if he wanted to practice alchemy, he would need a massive amount of materials and would spirit jade. Collecting all of that would be slow by himself. Li Yifeng's help would save a great deal of trouble. At this time, Zhou Kuan had been shocked into a daze. Playing in the wood spirit jade carving trade was an enormous risk to begin with. He couldn't go looking for trouble with the White Dragon Jade Row. The White Dragon Jade Row relied on selling fakes to make a living, otherwise they would never have sold real goods at such lower prices. If one wished to buy goods at such low prices, they naturally needed to mentally prepare themselves to be tricked. These were the rules of the Jade Row and also the unspoken rules of the jade carving trade. If he went to look for trouble, then not only would he not be compensated, but others would laugh at him instead as someone playing games beyond their means. As Li Yifeng saw Zhou Kuan's depressed appearance, he didn't relish it at all. Instead, all he felt was pity. But near Li Yifeng, Qing'er muttered in soft voice, "If you can't afford the game, then don't play. This idiot has really left me speechless." Guru Blue Wei shook his head and said, "Sir Zhou, you shouldn't play in the ancient jade carving trade. Although wood spirit jade has the effect of nourishing the soul, the high price far outstrips its use. Generally speaking, it simply isn't the proper way to go about things. Although this pair of bracelets is simply an imitation, corpse jade is still quite valuable. It should be able to sell for 400 to 500 spirit essence stones at an auction house. It would be wiser if Sir Zhou were to sell them off and use the money to practice in serenity. 400 to 500 spirit essence stones. That was a full 10,000 less essence stones than what Zhou Kuan had bid for these jade bracelets. Zhou Kuan was truly unwilling to sell these corpse jade bracelets and withdraw from the ancient jade carving trade. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The loss of the blood spirit jade bracelets had been a tremendous attack on Zhou Kuan's psyche. Li Yifeng shrugged and said to Lin Ming, "Brother Lin, those 3 items you bought should be real. Do you plan on selling them to buy more wood spirit jade?" Lin Ming nodded. "Yes, I need a great deal of wood spirit jade. Then we should have Grandmaster Blue Wei appraise them. With a Grandmaster's appraisal, they will be far easier to sell at a higher price." Li Yifeng rubbed his hands in excitement. He certainly didn't want to miss a chance to open his eyes like this. However, Lin Ming actually shook his head and said, "No, I want to directly place them in the auction house and have the appraisal masters look at them. I don't wish to arouse any unnecessary interest." Lin Ming had already been banned from White Dragon Jade Row. From now on, he could forget about stepping into any other White Dragon Jade Row branch store. He didn't want to make a name for himself and ruin his method of acquiring money. In the ancient jade carving business, news traveled far too fast. Li Feng felt a bit regretful in his heart. But, since this was what Lin Ming decided, he naturally had no complaints. "Brother Lin, if you trust me, then I can help you handle those 3 items and completely change them into spirit essence stones for you." "Thank you, Brother Li." Lin Ming couldn't ask for a better solution. He was pressed for time and didn't have much energy left over to deal with these trivial matters. Li Feng was extremely efficient. In a mere 10 days, all 3 items had been completely changed into spirit essence stones. After removing the cut that the auction house took, there was a total of 22,000 spirit essence stones. And at this time, Lin Ming had already arrived at the largest city in the Thatch region, Jade City. The buildings in Jade City were all built from large chunks of rocks, and these rocks hadn't been carved or polished much either. There was a very distinctive barbaric and wild taste to the city. Behind Jade City was a 10,000-foot-high perilous mountain peak named the Jade Mountain. Lin Ming's current dwelling was located here. Cut out of this perilous mountain were several hundred cave mansions. Every cave mansion could be used to close up in training, and the origin energy here was also very rich. One could rent a vacancy as long as they had enough spirit essence stones. Lin Ming rented a medium-sized cave mansion for 3 years. Lin Ming didn't care about the origin energy in the cave mansion. What he cared about was the security here. According to Li Yifeng, there was a divine sea supreme elder personally guarding Jade City. No one dared to come here to cause trouble. If he closed up here, he could do so in peace. At this time, Lin Ming was sitting down on a stone bed in his cave mansion and had a small 3-foot-high furnace in front of him. Carved on the surface of the pill furnace was a circle of heaven that contained all the myriad creatures of the universe. At the very center of this design was a red golden crow image. This furnace was the cosmic melting furnace. The cosmic melting furnace used to be the top divine furnace of the sky spill continent several tens of thousands of years ago. Even an emperor powerhouse could be refined within it. Currently, Lin Ming had laid down 8 blazing flame columns. Every flaming column had a statue of a carved horned dragon within it, and these 8 horned dragons were all aimed at the cosmic melting furnace. Lin Ming, with the help of Demon Shine, had reformed the 8-dragon Jade Dawn array that the Demon Emperor had once arranged around the cosmic melting furnace. On this day, he planned on completely opening the cosmic melting furnace. In the past, Lin Ming had only been able to open the first level of space of the cosmic melting furnace. But according to Demon Shine, the cosmic melting furnace had a total of 3 different levels. Since Lin Ming now planned on officially using the cosmic melting furnace, it was necessary for him to open all 3 spaces. Lin Ming lifted his hand and formed a seal. Waves of burnished dawn light began to spout out from the mouths of the horned dragons, covering the pill furnace and causing a burning hot flame to instantly burn. "Open!" Lin Ming shouted loudly. On the surface of the cosmic melting furnace, brilliant rays of golden light suddenly began emitting from the golden crow image. For a time, it was like a sun had risen within the room, blinding all eyes. The cosmic melting furnace fiercely shook, and a high-pitched dragon roar seemed to issue out from the furnace. The sound waves flushed into the sound-insulating enchantment of the room, causing the entire place to shake as if it could collapse at any moment. Then, a fist-sized fruit and a golden red root flew out from the cosmic melting furnace and were immediately grabbed by Lin Ming. He had finally opened the second level of the cosmic melting furnace. With Lin Ming's current strength, opening the second level of the cosmic melting furnace wasn't difficult at all. What would be difficult was opening the third level. The 8-dragon Jade Dawn array had been prepared especially for that purpose. A 5-color fruit and void temper root. Hee. Boy, you've made it rich again. Demon Shine's voice sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. There were treasures in every level of the cosmic melting furnace. When he had opened the first level of space, giant demon blood and a nameless divine pill refined with a nirvana dragon root had popped out. The blood of the giant demon had been absorbed by the magic cube. As for that nameless divine pill, Lin Ming had swallowed it when he had been trapped in the king's cage and was struggling to find a way out. The nameless divine pill had fused together with the Azura force field, and together with the collision from a demon god bone, it had allowed him to completely break through the first gate of the 8 inner hidden gates. Now, the 5-color fruit and void temper root that Demon Shine spoke of were the treasures from the cosmic melting furnace's second level of space. As for what the treasures in the cosmic melting furnace had been, even Demon Shine hadn't been sure. Lin Ming could only search through the soul fragment of the Demon Emperor to find incomplete clues. I remember from the realm of the gods' alchemists' memories that 5-color fruit and void temper root are both high-level heavenly materials used for alchemy. With these 2 things as the main source of medicine, in addition to some supporting herbs and with spirit jade, I should be able to create a miracle medicine capable of opening the third of the 8 inner hidden gates. Lin Ming couldn't bother thinking about these matters at this time. He revolved his true essence to the limit and then pointed at the 8-dragon Jade Dawn array. The flames suddenly fanned into a blazing conflagration. The cosmic melting furnace violently trembled within the 8-dragon Jade Dawn array. It was as if there was some ancient vicious beast trapped with the furnace that was ready to rush out at any given moment. Lin Ming released the heretical god force as he simultaneously activated the strength of the 8 inner hidden gates. Between Lin Ming's eyebrows, the phoenix flame mark there began to blaze out with a golden light as sharp as a sword. Bang! With an explosion, the 8-dragon Jade Dawn array's 8 flame columns all collapsed at once. The cosmic melting furnace's lid shot up like a meteor, straight into the air. Kacha! The lid heavily smashed into the Jade Mountain Cave Mansion, causing a large portion of the array formation-reinforced rock to shear off. Lin Ming's face flushed red with blood. He looked at the 2 items suspended in the air. Neither of these items looked like miracle medicines. One was a completely jet-black demon armor, and the other was a mass of thick, viscous blood. When Demon Shine saw the mass of blood, his shifty little eyes immediately brightened. I want that blood. Lin Ming swept his mind over the blood. The blood was similar to the blood from the first level of the cosmic melting furnace. Both of them exuded an ancient energy. Thus, the should-be blood of the ancient giant demons. In terms of quality, it was far from being comparable to ancient phoenix blood, but it was still extremely precious. All right. Lin Ming wasn't stingy. To Demon Shine, who only had his soul form left, the power of this blood essence was the only way for him to recover. During the past years, Demon Shine had helped him a great deal, and had even saved his life several times. Demon Shine hurriedly leapt out from Lin Ming's spiritual sea, turned into a small red curly-haired dog, and plunged towards the mass of ancient giant demon blood. He immediately swallowed it whole. With a contented sigh, Demon Shine's dog-like face revealed an extremely satisfied expression. After swallowing the blood, Demon Shine's entire body flushed red. Afterwards, his originally vague and distorted body became much more solid. This continued for half an incense stick's worth of time. After it stopped, Demon Shine used his paws to pat his belly, and burped loudly. Awesome! So awesome! 10 more gene of this stuff would be great. Lin Ming faintly smiled, shaking his head. It was already quite good to have 2 tails of this blood, but this damn dog actually wanted 10 gene. He pointed at the black demon armor floating in the air and asked, Demon Shine, can you tell me what this demon armor is? Lin Ming's inherited memories from the Demon Emperor were mostly incomplete. He had no memories about this demon armor. Demon Shine licked his lips and replied, That's the demon armor that Master personally forged when he was still on the Sky Spill continent. Tens of thousands of years ago, there was an epoch where countless rivals and heroes rose up in unison, with new legends being created daily. Master's strength was unparalleled in that world. However, there were still opponents that could threaten him. For instance, the deep-sea races. Lin Ming nodded in understanding. On this world, the boundless sea size was far greater than the land mass. There were an immeasurable amount of things that lived inside of the deep sea, including many diverse and interesting races. There were even races from the ancient desolate era, who had bloodline legacies far surpassing that of humanity. In this situation, the number of deep-sea race powerhouses that existed far surpassed that of humanity. If it weren't for the fact that the deep-sea races were more suited for living deep underwater, and couldn't survive long on land, then they would have engaged in a never-ending war with humanity. Demon Shine continued, Master fought with his deep-sea race opponents for a long time, before eventually even this demon armor was pierced through, with Master barely managing to defeat his enemy in the face of countless dangers. Because the demon armor had been pierced, Master decided to keep the demon armor inside of the cosmic melting furnace and repair it. However, the time required to repair the demon armor was extremely long. By the time that Master left this world, the demon armor still hadn't been fully repaired. However, tens of thousands of years have passed now, and this demon armor has finally repaired itself inside of the cosmic melting furnace. Not only has it been fixed, its grade is now even higher than it was in the past. That giant demon blood I just absorbed should have been left behind by Master in order to help repair the demon armor. It's simply that the demon armor didn't use all of it up. So that's how it is. Lin Ming reached out his hand and grasped hold of the demon armor. Then, he discovered that there was a circular gap missing in the left chest region of the demon armor. Such a uniform gap was clearly not caused by a weapon piercing through it. This area should have been where the Heartguard mirror was placed. The Heartguard mirror is missing? Looks like it. Demon Shine shook his head, a bit regretful. If it were the complete demon armor, then its value would be no less than the cosmic melting furnace. After all, there aren't many defensive treasures on its level out there. Lin Ming bluntly put on the armor. For a time, he felt a demonic energy wrap around his body, fusing with his bodily protective true essence, causing it to be even firmer and more tenacious than it was before. Oh, it had this sort of effect. Of course, good armor isn't just tough, it also has a top-class ability to reduce injuries. If one's armor isn't able to weaken an enemy's attacks, then it's useless no matter how solid it is. Many martial artists' attacks had penetrative properties. Simply defending against the physical strike of their weapons wasn't enough. One also needed to defend against the hidden energy behind it. What do you plan on doing with the 5-color fruit and the void-tempered root? Demon Shine asked. The 5-color fruit and void-tempered root are both high-level heavenly materials. I plan to use them for the base of a pill I'll make soon. I'll also add a 200,000-year with spirit jade, dragon's pine grass, and finally skyflower stones to act as the catalyst to concoct a 5-fade void pill. That should be enough for me to open the 3rd of the 8 inner hidden gates. If you reach the large success realm of your alchemy technique, then not only will it enhance your soul, but your body's transformation progress rise will at an astronomical rate. Who wouldn't be jealous of this? However, the 5-fade void pill is a pretty high-ranking recipe. Do you have the confidence to successfully refine it? Not at the moment, but I can slowly practice until I can. I'm not in too much of a hurry. Practicing alchemy is also a way to temper the soul. Lin Ming's inherited memories from the realm of the gods alchemist were relatively complete, including even the precious experiences and skills that he'd studied. However, just this alone wasn't enough. While Lin Ming's knowledge was sufficient, he still lacked coordination between his body, soul, energy, and mind. This was akin to a zither master that had never played a zither song before. Even if they knew the music by heart and knew perfectly well how to play the music, they still wouldn't be able to perfectly interpret the song on their first try. This was simply because their fingers wouldn't be able to keep up with their mind. What Lin Ming had to do right now was constantly practice so that his body could memorize the use of alchemical skills. Every time he touched the energy, his control of the flame, all of it had to become a conditioned reflex. He had to be able to put on a perfect performance without thinking. This was the only way for him to achieve the highest chance of successfully refining a pill. Where do you plan on finding dragon's pine grass or skyflower stones? Demon Shine asked. I'll look for Li Feng. Lin Ming had already thought of this. Li Feng was a prince of the 7-star divine kingdom who usually loved to make new friends. He should know all sorts of people. In addition, he had connections to many of the 4 divine kingdoms' domestic intelligence networks. So asking him for information would be both the fastest and most efficient way. And Li Feng did not disappoint him. Just 10 days later, he returned with news. Ho dash! The flames of a sound transmitting talisman flashed in front of Lin Ming, causing him to immediately stop working on the pill he was currently refining. The only thing inside of the pill furnace was a pile of black ash. He ruefully smiled. The cosmic melting furnace's heat was just too intense. Trying to practice with low-level medicinal herbs that couldn't stand up to these sort of burning hot temperatures was truly a great challenge. During the past few days, he'd spent a 1/3 of the spirit essence stones he'd gained from the white dragon jade row, all to buy with spirit jade. The medicinal herbs he'd been using for practice came from the medicine gardens of the South Sea Demon region and the Yin-Yang Profound Palace. At this point, he'd used up 20% of the medicinal herbs, but the amount of successfully refined products were a pitifully low number. Usually, all he did was create pile after pile of black ash. If the Xing couple from the Yinyang Profound Palace learned that their carefully grown medicinal herbs were all being used by me, just for practicing alchemy, I wonder just what sort of faces they'd make. Lin Ming shook his head, laughing at himself. He'd been rapidly burning through his money these past days. Although he called these medicinal herbs low-leveled, the truth was, they were enough to make a martial artist go crazy with greed if they were placed in a third-grade sect. Lin Ming, what does the sound-transmitting talisman say? Demon Shine asked. It's from Li Feng. He told me the whereabouts of skyflower stones. Apparently, they can be bought at the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom's Heavencraft Trading Company. As for Dragon's Pine Grass, he still hasn't found any information. All right, then, what do you plan on doing now? We're going to the Heavencraft Trading Company first. Oh. The Heavencraft Trading Company was located in Witch Creek City, which was within the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom. It had a 6,000-year-old history, an inheritance that surpassed most 4th and 5th grade sects, and was able to stand on the same level as some holy lands. The Heavencraft Trading Company was one of the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom's 3 great trading companies, and had a very deep background. For the Heavencraft Trading Company to have developed to this level, and in the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom at that, inevitably meant that they were inextricably linked with the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom's royal family. When Lin Ming entered Witch Creek City, where the Heavencraft Trading Company headquarters were located, he didn't even need to ask around to see the location of the headquarters building. This was simply because the building stood out so much. High in the sky there was a garret that rose hundreds of feet into in the air, and was over 1,000 feet wide. It was actually floating there, suspended in midair. Around the garret were traces of faint purple smoke that shone underneath the bright sunlight. It was obvious that all of this was due to an array formation. Keeping such a massive garret suspended in the air likely took a massive amount of spirit essence stones every year. From this alone, one could see just how deep the Heavencraft Trading Company's wealth was. Lin Ming quietly waved his sleeves and flew upwards. But when he did, he discovered that there were invisible fluctuations that covered the sky. These fluctuations formed a kind of resistance, hindering Lin Ming's movements as he approached the Heavencraft Trading Company. Lin Ming was slightly miffed. If he could feel this resistance, then others certainly could as well. How did this place even do business? Did they meet with their customers outside? The higher Lin Ming flew, the more obvious the resistance became. By the time that Lin Ming had finally reached the entrance to the Heavencraft Trading Company, he'd come to an understanding that there were stipulations to enter this trading company. A martial artist with an extreme Xianxia cultivation, or perhaps someone that had just entered the early revolving core, or possibly even an early revolving core martial artist with an unstable foundation. None of these people would be able to enter the Heavencraft Trading Company. And even if they could, they'd have to exhaust all of their strength to do so, thus shaming themselves. There was no way that they'd have any face to enter the trading company afterwards. What kind of store was this where one had to fight just to enter? If just entering once was like this, it was doubtful that many people would return. This meant that the Heavencraft Trading Company slammed their doors in front of all martial artists below the revolving core realm. This should also be the reason why their trading company's headquarters was suspended in midair. To stay suspended in the sky already gave off a lofty and grandiose feeling. Coupled with the fact that they denied to serve all martial artists below the revolving core realm, this was enough to establish just how high quality a business the Heavencraft Trading Company was. As Lin Ming walked up the steps of the Heavencraft Trading Company, he saw a large black sign hung proudly above the 50 feet tall gates. There had been 2 highly stylized words written on it with a large, thick brush: Heavencraft Pavilion. These 2 words held faint traces of concepts and laws imbued within them, and on both sides of the high gates, there were also more accompanying words. These words were simple: only treasures sold, no common things. Only powerhouses accepted, no entry for the mediocre. How audacious! Lin Ming was speechless. This Heavencraft Trading Company was really crazy. Did this mean that every single person who couldn't enter the Heavencraft Pavilion was a mediocre person? As he walked towards the Heavencraft Pavilion, the gatekeepers had already opened the doors, gesturing invitingly towards Lin Ming. In the spacious lobby, there weren't many visitors. It seemed somewhat deserted and lonely. This was also within his expectations. After all, the Heavencraft Trading Company didn't rely on the volume of its transactions to succeed. This young hero, may I ask what requests you have? Every visitor to the Heavencraft Trading Company would be approached by a beautiful young maid, who would then give them one-on-one service. The young girl responsible for assisting Lin Ming seemed to be around 18 or 19 years old. Her slender figure was very tall. She was only a bit shorter than Lin Ming. I would like to purchase skyflower stones, Lin Ming directly stated. Skyflower stones? The young maid asked, stunned. These were extremely rare objects. Heavencraft Pavilion had just managed to obtain several skyflower stones recently. Because they were high-level alchemy materials, they were very popular in the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom, and their price was also correspondingly sky-high. She never thought that Lin Ming, who seemed so young, who immediately asked for skyflower stones. The young maid hesitated for a moment, suspecting that Lin Ming was simply messing around and just wanted to see the beautiful skyflower stones. Then, he would just make an excuse and decide not to buy them. Although she had her doubts, she still reported this information over. A moment later, a black-clothed old woman walked down from upstairs. The black-clothed old woman narrowed her eyes as she sized up Lin Ming. With her experience, she could naturally see that Lin Ming's foundation was exceedingly stable. In addition to his age and cultivation, he should definitely be some extraordinary junior of his generation. This sort of person truly might be able to afford skyflower stones. This little brother, please come along with me. The old woman turned around and walked upstairs with Lin Ming following close behind her. As Lin Ming stepped onto the staircase, he discovered that between the floors of Heavencraft Pavilion, there were actually invisible layers of resistance similar to when he was flying up. Except, the resistance from this level to the next was twice as much. Perhaps even a normal early revolving core martial artist wouldn't be able to walk up. When he turned around to look at the young maid behind him, he saw that she had a shining token on her waist. It was clear that this token let this Hotion level maid freely traverse the Heavencraft Pavilion. There were even less people on the Heavencraft Pavilion's second floor. After Lin Ming sat down, two maids set a plate of snacks down in front of him. Not too far away from Lin Ming, there was a red-clothed old man sitting down at another table. This red-clothed old man had a second-stage life destruction cultivation. The old man was holding a teacup in one hand while slowly fiddling with a cover in the other. He glanced up at Lin Ming, all smiles. Lin Ming nodded politely in return. This red-clothed old man should also be a guest of the Heavencraft Pavilion. At this time, from a side hall of the second floor, a purple-veiled slender woman walked out. Two guests, you've waited for a long time. Her melodious voice that was like tinkling bells immediately attracted both Lin Ming and the old man's attention. The woman looked to be just over 20 years old, and although she had veil over her face, one could clearly make out that the woman underneath was a simple yet exquisite beauty. Her stature was elegant, and her skin glittered like a translucent crystal. She was a stunning specimen of femininity that was easy for others to be lost in. The woman opened her mouth and said, I've heard that both honored guests are here to purchase skyflower stones. The truth is, these skyflower stones only arrived at the Heavencraft Pavilion's headquarters 5 days ago, yet 20 to 30 people have already come to see them. However, no one has been able to purchase them. This is mainly because, as the purple-clothed woman spoke up to hear, she smiled and continued. This is mainly because these skyflower stones don't belong to our Heavencraft Pavilion, but instead have been placed here on commission by another esteemed guest. This guest wishes to use the skyflower stones to trade for some equally rare materials. If you two honored guests are unable to bring out an item that can satisfy that guest, then no amount of spirit essence stones will be enough. Oh, so it's like that. I was wondering why such valuable alchemical materials had remained within the Heavencraft Pavilion for so long. May I inquire as to which martial cultivator it was? Perhaps this old man might know him. The red-clothed old man asked as he stroked his beard, smiling. He obviously had the intention of trading for the skyflower stones by directly establishing his relationship with the owner. The purple-clothed spoke with no intentions of hiding the truth. It's Grandmaster Zhuan Bixian. Zhuan Bixian. The red-clothed old man revealed a look of shock. So it's Grandmaster Zhuan Bixian, who's ranked in the Destiny Decree's top 150. Then, this is truly out of this old man's league. The red-clothed old man shook his head over and over again. From the Hotian realm to the life destruction realm, the difference was only equal to a single boundary within the life destruction realm. This was also the reason that there was such a huge disparity in strength between martial artists of different stages in the life destruction realm. The red-clothed old man was at the second stage of life destruction. That was an entire 4 boundaries away from the 6th-stage life destruction Zhuan Bixian. Not just that, but every boundary within the life destruction stage carried with it an enormous risk of death. This caused the red-clothed old man's status difference with Zhuan Bixian to be even greater than a Xiantian realm martial artist and revolving core martial artist in the South Horizon region. Especially since this Zhuan Bixian was a master listed on the Destiny Decree. As the red-clothed old man spoke, a handsome 17 to 18-year-old youth stepped down from the stairs. He faintly looked over Lin Ming and the red-clothed old man, then said, "I am Grandmaster Zhuan's disciple. Grandmaster's time is precious, so if you have any precious treasures that you'd like to trade with, please bring them out for me to look at." This handsome youth was young, but his tone of voice was quite arrogant. His words carried a hint of superiority and impatience. In truth, this was also understandable. During the past days, dozens of guests had come to the Heavencraft Pavilion to personally request the Skyflower Stones. Every time this happened, this youth would have to come downstairs to meet them. He'd run down here over and over again, yet no one had been able to bring out anything that could attract his attention. How could anyone else not be impatient at this point? The red-clothed man laughed, thinking little of it. He sent a true essence sound transmission towards the handsome youth. If he dared to come here to buy Skyflower Stones, then he naturally had to have some valuable possessions to trade with, and was currently listing them out to the youth. After the handsome youth finished listening to the red-clothed old man, his face changed and he icily said, "I apologize, but my master already has many of these things, and has no interest in obtaining any more of them. In fact, his are even more precious." The red-clothed old man's smile froze on his face. The handsome youth's haughty and indifferent tone obviously brooked no room for negotiation. Lin Ming watched all of this happen while thinking about it. He'd expected this. After all, a revolving core martial artist wouldn't have any interest in the possessions of a Xiantian martial artist. "And you?" The handsome youth glanced over at Lin Ming. When he saw that Lin Ming only had a revolving core level of cultivation, he didn't hold out much hope that Lin Ming would have anything interesting. Lin Ming was silent for a moment. He'd been thinking about what items he could bring out that would interest Zhuan Bixian. In fact, he did have a great number of incomparably valuable treasures that could interest him. For instance, the Heaven-Step Demon God's Bone, the concept of fire jade slips from Time-Worn Phoenix City, the remaining 6 drops of ancient phoenix blood, the void-tempered root, the 5-color fruit, and so on. However, it was naturally impossible for Lin Ming to take these items out. And even if he did, it wasn't something that just some Skyflower Stones could possibly trade for. After deducting these items, Lin Ming's leftover possessions weren't very valuable. Seeing that Lin Ming hadn't spoken, the handsome youth appeared a bit annoyed. "Do you have anything or not? If you don't, then please don't waste my time. I'm very busy." As Zhuan Bixian's direct disciple, the handsome youth had a bit of a sense of superiority. Lin Ming didn't seem much older than him, and no matter what angle he looked at it from, it was impossible that someone so young could be a true customer of the Skyflower Stones. This sort of top alchemical material could normally only be purchased by an older, more powerful alchemist. Lin Ming faintly smiled, finally remembering something. He replied, "I do have something, but I fear that you won't be able to recognize it, and thus won't be able to complete the transaction." The handsome youth deeply frowned. He glumly said, "I might be young, but I've followed Master ever since I was a child. I've had to remember a massive number of materials every day. I've read countless ancient books detailing heavenly materials from the 4 divine kingdoms. Underneath the heavens and earth, I dare to say that there's nothing I won't be able to recognize. If I can't recognize something, then that item would be something that even a divine Sea Supreme Elder wouldn't want to have, and you naturally wouldn't either. If you have anything, then take it out. I fear that whatever you think might be precious and rare, as you're saying, will just be an ordinary good in my eyes. The handsome youth had a good deal of experience and insight, otherwise Zhuan Bixian would never have sent him here to supervise the transaction. All right. Lin Ming nodded, and calmly took out a jade box from his spatial ring. When he opened the jade box, one could see a red plant with a meat-like consistency. On top of its roots was a distorted face. It looked like a ghost that was being tortured. Underneath the face was a fist-sized crown of meat that was pulsating like a rapidly beating heart. The entire plant looked like a mouse that had just been born. Its flesh was a light yellowish pink, and there were also some light hairs decorating it. It was an atrocious thing that was quite difficult to look at. Zzz. When the handsome youth saw this plant, he paused, completely stunned. Was this a plant or an animal? How could something grow into such a disgusting, nauseating appearance? And what was this even called? It was simply too bizarre to the extreme. This item, would Grandmaster Zhuan need it? I'd like to ask you to appraise it for me. Lin Ming pushed the jade box forwards the handsome youth. This plant was the 10,000-year-old corpse grass that Lin Ming had found in the eternal demon abyss. 10,000-year-old corpse grass was similar to caterpillar fungus from the mortal world. It was a parasitic plant that would attach itself to the corpse of an emperor-level powerhouse, and would then use the skeleton as nourishment. As it grew, it would have to constantly devour the vitality of martial artists in order to mature. When Lin Ming had adventured into the eternal demon abyss, he'd seen High Lord Sunlight and High Lord Sky Eye trick and kill their companions, turning them into flesh and blood sacrifices for the 10,000-year corpse grass. They did so in order to feed the plant until it was satiated, and to let it then enter a deep hibernative state where it would be easier to capture. Finally, High Lord Sunlight and High Lord Sky Eye had tried to kill Lin Ming, and were in turn turned into nourishment for the 10,000-year corpse grass. Thus, the 10,000-year corpse grass had fallen into Lin Ming's hands. This was something that could only grow in the strange environment of the eternal demon abyss. It was the same as extinct within the entire Sky Spill continent. Mainly looking at its wonderfully ugly appearance, coupled with the screeching and harsh sounds it emitted, this created an absolutely shocking effect that left the handsome youth speechless. In fact, not only was the handsome youth dumbfounded, even the purple-veiled woman and the black-clothed old woman were bewildered. They were both high-level figures within the Heavencraft Pavilion. They were both well-read, and had experienced with a great number of treasures before. Still, they'd never seen something like this. Lin Ming asked, "What does young hero think of this?" The handsome youth didn't reply for the longest time. He didn't even know what this thing was called, much less how valuable it was, so how could he possibly reply to Lin Ming? However, what he could determine from this thing was that he sure was an animal or plant. It had an extraordinary powerful blood vitality. If it were used to refine a medicinal supplement towards one's life force, it would certainly have miraculous effects. In the face of Lin Ming's question, the handsome youth was left embarrassed. He had just spoken so proudly of his skills and with such gusto too, and yet in the blink of an eye he encountered something he couldn't identify. The loss of his face here had been immense. The handsome youth grit his teeth and said, "I'll look for my master." After the handsome youth spoke these words, he swiveled on the balls of his feet and left the Heavencraft Pavilion headquarters. In truth, if he'd been looking for Zhuan Bixian, then all he would have needed to do was send a sound-transmitting talisman. However, the reason that the handsome youth had left was simply because he didn't have the face to stay any longer. After the handsome youth had left, the face of red-clothed old man, who'd also wanted to buy skyflower stones, flashed with a strange expression. He looked at the 10,000-year corpse grass and then at Lin Ming, unknown thoughts going through his mind. As for the old woman from the Heavencraft Pavilion, she couldn't help but send Lin Ming a true essence sound transmission. The item that this young hero has taken out is truly quite strange. This old woman has never heard nor seen something like it before. I wonder if young hero has any other strange or peculiar treasures that you don't need. My Heavencraft Pavilion would be more than willing to sell them on commission for you. Lin Ming replied, if there's a chance, then I'd like to cooperate. Recently, I've been needing to purchase a great number of things. The different materials that an alchemist needed were extremely scattered and varied in a cumbersome manner to gather. There were some valuable and precious treasures that simply couldn't be bought. At this time, it was necessary to form good relations with a trading company. After just a quarter hour, a white-clothed middle-aged man was welcomed in by the purple-clothed young girl. As he stepped into the Heavencraft Pavilion's second floor, his great build and piercingly bright eyes swept through the hall before locking onto Lin Ming. Is this the young hero who wishes to trade for my Skyflower stones? This middle-aged martial artist was undoubtedly Zhuan Bixin. When a martial artist reached the life-destruction realm, it became difficult to judge just how old they were from their appearance. For instance, Xianxia had been over 1,000 years old, but she appeared to be a graceful and beautiful young woman in her 30s, at the very height of her sexuality. Lin Ming couldn't decide just how old Zhuan Bixin was, but he could feel a raging fire of life coming from his body. It was obvious that this Zhuan Bixin still had a long life left in front of him, and even a faint hope of stepping into the divine sea and becoming a peerless emperor. Senior Zhuan. Lin Ming stood up and bowed in respect. Zhuan Bixin nodded and then glanced at the 10,000-year corpse grass that Lin Ming had set down. After a quarter hour of time staring at it, he finally revealed a thoughtful expression and said, "Little brother, what is your name?" "I am surnamed Lin, named Lanjian, Lin Lanjian." Lin Ming thoughtlessly borrowed a name. He had already decided to step onto the road of an alchemist. In the future, he would have to make a number of transactions that involved large amounts of spirit essence stones. It would be better if he kept his true name hidden. Moreover, in the 4 divine kingdoms, it was likely he would come into conflict with certain people or parties. His family and friends were still at Divine Phoenix Island, and he didn't want others to go seeking them for nefarious means. This was the first time that Zhuan Bixin had seen 10,000-year corpse grass. After a period of time, he speculated that it was in corpse grass. Although it had a different name from Lin Ming's 10,000-year corpse grass, the Sky Spill continent and Holy Demon continent were so far apart that it was normal for materials to have different names. From a list of descriptions that Zhuan Bixin checked through, this in corpse grass was truly the exact same plant as 10,000-year corpse grass. Lin Ming didn't think that Zhuan Bixin's experiences would be so broad that he was able to recognize even this 10,000-year corpse grass. He sincerely said, "Grandmaster Zhuan's knowledge is endless. It leaves me in true admiration. Haha, when I was still at the Azura Divine Kingdom, I accidentally came across a record of this plant in the ancient texts of that kingdom. This is something that no longer exists in the Sky Spill continent. Perhaps it could be found in certain desolate deep-sea islands." Zhuan Bixin's words surprised Lin Ming. If this didn't exist on the Sky Spill continent, then how would the ancient texts of the Azura Divine Kingdom have records of corpse grass? It was said that the Azura Divine Kingdom was a land of demonic path martial cultivators. Was it possible that the Azura Divine Kingdom had some sort of relationship with the Demon Emperor or Netherworld Great Emperor who had come from the Holy Demon continent? All of these thoughts raced through Lin Ming's mind, but he didn't think too much of it. He asked Zhuan Bixin, "Grandmaster Zhuan, do you have any interest in this corpse grass?" Zhuan Bixin said, "Although young hero Lin's corpse grass still isn't fully matured, it is still a top ingredient for refining blood-type miracle medicines. It is indeed truly useful to me. Though I must say that in all fairness, this corpse grass is more precious than all 3 of my Skyflower stones combined. I won't take advantage of a little junior. If you have anything else you might need, then speak it." Lin Ming was overjoyed as he heard this. He feared that Zhuan Bixin might not show any interest in the 10,000-year corpse grass. "Senior Zhuan, I also happen to need several dragon's pine grasses. I wonder if Senior Zhuan has any news about that." As Lin Ming finished speaking, Zhuan Bixin laughed out loud. "Dragon's pine grass is even more valuable than Skyflower stones. Perhaps even more valuable than the corpse grass you brought out. If I had any news of dragon's pine grass, I would certainly rush over myself. Dragon's pine grass isn't something that is publicly sold. I too want to buy it. Lin Ming was dazed, and then a bit disappointed. The materials he needed were just too rare. To begin with, they were already difficult to look for, and even if someone were to find it, they would likely use it themselves. How about this? I'll give you another 5,000 spirit essence stones. How about it? Zhuan Bixin asked. Thank you very much, Senior Zhuan. Lin Ming readily agreed. Although 10,000-year corpse grass was indeed rare and precious, it simply didn't have any use to him. Zhuan Bixin's offer was very fair. The two finished the transaction on the spot. Lin Ming obtained the 3 crystalline skyflower stones. This sort of stone appeared like absolute white jade, except that there were some small flowery textures on the surface. Thus it had gained this name. Zhuan Bixin paid Heavencraft Pavilion their part of the commission and bid his farewells in a satisfied mood. Lin Ming also bid Heavencraft Pavilion goodbye. After obtaining a jade card with Heavencraft Pavilion's sound transmission mark, he left without speaking to anyone. Lin Ming flew out at full speed, opening his divine sense to the limit. After he left Witch Creek City, he changed direction several times before finally arriving in a jungle. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded out from behind Lin Ming. Young hero Lin, I didn't think I would run into you here. Do you plan on heading to the Hale province? What a coincidence, this old man just happens to be going that way too. Maybe we can travel together? Lin Ming turned around to see that the person speaking was that red-clothed old man he had bumped into at Heavencraft Pavilion, who also wanted to purchase skyflower tones. At this time, the old man had a friendly smile on his face as if he were surprised to meet Lin Ming here by chance. Coincidence? I think not. Lin Ming faintly smiled at the red-clothed old man. After I left Witch Creek City, I changed directions several times, but you still chased after me all this time. What? Is there something you want from me? The red-clothed old man's smile stiffened and he barked out a laugh. Young hero Lin is too funny. How could this old man possibly follow you? This truly is a meeting of chance. However, I must say that young hero Lin bought up 3 skyflower stones at once. Perhaps you could consider selling one to me? I can offer you 3,000 spirit essence stones to buy one of your skyflower stones. How about it? 3,000 spirit essence stones? Lin Ming smiled. If you offered me 30,000 spirit essence stones, then I might have considered giving you one. Really? The red-clothed old man grimaced. This old man is sincerely trying to make a deal with you, and yet you ask for such a ridiculous price. Being too greedy in life may get you in trouble. The red-clothed old man said, an obvious threat in his words. Lin Ming slowly traced his spatial ring. He sneered. Why do you still waver over these scruples? Are you not attacking me because you're scared someone is protecting me from behind? Hee hee, brat. There's no need to lie to me. I don't know which great power you originate from, but what I do know is that if there truly was someone protecting you in secret, then you wouldn't have run out of the city and changed your direction several times in fear that someone might be following you. Those 3 skyflower stones are far too useful for this old man. If you're smart, then be a good little boy and... The red-clothed man suddenly attacked midway in his speech. Although he was a second-stage life-destruction martial artist, he still attacked a late revolving core junior with a sneak attack. The red-clothed old man didn't have a sect or great family backing him. The reason that he could reach this point had all been because of his discretion, cunning, and ruthless decisiveness. He took out a slender soft sword from his spatial ring. The red sword was like the strike of a viper as it stabbed towards Lin Ming's throat. The red-clothed old man's sword was extremely fast. With his own incomparably thick true essence fused into it, it was like a beam of light. Lin Ming's lips curved up in a murderous grin. He traced his spatial ring, and in the next moment a spear light flashed out like a bolt of lightning. In the next moment, there was an explosive sound as if space itself was being torn apart. The red-clothed old man's sword light was crushed to nothing by the spear light, and the spear light continued unabated as it cut towards the red-clothed old man's waist like a deathly guillotine. What? The red-clothed old man was beyond shocked. He shouted out in panic and was about to take something about from his spatial ring, but at that moment, he felt his movements suddenly become extremely slow. All he could do was look on helplessly as Lin Ming's spear swept towards his waist. Pong! His protective true essence was ripped apart like paper. The red-clothed old man gave a miserable scream as his spine was directly snapped in half and all his organs came flying out. His body was torn in half by Lin Ming's spear. The red-clothed old man's eyes were wide as he watched all the blood leave his body. He died with nothing but unsatisfied regret to keep him company. Lin Ming grabbed the red-clothed old man's spatial ring and inventoried the contents. There were 80 to 90 spirit essence stones, as well as some with spirit jade and various pills and medicines and even a furnace. It was obvious that this old man had been an alchemist. The 4 divine kingdoms were rich in resources and the martial artists here normally came from well-off families. This red-clothed old man was only at the 2nd stage of life destruction, but he was actually able to catch up to 60 to 70% of Shen Wuji's wealth. Of course, this was because he was an alchemist. Lin Ming put away all these things and then turned towards the empty space in the jungle. He raised his spear and indifferently said, "You've been watching for so long. How about you come out so I can meet you?" When Lin Ming left Witch Creek City, he had felt some people following him. It wasn't one person but 2 people. Lin Ming had thought that the 2 people had been together, but now it seems that wasn't the case. There was no response from the jungle. Lin Ming sneered and then pointed his spear somewhere in the void. "You think I'm lying to you? I'll say it once more. Come out. Otherwise I'll stab you." "Wait. Young hero Lin. Stay your hand." An old voice sounded out. Then, space distorted and a black-clothed old woman rushed out in a panic. She was the old woman Lin Ming had seen at Heavencraft Pavilion. "Oh? Is this how your Heavencraft Pavilion does business?" A thick killing intent flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. "Young hero Lin, please don't misunderstand me. The situation isn't what you think it is. My Heavencraft Trading Company is one of the 3 great trading companies of the 9-Furnace Divine Kingdom. How could I think of destroying our reputation for a mere 3 skyflower stones?" The old woman rapidly explained. Her words were also fairly reasonable. The Heavencraft Trading Company had existed for 6,000 years. If they really did send out assassins to kill and rob their wealthy guests, then it would have been impossible for them to last until now. "Then what do you want from me?" Lin Ming indifferently asked. The old woman from Heavencraft Pavilion had a cultivation at the 2nd stage of life destruction. Moreover, her foundation was ordinary and she wasn't that much stronger than that red-clothed old man who had died just now. With Lin Ming's strength, he could instantly kill her. This made the old woman not even dare to take a deep breath as she faced Lin Ming. Her palms became wet with sweat. She never thought that this mere late revolving core cultivation youth was actually such an evil star. Just where had he come from? "What are you here for? Don't tell me that you came to save me?" Lin Ming sneered as he asked again. The black-clothed old woman bitterly smiled as she heard this. Although young hero Lin might think it a bit absurd, the truth is that I really did come to rescue young hero Lin. That red-clothed old man that young hero Lin killed just now, I happen to know a bit about him. He does not come from a sect and has an exceedingly poor reputation. When he was young, he joined forces with someone and killed a good number of people to steal their possessions and were considered evil and fierce. Young hero Lin's cultivation is only at the revolving core realm, and you revealed a great deal of wealth at my Heavencraft Trading Company and took away the skyflower stones that he wanted. At that time, I saw that old man's devilish expression and guessed he might chase young hero Lin down. So I quietly followed him here. And, Lin Ming expressionlessly said. The black-clothed old woman said her behavior was absurd, so she should have an absurd reason to go along with it. Lin Ming didn't believe that the Heavencraft Trading Company had such kind intentions that they would send escorts to follow every guest that came shopping at their trading company. I do not dare to lie to Sir Lin. I only thought that since young hero Lin isn't poor and was able to put out such a wonderful treasure that you must be a genius from some powerful force coming out to adventure. Perhaps you might not even come from the 4 divine kingdoms, so I suddenly had the thought of becoming friends. I wished to help young hero Lin at a critical moment so that young hero Lin would owe the Heavencraft Trading Company a favor and might even help my Heavencraft Trading Company with some minor business. But, I never thought that young hero Lin would be so skilled that you would be able to instantly kill that second-stage life destruction master as well as see through my hiding skill with such ease. This old woman's actions must truly be laughable to you. The black-clothed old woman ruefully smiled as she spoke to hear. She had no choice but to completely reveal her motives. In fact, this reasoning seemed very credible. Help the Heavencraft Trading Company with some business? So, the Heavencraft Trading Company has fallen into some trouble and you wish to ask the power behind me for help? You think that since there's such an illness you can go to any doctor to cure it? Yes? The black-clothed old woman deeply sighed. Young hero Lin, although my Heavencraft Trading Company doesn't have much fighting strength, we have a very deep inheritance and very rich channels. If young hero Lin could help us out then, I have complete confidence I can find the dragon's pine grass that young hero Lin needs. As soon as the black-clothed old woman spoke such tempting words, Lin Ming's heart stirred. How do you plan on looking for it? My Heavencraft Trading Company might not have dragon's pine grass, but we do have materials that are even more rare and precious than dragon's pine grass. We can easily exchange them with some alchemist. Lin Ming nodded. Since that's the case, that's fine. If you encounter any troubles, then tell me in advance. But if there is any life-threatening danger involved, I will give up halfway if needed. The black-clothed old woman was surprised. She originally wanted to borrow the powerful force behind Lin Ming, but now it seems that Lin Ming himself would take action. The black-clothed old woman couldn't accurately estimate Lin Ming's combat strength. If he could instantly kill a second-stage life destruction martial artist, then he should have strength at least equal to the third stage of life destruction. He might even be stronger than that. As for how much stronger, she had no idea. If she had his help, then perhaps they could ride out this chaotic storm. Young hero Lin, can you follow me back? It isn't convenient to speak here. Lin Ming nodded and followed the black-clothed old woman back to Witch Creek City. As they re-entered Heavencraft Pavilion, Lin Ming directly ascended to the highest floor. This was an elegantly decorated loft. In the room, there was only the black-clothed woman and the purple-veiled woman that Lin Ming had seen before. This purple-veiled woman personally rose up and poured a cup of tea for Lin Ming. This is the famous snowflower tea from the 9-peaked snowy mountains of the 9-furnace divine kingdom. It has the effect of refreshing the mind and nourishing the soul. Sir Lin, please have a taste. The purple-veiled woman respectfully said. She had already heard the black-clothed old woman describe Lin Ming's strength. She didn't think that with Lin Ming's young age and his late revolving core cultivation, he would actually have such extraordinary combat strength that he was able to instantly kill a second-stage life destruction master. Thus, she had become increasingly respectful towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming lifted the teacup and swept his perception through it. The tea contained a very rich and pure wood origin energy. It was clearly a treasure amongst teas. Tea time can wait for later. If you two have any matters, then please speak frankly. The purple-clothed woman bit her lips and said with a trace of bitterness and pain, Sir Lin, I am the daughter of the Heavencraft Trading Company's company head. My name is Heavencraft Xiaoxiao, but you may refer to me as simply Xiaoxiao. 2 months ago my father was in an accident and he perished because of that. Since then, I have had to personally take temporary charge of the trading company. Luckily, I have had Grandma White's assistance and thus I've been able to deal with all the issues occurring. However, 1 month ago, 2 of my uncles decided to cause trouble because of the issue of succession to be company head. Currently, a portion of my family's council of elders have been bribed by my 2 uncles. They intend to deprive me of my position of company head. As the purple-clothed woman spoke to hear, she seemed to remember the pitiful death of her father. Her beautiful face turned mournful, a deep sadness emanating from her that made one feel pity for her. Lin Ming was silent for a moment. Miss Xiaoxiao, are you saying that you wish for me to support you to become the family head? Your Heavencraft Trading Company is one of the 3 great trading companies of the 9-furnace divine kingdom, right? With a 600-year inheritance, shouldn't you have some masters on the destiny decree? I think you look down on me too much. Heavencraft Xiaoxiao shook her head. There are a total of 360 individuals on the destiny decree. A bit more than half of them are part of the 4 divine kingdoms. Divided down, there are a few dozen in each divine kingdom. All of these characters are existences that can move the sun and the skies in their divine kingdoms. How could they possibly listen to such a minor struggle in our small trading company? In the 4 divine kingdoms, all of the great trading companies merely seem glamorous and powerful on the outside. In the end, us trading companies are merely businesses. We are not sex. Although we have countless resources and wealth, if a powerful force really wants to move on us, then we're nothing more than fat pigs. Heavencraft Xiaoxiao sighed as she spoke to hear. In the face of absolute strength, a trading company was simply too weak and fragile. In order for the 9 furnace divine kingdoms to have absolute control within their lands, they kept strict control over the martial forces of the 3 great trading companies. Especially in the last several hundred years, there had been all sorts of limits and rules placed on them. Now, the Heavencraft Trading Company could only rely on martial artists raised in the family. But in terms of inheritance, how could a trading company possible compare with a true sect? Although they could cultivate some forces, it was simply far too limited. Lin Ming didn't immediately agree. Instead he asked, although there is a very small number of Destiny Decree Masters, can't you still pay a price high enough to tempt them to action? Yes, but in accordance to family rules, the majority of resources can only be used by direction of the company head, as well as the Council of Elders. There are currently people in the Council of Elders that support me, and also those who support my 2 uncles, and they are unable to come to a unanimous decision. Thus, no one can move the family's treasures. It isn't just me, but my 2 uncles are in the same situation. The dragon's pine grass that young hero Lin wishes for can be prepared by me in 7 days. If young hero Lin is willing to help me out in this matter, then I can also find other resources besides dragon's pine grass as thanks. I understand, but I will say this in advance. If there is anything that threatens my life, then I won't rush into death for you. At that time, our agreement will also come to an end. That's naturally expected. If my 2 uncles can find a match that even Sir Lin cannot compete with, then I can only blame myself for having an unlucky life. Xiaoxiao hurried responded with a happy heart as she saw Lin Ming agree. Oh! After Lin Ming came to an agreement with Xiaoxiao, he entered into a chamber of Heavencraft Pavilion to train. As for the spirit essence stones that Lin Ming used for training, Xiaoxiao was not cheap at all. The training chamber was filled with top-grade true essence stones and spirit essence stones, filling the chamber with an incomparably rich heaven and earth origin energy. From the time that Lin Ming had broken through to the late revolving core realm and cut down Wuxia until now, several months had already passed. Although Lin Ming had spent a great deal of energy studying alchemy techniques, he didn't lag behind in his cultivation either. His cultivation had gone from the very beginning of the late revolving core to having steadily stabilized himself in the late revolving core realm. With the help of the jade slips that Fairy Feng had left for him, his understanding of the concept of fire was also steadily increasing. Now, if he could re-enter the God-transforming mirror, then he believed he could easily last in the second world for at least 120 breaths. See, with a thrust of his spear, the condensed power of fire pierced through a specially crafted metal plate target. The target split up into pieces before being churned to fragments underneath raging fire true essence. My concept of fire annihilation has risen yet another step. My self-created berry, the heavens and chain of stars, have also increased in power by 20 to 30%. If I could fight Wuxia now, then I should be able to kill him in frontal combat instead of having to wear him down with superior endurance, recovery ability, and defensive power. However, it's a pity that my concept of fire can progress astronomically with the inheritance of the ancient Phoenix clan, but my concept of thunder is actually advancing so slowly and with such difficulty too. Lin Ming lightly sighed. Inheritances and resources were simply too important for the growth of a genius. Even a clever woman couldn't cook a meal without rice. It was impossible to get anywhere without proper supplies. Even with the heretical god force giving him an immense advantage in comprehending the concept of thunder, there still wasn't anything he could do. Fortunately, comprehending a concept was different from comprehending a battle spirit. This was because the earlier one formed their own battle spirit, the more potential it would have in the future. If one formed their battle spirit too late, then the losses would be immeasurable, because the grade of a battle spirit would slowly rise with the growth of a martial artist's cultivation and will. But concepts and laws were different. Even if one comprehended them at a very late period, they could still catch up later once they reached large success in their future cultivation. And just as Lin Ming was planning to meditate on the concept of fire annihilation again, a flame suddenly lit in front of him. This was the light of a sound-transmitting talisman. As Lin Ming heard the message within, he slightly frowned. It seemed as if trouble had finally come to his door. It wasn't pleasant to be disturbed during training, but since he had accepted benefits from others, he naturally had to help them in their matters. If Lin Ming didn't have the Heavencraft Trading Company look for dragonspine grass for him, then he wouldn't necessarily be able to find it, at least not in a reasonable period of time. Lin Ming opened the chamber doors and put on a white training outfit. He began moving towards the front hall of Heavencraft Pavilion. By the time he arrived, the hall was already filled with people. 4 old men were imperiously sitting in front. Behind them were 7 or 8 youths. At this moment, Xiaoxiao was arguing with the 4 old men. Uncle Yen, Uncle Luo Yen, you two have followed my father for over 50 years. Just how did my father treat you in the past? Uncle Yen, you're not even a clansman of my Heavencraft family to begin with. When you were faced with misfortune in Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom, my father was the one to take you in and shelter you. He placed his trust in you, and you managed to successfully pass into the life-destruction realm through my family and become a secondary elder. I've always treated you as an uncle, and yet you still treat me this way. And you too, Uncle Luo Yen. Your eldest son was just an ordinary talent, and had both his soul and meridians grievously damaged in a fight. If it weren't for the medicines that my father provided, which managed to drag him back from death's door, then how could he even have survived, much less reach the revolving core realm? My father's corpse hasn't even grown cold, and the mourning period hasn't even ended. Yet you have still allied with my other uncle and are trying to force me to resign my position as the sole successor. Can you still even face my father in the afterlife? Xiaoxiao's eyes were full of anger. Her beautiful body fiercely heaved, obviously because her mood was so tremulous with rage. In front of her, that middle-aged man called Uncle Luoyan only shook his head. A mixture of guilt and helplessness intertwined on his face. Beside him, Uncle Yen was looking on at Xiaoxiao as usual. He chuckled and said, "Humph, little Heavencraft girl. Do you really think that your father did all those things for me out of kindness and generosity? He sheltered me only because I possessed a rare treasure. After the treasure was taken by him, it was obvious that he would have to treat me well. Moreover, he felt that I had value and tried to work me to death for the trading company. If I wasn't useful to him, do you think he would be so nice? Don't make me laugh. We are just taking what we have earned with our hard work. In fact, we should have more. You said that Brother Yun's eldest son was forcefully brought to the revolving core realm after he was saved. And indeed this is true. However, what about you? It's not like your talent is surprising or startling. You're still at the Xiantian realm at 21 years of age, and yet you have used the most resources." As Xiaoxiao heard these words, she mirthlessly smiled. Betrayal is the only truth. Human nature is that of greed to begin with. No one can ever be content. My father's vision was incorrect, and he allowed a wolf into his house. No one else can be blamed for this. As Xiaoxiao spoke, another middle-aged man dryly coughed and stood up from his chair. "Xiaoxiao, I have watched you grow up and you truly do have talent in business. However, you are just far too young. The Heavencraft Trading Company needs a powerful and experienced leader at the helm. You are far from being capable enough at this time and age. In the past 2 months after your father's accident, the family's income has already fallen by 30%. You should remember that our Heavencraft Trading Company takes in a great deal of money, but our annual tax to the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom is even greater. With so many other great expenses involved, our foundation will be shaken if we can't raise the family income. I am also being forced by the Council of Elders to quickly resolve this issue." As a middle-aged man, he had an appearance that made it seem as if he were sacrificing everything for the family. Xiaoxiao's entire body trembled with anger. Being forced? Great uncle, only you would have the nerve to say that. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a bright-eyed and handsome man laughed out loud. Young cousin, you have misunderstood our intentions. We just want to help lighten the burden on your shoulders, and this is all in the best interest for the future of the trading company. Young cousin, how about you move out of Heavencraft Pavilion first and return to the main family residence? Heavencraft Pavilion was just a place where the business of Heavencraft Trading Company was conducted. As for the family's residence, it wasn't here but at a sprawling mansion located at the outskirts of Witch Creek City. Because Xiaoxiao was being suppressed by her two uncles, she worried that she would be placed under house arrest if she returned home. It had been a long time since she had left Heavencraft Pavilion. Now her room and board were all here. Heavencraft Yen. You hypocritically fake gentleman. Heavencraft Xiaoxiao looked at this so-called older cousin with hatred and loathing. If there was this playboy around, then once she returned home, not only would she lose her position as company head, but even her chastity might be taken. Ayaya Xiaoxiao, you are too willful. Since this is the case, I'll have no choice but to ask others to escort you back. As the handsome man's voice fell, 3 old life destruction masters stepped forward, encircling Xiaoxiao. Beside Xiaoxiao, the black-clothed old woman suddenly tensed up. Are you trying to rebel? Grandma White, I advise you to understand your limits and to not make this hard for everyone involved. Everyone here is a part of Heavencraft Pavilion, and with 3-to-1 odds, you simply have no chance of winning. If you're accidentally injured, one of the old men coldly smiled. His hand had already touched his spatial ring and was about to attack. However, at this moment, his heart felt as if it had fallen into an icy lake. He could feel that a thick killing intent had suddenly locked in on him. As he looked up, he was surprised to see that 100 feet away, there was a youth in white training robes casually standing there with his arms behind his back. From just standing there, it seemed as if he held everyone present in the palm of his hands. Who are you? How did you come in? The old man stared at Lin Ming like a cornered wolf. It was obvious that he hadn't come here with good intentions in mind. Lin Ming completely disregarded these people. To these ungrateful maggots who had no compassion or virtue, those who would take advantage of the death of the company head to bully his children and covet his property, he simply didn't have the least bit of favorable impression towards them. He faintly glanced at Xiaoxiao and asked with a true essence sound transmission, It's just these people? There is still another great uncle of mine who hasn't come today. As Xiaoxiao saw Lin Ming appear, a sudden hope ignited in her heart. 2 peak second stage life destruction and 1 first stage life destruction. Lin Ming thought that these cultivations were quite ordinary. He seemed the entire Heavencraft family strength was equal to the South Sea Demon region, which was also an ordinary 5th grade sect. The 4 divine kingdoms were a quasi-6th grade sect, so it was reasonable that their subordinate forces would also be ordinary 5th grade sects. Young boy, this old man is speaking to you. Are you deaf? As the old man saw Lin Ming ignore his question, his face suddenly became gloomy and twisted into an ugly grimace. Xiaoxiao's older cousin, Heavencraft Yen, sneered as he said, There isn't anything to ask. This idiot is just a helper that Xiaoxiao has drawn in. I must say, little cousin, your judgment is far too horrible. To look for a boy who hasn't even reached life destruction. Haha. He isn't even enough for a single bite. Heavencraft Yen turned to Lin Ming, a mocking grin on his face. I really feel bad for you. You think you're a hero coming to save a damsel in distress? Ha ha ha, you'll just have to regret the choices you made today, you toad trying to eat swan meat. Today I will cut off your hands, your feet, and your manhood. I want you to beg for. Heavencraft Yen didn't even finish his sentence when his vision suddenly blurred. He felt as if an ice-cold bucket of water had been poured all over him, causing his entire body to tingle with numbness, and was no longer able to move even a single inch. Heavencraft Yen was shocked. Before he could respond, all he saw was Lin Ming's chilling face appearing before him. Palm came slamming down. Pulse-cutting palm. Pong! Heavencraft Yen only felt his dantian shake as a brutal and tyrannical energy broke into his meridians. recklessly destroying everything it came into contact with. He vomited a great mouthful of blood as he flew backwards, smashing into a wall. All the martial artists present were stunned. They never thought that Lin Ming would suddenly attack, and with horrifying movements as fast and fading as ghosts and demons. "Brat! You actually did something so cruel. I will kill you." Heavencraft Yan's father saw that Lin Ming's palm attack had obviously wounded Heavencraft Yan's meridians and dantian. His heart surging with anger, he took a furious step forward and drew out a treasure saber from his spatial ring before cutting down at Lin Ming's head. This saber contained the full force of his might, and if a normal revolving core martial artist were to face it, their head would burst apart. "Brother Feng, be careful," the old man surnamed Yen hurriedly warned as he saw Heavencraft Yan's father become blind with rage. Even though Heavencraft Yan's talent wasn't too outstanding, and although he had only reached the late revolving core realm at 40 years of age with the help of a staggering amount of resources, his cultivation was still on par with Lin Ming's. Even so, Lin Ming had managed to grievously wound him with a single palm strike. Even if part of this outcome was due to it being a sneak attack, this still proved that Lin Ming's strength far exceeded martial artists at the same level. Before Old Man Yan's voice even fell upon the ears of the others, there was a loud metallic ringing sound. Lin Ming had actually grabbed Heavencraft Feng's saber with a single bare hand, his other hand forming a solid fist that pounded towards Heavencraft Feng's chest. Body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. Kacha! With a muffled thumping sound, all of Heavencraft Feng's ribs were cleanly broken apart. His entire chest sunk down and he flew backwards, crashing into the wall and deeply embedding himself there. As for Lin Ming, he still held onto the treasure saber in his hand. He poured a wisp of his battle spirit into it and casually threw it back out with the saber point whistling straight towards Heavencraft Feng's heart. Xiaoxiao was frightened as she saw Lin Ming's actions. Although she hated these people to her bone, she didn't want to kill them since they were her family, after all. In fact, despite living for so long and breaking through to the Xiantian realm, but she had never engaged in a true life or death struggle, let alone killed someone. "No!" In the moment that Xiaoxiao shouted out, the saber point was less than 3 feet from Heavencraft Feng's heart. Heavencraft Feng was alarmed to the point where he felt as if his soul had fled his body. It was already too late to dodge, and he could only crazily galvanize his protective true essence in the vain hopes of blocking this saber. At that moment, he could even feel the cold light of the saber point touch the point between his eyebrows. Lin Ming frowned as he heard Xiaoxiao's shout. With a slight shift in his thoughts, he moved his battle spirit, changing the trajectory of the saber. Puff! The saber point strayed 3 inches to the side of its original target. From the original target of Heavencraft Feng's heart, it instead stabbed into his right lung. Heavencraft Feng's protective true essence had been torn apart as if it were nothing more than wet paper. Blood spurted out. Heavencraft Feng had been nailed to the wall with his own saber, the hilt still trembling. Lin Ming turned towards Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao was spooked. She had never seen Lin Ming fight before. She had only heard Grandma White's description of him. Even so, she never thought that Lin Ming would be so powerful, and that his actions would be so decisive. As soon as he took action, he had nearly killed Heavencraft Feng. "Sir Lin, please do not kill them. If the Council of Elders find out that I hired an outsider to help kill people of my Heavencraft family, then that will cause dangerous rumors to appear. My other great-uncle will use this as an excuse to have the Council of Elders punish me with an expulsion or sanctions." Although Xiaoxiao may be naturally kind-hearted, she wasn't just a wishy-washy vase that simply stood there. She was well aware that if people started dying, then all conflicts would rapidly escalate. Even if she became the company head by killing her way to the top, it would become difficult to govern the family in the future. After all, Lin Ming couldn't stay with her forever. Once Lin Ming left, various conflicts would erupt, and she would die if she couldn't keep a tight grip on her position. The sudden change in events stunned all the martial artists present. Heavencraft Feng was embedded in the wall, vomiting out great mouthfuls of blood. Heavencraft Feng had cultivated to the first stage of life destruction, and yet he had still nearly died a miserable death in just a single exchange with Lin Ming. Lin Ming's cultivation was merely at the late revolving core realm. Just where is this boy from? Old Man Yen and the other second-stage life destruction old man felt as if they had been backed into to the edge of a cliff. Those several young martial artists also looked like they had seen a ghost appear in front of them. Lin Ming appeared to be only 20-some years old. In fact, he might even be younger than them. They were also juniors like him, so how could the disparity in their strength be so great? If he defeated a first-stage life destruction martial artist that easily, then his strength must be at least the peak of the second stage of life destruction, or maybe even at the third stage of life destruction. If Lin Ming's strength was only at the second stage of life destruction, then if they gave it their all, Lin Ming would still be an opponent that they could fight against. However, if he had the strength of a third-stage life destruction martial artist, then it didn't matter even if there were several more of them. Lin Ming unconsciously exuded a formless killing intent from his body, which was known as the Death God Force Field. As Old Man Yen and the other second-stage life destruction elder were enveloped in this killing intent, both of them felt extremely suppressed. This made them that much more afraid to do anything. Once they started a fight, then there would be no end to it. If they angered Lin Ming and provoked their own deaths, then that would truly be a miserable way to die. Old Man and the other middle-aged man looked at each other, both seeing the hesitation in the other's eyes. Old Man Yen hesitated for a moment and then stepped forwards. He said to Lin Ming, "Brat, this old man will fight with you. Victory and defeat will be decided in 3 moves." Old Man Yan's cultivation was at the second stage of life destruction. He couldn't see just what the limits of Lin Ming's strength were. He could only probe them through a fight. He would challenge him in advance to avoid shaming the both of them, and having the matter devolve further. At the very least, there shouldn't be a life-threatening situation. Old Man Yen also put out a limit of 3 moves because he was also lacking in self-confidence. He thought that even if he wasn't Lin Ming's match, if he used everything he had in these 3 moves, then he should still be able to defend himself. Old Man Yen didn't wait for Lin Ming's reply. He drew out a soft sword from his spatial ring and cut at Lin Ming's throat. Lotus Heart Sword. Old Man Yen thrust his sword out, an extremely pure and rich wood attribute energy constantly emitting from it. Without a doubt, this Old Man Yen was a wood attribute martial artist. He also had understanding towards the concept of wood that was just taking shape. The sword light wove into a blue lotus in front of Lin Ming, several dozen blue lotus flower petals spinning around, cutting towards him. Everyone stared with wide eyes, waiting to see just what the limits of Lin Ming's strength were. If his strength was similar to Old Man Yan's, then they wouldn't need to care too much. They would only need another master or 2 to come in order to suppress Lin Ming. But if Lin Ming's strength far surpassed Old Man Yan's, then there wasn't anything they could do. Too weak. Lin Ming shook his head. After arriving at this level of cultivation, looking at the entire Sky Spill continent, there was no longer a young genius anywhere that could stand on par with him. As for those masters of the older generation, none of them were able to make him take them seriously unless their cultivations were at least at the peak of the 4th stage of life destruction. He gently traced his spatial ring and a long red spear leap into his hands. Without using any martial skill or even opening the heretical god force, all Lin Ming did was pour a wisp of his battle spirit into his long spear. With that, a red light flashed out as a harsh grating sound surged forth. Kacha! The blue lotus that Old Man Yen formed was pierced through by Lin Ming's spear. The lotus completely cracked and the sharp lotus petals turned into scattered wood attribute energy that faded away. This is bad. Old Man Yen was horrified. He didn't think that after stepping up, his result would be the exact same as Heavencraft Fangs. He thought that against this enemy, he should still be able to protect himself within 3 moves. But now he hadn't even been able to block a single one. Young hero, show mercy. Old Man Yen shouted out these words, but all he received was a cold sneer from Lin Ming. To ask for forgiveness at this time, this old man truly didn't care for face. Lin Ming was well aware that this Old Man Yen was probing him. If Old Man Yen fought Lin Ming to an even standstill, then the other people would have swarmed him, suppressing him through superior numbers. Now, however, This old man Yen had been absolutely defeated by him, and all he thought about was begging for forgiveness. Shameless. Lin Ming had also heard Xiaoxiao's argument with this old man Yen. He knew that this old man was nothing but an ungrateful bastard. So, not only did he not forgive him, but his disgust and anger only increased by several points. Lin Ming didn't take old man Yan's life, however. Instead, he deliberately manipulated his true essence to ravage the old man's meridians, directly tearing all his meridians to pieces. Old man Yen gave a miserable scream as he flew back dozens of feet, finally crashing into a table and vase, smashing them into bits. Old man Yen had countless wounds on his body, and nearly all of his meridians and bones were broken. He didn't even have the strength to move his limbs. This sort of injury would be impossible to treat without top-quality miracle medicines. And even he did, his wounds would never recover to the same state they were before. Old man Yen wasn't young anymore, and the fires of his life were already simmering low. Even if he used the best medicines available, his strength would still drop 1 or 2 realms. Old man didn't know just how miserable his current condition was. All he felt was anger and despair in his heart, and that him speaking this word was a result of the mental attack coming from such a heavy wound. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. As the other martial artists of Heavencraft Trading Company saw this, all of them began to feel fear. Even a second-stage life-destruction martial artist was not Lin Ming's match. Beside Lin Ming, Xiaoxiao was secretly pleased and overjoyed. While she didn't wish to kill other members of the Heavencraft family, she also couldn't bear to see such a wolf that betrayed her father. She wished that all of those traitors' martial arts would be wasted. Lin Ming's actions had vented out some of the anger in her heart. At this time, the other middle-aged man had an extremely ugly expression. It was just a match of 3 moves, and yet Lin Ming had been so heavy-handed in his actions. At this time, he wouldn't do something so stupid as stir up any trouble with Lin Ming. As the weaker man, all he could do was endure this. He depressed the angst in his heart and forcefully smiled. Young hero's strength is astounding. May I ask where you come from? The middle-aged man asked this because he wanted to investigate Lin Ming's status. However, Lin Ming was disinclined to bother him to begin with. He certainly wouldn't reveal his origin in the South Horizon region, and there was definitely no need to say anything at all. It would be easy to see through any sort of fabricated identity. Seeing Lin Ming failing to respond, the middle-aged man didn't grow angry. Instead, he started speaking to Lin Ming with a true essence sound transmission. As Heavencraft Xiaoxiao saw this event unfold, she felt her heart unconsciously tighten, and used a hand to tightly grab onto Lin Ming's arm. She didn't need to hear the conversation to guess just what was happening. Her great-uncle must be asking why Lin Ming would bother helping her, and once the topic of dragon's pine grass was to be brought about, her 2 great-uncles might even be able to beat her in obtaining the grass for Lin Ming. They would be able to entice him with benefits that she couldn't match. After all, Lin Ming was only someone that she had coincidentally met. It was possible he might be tempted by their offer. Once she lost Lin Ming's backing, she would completely lose all status in the family. Not interested, Lin Ming suddenly said. The middle-aged man's expression stiffened. As for Heavencraft Xiaoxiao, she let out a long breath of relief as the part of the tension left her body. That was a close call. The middle-aged man didn't seem willing to accept this answer. He continued to speak, offering Lin Ming many other advantages. However, Lin Ming rejected him all the same. Young hero, since that is the case, then I won't stay here wasting your time. Let's go. The various youths around him picked up the injured and left. Go? You think you can just come when you want to and leave when you want to? Lin Ming glanced at Heavencraft Xiaoxiao, who revealed a hesitant look in return. However, she still let them leave. Although Lin Ming could completely exterminate each and every one of them here, she simply couldn't handle the consequences. If she captured all of them, then she would still face pressure from her family, most likely leading her to free them under this pressure. That would be an embarrassing move that would make her lose face and supporters. She was only in her early 20s, and had truly become an adult just several years ago. With her current foundation in the family, just how many people would be willing to support her? Young hero Lin, thank you, Xiao said with heartfelt admiration after everyone left. Young hero Lin, after this matter is settled, not only will I find dragon's pine grass for you, I will also pay you 20,000 spirit essence stones in thanks. Additionally, if you have any other materials you need in the future, then please feel free to ask. I will try as hard as I can to find and sell them to you at the lowest price possible. Xiao increased her previous reward. She was afraid that Lin Ming would be won over by her great uncles. As Lin Ming decided to step onto the road to being an alchemist, he naturally wouldn't reject such great conditions from Xiao. Instead, he was concerned about whether or not Xiao would be able to obtain the position of family head if this farce continued. Lin Ming said, "You only had me drive them out and they didn't suffer any great loss. If this trend continues, then you simply won't be destined to become the family head." Xiao certainly knew this too. She said, "Young hero Lin, my foundation is too shallow in the family, so it's impossible for me to obtain trust among my family members. However, just a while ago, I received news that my father's good friend is headed here. He should be able to catch up to the 9-furnace divine kingdom in a dozen days or so. Once he arrives, I should be able to cement my status in the family. Then, once I can shore up the Heavencraft Trading Company's income, I'll definitely be able to win the support of the Council of Elders." Well, do what you want. Lin Ming didn't have an opinion. Towards these power struggles in the family, there was no convincingly valuable advice that he could give. Oh, Yenner, besides Xiao's older cousin, Heavencraft Yen, was an extremely distressed middle-aged woman bawling at his bedside. There were several highly skilled medical martial artists that had just assessed Heavencraft Yan's situation. His injuries were even heavier than Old Man Yan's were, and not only were all his meridians torn apart, but even his dantian had completely collapsed. Moreover, these wounds may have even harmed the ability for him to leave behind any future descendants. To Heavencraft Feng and his wife, this was an immense attack. "That brat is too ruthless," Heavencraft Feng shouted in anger. "Let's go ask that sir to help. As long as he does help, he should be able to easily annihilate that brat." Heavencraft Feng's injuries were the lightest of the 3 injured men. In the end, Lin Ming had showed mercy with the saber, only stabbing through Heavencraft Feng's right lung. To a life-destruction martial artist, as long as the heart, meridians, dantian, and spiritual sea weren't damaged, then all other injuries could be quickly healed. There was a middle-aged man sitting in front of Heavencraft Feng. The middle-aged man sneered and said, "Look for that, sir? Why not look for His Highness the Crown Prince? Although the Crown Prince wishes to subordinate our Heavencraft Trading Company under his control, that is still our good fortune. Compared to the Crown Prince's plans, however, our Heavencraft Trading Company is only a minor chess piece. Since he handed this matter to us, this is the best chance to prove our ability and worth to him. If we can't complete this task and have to go ask that sir to help, then just what use are we?" The 9-furnace Divine Kingdom's Crown Prince, Yang Yun, was the brightest star of the entire Divine Kingdom and the bastard son birthed by a lowly concubine in the 9-furnace Divine Emperor's imperial harem. From the moment he was born, he was ignored by everyone. However, when he was 12 years old, he actually revealed an astonishing talent for martial arts. He stepped into the life-destruction realm at only 30 years of age. Now, 10 more years had passed and it was unknown just what his cultivation was. His strength was said to be unfathomable. In the 4 divine kingdoms, pedigree and background were secondary to strength. Thus, Yang Yun, though not too closely connected to the royal family, was actually able to stand out and become the crown prince by virtue of his own power. He held the military power and trade of the country in his palms, and his power and influence was horrifying. Even the 3 great imperial scholars were unable to disobey Yang Yun's wishes. In these past years, Yang Yun had frequently created massive stirs in the country. He was obviously ambitious and had high aspirations. Yan Yun continually strengthened his control over all. Not only did he want to completely grasp the 9-furnace Divine Kingdom's combat strength in his hands, he wanted the economy as well. Heavencraft Trading Company was also one of Yang Yun's goals. However, Even though Yang Yun had immeasurable power and influence, he still had no choice but to consider the public's opinion. He naturally couldn't recklessly plunder the privately owned property of his people. Thus, he supported Heavencraft Xiaoxiao's two great-uncles, Heavencraft Xiao and Heavencraft Yun, and had them go ahead and take control of the company head position first. They didn't know just what Yang Yun's final goal was, but what they did know was that following Yang Yun would lead to infinite glory. It was far better than following that little girl Heavencraft Xiaoxiao who was still wet behind the years, as there was simply no future in supporting her. Heavencraft Xiao and Heavencraft Yun understood that to Yang Yun, the entire Heavencraft trading company was nothing but a tiny piece of meat, and wasn't worth paying too much attention to. They had to accomplish a few tasks first in order to earn Yang Yun's attention. If they couldn't even deal with a hairless late revolving core boy, then they might even be discarded by Yang Yun. If Yang Yun really wanted to control the Heavencraft trading company, he didn't necessarily need to go through the two of them. Big brother, what do you plan on doing? In a private chamber, Heavencraft Yun asked Heavencraft Xiao. Heavencraft Xiao hesitated for a moment before his eyes flashed with a cold light. I intend on asking the Corpsemancer for help. The Corpsemancer and I have had some dealings in the past, and if I can tempt him with some things that interest him, then he should be willing to help. The Corpsemancer ranked 330 in the Destiny Decree? Heavencraft Yun's head chilled, his complexion not looking too well. Although Heavencraft Xiao and Corpsemancer knew each other, he would prefer not to seek the help of such a strange fellow. The Corpsemancer was a demonic path martial artist from the Azura Divine Kingdom. He had an extremely cruel disposition, and was known for being a dangerous devil that could kill without batting an eye. Demonic path martial artists either walked the slaughter path or the sexual path. As for this Corpsemancer, he specifically trained in the ghosts and corpse puppets of the slaughter path. This is where his nickname had come from. If it was just these few puppets, then it still wouldn't be enough for Heavencraft Yun to feel so creeped out. It was known that Corpsemancer could kill anyone at any time. Whether they were friend or foe, everyone had to watch their backs behind him. Moreover, he often used bodies, and even live people in his corpse puppet experiments. Babies, children, young girls, pregnant women, the elderly, these were all the Corpsemancer's favorite subjects. He especially liked to flay the skin off beautiful virgins and use them to complete his puppets. After being experimented on, those subjects of his would experience a fate worse than death. Towards such an abnormally strange freak, Heavencraft Yun didn't want to cross paths with him at all. If I had some other plan, then I wouldn't look for him at all. However, if I want to deal with that boy, it is much more reliable if I find some master ranked on the Destiny Decree. Heavencraft Xiao said. There were only 360 individuals listed on the Destiny Decree, and although this sounded like a great number of people, it first had to be known that there were only 100 or so divine sea powerhouses in the entire Sky Spill continent. In contrast, there were far more life-destruction powerhouses than divine sea powerhouses. A conservative estimate would be in the range of the several tens of thousands. To choose 360 individuals from so many life-destruction powerhouses, one had to have a reputation worthy of being at the very top. If one could be ranked on such a list, then they must be an unrivaled peer of their era, a master of masters. In the 4 divine kingdoms, each divine kingdom only had several dozen Destiny Decree masters to themselves. The majority of them were in closed-door cultivation in order to attempt breaking through to the divine sea realm. The Heavencraft Trading Company was only a 5th-grade power, and if they couldn't pay a high enough price, then there was no way they could ever think about moving a Destiny Decree master to action. Corpsemancer was ranked 330 on the Destiny Decree. However, for all those lower than rank 200, every 10 ranks were considered a separate level. So, it was more accurate to say that Corpsemancer's ranking was around 330 to 340. Although it sounded not that impressive, it was still a terrifying number. Ho! A flame burned. In a remote mountain cave deep in the border of the Azura Divine Kingdom, a skinny, skeletal old man was playing with large, gooey brain matter. Beside him, a naked young girl was nailed to a wooden rack with most of her skin stripped off as her eyeballs dangled outside of their sockets. She weakly groaned. Under the support of the Corpsemancer's medicine, She continuously hung onto life, unable to die. At her side was a child. The child was soaked in an unknown liquid and his entire body was covered with green hair. His small hands had already become a pair of disgusting claws. They want to use a ghost spirit crystal as the price for dealing with a late revolving core boy? A little brat with such astonishing strength? Hehe. There is also Heavencraft Trading Company's little mistress? How interesting. Kakik, if this little devil is as Heavencraft Xiao said, and has such a powerful combat strength at just the late revolving core realm, then he is actually excellent puppet material. As for that young, beautiful woman, she is also a good experimental subject. A new puppet wrapped in the skin of a beautiful woman is simply the best. Jajage! Corpsemancer darkly smiled. He took out a crow puppet from his spatial ring, jumped on it, and flew straight towards the 9-furnace divine kingdom. The 4 divine kingdoms each covered an incomparably vast territory, and in the middle of them all was the Sea of Miracles. The Sea of Miracles was known for being impossible to traverse, and was known as the absolute life forbidden zone of the 4 divine kingdoms and had to be circled around. Thus, from the Azura divine kingdom to the 9-furnace divine kingdom, it still took over a dozen days, even with the help of transmission arrays. At this time, Lin Ming was living a very calm and peaceful life. Every day he would train and practice alchemy. With the support of the Heavencraft Trading Company, Lin Ming was able to easily purchase massive amounts of alchemy materials and would jade at extremely low prices. All of this was constantly consumed in the cosmic melting furnace, with at least 90% of it becoming nothing more than burnt ash. Lin Ming's alchemy technique wasn't poor at all. It was just that, every time he mastered a new level of alchemy technique, he would instantly proceed to challenge one with an even higher one. Thus, the results of Lin Ming's alchemy ended in failure, failure, and more failure. Unconsciously, Lin Ming's spiritual sea was subtly influenced by his alchemy training. Waves began to appear in his originally calm spiritual sea, and underneath the crest of these waves shone a gloriously pale azure color. The great waves smashed together, causing water to splash everywhere, and slowly infiltrating the spear-shaped battle spirit in the skies of the spiritual sea. This battle spirit was only as thick as a chopstick, and less than a foot long. It seemed to be made from a dark greenish-blue metal, as if it were forged from raw bronze. This was the symbol of a bronze-level battle spirit. It was only because Lin Ming's battle spirit had the attribute of endlessness that it continuously emanated a brilliant azure light. At a certain moment, the battle spirit suddenly rumbled, issuing a clarion cry. Lin Ming's spiritual sea furiously roiled, forming rocky waves that shot into the sky, swirling and creating a vortex around the little spear. In such a twisting vortex, the little spear violently shook, making sounds of excitement. It slowly began to grow longer, thicker, and the brilliant azure light became increasingly dazzling. Its form became more solid, more primal. Large success, bronze-level battle spirit. Lin Ming suddenly opened both of his eyes. When a martial artist's battle spirit was first born, it would constantly grow with that martial artist's growth in cultivation. Lin Ming had repeatedly made breakthroughs in his cultivation and will, and along with a few heavenly materials that were able to nourish battle spirits, it had been enough for his battle spirit to reach the peak of small success, where he had been stranded for a very long time. Now, borrowing the practice of alchemy as his turning point, he had finally broken through the next threshold. Practicing alchemy could temper the soul. Although a battle spirit belonged to one's martial arts will, it was inextricably twined with the soul. After all, will only existed because of the soul, and was why the battle spirit floated above the skies of the spiritual sea. The soul was like a sea and a battle spirit was like a fish. A small sea could not raise a big fish. This was the use of one's soul force. Although it couldn't immediately influence a martial artist's strength, it could actually decide a martial artist's current and future achievements to a large degree. It was also because of this reason that Demonshine recommended Lin Ming focus on alchemy. At the same time, the closely related inscription technique also couldn't be ignored. Large success, bronze-level battle spirit. I've already surpassed most divine sea powerhouses in this aspect, causing my striking force to increase yet again. In addition to my increasing understanding into the concept of fire and the concept of space, I wonder just how powerful my strongest attack would be. How much stronger has it become? Bury the heavens, chain of stars, chasing sun, chasing thunder, penetrating rainbow, thunderfire annihilation. Those are my 6 self-created moves, of which some are just too singular in their use and difficult to use too often. It would be good if I could create some newer ones. Lin Ming thought out loud. However, what he didn't know was that, if the other extraordinary young elites of the Sky Spill continent heard his verbal thoughts, they would probably have vomited blood in envy and frustration. After all, they were still studying the legacies left behind by their ancestors. There were many elites that could create a half a skill, but these abilities were often far too limited in their power and weren't practical for fighting at all. Thus, they had no choice but to continue using the legacies left behind by their ancestors. The moves that Lin Ming had self-created actually contained an extremely terrifying strength behind them, however, and could also be used as a final killing blow. Of course, this was all related to the top-quality cultivation methods and lucky chances that he had experienced so far in his life. If Lin Ming wanted to create more moves, he would need to experience more lucky chances. These weren't something he could simply imagine up out of thin air. Oh, what? Not only do you want 2 ghost spirit crystals, but you also want to take away Heavencraft Xiaoxiao. Heavencraft Yun was furious as he heard Corpsemancer's conditions. 2 ghost spirit crystals was reasonable enough, and he intended to give Corpsemancer some bargaining room. Taking away Heavencraft Xiaoxiao, however, everyone knew that the young girls taken away by Corpsemancer all died horrifying and miserable deaths. Although Heavencraft Yun was not a good man, he still didn't want to push his niece into the very depths of the 18 layers of hell, as it would be hard for him to find peace of mind. In the future, this would even form a heart demon that would destroy his heart of martial arts. What? You don't agree? Corpsemancer's dark, ghostly green eyes stared into Heavencraft Yun. At that time, Heavencraft Yun felt his breath catch in his throat and a chill crawl up his spine, as if he had just been thrust into an icy lake. He didn't doubt that Corpsemancer would immediately kill him in the next second if he didn't comply. Third brother, don't speak. Heavencraft Xiao moved Heavencraft Yun behind him. But, don't speak. There is no longer any path left for us to return. Although Heavencraft Xiao couldn't bear to thrust Xiaoxiao into the fiery pit of doom, he was well aware of just what it meant to stand in the Crown Prince's good grace. The Crown Prince was very ambitious. It was even possible that he would become the most powerful divine emperor in the history of the 9-Furnace Divine Kingdom. If he could follow the Crown Prince, then he would be able to step onto a larger stage and achieve a greater ideal. I'm sorry, Xiaoxiao, but a great man must be ruthless. For my descendants, for the future glory of the Heavencraft Trading Company, I can only make you the small sacrifice to achieve the greater good. When Corpsemancer saw Heavencraft Xiao nod in agreement, he strangely cackled and said, "A wise man can recognize the situation." As he said these words, he jumped onto his crow puppet and flew away in a cloud of dust. Heavencraft Yun was left behind. His face was pallid and his lips trembled. In the end, he merely sighed, not saying anything at all. "Oh, little Jade, bring me a basin of water so I can wash my face." Heavencraft Xiaoxiao ordered a maid. "Yes, young lady." A young girl in an aquamarine dress ran to fetch a basin of water and a white towel. "Little Jade, my eyelids have been jumping all day. I fear that something bad will occur today." "Young lady, everything is fine. Don't you have Sir Lin?" Little Jade chuckled, giving Xiaoxiao a humorous side-eye. Xiaoxiao was at the age where she understood matters of love and also knew of the relations between men and women. She was at a similar age with Lin Ming, who was strong, talented, handsome, and brave. It would be easy for any girl to fall for him and imagine a life with him. However, Xiaoxiao simply didn't have the energy or time to consider these things. All she felt was that she was tired. Very, very tired. "Little Jade, go and deliver more spirit essence stones to Sir Lin. Also, make sure that Sir Lin's 3 meals are all prepared with the best spirit food materials." "Don't." As Xiaoxiao spoke to hear, she suddenly heard a massive explosive sound originating from the front hall as if a thunderbolt had struck the earth. Her complexion immediately changed as she shot up. "Young lady, bad news. There's a battle happening outside." A maid ran over in panic. Xiao rushed into the front hall and her apricot eyes suddenly shot wide open. In the front hall, a servant was stabbed through the throat with a bone lance. He lay face up on the ground, his eyes staring wide like a dead fish. He hadn't died in peace. Beside the dead servant was a skinny, skeletal old man who wore a cruel and sadistic expression. His face was full of pins as if he had been stitched from pieces of human skin. His dark, ghostly green eyes were like a rabid wolf, and his entire body emitted a hostile, terrifying energy. Just by approaching him one would feel the fire of one's life rapidly fading away, as if they would extinguish at any given moment. "Who are you?" Xiao felt a chill crawl down her spine. Her cultivation was only at the Xiantian realm, and she wasn't able to see through this skeletal man's cultivation in the slightest. But she had a premonition that this man was a terrifying existence. He was absolutely not some unknown nobody. "Jajage, this old man's nickname is Corpsemancer. And you are that little girl Heavencraft Xiao. Not bad. Not bad." Corpsemancer stretched out a scarlet tongue while his ghostly green eyes were observing Xiao. Then, he said words that made Xiao's heart nearly freeze in her chest. "Using your skin to make a corpse puppet, that will certainly be beautiful indeed." "Corpsemancer." Xiao's face whitened to the point where there wasn't even a touch of red left. Corpsemancer was a character on the Destiny Decree. He was a notorious and infamous individual who had murdered countless innocents. Moreover, his methods of killing were inhumane and grotesque. She didn't doubt that Corpsemancer would do exactly as he said. If she fell into his hands, then that would be a fate 100 times worse than death. He was simply the devil incarnate. Sky Spill Continent's Destiny Decree had a total of 360 individuals ranked upon it. Among there, as long as one was at the 6th stage of life destruction, then they would be ranked no matter how poor their foundation was. Even if their foundation was bad and they didn't have too many years remaining, they would still rank in the top 200. As for those at the 5th stage of life destruction, most of them were arranged below the top 200. It was extremely difficult for a 4th stage life destruction martial artist to be ranked. The exceptions were if there was something special about their cultivation method or if their talent was unbelievable. And for Corpsemancer, his cultivation method was exceedingly special. What he cultivated were the corpse puppet techniques and in-corpse laws of the demonic path. He was an incomparably abnormal existence that gave everyone headaches. Xiao was the successor of the Heavencraft Trading Company, so she naturally knew every single master on the Destiny Decree, as well as a great deal of information about them. This was because those individuals were possible customers of the Heavencraft Trading Company. As she recalled the information of Corpsemancer, she felt as if she had fallen into icy despair. She never imagined that her two uncles would invite a Destiny Decree martial artist. There is also someone called Lin Lonjian. "Boy, be a good little child and come out to quietly become my experiment subject." Corpsemancer poured true essence into his voice. His words penetrated through every inch of the Heavencraft pavilion. "Corpsemancer, are you looking for me?" Without knowing when, Lin Ming had appeared in a corner of the hall as if he had been standing there all this time. Only Corpsemancer realized that Lin Ming had used some incomparably exquisite movement ability to instantly arrive. "Hee, good movement technique, there's a little bit of meaning to you. You're so young and yet so strong. You'll become absolutely great puppet material. This old man really does appreciate you. Thus, I'll give you a chance to commit suicide so I can take your body. Otherwise, if you fall into my hands, then you won't even have a chance to beg for death." When Corpsemancer chased down martial artists, many of them chose to commit suicide when they lost all hope of escaping any further. Otherwise, if they fell into his hands, then they would have to linger at the border of life for several months, staring helplessly as their own skin, eyes, hands, feet, and everything else was slowly cut and stripped off. This sort of pain and despair could be imagined. Lin Ming quietly took out his red long spear. Although this guy in front of him was arrogant, that was because he had the qualifications to be arrogant. He was far more powerful than Xian Wuji. Lin Ming had no choice but to go all out in this battle. Moreover, he didn't have complete confidence he could win. This was because he simply didn't know the true depths of Corpsemancer's strength. As Corpsemancer saw Lin Ming pull out his spear, his grotesque smile widened. "It seems you want to refuse my generous charity? Very well. Let me see just how tough your life is." He then unfolded both his hands. Atop of them were a pair of ghost claws that shined with a cold brilliance. A dim green light flashed intermittently on the edge of the ghost claws. This was corpse poison. "Sir Lin." Xiao bit her lips and said to Lin Ming with a true essence sound transmission. "Sir Lin, I sincerely thank you for everything you have done for me so far. Before, we have already agreed that if you were to run into someone that you couldn't deal with, then the arrangement between us could be terminated at any time. Corpsemancer is ranked somewhere around 330 to 340 on the Destiny Decree. I am so sorry for having dragged Sir Lin into this mess. If there is a chance, Sir Lin, please escape." With every word she said, her face paled ever further. If it were possible, she certainly hoped that Lin Ming would stay. However, if Lin Ming couldn't deal with Corpsemancer, then there was no meaning in him staying here to die. As she imagined her fate once she was captured by Corpsemancer, she was terror-stricken. Lin Ming glanced at Xiao for a brief moment and responded, "To show mercy to your enemies is to be cruel to yourself. If you don't take advantage of the time when you have absolute superiority to eliminate your enemies, then you will inevitably incur the bitter consequences of your own weakness. Remember this and take care." After saying this, Lin Ming grasped his red long spear and rushed out of the Heavencraft Pavilion. Pong! The great doors that stood several dozen feet high were instantly broken apart by Lin Ming's spear. He then soared out without glancing back. Xiao felt as if she had lost her soul at this moment. To show mercy to your enemies was to be cruel to yourself. This was the most simple truth that everyone understood. But to truly implement this required great courage and determination. She closed her trembled eyes. She knew exactly what Lin Ming was referring to. In a situation where she had absolute advantage, she had allowed Heavencraft Yun to freely leave as he willed. She didn't dare to kill Heavencraft Yun because she feared she couldn't withstand the pressure from the family. She was afraid that Heavencraft Xiao would use this opportunity to punish her, possibly even expel her from the family. But now, Heavencraft Xiao had taken the advantage to strike the first blow. The only one to suffer would be herself. Sir Lin should be escaping? Can he escape? As she looked at the broken door and the shattered wood that swayed in the wind, all she felt was incomparable sadness and grief. Now that Lin Ming had left, she was nothing but a fish on a chopping block. She had no strength to resist. "Young lady, Corpsemancer is chasing Lin Longjien. We should take this chance to escape as fast as we can," the black-clothed old woman nervously said. She then reached out her hand to grab Xiao. Xiao mournfully laughed. She whispered as if she had just lost her very soul. "It's useless. Everything is useless. Corpsemancer has left a mark on my body. I can no longer escape his palm. That Lin Longjien, he actually runs when we need him the most. Damn it," the black-clothed old woman angrily said. "Grandma White, there is no one in this world that should be born to die for us." Xiao shook her head. But as her voice fell, she suddenly heard a loud, thunderous explosion from outside that caused the entire Heavencraft Pavilion to tremble. Xiao ran several steps out of the broken door. From here, she could see that several miles away, Lin Ming and Corpsemancer were flying high in the sky, their clothes flapping wildly in the wind. Beneath them, the bustling and lively Witch Creek City sprawled out to the endless horizon. The air still reverberated with intense true essence shockwaves. It was obvious that a great battle was brewing. Lin Longjien intends to battle Corpsemancer? The reason he ran out of Heavencraft Pavilion was because he feared their battle affecting the others inside. For some time, Xiao was lost in thought. And beside her, Grandma White was also stunned. Although she had complained about Lin Ming just now, those were only words said under a veil of angry and helpless desperation. She was well aware that what Lin Ming had done was completely reasonable. After all, Their agreement had been that their contract would become invalid once Lin Ming met a powerhouse that he couldn't contend with. And even if there was no such agreement, Lin Ming escaping was also completely understandable. If it had been her in Lin Ming's position, she would also escape at this time. Only a complete fool would die for a stranger. However, she never imagined that Lin Ming would actually decide to fight Corpsemancer. At this time within Witch Creek City, whether it was martial artists or common mortals, every single person had raised their heads to see the scene unfolding up in the sky. Witch Creek City was a medium to large-scale city of the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom. In this city there were naturally a vast number of considerably experienced masters. They were all able to instantly distinguish that these two people up in the air were top-class powerhouses. In particular, that skinny skeletal fellow who was wrapped in white cloth. He was definitely a master amongst masters. Who were they? They dared to fight in Witch Creek City? The powerhouses of Witch Creek City were bewildered. Of course, most of these martial artists were below revolving core. They couldn't see through Lin Ming and Corpsemancer's cultivation. Those two actually dare to fight in the skies of Witch Creek City. This is far too brazen. That's right. Fighting is prohibited within Witch Creek City. This is the general rule of every large city. If these two people dare to blatantly ignore the rules in front of everyone, then their punishment will be death. Large cities naturally had the law and order of large cities, otherwise, they simply couldn't be called a city. There would be no difference between them and the barbaric wilds filled with bandits and strife. In Witch Creek City, all who took part in public fighting would suffer severe punishment. Anyone who ignored warnings would even be executed. The city guards are on their way. Then there will truly be a good show to watch, haha. And as everyone expected, they city guards quickly caught up. The captain of them was a man named Rong Lin. Before everyone arrived, he shouted out, "Just who the hell do you two think you are? You dare to fight so openly in my Witch Creek City? How insolent!" As the captain of the city guards, he was generally a solemn and dignified character. Usually, just a single shout from him was enough to frighten others and solve any problem. But this time, after he shouted out his warning, he was actually ignored. He stared with eyes wide open, as his vision tightly locked onto that skinny skeleton old man that was flying in the air. Then, his complexion completely paled. "See Corpsemancer?" He was petrified the spot. "Captain, those two fellows are far too arrogant. They actually dare to fight in the skies of my Witch Creek City. They are courting death." Beside Rong Lin, another city guard that had relied on family connections to join suddenly spoke up. He was a young martial artist that served as Rong Lin's deputy. "Captain, why don't you tell them to lay down their weapons so we can quickly capture them?" The young martial artist looked at Rong Lin in puzzlement. However, Rong Lin remained completely silent while his complexion was becoming increasingly ugly. Well, if the captain wasn't going to do it, then he would do it for him. The young martial artist felt that shouting out loud and grabbing everyone's attention would be a very glorious act. To those listening above, "We are." The young man only just started shouting when Rong Lin jumped like a cat and quickly covered the young man's mouth. "Do you want to die?" Rong Lin's entire forehead was covered with nervous sweat. In every divine kingdom, there were only several dozen destiny decree characters, and most of them were in long-term seclusion. They simply lived like hermits for the majority of their life. If they were a central ruling figure of a mortal nation, then Rong Lin could only be considered a middle-class city guard official. The disparity in status could be imagined. And most fearful of all was that Corpsemancer was an infamous fellow known for his capricious cruelty. Anyone that fell into his hands would suffer a fate worse than death. He would rather face a top 200 ranked Destiny Decree character than have to cross paths with Corpsemancer. This was because Corpsemancer could randomly kill someone without even batting an eye. "Captain," the young man asked somewhat unhappy, "everyone obey my command. Evacuate the crowd and isolate the scene. Without my orders, no one can speak a single word of nonsense and absolutely no one can interfere. All offenders will be brutally punished." As Rong Lin spoke to hear, he suddenly saw that the skeletal man floating in the air shot a glance at him. The skeletal man smiled. revealing a blood-red tongue and bone-white teeth. It was just a single look, but Rong Lin was filled with fear and terror. It was like an icy bone lance had been thrust into his heart. Rong Lin trembled with dread. He waved his hand and said, "Everyone, retreat 10 miles out." "What? Fuck. I told you to retreat, so retreat. That fellow above us is a destiny decree master." Rong Lin originally didn't want to reveal the status of Corpsemancer, but as he saw that the young martial artist wasn't convinced, and even had an eager look to butt his way in, he had no choice but to announce a bit of Corpsemancer's information. "Da destiny decree?" The young martial artist was not an idiot. In fact, upon hearing the name of the famous destiny decree, everyone was shaken to their cores. They were all well aware just what that implied. Is there a mistake? If that skeletal old man is a destiny decree master, then what about his opponent? He's obviously just a 20-some-year-old youth, and his cultivation is at the late revolving core realm? Yes, he is only at the late revolving core realm, and his opponent is Corpsemancer. That young man is insane. Rong Lin's eyes blazed as he looked at Lin Ming. As captain of the city guard, he naturally had an understanding toward all the top-level characters of the 4 divine kingdoms. However, he couldn't recall the slightest bit of information about Lin Ming. It wasn't just the city guard, but all observing martial artists discovered that the difference in cultivation of the 2 flying in the air was simply too great. Is this a life or death battle? Or a senior advising a junior? He's definitely directing him. Don't make too much of a fuss. That old man might be that youth's master. He will certainly suppress his strength to a degree. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 shadows flew to a distant point 10 miles away from the battlefield. These 2 people were Grandma White and Xiaoxiao. Lin Lonjian isn't someone from my 9-furnace divine kingdom, nor is he someone from the other 3 divine kingdoms. It's probable that he hasn't heard the fame of the destiny decree yet. Thus he rashly acted. "Young miss, this is our only chance. If we continue watching the battle from here, then it's the same as waiting to die," Grandma White anxiously said. If Lin Ming really were a junior of the 4 divine kingdoms, then it would be impossible that someone with a talent as monstrous and unprecedented as his could remain obscure. Thus, she only thought that Lin Ming came from some faraway region and didn't know just how fierce the ranked masters of the destiny decree were. Let alone Lin Ming, even that senior that knew Xiaoxiao's father couldn't be ranked on the destiny decree. "Grandma White, there is a mark planted on my body. Escape is no longer possible. I have already accepted my fate. I would rather stay here and watch young hero Lin's battle. Perhaps there is even a small glimmer of hope that young hero Lin can create an opening for us. At that time we'll attack together. And even if we can't win, we can still die an honorable death. All right?" Grandma White shook her head, no longer attempting to convince Xiaoxiao. At this time, more and more martial artists began filling the skies. All of them felt that something was off about this situation. How come that the usually blustering and swaggering city guards didn't take this chance to bring these lawbreakers down? Meanwhile, up in the skies, Lin Ming and Corpsemancer had already faced each other for over 20 breaths of time. Lin Ming was the first to make a move. Bang! Before his long spear even shot out, double force fields were already erupting outward. The Azura force field combined with the Death God force field as the dual force fields were released together. A tide of power rushed out in all directions, setting of a horrifying storm of energy. The Death God force field, annihilating all life vitality. The Azura force field, universal suppression of a martial artist's strength and soul. The air trembled. Most of those martial artists floating in the air and watching the scene weren't masters. They hadn't yet been able to figure out just how Lin Ming's strength contrasted with Corpsemancer. But now as Lin Ming's force field enveloped the entire battlefield, all of them became nothing more than leaves in a storm, scattering or collapsing in all directions. The slightly weaker martial artists, even if they were an entire mile away from Lin Ming, still vomited out a mouthful of blood as they were severely injured. What is that? All of the martial artists were dumbfounded. Was this the power released by that youth? What kind of killing intent is this? Xiaoxiao forcefully gulped. Lin Ming had never used this power when he fought the elders of the Heavencraft family. It was clear now that he didn't think it was needed at the time. This is a force field ability. Moreover, he has dual force fields. Grandma White recognized just what sort of skill Lin Ming had used. Force field abilities were exceedingly rare. Even a supremely talented junior of the 4 divine kingdoms wouldn't necessarily have one. It was a highly revered and respected ability. This was not because a force field was freakishly strong, but because a force field could coexist alongside martial skills. It could invisibly increase a martial artist's strength or have a number of other effects without affecting the martial artist's fighting ability at all. Hee, boy, I like you more and more. Once I turn you into a puppet, I can keep your force fields. This is far too perfect. Force fields are the ability that puppet masters love the most. Corpsemancer sinisterly smiled, and his ghostly eyes were gleaming. A powerful puppet master could restore most of the special abilities a martial artist had before death. In fact, a puppet's power could even be raised through the passage of time with the application of a number of arcane skills. You really love dreaming. Lin Ming barked out a short laugh and flourished his spear. He poured his battle spirit into it and thrust out. The inherent power of Thunderfire broke through the shackles of space, and with a keening cry, a turbulent wave of energy began to rise up from all around. Bang! 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 Space nearly collapsed. Lin Ming's spear instantly passed a 1,000 feet forward, thrusting straight between Corpsemancer's eyebrows. Corpsemancer creepily laughed as his withered claws suddenly grasped forward. A black ghost claw appeared out of thin air and shot out towards Lin Ming. As the claw shot forward, a cold wind swirled up around it, as if countless grieving ghosts formed the black ghost claw that issued mournful wails. Kacha! The spear and sharp claw collided together. The ghost claw disintegrated, but Lin Ming's spear light also melted away like white snow under the scorching sun. True essence shockwaves rolled up in massive waves. All of the surrounding martial artists quickly retreated as their complexions immediately changed. It had become crystal clear to everyone here that these two evil stars were simply ancient vicious beasts in human form. If they were caught up in the ensuing storm of energy, then there wouldn't be anything left of them. Not even their ashes. As for Xiaoxiao and Grandma White, they weren't affected because they were very far away to begin with. But they could still feel that horrifying energy that rampaged about, even from such a distance. This should only be a testing move. I have no idea how much strength Lin Longian used, but if that is the majority of his strength, then there isn't even a slim chance that he'll win. Corpsemancer hasn't even brought out his puppets yet. Grandma White's face was filled with worry. When Lin Ming had unleashed his dual force fields, a faint hope lit up in her heart. She had been slightly optimistic that Lin Ming might be able to create a miracle or even last a period of time against Corpsemancer. In such a massive fight, there would definitely be other masters arriving if it lasted long enough. At that time, there might be a chance for a favorable turn of events. How interesting! So interesting! Corpsemancer's skin-stitched face became more and more excited. He swiped his special ring and a massive demon puppet rushed out. There were 2 great wings on its back, and its entire body was wreathed in thick, dark blue muscles that were as solid as rock. Giant demon? Lin Ming's mind went cold. This was actually a giant demon puppet. Just where had Corpsemancer managed to obtain the corpse of a giant demon? That is the puppet technique and also a giant demon puppet. That man must be. Some of the surrounding martial artists recognized the giant demon puppet. Although they didn't recognize Corpsemancer, they did manage to recognize that puppet. In truth, top masters that wielded puppets were nearly extinct. Thinking of all of them, there was only a single person that was this famous for their puppet technique. And then combining that with this sinister and ominous old man's cultivation, the truth of his identity finally revealed itself. The Destiny Decree ranked 330, Corpsemancer. Corpsemancer? Is that really him? Heavens! No wonder the city guards don't dare to do anything. That old man is actually Corpsemancer. Then just who is that youth? Did that young man come out of nowhere? At this time, no one said any more that the fight unfolding in the air was a senior directing a junior. Corpsemancer was absolutely not the type to do so, and Lin Ming's cultivation method was completely different from his. This was a true life-or-death battle. For a late revolving core powerhouse to challenge the Destiny Decree ranked 330 Corpsemancer in a life-or-death battle, this was madness. This is a giant demon puppet that I carefully crafted myself. I call it the Gargoyle. Let me take a good look at just how many of my puppets you can force me to use. Giant demon puppet? So it seemed that the Sky Spill continent also had a giant demon race. Just where had this giant demon corpse come from? The Sky Spill continent and the Holy Demon continent were both isolated from each other. The last time that they had contact with each other was likely when the Netherworld Great Emperor traveled to the Sky Spill continent through the Demon Emperor's transmission array, and then later on founded the Silent Demon Emperor city. If it was said that there were giant demon skeletons from thousands of years ago, then Lin Ming wouldn't be surprised. But puppet techniques required the use of fresh corpses in order to function properly. This meant that one of the 4 divine kingdoms had members of the giant demon race within them. Where is your giant demon corpse from? Lin Ming directly asked. Of course it comes from the Azura divine kingdom. Is that so strange? This old man has no interest in bantering with the likes of you. Now die! Corpsemancer gave a loud shout, and the giant demon puppet extracted a 15-foot axe before cutting it down towards Lin Ming. As this axe cut out, roiling black clouds followed behind it. This was obviously the demon essence that the giant demon race used. Although it was similar to true essence, they had essential differences between them. An astounding puppet master could reproduce all the abilities that the deceased had before their death. Demon essence was no exception. The Azura Divine Kingdom actually has the giant demon race. That is beyond my expectations. Lin Ming shook his long spear, filling it with the concept of fire as he smashed it against the giant demon's axe. But at this time, there was a crackling sound as a 2-foot section of the axe broke off. A thick chain pulled out from the shaft, causing the entire weapon to turn into something like a bola. With special devices and traps everywhere, it was nearly impossible to guard against. This was one of the special characteristics of puppets. Ka. Lin Ming's red long spear was caught in the chain. At the same time, the axe head was pulled by the chain, smashing straight towards Lin Ming's head. At such a close distance, for such a change to happen in the axe was truly a sinister combat technique. Moreover, since Lin Ming's spear was twisted into that chain, he was unable to dodge it. Unless he abandoned his spear and retreated, his only option would be to directly block that axe. But to a martial artist, their weapon was their life. To abandon their weapon in battle was equal to disillusioning their own heart of martial arts. Sir Lin! Xiao couldn't help but cry out in alarm as she watched the battle from a distance. All of the surrounding martial artists also watched with wide eyes, waiting to see just how this junior would fight against such a top genius. But at this moment, Lin Ming appeared nothing but serene. He shook his long spear in his hands. The large success bronze battle spirit erupted. Kacha! With a shattering sound, that chain as thick as an arm was directly broken apart by Lin Ming. Soon after, Lin Ming's spear thrust forwards, piercing through that half-foot thick axe with an unstoppable and sharp spear light that stabbed towards Corpsemancer's head. Corpsemancer was bewildered. This was a battle spirit? With his sight and experience, he naturally recognized that this was a battle spirit. Lin Ming only had a mere late revolving core cultivation, and yet his battle spirit was so keen. How could he not be shocked? Bang! Lin Ming's spear stabbed into a white bone shield. At that moment, in front of Corpsemancer, another puppet appeared. This puppet looked like a giant turtle. What Lin Ming had pierced through was its shell. As the spear punctured the shell, although the shell didn't break, cracks still appeared, spreading out like a spider web. All of the martial artists present could clearly see what happened. A spear had broken apart the axe and simultaneously broke through the first level of armor of another puppet. This striking power was freakishly abnormal. So you comprehended a large success battle spirit. It seems I truly underestimated you. No wonder you would dare to fight me. Corpsemancer's ghostly green eyes flashed with a blazing light. He licked his lips and coldly said, "I have now decided to sincerely kill you." Lin Ming's talent far surpassed Corpsemancer's estimations. To have such an enemy, and for him to be so young, Corpsemancer naturally couldn't allow him to live. Otherwise, his future troubles would be endless. Complete body. With a loud shout, Corpsemancer's skinny skeletal body began emitting loud crackling sounds. The white cloth that bound his body like a mummy ripped apart and a pair of blood-red wings unfurled. After the wings stretched out, they were more than 10 feet long. They appeared like the wings of a giant bat. At the same time, scales began to appear all over Corpsemancer's face. His arms lengthened and his claws became even larger, a chillingly cold light shining from them. After the initial probing strike, Corpsemancer was now ready to go all out. Lin Ming was solemn. After reaching this boundary, no other junior was his opponent. If he wanted to fight, he could only challenge those old monsters that had been stranded in the life-destruction realm for hundreds of years. In front of these existences, Lin Ming was still far too young. There were several small boundaries within the life-destruction realm. From the first stage to the 7th stage of life-destruction, the difference was approximate to the difference between the Hotian realm and the revolving core realm. For the late revolving core Lin Ming to challenge a destiny decree master, that meant that he had now transcended the struggles of juniors and transitioned into fighting powerhouses of the older generation. At this moment, Lin Ming had truly stepped onto the highest stage of the Sky Spill continent. Corpsemancer extracted a massive scythe from his spatial ring. The scythe blade glowed with a cold light and its entire body was deep black. It looked like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. As the scythe appeared, a limitless amount of resentment and malice filled the air, as if countless ghosts were weeping and screaming around the scythe. What is this sound? It pains the ears. It's drilling into my brain. The scythe is calling to me. All of the surrounding martial artists only felt as if countless demonic spirits were screaming into their ears. This sound seemed to have enormous penetrative power. Even if they covered their ears, the sound still passed through, drilling directly into their spiritual sea. As the martial artists with weaker cultivations heard this sound, they felt as if their heads were about to crack open and all of the blood drained out from their faces. Hurry up and retreat. Some martial artists shook their hands as if they had awakened from a nightmare and began calling out warnings. However, many people were unable to withdraw under the effects of this sonic attack. They lost consciousness and fell down from the skies. This is the evil hate scythe that Corpsemancer forged from countless suffering souls and lives. Every strike contains a near-endless amount of grudge and resentment. It can destroy a martial artist's will. If just hearing the sound of it is so terrifying, then what will happen if it cuts down on you? Lin Ming bore the attack. As he was enveloped in the energy field of resentment from the evil hate scythe, his face remained expressionless. He could clearly hear this resentment colliding with his own dual force fields. This Corpsemancer, it seems he really transformed his own body into a puppet. A high-level puppet master's greatest strength lay in their own bodies. This was because their bodies made the best puppets. Once their skeletons and meridians were modified beyond all recognition, their defensive power would far surpass a general martial artist's. To be invulnerable themselves and also be able to coordinate 3 or 4 puppets together, a powerful martial artist would have an extreme headache if they bumped into a formidable puppet master. As Corpsemancer brought out his complete body, his 2 eyes had already transformed from a ghostly green to a deep blood red. He grabbed the long scythe in both hands and unfolded his wings. Then, he silently slid forwards like ghosts and demons. His speed was shocking. All of the observing martial artists tarried. All they saw was a flash as Corpsemancer appeared in front of Lin Ming, his black scythe rapidly cutting down. This sort of speed was in no way inferior to Lin Ming's golden rock shattering the void. Too fast. Lin Ming was already horrified. This wasn't teleportation, but it was a speed that made it seem as if there were no difference. Nether strike. The black scythe seemed to emerge from space. It cut through space, carrying with it endless resentment and howls from mourning ghosts as it slashed towards Lin Ming. This attack hadn't even arrived, and yet its aura was so terrifying. Lin Ming waved his spear. Facing this all-out corpsemancer, Lin Ming naturally didn't dare to hold back. Law of annihilation, chain of stars. A spear ran up to meet the enemy. The concept of fire and the concept of space were poured into the spear, causing all of the heaven and earth origin energy in a 10-mile radius to restlessly move. The fire energy and the power of space fused together, condensed into tiny little fragments that rapidly spun around like a chain of stars, shrouding down towards corpsemancer. See? The tiny fragments of fire and space struck with the resentment of the black scythe, creating a harsh keening noise to split the air. Lin Ming's spear crossed with the black scythe. A terrifying wave of true essence exploded, causing the atmosphere to vibrate. They were nearly evenly matched. During the battle, corpsemancer revealed a diabolical grin. Not only did he have his own attack, but he also had puppets. As corpsemancer struck out with the nether strike attack, the giant demon puppet and the great turtle puppet also attacked. The giant demon puppet turned the axe shaft in his hands, turning it into a makeshift long spear as he thrust out at Lin Ming's back. At the same time, the great turtle puppet opened its vast maw and spat out a beam of black energy. These two attacks joined together. Their combined power just was slightly less than corpsemancer's own nether strike. This was an attack from the front and back. "Sir Lin, be careful," Xianxia shouted out. Her life was now linked together with Lin Ming's. How could she not be tense? If Lin Ming was defeated, she would suffer a fate worse than death. At this critical moment, Lin Ming took a sudden step forwards. Space twisted underneath his feet. Although it looked as if he had only taken a casual step forwards, he had actually crossed a mile, causing both of the puppets' attacks to miss. Lin Ming stood in the skies. A mile away from corpsemancer, he pointed his spear point right at him. "I'm also confident in my speed, although my long-distance speed may not reach the degree of your twin black wings." Bang! Dozens of miles away, the black beam of energy released by the great turtle puppet smashed into a mountainside, causing an entire rock shelf to collapse. Watching Lin Ming and corpsemancer fighting in the air, everyone present felt as if they had lost their breath. This was the showdown of Destiny Decree Masters. Although the Sky Spill continent had over 100 divine sea powerhouses, all of these existences were secretive individuals that almost never appeared. Most of them had hidden themselves in seclusion for countless years. Without the divine sea, the Destiny Decree was king. The Destiny Decree was equivalent to the highest stage of the Sky Spill continent. Space laws? What a pleasant surprise. Corpsemancer sinisterly laughed. As Lin Ming had said, that extreme speed of corpsemancer's came from the pair of wings on his back. In terms of long-distance travel, he was faster than Lin Ming. But, in short distances, he was actually slower than Lin Ming. Lin Ming's golden rock shattering the void was able to twist space, with a single step, approaching teleportation. This was the strength of laws. As for those black wings behind corpsemancer, they were merely heaven-step flight treasures. "You are indeed an unrivaled talent. Only killing someone like you can bring me sweet pleasure. Jejejej." When corpsemancer had finished speaking, he traced his spatial ring, and another puppet came flying out. It was a humanoid puppet that was wearing a set of armor made entirely of bone. Its body burned with dark green corpse fire. Simply looking at the flickering flames caused one to feel a chill in their soul. That's likely the bat puppet recorded on the Destiny Decree. Those ghostly green flames. You shouldn't be wrong. That's a puppet refined from the corpse of another Destiny Decree master. Martial artists had a formidable level of soul force, and thus had near photographic memory. Nearly everyone present had memorized all of the information on the 360 masters of the Destiny Decree. Most of the famous abilities used by these masters were recorded on the Destiny Decree. And the puppet that corpsemancer had brought out was his strongest puppet yet, the bat. The bat puppet was refined from a Destiny Decree master that corpsemancer had killed in order to be listed on the Destiny Decree himself. At the time, corpsemancer's strongest puppet had been cut down by that master and completely destroyed. Thus, after corpsemancer had killed the Destiny Decree master, he used his corpse as the foundation for an even stronger, more powerful puppet. And that was the bat puppet in front of them. By relying on this puppet, he'd managed to become the 330th ranked character of the Destiny Decree. Not only was he using the bat puppet, but he simultaneously used the evil hate scythe. This proved that Corpsemancer had been forced to bring out all of his combat strength. Corpsemancer had become infamous for over 300 years ago. He was now over 500 years old. As for Lin Ming, he was only in his early 20s. They were people from completely different eras. Being able to force Corpsemancer to this step, regardless of whether he wins or loses, just that is enough to be proud of. Rong Lin thought out loud. He didn't know who this youth flying in the air was, but without a doubt, if he managed to live through this, he'd become an extraordinary figure that shook the entire Sky Spill continent. Ho dash! High up in the sky, strong heavenly winds were surging. The bat puppet then extended its pair of black wings. In only a moment, it arrived in front of Lin Ming. It stretched out its claws, which shimmered with ghostly blue flames, and grasped at Lin Ming's neck. Lin Ming gripped his spear, his posture becoming as immovable and steadfast as an ancient mountain. The power of thunder and fire poured into the red spear at the same time. The spear issued an excited keening cry as it fiercely shook. Penetrating rainbow. The power of thunder and fire fused together. A brilliant beam of blazing light cut through the vast blue skies like a sharp sword, and was as bright as a blazing sun as it tore through the void. Lin Ming's spear solidly crashed into the bat puppet's claws. Clang! A metallic ringing echoed out in the air. The bat puppet's defensive power was as strong as if it were a heaven-step treasure. A generic martial artist could forget about ever breaking through its defenses. However, Lin Ming's attack wasn't normal. It contained a large success bronze-level battle spirit. Kacha! The bat puppet's claws were abruptly torn off from Lin Ming's strike. Accept your fate, boy. Corpsemancer shimmered into existence like a ghost directly behind Lin Ming. His eyes gleamed with manic light as he raised his black scythe, then cut towards Lin Ming's open back. Endless resentment poured outwards, as if 10,000 grieving ghosts were crying in unison. This resentment condensed into substantialized energy and shot into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Pong! 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 Under the dual support of the samsara martial intent and his battle spirit, Lin Ming's spiritual sea was simply an unassailable iron wall. As the power of resentment entered his spiritual sea, it was immediately burnt to ash and smoke. Burning star flame, the heretical god seed trembled. The highly compressed burning star flame then erupted from the heretical god seed. This was the power of a heaven-step flame essence, which a sizzling chi. All of the spirits attached to Corpsemancer's scythe were burnt to nothingness. Law of annihilation, chain of stars. Lin Ming thrust his spear outwards. All of the heaven and earth origin energy in a radius of 10 miles was stirred up by him, then concentrated into countless fragments of light that sparkled like the endless number of stars in the sky, before it all fell downwards. From far away, it looked like a sparkling galaxy had crashed into the earth. Such an apocalyptic scene left everyone shocked. Bang! With an explosion, Lin Ming, Corpsemancer, and the bat puppet were all thrown backwards. A trace of blood flowed out the edge of Lin Ming's mouth. However, Corpsemancer's shoulder had been pierced through by the spear light. When the martial artists of Witch Creek City saw this fight from far away, all of them were shocked speechless. Corpsemancer's body had gone through the transformative process of puppet techniques. In exchange for a body that couldn't be called human nor ghost, he'd received a body with durability equal to a treasure. Yet he'd still been wounded by Lin Ming. This was an incalculably strong strike. Bang bang bang. An incomparably brutal melee ensued as Lin Ming collided with Corpsemancer again and again. Their movements were so fast that any martial artist below the life-destruction realm was entirely unable to even make out their movements. Lin Ming's body was tough from the start, and he excelled at frontal combat. However, Corpsemancer and his bat puppet were the same. They were in sharp opposition. Bury the heavens. Lin Ming revolved the energy of his 8 inner hidden gates to the limit. He thrust his spear out, and several massive cracks appeared in space. The power of space surged out from these cracks, twisting into a savage spatial storm. The burning star flame ignited atop the red spear, becoming even more vivid and fierce as it fused with the spatial storm. This was the fusion of fire and space. This spear contained Lin Ming's complete understanding of both the concepts of space and of fire. At the same time, he also poured his large success bronze battle spirit within it. On the other side, Corpsemancer stepped forward and fused with his bat puppet. Then, with the sound of a wailing ghost, the bat puppet's body suddenly rapidly inflated, with a number of bones stabbing out from within its body. Ribs, leg bones, arm bones. All sorts of long bones had been turned into white bony lances. At the same time, ghostly green flames burned atop every bony lance. In the briefest of moments, the bat puppet had become extremely hideous. Take my strongest attack. 18,000 deaths. In the blink of an eye, all of those bony lances, as well as the black scythe, shot towards Lin Ming. 18,000 was not some random number, there really were that many attacks. The attacks overwhelmed covered the sky, blotting out the sun, and blocking all avenues of escape. From afar, it looked like both Lin Ming and Corpsemancer had been trapped in a sea of bones. Xiaoxiao's heart tightened. Chi! 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 Mournful wails reverberated through both the clouds and earth, as if the entire world was crying together. Lin Ming revolved the heretical god force to the limit, his eyes blazing like two twin infernos. The flame essence atop his spear seemed ready to explode at any given moment. Break! With Bury the Heavens, several thousand bone lances were crushed to pieces. However, over 10,000 remained, which shot towards Lin Ming the same as before. Lin Ming waved his spear as if it were a dancing red flood dragon. Shattered bone lances were everywhere, and bone dust endlessly rained down from the skies. A strong heavenly wind wildly surged through the skies. Lin Ming's black hair flapped in the wind. He tirelessly waved his spear, as if he didn't know what exhaustion was. He was like a demon god incarnate. Bury the Heavens. Lin Ming ignored everything, and consecutively used Bury the Heavens twice. A dazzling black light was suddenly ejected from the sea of bones, directly sent flying into the horizon. Soon afterwards, countless brilliantly dazzling golden lights shot out from all over the sea of bones. A sun seemed to rise within the sea of bones, emitting golden light as sharp as a sword that could cut through everything. The countless bones in the sky began to disintegrate like collapsing sand sculptures. An immeasurable amount of bone dust flew everywhere. It covered the skies, becoming a white fog that filled the heavens and earth. Go die! Lin Ming forcefully cut a path through the sea of bones, thrusting his spear at Corpsemancer. At this time, Corpsemancer had already separated from the bat puppet, and they were floating several dozen feet away from each other. Corpsemancer's blood-red eyes had turned vacant. At some unknown point, the black evil hate scythe had returned to his hands. Black corpse flames ignited into a blazing inferno atop the scythe's edge. Nether strike, locking yin and yang. With a slight movement of his lips, Corpsemancer spoke these words. Then, all of the resentment within the black scythe suddenly fused into a single mass, which locked the surrounding space. Lin Ming's spear had already been thrust out. However, Corpsemancer had no intention of dodging this strike. Instead, he used the evil hate scythe to cut towards Lin Ming's waist. Lin Ming only felt the power of resentment wrap around his body. He found himself unable to dodge. If he were to bring out the burning star flame, then he could reduce the power of resentment to nothing in just a few breaths of time. But by then, Corpsemancer's attack would have already struck him. Their attacks were completely designed such that they would perish together. Lin Ming had absolute confidence in his own defensive ability, but Corpsemancer did too. Whose defensive power was superior? This thought flashed through Lin Ming's mind, but he instantly rejected it. In this situation, with his strongest attack that also had his large success battle spirit poured into it, no matter how strong the Corpsemancer's strength was, it would still pierce through his skill. Lin Ming didn't believe that Corpsemancer didn't value his own life above all else. Bury the Heavens. Facing this inescapable blow, he simply didn't think of avoiding it. Instead, he poured all of his true essence into the red spear, issuing out his final, most brilliant strike. The power of fire and the power of space had perfectly fused together. The might of the spear was earth-shaking. However, Lin Ming didn't stab towards Corpsemancer. Instead, he threw his spear towards the bat puppet. Go! The red spear flew out from his hands, crossing the skies like a blazing rainbow. With a light-piercing sound, the bat puppet's head was pierced by the spear light. Its skull was cracked apart, and brain fluid shot out. At the same time, Corpsemancer's scythe cut into Lin Ming's waist. Lin Ming's bodily protective true essence was instantly melted away, and corpse fire burnt through Lin Ming's clothes. The scythe seemed as if it would split him apart. However, at that moment, the scythe's blade was actually blocked by something. As Lin Ming's robes burned away, it revealed a jet-black armor. This was the Demon Emperor's armor that Lin Ming had taken out from the cosmic melting furnace. The Demon Emperor's armor could weaken the majority of an attack, but it wasn't an absolute defense. Some of the leftover energy rampaged through Lin Ming's body, recklessly tearing through his meridians. Lin Ming's complexion paled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Corpsemancer's final attack had severely wounded him. If it weren't for the Demon Emperor's armor, Lin Ming might have died here. It was hard to say whether or not his body's physical defense could withstand Corpsemancer's strike. It's over. What happened? Everyone looked on, dumbfounded, at Corpsemancer's scythe that was embedded in Lin Ming's waist. As for Lin Ming's spear, it was stuck through the bat puppet's head. Corpsemancer stood stock still in front of Lin Ming, completely uninjured. Did the bat puppet block that youth's final attack for its master? No, wait. Why do I feel that the youth intentionally attacked the bat puppet? Not unless that youth is an idiot. In a fight against a puppet master, you definitely have to attack the main body. Only an idiot would attack the puppet. The final exchange of moves had happened too fast. Almost no one had been able to clearly see what happened. Could that youth have been hacked to death by Corpsemancer? What an idiot. He actually attacked Corpsemancer's puppet at the last moment. Was his brain fried or something? A Xianxia martial artist asked out loud with a mocking smirk. Shut up. An old man near him coldly humphed. Do you think that everyone is as stupid as you are? That youth is one of Sky Spill Continent's favored sons of heaven. It's impossible that he wouldn't know how to battle a puppet master. The Xianxia martial artist looked a bit ugly as he was reprimanded. Still, he began mumbling to himself, obviously not convinced. Something's wrong. Corpsemancer wasn't injured, but why is he standing still there? Could that youth have attacked Corpsemancer somehow and we didn't notice? Just who won? What's happening here? 10 miles away, Xiao gripped her chest as her heart tightened in pain. Lin Ming and Corpsemancer were both immobile. This made her incomparably nervous. To her, Lin Ming's victory or defeat was the difference between heaven and hell. Grandma, don't worry, that Lin Longian is all right. But that Corpsemancer, Lin Longian obviously could have attacked Corpsemancer at the last moment. But he chose to attack the bat puppet instead. I really don't understand what is going on here. As the black-clothed old woman spoke halfway, a scene that left all martial artists confounded occurred. That Corpsemancer who was in front of Lin Ming suddenly fell from the sky, smashing into the ground. Everyone was shocked. Just what was going on? Lin Ming's face was pallid as he reached out a hand and released a wisp of his battle spirit. The red long spear shot out and returned to Lin Ming's hand. Then, everyone found that above Lin Ming's spear point, there was actually some fat meaty thing stuck atop it. And that thing was still convulsing and wriggling around. This was actually a human brain. As Lin Ming saw this white and glistening human brain, he let out a long breath. It was over. A puppet master could transform any part of their body. But there was one place that they couldn't change. That was their spiritual sea. The spiritual sea depended on the brain to exist. Corpsemancer's body had already been altered beyond all recognition. Now, his only true existence was his brain. ZZZ. The brain mass on Lin Ming's spear point was actually fiercely struggling. Moreover, it was sending out grating screams, vacillating up and down as if it were a giant fat white worm. Lin Ming could feel words flowing into his spiritual sea. "Don't kill me. I will give you puppet techniques. I can tell you all the secrets of the Azura Divine Kingdom. With your talent and my knowledge, you can grasp the entire Sky Spill continent in your hands and rule the world. It's impossible for you to find out what I know, even if I don't tell you of my own volition. Don't think of using the soul-searching technique on me. I can self-destruct my spiritual sea. I don't need you to self-destruct. In fact, I'll help annihilate you." Lin Ming sneered, having no intention of bantering with this thing. He had absolutely no desire to learn anything like this strange puppet technique that turned one into something that didn't seem like a human or ghost. "No, no!" Puff! Vibrating true essence sprang forth from Lin Ming's fingertips and ran up the red spear like a viper. "No!" Corpsemancer sent out a final pitiful scream. With a popping sound, the brain burst apart into a thick white liquid like rice porridge. Corpsemancer had died. As Grandma White, Rong Lin, and other life-destruction masters saw this, they suddenly realized what had happened. Before that final strike occurred, Corpsemancer had shifted his brain into the skull of the bat puppet. Then, he had controlled his main body to perish together with Lin Ming. This was a completely ruthless and insidious move. Once Lin Ming fell for it, he would still be severely wounded even if he didn't die. He absolutely wouldn't be able to fight against the bat puppet Corpsemancer. But Lin Ming had clearly realized what sort of change had occurred in those fleeting last moments. He had thus given up his attack on Corpsemancer's main body and switched his target to the bat puppet. If these were peaceful times and one carefully investigated with their perception, then it wouldn't be difficult to find out just where Corpsemancer's brain had gone. But during that fierce battle just now, in that critical moment, Lin Ming had been able to discover this point. Now that was truly horrifying. Slowly, all of the martial artists began to understand what had happened. Even those that were confused had the series of events explained to them. For a time, a pall of silence fell over the entire city. Just who was this youth who had managed to exterminate Corpsemancer? Some people noticed that Lin Ming was wearing a jet-black armor on his body. There was just a circular gap on the chest area, as if it were missing its heartguard mirror. It was because of this armor that Lin Ming hadn't been cut in half by the evil hate scythe. What sort of armor was this that it could block Corpsemancer's final strike? Who? Lin Ming took out a new set of clothes from his spatial ring and tossed it on, immediately covering the Demon Emperor's armor. When Lin Ming had first worn the Demon Emperor's armor, he placed some minor camouflage on it because he didn't want to attract others' attention. But that powerful attack of Corpsemancer just now had completely ruined his careful concealment. For a short period of time, this armor should attract some people's attention. But Lin Ming didn't worry too much. Tens of thousands of years had already passed. It was impossible for others to recognize the Demon Emperor's armor. Lin Ming received the broken bat puppet and the other puppets and then dropped down from the skies. As he landed on the ground, all of the surrounding martial artists quickly scattered away from him in shock. Facing such an evil star, no one dared to remain near him, much less approach him. Even the city guard couldn't dream of controlling him. If anyone died here because of him, then they could only blame their bad luck. Lin Ming ignored the surrounding martial artists and gathered up Corpsemancer's corpse and spatial ring. Then he sent a sound-transmitting talisman to Xianxia and flew towards her. At this time, he needed to recuperate from his wounds. In that battle just now, he had used every ability he had. Not only did he consume a massive amount of energy, but he was also seriously wounded. He won. Sir Lin actually won. As Xianxia saw Lin Ming fly towards her, her lips faintly shivered. Even she didn't dare to believe that this was real and not a dream. A Destiny Decree Master had actually been killed by Lin Ming, and Lin Ming was only at the late Revolving Core realm. Xianxia never imagined that the young man she met several days ago could actually kill a Destiny Decree Master. Every character ranked on the Destiny Decree was an earth-shaking, all-powerful existence. Even if Heavencraft Pavilion called upon their complete resources, they would still find it hard to move such a character to action. He really won. Young Miss, Your father's spirit must be protecting us to have us encounter such an amazing person." Beside Xiaoxiao, Grandma White began to cry. In these past days, Xiaoxiao had faced an infinite amount of pressure, but so had Grandma White. She had looked after Xiaoxiao as she grew up, and after receiving the grace of her father, she completely regarded Xiaoxiao as her own granddaughter. When Lin Ming flew in front of Xiaoxiao, her entire face was wet with tears. For a time she was overwhelmed and unable to speak a single word. "Lin, Sir Lin, I sincerely thank you. I must heal first." Lin Ming had no intention of speaking too much and flew directly to Heavencraft Pavilion. The current environment was not safe and he needed to ensure that he was at his peak condition. Otherwise, if he encountered a more powerful enemy, he wouldn't even be able to escape. As the martial artists of Witch Creek City saw Lin Ming fly towards Heavencraft Pavilion with Xiaoxiao and Grandma White in tow, all of them were flabbergasted. So it's someone invited by Heavencraft Pavilion. Just who is he? It's impossible for him to be in his 20s. He should be several hundred years old, but just looks young. A young martial artist muttered out loud. He was a genius of Witch Creek City's younger generation, but compared to Lin Ming he was nothing at all. He simply couldn't accept that they were of similar age. Don't be stupid, he isn't even at the life destruction realm. Only when a martial artist reaches the life destruction realm can they burn some of their cultivation to renew their youth. And this is only appearances. It doesn't lengthen their lifespan. Normally only female martial artists that value their appearance too much would do such things. Men normally wouldn't. After all, rejuvenating your appearance requires you to burn not a small amount of your cultivation. This is incredible news. He's so young and yet he killed a Destiny Decree Master. The Destiny Decree will change again. Perhaps the 4 great intelligence networks will release a revised Destiny Decree soon. Witch Creek City couldn't be considered a small city of the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom. Thus they naturally had branches of the intelligence networks here as well as eyes from the various major forces. The news that Lin Ming had killed Corpsemancer quickly passed through every major intelligence network. And Lin Ming's name was also inquired, Lin Longjian. Oh! At this time, in the front hall of Heavencraft Pavilion, the purple-clothed Xiaoxiao knelt down in front of Lin Ming and was deeply bowing with reverential respect. "Sir Lin, I will never forget this gratitude as long as I live." Grandma White also bowed. This was no longer just helping Xiaoxiao ascend to the position of company head, but had involved saving Xiaoxiao's very life. As she deeply bowed before Lin Ming, her heart hated Xiaoxiao's 2 great uncles to the extreme. She cursed them for their ruthlessness. They had actually gone to look for someone like Corpsemancer. That was the same as kicking Xiaoxiao into the depths hell. Since they no longer cared for face, she wouldn't keep any more scruples with her. As long as Lin Ming was here, she simply didn't fear a battle to the death. "Miss Heavencraft, there is no need to bow to me." Lin Ming waved his hand. "We are just helping each other out according to the previous agreement. Miss Heavencraft must not forget my dragon's pine grass either. I will definitely help Sir Lin find it as soon as possible. This is my Heavencraft Pavilion's Snow Ice Divine Pill. It has miraculous healing effects and also has the use of nourishing the meridians and dantian. Sir Lin, please accept it." Xiaoxiao extended a pill box with both hands, respectfully presenting it to Lin Ming. This was a miracle cure controlled by Heavencraft Pavilion. With Xiaoxiao's current authority, she didn't have the authorization to give it away without the approval of the Council of Elders. But now that the situation had devolved to this level and she had nearly been killed by her 2 great uncles, Xiaoxiao could no longer care about whatever Council of Elders. Having Lin Ming restore himself to his peak combat strength was the most important matter at hand. Lin Ming glanced at the white divine pill within the pillbox. Indeed, it contained an incomparably rich heaven and earth origin energy. Even Lin Ming, who had seen a great number of miracle medicines in his time, also felt his heart stir. He didn't decline. He directly received the box and then entered his training chambers to restore himself. The battle with Corpsemancer had been strenuous and exacting on Lin Ming. However, he had gained a number of insights during it and needed to seize this chance to digest them. As everyone expected, in just a mere 3 days after Lin Ming and Corpsemancer's battle, a new destiny decree was issued forth. Every 3 years, the 4 great intelligence networks would collect all new information on every life destruction powerhouse's cultivation, progress, and recent battles. They would then use all this information to speculate on their current approximate strength. This was when a new destiny decree would be released. Generally, there would be far-reaching changes every time. Between the 2 issues of the destiny decree, if there was a fight between destiny decree powerhouses or a destiny decree powerhouse was killed, leading to a clear change in ranks, then a new revised edition of the destiny decree would be released. And this time, the revision of the destiny decree was because of Lin Ming. There were a total of 360 life destruction powerhouses ranked on the destiny decree. Those that could make the list on the density decree all had a certain degree of hope that they would one day reach the divine sea. Thus, most of those on the destiny decree were devoted cultivators and spent the majority of their life closed up in seclusion, rarely seen in public. Many major forces hoped to win over a few destiny decree masters to act as foreign patrons that could assist them. However, besides a few top national-level forces, even the countless organizations as wealthy as the Heavencraft Trading Company could not ever hope to win over one. Each divine kingdom only had a few dozen destiny decree powerhouses at their disposal. Moreover, for someone at their boundary, their main pursuit in life had become breaking through to the divine sea realm. Besides training and seeking out lucky breaks, they simply didn't care for dueling others. As for the struggles of wealth and power in the world, those were even more boring and worthless in their eyes. The only reason some destiny decree powerhouses were even willing to join top national influences was because of the vast amounts of resources that these organizations could provide. Because of how influential the destiny decree was, every major player in the world paid close attention to this list. Through this list, they could understand an approximate situation of the powerhouses in the 4 divine kingdoms, and at least understand the strength they showed to the public. The entire destiny decree was written in paper and then bound into a book. Every life destruction powerhouse occupied their own page, and thus every single issue of the destiny decree had 360 pages. No more, no less. Within these 360 pages, some characters that were currently attracting attention would be written in the decree using red ink. At this time, the one who was written down in red ink was Lin Ming. The 320th page had a name that was written down with large, blood-red characters. Lin Lanjian. The back of that page introduced a variety of information, including Lin Ming's fighting style, his moves, weapons, and current accomplishments. Lin Lanjian, Weapons Spear, killed the ranked 330th ranked Destiny Decree Master, Corpsemancer. Cultivation at the late Revolving Core Realm. An eternally rare talent. The Destiny Decree was generous with its praise. This ranking list had already existed for several thousand years, and there had been far too many geniuses recorded in its pages. Many of them had even gone on to become peerless emperors. However, to enter the Destiny Decree at just the Revolving Core Realm, Lin Ming was actually the first person to accomplish this in all these millennia. Just this point alone was enough to stir up a storm. A massive number of which Creek City's martial artists rushed over to Heavencraft Trading Company for a visit. For a time, the entire Heavencraft Trading Company was packed to the brim with business. Many of them wished to inquire about the news and to also meet Lin Ming. There were also some representatives from major forces that wished to win over Lin Ming. If even this was impossible, then testing the waters didn't do any harm. In turn, this caused the recently struggling Heavencraft Trading Company to be booming with business. This was truly a serendipitous accident. At this time, Xiaoxiao no longer needed to accept the ruling of the family, and had more or less won the struggle for the position of family head in advance. At this time within the Heavencraft family, Xiaoxiao's 2 great-uncles were looking at the scarlet letters emblazoned on the Destiny Decree. It was as if the letters had been written in fresh, glistening red blood. Corpsemancer had died. Furthermore, he had been killed by Lin Ming. How could this be? Heavencraft Xiao muttered to himself, unable to believe that this was true. Big brother, what do we do? The sudden change in the current situation had rendered Heavencraft Yun listless. He would have absolutely never imagined that the random young boy that Xiaoxiao drew in from somewhere had actually managed to kill the Destiny Decree ranked Corpsemancer. What can we do? Heavencraft Xiao harshly exhaled in a panic. However, he was also at a loss at the time. Paper could not wrap up fire. The truth would eventually come out. They couldn't depend on finding asylum in their family by arguing they had nothing to do with corpsemancer. They were in the wrong to begin with to involve that corpsemancer. If Xiao had been killed, then everything would have been fine. However, now that corpsemancer had died, this would cause all the anger to be directed at them. Since Xiao also now had Lin Ming's support, she was in an invincible position. It would be impossible to find another Destiny Decree Master that could contend with Lin Ming in a short period of time. As for the Crown Prince, Heavencraft Xiao had no expectations that he would help. The Heavencraft Trading Company was only a potential boost to the Crown Prince. And now that things had come to this, the result was already foreseeable. There was no way that the Nine-Furnace Crown Prince would be willing to link himself with some dastardly villain like Corpsemancer. We can only take advantage of this time while Lin Longjin is recuperating from his injuries to immediately leave through the secret transmission array to look for that sir. The changes within the Heavencraft Trading Company have already gone beyond our control. There is nowhere else we can go. Heavencraft Xiao painfully sighed. He no longer had any other choice. Once they made this decision, the two of them fled from the Heavencraft family under the cover of night. In a family like the Heavencraft family, they naturally had a special transmission array specifically used for escaping. If they left through this transmission array, they wouldn't need to be afraid that Lin Ming would chase them down and kill them. They no longer entertained the hopes of becoming the Heavencraft family head. At this time, at the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom's Phoenix City, a young man wearing a 5-clawed dragon royal robe was flipping through the new issue of the Destiny Decree, a thoughtful expression on his face. Crown Prince. A man wearing a green mask appeared in the Great Hall, respectfully bowing to the young man. This young man was the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom's Crown Prince. He was in his 40s, but appeared as if he were in his 20s. This wasn't because he consumed a part of his cultivation to restore his youthful appearance, but because he had stepped into life destruction at a mere 30 years of age. After his physical body had been transformed and reborn, his appearance maintained the look of himself in his 20s, something that wouldn't change for thousands of years to come. Even men were pretty willing to maintain their youthful looks for as long as possible. However, if they were stranded in the revolving core realm until their 30s and 40s, there would still be a few traces of their age left on their faces, giving off the feel that they were middle-aged in appearance. If one wanted to keep the vivid vibrancy of youth, one would have to step into the life destruction realm at around 30 years of age. However, this sort of person would be a monstrous genius of their era. Without accident, they would inevitably step into the Divine Sea, and would even grow to become an astounding character amongst all Divine Sea powerhouses. Fleeting Dragon, what's the matter? The Nine-Furnace Crown Prince quietly said as he closed the Destiny Decree. Reporting to Your Highness, the 2 chess pieces that your subordinate has arranged in the Heavencraft family have arrived at the royal palace overnight. They wish to seek an audience with the Crown Prince. Does Your Highness wish to grant them a meeting? To the green-masked man, Heavencraft Xiao and Heavencraft Yun were both unimportant characters that didn't have the qualifications to seek an audience with the Crown Prince. It was only the fact that Lin Longjin had killed Corpsemancer that would pique the Crown Prince's interest, and then submit this report. Indeed, the Nine-Furnace Crown Prince nodded and said, "Let them see me. In addition, Fleeting Dragon, I had you investigate the 3 great trading companies, the 2 great banks, and the 100 treasure auction house. How have you done so far?" Reporting to Your Highness, the Nine-Furnace Guard is currently secretly investigating these groups. There aren't any major omissions with the 2 great banks and the 100 treasure auction house, but the 3 great trading companies all have a few existing problems. Oh? What about the Heavencraft Trading Company? The Nine-Furnace Crown Prince nodded with satisfaction, a smile touching his face. We've already obtained precise evidence on the Heavencraft Trading Company. The Heavencraft Trading Company's previous head and the one before him had all made transactions in violation of the Divine Kingdom's laws. There were even some secret transactions done with the Azura Divine Kingdom that we can use to charge them with colluding with an enemy power. The green-masked man indifferently said. He was the chief commander of the Nine Furnace Guard. The so-called Nine Furnace Guard was a military faction under the direct control of the Divine Kingdom. They governed the nation's prisons and held great power in all other aspects. Their power and influence were terrifying, and they even had 5 Destiny Decree Masters in their ranks. This green-masked man was one of them, and also the strongest amongst them. His code name was Fleeting Dragon. All of the members of the Nine Furnace Guard wore embroidered robes and green masks. These masks were not for decoration, and were actually tools carved from wood spirit jade. Wood spirit jade had the special characteristic of isolating all external perception. Even a divine sea powerhouse could not pierce his perception even half of an inch into the wood spirit jade. Thus, as long as they wore these masks, then no one would ever be able to see the true expression of the Nine Furnace Guard martial artists. The entire Nine Furnace Guard had a total of 9,000 individuals, and their combat strength was just as fearful. They were under the direct jurisdiction of the Nine Furnace Crown Prince and could be considered as his right hand. Excellent. Organize all the evidence as soon as possible and bring it to me, the Nine Furnace Crown Prince said with a smile. Although this was a secret investigation, the truth was that the investigation had already been carried out for an entire 2 years thus far. As Fleeting Dragon heard this, he was secretly startled. He didn't know just what the Crown Prince was plotting, but the 3 great trading companies, the 2 great banks, and the 100 treasure auction house summed up to be a total of 6 major commercial organizations. They grasped nearly 10% of the entire Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom's economy. Was the Crown Prince really preparing to swallow them all up? It had to be known that, for a trading company to develop to such a massive scale, it was impossible for them to wipe their asses clean of all the dirty deeds they committed. As long as one had the mind and resources to search, they absolutely could find some problems. In fact, this was a matter that everyone was aware of. Even so, all of the previous divine emperors of the 4 divine kingdoms tacitly consented to the existence of the economic oligarchy, because they could help manage the country and create wealth for all. Moreover, over 1/3 of their profits were collected into the divine kingdom's treasury. If one wished to annex these economic organizations, then it would be possible with the absolute suppressive strength of the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom state power. If one didn't care for public opinion, then this was a simple matter. But this had already been tested by another divine kingdom once, and the truth had proved differently. After the great economic organizations were also taken under national country, it was easy for corruption to grow in management. This then led to a decline in efficiency and profit, eventually leading these organizations to close down in several years. This was simply not a wise move. The state machine was mostly able to grasp spirit essence stone mines, with spirit jade sites, and other similarly simple resource-based industries. It was difficult to become involved in anything else. If a normal prince were to have these sort of thoughts, then Fleeting Dragon would have thought that he had delusions of grandeur and had become completely incompetent. But now, the one making this decision was the Nine Furnace Crown Prince. Fleeting Dragon was well aware of just how great the Nine Furnace Crown Prince's hidden strength was. He certainly wasn't an idiot that would make such an addled decision. Then, just what was he planning on doing? Was he really preparing to annex these 6 great economic organizations? That would definitely cause some level of turmoil in the Divine Kingdom. Fleeting Dragon imagined all these things, but he didn't question his orders. As the chief commander of the Nine Furnace Guard, his only duty was to obey orders. 3 days later, Heavencraft Trading Company, an invitation to the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom's Divine Palace. At the Heavencraft Trading Company, Lin Ming had received a jade slip made from wood spirit jade. It was marked with an invitation to the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom's royal palace. Additionally, the one who sent this invitation was surprisingly the Nine Furnace Crown Prince. The Nine Furnace Crown Prince wishes for me to come to the Divine Palace as a guest and also bring Heavencraft Xiaoxiao? Lin Ming frowned as he repeated the message on the jade slip. In the past few days, Lin Ming had come to understand what sort of person the Nine Furnace Crown Prince was. His name was Yang Yun, and his martial talent was extraordinary. It seemed as if he had come across an immense fortuitous encounter when he was young, and had now broken through to life destruction at a mere 30 years of age. Yang Yun was a character that wielded alarming power throughout the entire Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom. He wasn't on a level that the likes of Li Yifeng could even compare to. Although Li Yifeng was a prince, there was a vast difference in their respective influence. Putting aside the disparity between the 7-star Divine Kingdom strength and the 9-Furnace Divine Kingdom strength, just Yang Yun and Li Yifeng's respective status in their Divine Kingdoms alone was incomparable. Li Yifeng could at best be considered a playboy and had a natural disposition towards laziness and fun. His finances were all controlled, and he had even been punished with confinement before. As for the 9-Furnace Crown Prince, he had at least 5 subordinates that were all Destiny Decree Masters, and he himself was also ranked on the Destiny Decree. It was just that his ranking had been omitted from the decree, and there hadn't been any information dispatched about him for many years. The depths of his strength were a complete mystery to all. Compared to Yang Yun, Li Yifeng was just a little baby that hadn't grown up. It was impossible for Lin Ming to be at ease when facing such a character. Yang Yun was nearly twice his age, and even the power of his subordinates wasn't something Lin Ming could ever hope to contend with. For the 9-Furnace Divine Kingdom, Yang Yun represented the peak of strength outside of the Divine Sea powerhouses. Despite the fact that Yang Yun had no enmity or grudge with Lin Ming, and that he shouldn't even have a reason to harm Lin Ming to begin with, Lin Ming didn't want to enter a place like the 9-Furnace Divine Kingdom. That could truly be described as a dragon's lake or a tiger's cave. A truly dangerous zone. Most of the Destiny Decree Masters of the 9-Furnace Divine Kingdom were subordinates of the Divine Kingdom. After all, the 9-Furnace Divine Kingdom was not just a nation, but a quasi-6th-grade super-holy land. The Divine Kingdom's 3 great imperial scholars, 12 great officials, and 5 9-Furnace Guard captains were all Destiny Decree-ranked characters, and were also ranked extremely high on the decree. In addition to that, the Divine Kingdom had emperor uncles and high princes that had lived for several thousand years and had gone into seclusion. These people were even more terrifying. They had most likely entered into the Divine Sea. In a sense, the current 9-Furnace Divine Kingdom could compare with the Demon God Imperial Palace to a small degree. The Demon God Imperial Palace had once been a great sect that ruled the world, the most terrifying power in the entire Sky Spill continent. In front of these people, Lin Ming simply didn't have any strength to resist. Once he entered the Divine Palace, he would be at their disposal. Directly refusing Yang Yun wasn't a good idea either, however, as it might anger him. This way, Lin Ming could only sidestep this invitation by saying he still hadn't recovered from his wounds after his fight with Corpsemancer, and needed more time to recuperate. This was a tactful method of rejection. After Lin Ming passed out the message, he continued to train and practice alchemy. Just yesterday, Xianxia had delivered the dragon's pine grass that she had promised, and 2 tufts of them at that. She had also delivered a considerable amount of spirit essence stone and wood spirit jade to him. This wasn't all Xiaoxiao's doing, but also the gifts that the Heavencraft Trading Company saved up to win over Lin Ming. Within the entire 9-Furnace Divine Kingdom, including the 3 great trading companies, 2 great banks, and 100 treasure auction house, the only business giant that had a Destiny Decree Master serving them was the 100 treasure auction house. This guest had also only lent his name, and wouldn't act unless there was a great event occurring. While this Destiny Decree Master was ranked somewhere similar to Lin Ming, he was already over 1,500 years old. He was far from comparing to Lin Ming's potential. If the Heavencraft Trading Company could be on good terms with Lin Ming, then the future returns would be inestimable. Who knew what the future held? Perhaps Lin Ming might even break through to the Divine Sea Realm. The Divine Sea Realm. A supreme elder that could awe even an entire divine kingdom. The top 100 ranked masters of the Destiny Decree were already characters that people couldn't even look up to. Then what sort of existence would a Divine Sea Supreme Elder be? Even the elders of the Heavencraft Trading Company were unable to imagine this. If they could be on good terms, or even merely know of a Divine Sea Supreme Elder, that would make their family's status skyrocket. The Heavencraft Trading Company was a great power that didn't lack wealth. What they lacked was strength to take matters into their own hands. Underneath the absolute suppression of the Divine Kingdom, they were no different from defenseless pigs that were being raised up. They could be taken out of their pens and slaughtered at any time. Now, because Xiaoxiao was on good terms with Lin Ming, her status in the family had advanced by leaps and bounds. With her two great-uncles escaping from the family under the cover of night using the transmission array, there was no longer anyone that was able to threaten her position as family head. The Council of Elders had already passed a resolution, and after another 2 months, an auspicious day would be chosen. Heavencraft Xiaoxiao would then complete the grand ceremony of family succession. Recently, Lin Ming's alchemical skills had also been constantly increasing. If he wished to refine the 5-fade void pill to open the third of the 8 inner hidden gates, though he was still far from being able to do so, Lin Ming looked at the cosmic melting furnace alchemy materials that were floating in front of him. There was the 5-color fruit, void-tempered root, dragon's pine grass, skyflower stones, as well as 3 genes of 200,000-year-old wood spirit jade. This wood spirit jade quality is a bit too poor. If I had million-year wood spirit jade, then my chances at success would be much higher. Unfortunately, wood spirit jade that old is just too rare. Even the Heavencraft Trading Company would have difficulty finding it. As Lin Ming was murmuring to himself, he suddenly felt a cold air rise up inside his chamber. Killing intent? Lin Ming's mind went cold. His training chamber had protective array formations surrounding it. If one didn't destroy the array formations, and only had their killing intent seep in, then that proved that this person's killing intent was unimaginably condensed. Lin Ming quickly put away the cosmic melting furnace and opened the protective array formation, exiting the training chamber. As he stepped outside, he saw that just 200 feet away from him stood a passive, green-masked man, whose ice-cold mask gave off a heartlessly indifferent feeling. A wood spirit jade-carved mask? Lin Ming's mind stirred. With his understanding of wood spirit jade, he immediately understood the use of this mask. Wood spirit jade was able to isolate away all external perception. Because of this, a mask made of wood spirit jade was the most effective and simple method to hide one's own appearance. Even if a divine Sea Supreme Elder stood here, they still wouldn't be able to identify who this person was. As for normal appearance-changing techniques, they could only fool with people's similar cultivations. Anyone with sharp enough eyes of high enough cultivation would instantly see through that type of disguise. I could borrow this method later. If Lin Ming hadn't seen this man in front of him, then he would never have thought wood spirit jade would also have this sort of function. You are. As Lin Ming looked at this green-masked man's cultivation, he didn't know just what sort of arcane ability this man practiced. Since his dantian had also been hidden in a deep fog, it was impossible to see through his cultivation. But, just from the aura that emitted from his body, Lin Ming could feel his own heart reacting by beating faster. Without a doubt, this person was a master among masters. He had come to Heavencraft Pavilion, but hadn't disturbed the guards. That killing intent he released just now also didn't have any malice behind it. This man had simply used this method to inform Lin Ming of his arrival. Thus, Lin Ming was able to approximately guess just what sort of status this man had. I am the 9 Furnace Guards Chief Commander. You may refer to me as Fleeting Dragon. The 9 Furnace Guard Chief Commander was under the direct control of the Crown Prince. Lin Ming wasn't surprised at all. When His Highness the Crown Prince invited Sir Lin for an audience, Sir Lin hadn't yet recovered. Now, a month has passed and His Highness the Crown Prince has specifically sent me here to inquire into Sir Lin's state and also send a miraculous healing pill. If Sir Lin's wound is cured, then please follow me back for a visit to the 9 Furnace Divine Palace. If Sir Lin still isn't feeling too well, then I shall wait at Heavencraft Pavilion until Sir Lin's wounds are healed. As the 9 Furnace Guard Chief Command said these words, Lin Ming no longer had any reasonable argument he could use to refuse. He could only reluctantly agree. He didn't wish to involve himself in the high-level battles of the 4 divine kingdoms. However, just seeing the Crown Prince might not be too bad either. For instance, the million-year wood spirit jade he needed may be very difficult for the Heavencraft Trading Company to find. However, the 9 Furnace Divine Palace should definitely have it or find it. Oh! The 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom was divided into 9 provinces. The 9 Furnace Divine Palace was located at the largest and busiest province, the Central Province. The area of just the central province was larger than 10 South Horizon regions combined. Around the central province, the other 8 provinces surrounded it. As for the back of the central province, that area extended to the edge of the Sea of Miracles. The Sea of Miracles was the greatest life-forbidden zone of the entire Sky Spill continent. The 4 divine kingdoms surrounded the Sea of Miracles in a giant circle. And far behind these 4 divine kingdoms was the South Sea, Fog Sea, North Sea, and Crimson Sea. At the very center of everything was the Sea of Miracles. This made the Sky Spill continent to look like the shape of an irregular donut. The Sea of Miracles was also known as the Sea of No Return, and also the Ocean of Endless Storms. It was rumored that the entire sea was pitch black and covered with infinite lightning storms. To enter was to walk into certain death. Even a divine sea supreme elder was no exception. As for the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom's divine palace, that was only 10,000 miles from the shores of the Sea of Miracles. As Lin Ming arrived at the foot of the 9 Furnace Divine Palace, he looked up to see a 100,000-foot-high snow-capped mountain range. The 9 Furnace Divine Palace was actually established above these mountains. This wasn't strange at all, as most sects were built above mountains or spiritual islands. This was because these types of places often had extremely high-quality spirit veins. The 9 Furnace Divine Palace was also the same. Just by arriving at the base of the mountains, Lin Ming could feel a rich heaven and origin energy rushing over him like a never-ending tide, submerging him within. With every breath he took, he could feel all traces of this energy seep into his own dantian, subtly raising his cultivation. If just standing at the base of these mountains had such an effect, then the origin energy density at the summit could be imagined. This was also the reason that so many Destiny Decree Masters were willing to join the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom. If they could close up and train in the 9 Furnace Divine Palace, then that would be far better than any other place they could go to. These are 6th grade spirit veins, or maybe even higher. Lin Ming had never seen a higher spirit vein before, and was thus unable to estimate the level of this land's spirit veins. Beside Lin Ming, even the normally silent fleeting dragon revealed a trace of pride in his eyes as he saw the 9 Furnace Divine Palace. He said, "This mountain is named the 9 Furnace Divine Mountain, and the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom's name originates from this mountain. The founding ancestor of the 9 Furnace sect established his sect on the 9 Furnace Divine Mountain. It grew from there, it finally becoming the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom. The 9 Furnace Divine Mountain came first, and the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom followed after. Sir Lin, Miss Heavencraft, please follow me up the mountain." When the Crown Prince invited Lin Ming, he had also conveniently invited Xiaoxiao. This caused Xiaoxiao to be terrified. Just what sort of legendary existence was the 9 Furnace Crown Prince? She had no idea why someone like the Crown Prince would invite her. Was it just to accompany Lin Lonjian here? The 9 Furnace Divine Mountain reached 100,000 feet high. The summit was covered in pure white snow all year round. Within the endless expanse of snow and the deep blue glaciers, countless towers of jade soared high up into the skies. Every tower was supported by array formations. Ancient snow fell outside, but within the tower, under the effect of these formations, rare flowers from all seasons blossomed in all their splendor, full of life and vitality. It was truly a sight to behold. While one side was covered in endless snow and ice, the other side was filled with lush green spiritual plants. Such a sharp and clear contrast was like a heavenly paradise on earth. At the summit of the 9 Furnace Divine Mountain there was a beautiful lake that displayed all 4 seasons. This lake was named the 9 Flower Lake. This entire lake was covered in a dense fog, and at its center was a pavilion carved from jade. Within this pavilion was a young man that was lightly playing a zither. The zither's melody that thrummed in the air was pleasant to the ears. In the 9 Flower Lake, snow lotuses bloomed all around. As this jade-like handsome young man played his zither, he appeared even purer and loftier than a woman, as if he were an immortal that had descended down from the heavens. As the young man saw Lin Ming and Xiaoxiao arrive, he faintly smiled. "Brother Lin, welcome to the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom as my honored guest." The young man's voice had a strangely pleasant lilt to it, It made one feel very comfortable listening to him. Is he the nine-furnace crown prince? The divine kingdom crown prince in front of him was completely different from what he had imagined. Lin Longjin greets His Highness the Crown Prince. Lin Ming simply cupped his hands across his chest. As someone who wasn't from the divine kingdom, there was no need for him to be overly courteous. Brother Lin is too polite. Yang Yun similarly cupped his hands across his chest. This was a ritual exchange from those of the same generation. There was no hint of the status of the nine-furnace crown prince behind it. Fleeting Dragon, guide Brother Lin to the reception hall. I shall head there soon after. Yes, Fleeting Dragon respectfully said. Lin Ming could feel from this respect that the nine-furnace crown prince was an extraordinary character. Otherwise, it would be impossible to sincerely convince a master like Fleeting Dragon. The nine-furnace crown prince's dantian was also covered in a thick fog. It was impossible to see his cultivation. I heard that Yang Yun crossed into life destruction at just 30 years of age. 10 years have passed now. I wonder what stage of life destruction he has reached now. Lin Ming didn't doubt that Yang Yun could even jump ranks to fight. If so, then his strength was terrifying. After arriving at the reception hall, Yang Yun arrived in just half an incense stick of time. At this time, he had changed his clothes and was now wearing a purple gold robe as well as a purple gold crown. The robe he wore was embroidered with the image of a five-clawed golden dragon. Whether consciously or unconsciously, he emitted a noble air around him that made others want to fall to their knees and worship him. This sort of aura that made one wish to bow before him was called the legendary breath of the king. This so-called breath of the king was similar to a force field, the only difference being that it was far weaker in intensity. To a martial artist on the level of Lin Ming, this sort of aura had absolutely no use. But Xiao was different. She felt a great pressure just from standing in front of Yang Yun. That previously jade-like handsome, ethereal Yang Yun had now overlapped with the current Yang Yun that released the breath of the king. It was impossible to distinguish just which one was the real Yang Yun. Yang Yun realized that Xiao's complexion had paled. He gently smiled at her and then purposefully restrained his energy. Xiao immediately felt the pressure on her lighten, and her face flushed red again. I apologize, Miss Heavencraft. Totsue, please brew a pot of jade tea for Miss Heavencraft. The last few words were spoken to a palace maid. Xiao gratefully smiled, flattered that someone like Yang Yun would care about such an unimportant person as her. As for the jade tea, as the young mistress of the Heavencraft Trading Company, Xiao was well aware of just what that was. That was an extremely precious Inauthentic tea. It was said that if a mortal woman drank a cup of it, she would become 1 year younger, and if she drank an entire pot, she would become 10 years younger. This was no exaggeration. Only after stepping on the path of cultivation would one's life potential develop. Hence, as a mortal, it was relatively easier to extend their life. But for a martial artist, especially life-destruction martial artists, because they had trained themselves to the limit, they had to completely unearth all of their life's potential. Thus, wanting to extend their life was far too difficult. The maid named Tsue respectfully served tea to everyone. Her appearance was exquisite, and with her young age, she still had a Xiantian realm cultivation. For such a heavenly gifted girl to be a palace maid, this was obviously proof of the nine-furnace divine kingdom's legacy. She poured the jade tea in Xiao teacup and also served ice lotus tea to Lin Ming and the nine-furnace crown prince. This sort of tea was even more precious than jade tea. It was produced from the dried petals of the ice lotuses that grew around the nine-flower lake. As for the ice lotuses of the nine-flower lake, they could be called heavenly treasures. The nine-furnace crown prince smiled and said, Brother Lin is truly an astounding person. You are just over 20 years of age, and yet you've managed to step into the pages of the destiny decree with just a late revolving core cultivation. When I was Brother Lin's age, the difference was simply far too great. The nine-furnace crown prince ruefully smiled. Lin Ming didn't respond, only waiting for the nine-furnace crown prince to state his intention for inviting him over here. However, the nine-furnace crown prince had no intention of doing so. Instead, he and Lin Ming talked about the customs and policies of the four divine kingdoms, as well as relating to him the various large sects and influences, and all sorts of other strange information. Yang Yun was an eloquent individual and extremely well-spoken. His manner of speaking was charming and light, make him very comfortable and disarming to talk to. Even Xiao couldn't help but have a favorable impression of him. Finally, after an hour of conversation had passed, Lin Ming asked, "May I ask why your highness has requested my presence here?" "Haha. Brother Lin need not worry. I merely like to befriend the heroes of this world. Also, Brother Lin, there's no need to be so polite. Please call me Yang Yun." Yang Yun's words were well said and Lin Ming didn't speak further. The truth was that he knew that the so-called befriending heroes of this world and winning over the will of people all meant that he was recruiting others for his own purposes. Yang Yun's cleverness lay in the fact that he didn't directly mention this matter. Instead, he first wanted to be friends with Lin Ming. Friends first, leader after. Otherwise, it would be too easy to be turned at the start. Even though Lin Ming had guessed Yang Yun's true intentions, he still didn't refuse him. Brother Yang's skill in fine arts and military expertise is renowned throughout the world. In the future, you'll likely become an unrivaled divine emperor. For Brother Yang to value me so highly is truly flattering. Haha, Brother Lin is too modest. I wonder which force Brother Lin originated from? With Brother Lin's talent, I fear you'll become the top powerhouse of the Sky Spill continent in the future. When that time comes, I might need to rely on Brother Lin. The two young men complimented each other. Lin Ming smiled, not responding to Yang Yun's inquiry of his background. In response, Yang Yun tactfully didn't ask again. "Brother Lin, I happen to have invited some astounding young elites from the Sky Spill continent here today for a banquet at the Nine-Flower Lake. Would Brother Lin like to join me to the lake and share in some wine whilst meeting the heroes of this world?" To be considered an astounding young elite by Yang Yun, they must have the most extraordinary prides of heaven within the entire Sky Spill continent. Not only would their strength and talent be extraordinary, but they should also be greatly influential. For instance, the successor of a great sect or perhaps an extremely powerful divine kingdom prince. Lin Ming hadn't replied yet when a maid came in to report on some news. "Your Highness, the White Clan princess has arrived." "Oh? Then I shall immediately go to receive her. Brother Lin, how about going with me?" All right." Lin Ming nodded. Yang Yun had indeed invited heroic young elites that stood at the very peak of the Sky Spill continent. These people all ranged from their 20s to their 50s. For the Xiantian realm, someone 50 years old would be considered middle-aged. But if one could step into the life destruction realm in their 30s, then they would appear in their 20s even if they were 50 years of age. In addition, life destruction powerhouses lived for thousands of years. Thus, a 50-year-old life destruction powerhouse could also be considered someone of the younger generation. The White Clan Princess, the Great Smelting Kingdom Prince, and the 7-star High Prince successor, each of them were eminent characters. For instance, that White Clan Princess. The so-called White Clan was a family clan that lived at the borders of the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom in a hidden world. This family clan had a very special bloodline. They had a bloodline seal. A bloodline seal was a special ability inherited through the bloodline of that family clan. This sort of ability could only be inherited by direct descendants. 2,000 years ago, a divine sea supreme elder was born in the White Clan. Thus they became worthy of being a true Holy Land level power. And now, their current family head also had a high chance of breaking through to the Divine Sea. At that time, their White Clan would have 2 supreme elders backing them. Although that was far from being able to match with the 4 divine kingdoms, it was still a focal superpower. The White Clan Princess was the future successor to the family head. Thus, her prominent status could be imagined. There was not much to say of the Great Smelting Kingdom Prince. He had already earned a similar reputation to the Nine-Furnace Crown Prince a long time ago. Within the Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom, the title of Crown Prince was an empty position. Currently, there were several powerful competitors vying for this seat, and this Great Smelting Prince was one of them. He was currently 45 years old and also ranked on the Destiny Decree. Although the combined power of his subordinates was weaker than Yang Yun, he was still extremely terrifying. As for the seven-prince high prince successor, his status was a bit poorer. However, his grandfather was ranked in the top 2 divine sea powerhouses of the entire 7-star divine kingdom. That grandfather's status was absolutely terrifying. If other divine sea supreme elders ran into him, even they had to greet him as if they were a junior. This group of people consisted of some of the most illustrious characters of the Sky Spill continent, princes amongst princes. Because Xiaoxiao accompanied Lin Ming, she also followed him to this banquet. As she faced this crowd of young people that stood at the very peak of the Sky Spill continent, even she, who she felt was worldly and had seen the great world, felt breathless. Compared to these people in front of her, everyone she had ever come into contact with was nothing at all. As the host, Yang Yun introduced everyone one at a time. As every person was introduced, Xiaoxiao would be increasingly shocked every time. But as for Lin Ming, he remembered their appearance and background as well as silently estimating their strength. In the 4 divine kingdoms, it was inevitable that he would encounter these individuals in the future. As Lin Ming was introduced, Yang Yun only used a few simple words to describe him. The only revolving core talent to enter the destiny decree in 1,000 years, Lin Longjian. He is Lin Longjian? The great smelting prince looked at Lin Ming, a bit astonished. He had also been wondering who Lin Ming was and why he was standing here. Now that the great smelting prince knew that he was Lin Longjian, even with his high and prominent status, he still held a deep respect in his heart when facing this sort of top talent that couldn't be judged by common sense. You are Lin Longjian? In the pavilion, a black-clothed youth stood up. He was an Azura Divine Kingdom prince. I am. Lin Ming cupped his hands across his chest. He was a bit puzzled as he felt this black-clothed youth's blazing eyes locked onto him. Just what problem did this fellow have with him? Was it related to Corpsemancer? Or was this fellow one of those battle crazies that challenged every powerhouse they saw and now wanted to fight him? However, Lin Ming never imagined that this black-clothed youth would suddenly step forward and point at Lin Ming's clothes. Lin Longjian, I want to take a look at the armor you're wearing. How about it? Lin Ming frowned. Randomly asking to view another's treasure was extremely rude. He didn't expect the following explanation either. Lin Longjian, I suspect that your armor is the sacred relic of my clan, the Demon Emperor's armor. What? The Azura Prince's few words shocked all of the martial artists present. These sorts of words were equal to accusing Lin Ming of stealing away their Azura clan's Demon Emperor armor. All of the heroic young elites present had heard more or less of Lin Ming's armor. When Lin Ming and Corpsemancer fought, at the moment that both of them attacked each other in a suicidal manner, Lin Ming had relied on this black armor to block Corpsemancer's final strike. Otherwise, this eternal top talent might have perished that day. According to this Azura Prince, that Demon Emperor armor originally belonged to the Azura Divine Kingdom. Everyone's eyes turned to Lin Ming. Lin Ming's eyes became ice cold. The Demon Emperor armor was a treasure he had personally taken out from the cosmic melting furnace. Yet this black-clothed youth in front of him was actually claiming that it was a sacred relic lost by his Azura Divine Kingdom and wanted to take it back. How could Lin Ming not be angered by such an overbearingly false charge? You say that my armor belongs to your Azura Divine Kingdom? What evidence do you have? Lin Ming slowly stood up, a faint chill in his voice. In fact, Lin Ming already thought that there was some connection between the Azura Divine Kingdom and the Holy Demon Continent. The Azura Divine Kingdom cultivated the demonic path, and Corpsemancer also had a giant demon puppet that had come from the Azura Divine Kingdom. From this alone, it could be seen that the Azura Divine Kingdom must have members of the giant demon race that came from the Holy Demon Continent. The black-clothed youth jeered at Lin Ming with disdain. Evidence? Humph. Do you think that, as a noble Azura Divine Kingdom prince, I would actually lay a false charge against you? Even the common mortals know that the first great demon emperor is my Azura Divine Kingdom's faith and first-generation sovereign king. As for that black armor you're wearing, it was forged by the demon emperor himself. That's it? That's your evidence? Lin Ming's lips curved up in a mocking smile. The demon emperor is your Azura Divine Kingdom's first sovereign king? From his memories, Lin Ming knew that the sect the Demon Emperor had established in the Sky Spill continent was the South Sea's Demon God Imperial Palace. But the Demon God Imperial Palace was destroyed after and the Demon Emperor ascended into the realm of the gods. He had simply never established any sort of Azura divine kingdom. And the most vital point was that the Demon Emperor existed 70,000 to 80,000 years ago. How could he possibly be the Azura divine kingdom's first sovereign king? As the Azura prince saw Lin Ming's taunting smile, he grew angry. Who do you think you are? Do you dare to ridicule my Azura divine kingdom? As he spoke, the Azura prince released a thick killing intent. The temperature throughout the entire pavilion lowered until a cold wind blew throughout. Lin Ming remained unmoved. There were indeed several people that alarmed him here, especially that nine-furnace crown prince, Yang Yun. Could be said that he was unfathomable. But the Azura prince wasn't included in that group. This Azura prince was only around 30 years old. He was simply nothing at all. How many years of history does your Azura divine kingdom have? Do you know how long ago it was that the Demon Emperor existed? Hearing Lin Ming's question, the Azura prince's face flashed with pride and disdain. Although he was staring at Lin Ming, he didn't even see him at all, as if he were nothing but air. The Demon Emperor is a character that lived 70,000 years ago. My Azura divine kingdom was officially founded only 12,000 years ago, but before that my Azura divine kingdom was actually a hidden sect for 70,000 years. We are the most ancient sect within the entire Sky Spill continent, bar none. As the Azura prince uttered these words, Yang Yun appeared very calm without a trace of an expression at all. But the great smelting prince frowned, obviously not willing to acknowledge this. Although there hasn't been any phantom recordings of your battle with Corpsemancer, but my Azura divine kingdom was able to use a special technique to investigate the memories of the spectators. Your Demon Emperor armor has special characteristics that are explicitly described in the ancient texts of my Azura divine kingdom. The appearance and nature are fully consistent with the descriptions. By just this point alone, I wouldn't have full confidence the armor you're wearing is the Demon Emperor armor. After all, it might be a replica. But the most important evidence I have is that your Demon Emperor armor is missing its Heartguard mirror, and that Heartguard mirror is in the possession of my Azura divine kingdom. As the Azura prince spoke, he took out a black metal disc from his spatial ring. This was the Demon God Emperor's Heartguard mirror. Everyone, this is a replica of my Azura divine kingdom's Demon Emperor armor's Heartguard mirror. Lin Longian, do you dare to show that armor you're wearing and let us all have a look as to whether you're missing a Heartguard mirror? I can tell you that the shape of the gap in the Demon Emperor armor exactly matches this replica Heartguard mirror. The Azura prince's words were aggressively spoken. All of the heroic young elites present looked at Lin Ming. Several of them had heard of an approximate description of Lin Ming's demon armor. It seemed it was indeed missing a Heartguard mirror. If this were true, then the Azura prince's words weren't groundless. In the face of the Azura prince's accusations, Lin Ming wasn't panicked or in disbelief as everyone thought he would be. Instead, his expression was that of cold decisiveness, as if everything the Azura prince had said about the Heartguard mirror didn't matter at all. Didn't you hear me? The Azura prince took a fierce step forward and took out a chillingly cold long spear from his spatial ring. Yang Yun stood up at this time. Situchuan, everyone here today are guests that I have personally invited. This 9 Flowers banquet is a gathering of astounding young elites from all over the world. Are you planning on causing an upheaval at my 9 Flowers banquet? Yang Yun's words didn't carry any momentum with them, but they still gave of an inexplicably fearful feeling. Even the Azura prince felt somewhat afraid. At this time, another black-clothed martial artist stood up and said, Your Highness Crown Prince, we have no intention of causing any conflict at this banquet. It's just that my Azura Divine Kingdom's Demon Emperor armor truly was lost 12,000 years ago. My Azura Divine Kingdom opened the Demon Emperor mystic realm left behind by the Demon Emperor in order to take out the rare treasures he kept there. However, because of spies that were mixed into our sect, some dastardly thieves managed to sneak their way in and make out with part of our inheritances and treasures. I suspect that this Demon Emperor armor is one of them. It is an extremely important holy relic of my divine kingdom. We must recover it by any means possible. The martial artist who spoke was also from the Azura Divine Kingdom, a High Prince successor. Although he was no longer cut off from the inheritances of direct descendants, he still cared a great deal about the Demon Emperor armor. According to the ancient records, the complete Demon Emperor armor could not only defend against attacks, but also increase a martial artist's strength and true essence, playing a ghostly and unpredictable effect in battle. Besides, Lin Ming might even have cultivation methods or other inheritances of the Demon Emperor. If he could recover this, then he would have an opportunity to train them. The black-clothed martial artist spoke to Yang Yun and then turned to Lin Ming. Lin Lanjian, we won't investigate how you came about that Demon Emperor armor as long as you return it to us. In fact, not only will we not dig into your past, but we will also grant you a few gifts in gratitude. We believe that young hero Lin truly must not have known that the Demon Emperor armor originated as a main inheritance of my Azura Divine Kingdom. The Azura Divine Kingdom's high successor already felt that he was gracious enough. If Lin Ming knew his limits, then he should back down now. But in the next moment, Lin Ming's response nearly caused his lungs to explode in rage. Lin Ming traced his spatial ring and sneered, "I've never seen someone so shameless that never cared about face before. You're saying that just because that Heartguard mirror matches with my Demon Emperor armor that it belongs to your Azura Divine Kingdom? How ridiculous. Why don't you say that your Azura Divine Kingdom's Heartguard mirror belongs to me originally? Lin Lanjian, do you want to die?" The black-clothed martial artist pounded the table. He had never seen such a crazy person that dared to insult their Azura Divine Kingdom like so. The Azura Prince Situchuan had an extremely ugly complexion. He pointed his spear point straight at Lin Ming and said with a voice full of killing intent, "Brother Yang, you saw what happened. It isn't me not giving you face, but this Lin Lanjian doesn't care about decorum at all. We already decided not to investigate how Lin Lanjian Sr. stole their way into my Azura Divine Kingdom's Demon Emperor mystic realm, but this man actually dares to be so shameless as to say that all those stolen treasures belong to him. Brother Yang, even if you must stop me today, I will still wet the earth with blood." At this point, within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, Demon Shine was already angrily growling. No matter how anyone considered it, only Demon Shine could be considered the most worthy descendant of the Demon Emperor. This group of smelly brats are truly shameless. They actually dare to pose as the Demon Emperor's descendants. This saint is about to laugh to death. They must have somehow found their way into Master's mystic realm 12,000 years ago. Then, they plundered the mystic realm and obtained the Heartguard mirror as well as some rare cultivation method manuals. As for all that talk about spies and thieves, those should have been competitors that entered the mystic realm with them. It's just that this so-called Azura Divine Kingdom must have obtained the majority of the goods, while everyone else only obtained a little bit. Then those damned fellows must have posed as Master's descendants and then claimed that all of Master's inheritances belonged to them. They are simply brain-addled idiots. Lin Ming, kill him. Paint the walls with his blood. Considering what he himself knew, together with his incomplete memories of the Demon Emperor, Lin Ming also agreed with Demon Shine. The Azura Divine Kingdom that claimed to be the so-called descendants of the Demon Emperor must have found one of the Demon Emperor's mystic realms from somewhere. One that hadn't been the Demon God Imperial Palace either. As for that Demon Emperor armor being stolen from the mystic realm, that was simply nonsense. Lin Ming said, "The mystic realms left behind by the ancient ancestors are all ownerless to begin with. They're left for the fated ones to obtain the treasures within. Your Azura Divine Kingdom only managed to obtain one of the multiple mystic realms that the Demon Emperor left behind, and yet you actually dare to claim without any justification at all that the Demon Emperor is the first sovereign king of your Azura Divine Kingdom, and say that everything related to the Demon Emperor from all the mystic realms of the world actually belong completely to you. How openly and brazenly shameless of you. Lin Lanjian, you dare to insult my Azura Divine Kingdom again and again. If I don't kill you today, I'll never rest." The Azura Prince revealed a thick killing intent. His expression as he looked at Lin Ming was as if he were staring at a person who had already died. Lin Ming was well aware that further words were useless. He extracted the red spear from his spatial ring and coldly said, "If you want to fight, then let's fight. Don't waste my time." "Good. You truly are crazy. Lin Lanjian. Since you want to die so bad, then let me help you along. Brother Yang. You have already heard that Lin Lanjian does not oppose this battle. As such, it can't be described as ruining your 9 flowers banquet. As Situ Chuan spoke, his lips curved up in a vicious smile. He had already decided to kill Lin Ming here and take away the Demon Emperor armor. This would be a great accomplishment for him. If he used a soul-searching technique, he might even be able to find traces of the Demon Emperor's other inheritances from Lin Ming. This might even include the more precious latter layers of the great desolate halberd art. Situ Chuan didn't believe for a second that Lin Ming could have such accomplishments today without benefiting from top cultivation methods. As long as he could steal away these techniques and study them himself, then his strength would be greater and the Azura Divine Kingdom would be that much stronger. Battle was inevitable. Yang Yun stood at the center of the 9-flower lake's jade pavilion, his clothes fluttering in the wind as he said with a calm expression, "Must you really fight? Humph! Lin Lanjian has humiliated the legacy of my divine kingdom. I must kill him," Situ Chuan said, his voice brooking no doubt. "Since that's the case, let's make a stipulation of 10 moves. Victory or defeat will be decided in 10 moves. There will be no more fighting after that." Yang Yun had settled on 10 moves because he was in fact trying to prevent any deaths occurring from this battle. If these two truly did engage in a fierce struggle, dying wouldn't be unusual. Having lives taken at his 9 flowers banquet would inevitably bring criticism to Yang Yun. Moreover, his original intention had been to befriend Lin Ming, so he couldn't allow Situ Chuan to kill him. But on the other hand, it wouldn't be good if Lin Ming killed Situ Chuan either. Situ Chuan was a prince of the Azura Divine Kingdom. If he died under Lin Ming's hands, then Lin Ming would be chased down and hunted by the Azura Divine Kingdom. If Yang Yun were to try shielding Lin Ming at that time, then that would be the same as publicly slapping the entire Azura Divine Kingdom in the face. Although there was always infighting and espionage occurring between the 4 divine kingdoms, nothing too great had ever broken out. Everyone knew just how terrifying the consequences would be of 2 divine kingdoms engaging in war. Humph! 10 moves are more than enough to kill you. Don't think that you are invincible just because you managed to hang onto the very end of the destiny decree. If it wasn't for the fact that the princes of the 4 divine kingdoms weren't allowed to be listed without permission, I too would be on the destiny decree. For the inheritance of the divine emperor's throne, unless one was an absolute successor like Yang Yun, there would always be struggles that caused tides of blood to bloom throughout the kingdom. At that time, a prince's strength was an extremely sensitive topic. Thus, the 4 great intelligence networks wouldn't easily arrange a prince on the destiny decree. Yang Yun was also the same. Of course, there were also some princes that were willing to allow themselves to be ranked on the destiny decree in order to shore up support for their side. For instance, the Great Smelting Prince was listed on the destiny decree. Although Situ Chuan was full of confidence, the truth was that he kept 120% vigilance and was ready to display his complete strength. He was well aware just how troublesome Lin Ming could be. Corpsemancer was not an idiot. If he died underneath Lin Ming's hands, then Lin Ming naturally had his strengths. Then Azura Divine Kingdom's High Prince successor Situ Feng said, 10 moves. If Lin Lanjian loses in that time, then he must hand over the Demon Emperor armor. Situ Feng was also the descendant of a divine Sea Supreme Elder, and he too was extraordinarily strong. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to participate in this 9 flowers banquet. However, Situ Feng, Situ Chuan, Yang Yun, and everyone else here were all the same. Their dantian was covered in layers of thick fog, so it was impossible to see just how high their cultivation was. This sort of technique to hide one's cultivation was extremely common in the 4 divine kingdoms. Situ Feng's eyes shined as he glared at Lin Ming, full of provocation. Lin Ming was silent for a moment, and then he said in a deep bass voice, "If I lose, then I will deliver to you the Demon Emperor armor. But what if I win? Will you hand me the Demon Emperor Amor's Heartguard mirror?" "Dream on!" Situ Chuan angrily shouted. "The Demon Emperor armor is originally the holy relic of my Azura Divine Kingdom. Your ancestors stole the Demon Emperor armor from us 12,000 years ago, and now you actually desire the Heartguard mirror too. You truly have no idea of death or danger. Hee hee. Lin Ming contemplatively smiled. The one who has no idea of death or danger is you. You keep on spouting on and on about how the Demon Emperor is your ancestor, but yet you have no evidence at all. Are you afraid of betting the Heartguard mirror because you know you've already lost? You! Situ Chuan was about to rush forwards before Situ Feng held him down. Surname Lin, let alone that it is useless, I will also tell you that it is impossible for us to give you the Heartguard mirror. We have no authority to do so, and it isn't in our possession to begin with. If we lose, then we will give you 100,000 Spirit Essence Stones. Even though Situ Feng promised 100,000 Spirit Essence Stones in a single breath, Lin Ming didn't even bat an eyelash. 100,000 Spirit Essence Stones as a bet for the Demon Emperor armor? Your plans are quite exquisite. 100,000 Spirit Essence Stones was not a small number, but it was naturally far from being able to compare to the Demon Emperor armor. According to Demon Shine, the complete Demon Emperor armor was no less valuable than the Cosmic Melting Furnace, a quasi-saint artifact. Also, a defensive quasi-saint artifact was extremely rare. In terms of value, it would not lose out to a true offensive saint artifact. A saint artifact was extremely valuable even in the realm of the gods. It wasn't something that could be purchased with a mere 100,000 Spirit Essence Stones. If you lose, then take out 10 gene of Million Year with Spirit Jade, and also 1 gene of with Spirit Jade Quintessence. Situ Feng's eyes turned red. There was simply no price for Million Year with Spirit Jade. There wasn't much of that even in the treasuries of the 4 divine kingdoms combined. As for wood Spirit Jade Quintessence, that was even rarer. That required at least 5 million year wood Spirit Jade. After wood Spirit Jade passed through an immeasurable long time, its most basic components would slowly seep out into the surrounding rock, and the impurities within the rock would also permeate the wood Spirit Jade. It was impossible for ordinary wood Spirit Jade to exist for several million years. It would simply become a fossil. In order for wood Spirit Jade to retain its purity throughout 5 million years, it would need to be formed from a top heavenly material. For instance, materials such as a 70,000 to 80,000 year nirvana dragon roots, 9 nether grass, profound gold divine fruit, and so on. These sorts of spiritual plants were few and far between to begin with. Wood Spirit Jade of this sort was nearly extinct. Once it was formed, it would swallow the natural life essence of the sun and moon, gaining intelligence after a long period of time, and sometimes even gaining its own life. The value of wood Spirit Jade Quintessence was impossible to measure with Spirit Essence Stones. What kind of crazy act are you trying to pull? Situ Chuan roared. Compared to 10 gene of Million Year wood Spirit Jade and another gene of wood Spirit Jade Quintessence, the Demon Emperor armor is still more valuable, Lin Ming coldly said. Situ Chuan laughed like a craving madman. I think that you've misunderstood the situation. You simply do not have the qualifications to discuss conditions with us. If my Azura Divine Kingdom wishes to crush you, then we can crush you just like an ant. Oh? Then there's nothing to discuss. Come see me again when you have the guts to make a bet. Lin Ming began to put his spear away. If Situ Chuan and Situ Feng didn't dare to make a bet, then they wouldn't be able to take back the Demon Emperor armor. How could the usually proud and arrogant Situ Chuan swallow such an insult? I'm afraid you won't be alive anymore. 10 gene of Million Year wood Spirit Jade and another gene of wood Spirit Jade Quintessence. I'll take your life in 10 moves. Situ Chuan had already impatiently jumped out. He pointed his long spear at Lin Ming and said, I will use your blood as a sacrifice to the Demon Emperor armor. Whoosh! With a loud rustling sound, hundreds of crimson seals began spinning around the edge of Situ Chuan's spear. These were all blood-drinking seals. Great desolate halberd art? Lin Ming was slightly startled and then immediately relieved. When he first went into the Demon God Imperial Palace, he hadn't been able to locate the Great Desolate Halberd art. The Great Desolate Halberd art he knew was the complete cultivation method extracted from the Demon Emperor's soul fragment. Now it seemed as if the jade slip containing the Great Desolate Halberd art was kept at another ancient ruin site, and this site had been obtained by the Azura Divine Kingdom. Whoosh! 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 With a loud whistling sound, Several hundred crimson seals rapidly revolved around the long spear. Lin Ming was familiar with all of these moves. In the past, he had once tried stepping onto the slaughter path. However, he eventually proved that the road others trod didn't necessarily suit him. Only by walking his own path would he be able to move towards the peak of all martial arts. Lin Ming finally took the Great Desolate Halberd art, as well as several other different techniques, using them as a foundation. After comprehending the Great Desolate Halberd art and fusing in the concept of space, the concept of thunder, as well as the concept of fire, he was able to create moves such as Chasing Sun, Chasing Thunder, Penetrating Rainbow, and Bury the Heavens. To Lin Ming, the power of these abilities was far mightier than the pure Great Desolate Halberd art. Let me experience your Great Desolate Halberd art. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a brilliant fighting spirit. He wanted to just how powerful the Demon Emperor's famed battle technique would be in the hands of a purely demonic path martial artist. He wanted to see how this compared to his own self-created techniques. Whoosh! With a loud cry, Situ Chuan's spear shot forwards. His first attack was Blood Seal Twisting Murder. The crimson blood-drinking seals rapidly revolved, issuing out harsh grating sounds as if space itself was being torn to shreds. In these 10 moves, Situ Chuan would go all out with everything he had. He would naturally try to kill Lin Ming in these 10 moves. Lin Ming didn't plan on staying his hand. He also didn't underestimate Situ Chuan. With a thrust of his spear, the dual concepts of thunder and fire fused together, intensely colliding with Blood Seal Twisting Murder. See? Blood Seals smashed onto Lin Ming's red spear, wanting to bounce the spear away. This was Blood Seal Twisting Murder's special effect, twisting away the weapon and directly piercing the chest. Lin Ming had already expected this. He poured his battle spirit into the shaft of his spear. The concept of thunderfire erupted. Bang! A sound filled the air like a bolt of heavenly thunder crashing into the earth. A terrifying air wave washed out in all directions. Even though the 9-flower lake pavilion was protected by a hidden array formation, this array formation still creaked and trembled like a small boat in choppy seas. Great waves rose within the once calm 9-flower lake. If the ice lotuses floating on the lake didn't have the protection of array formations, then they would have probably been ravaged into flying ash by the fierce detonation of energy. Yang Yun looked the same throughout, but Lin Ming actually knew just how valuable these ice lotuses were. They were all comparable to heavenly materials. Once the array formation was broken, the losses would be immense. With a tap of his toes, Lin Ming jumped off the jade platform and flew towards the snowy mountains. At this time, Situ Chuan had long since been stirred up into a frenzied rage, his eyes bright red like a rabid madman. He could hardly care for these 9-flower lake ice lotuses that were simply used to make tea. He thought that Lin Ming had run away because he couldn't withstand his blood seal twisting murder. With a sneer, Situ Chuan clearly shouted, "You gutless small fry! Where are you running to?" Primeval spear strike. With a thrust of his spear, blood-drinking seals spun around, creating a twisting red storm. This sort of storm seemed to twist space, forming a powerful suction force like a black hole that swallowed all. Moves of the Great Desolate Halberd art contained the concept of space. When Lin Ming first started to comprehend the offensive use of the concept of space, that had all begun from this Great Desolate Halberd art, Situ Chuan was overjoyed as he saw Lin Ming's speed suddenly reduce. All martial artists that were caught in his primeval spear strike were like flies in a spider web. It was impossible to escape. With a clear cry, Situ Chuan's killing intent locked onto Lin Ming. The concept of space fused into his spear as he thrust it towards the point between Lin Ming's eyebrows. This spear seemed slow, but it passed through space in the blink of an eye, suddenly appearing like ghosts and gods in front of Lin Ming. Such an ephemeral and mystical style had allowed Situ Chuan to slaughter countless masters. This was the move he was most proud of. However, as Lin Ming faced this spear that suddenly appeared in front of him, his expression didn't even change a tiny bit. "This is your concept of space? Your skill is far too lacking. Ho dash!" Lin Ming also thrust out a spear. This spear strike seemed even slower than Situ Chuan's. However, What was unbelievably strange was that for some unknown reason, Lin Ming's spear light reached Situ Chuan's chest first. What? Situ Chuan was incomparably shocked, losing all his composure. That spear light had suddenly bloomed in front of his eyes, nearly blinding him. Pang! Situ Chuan flew backwards, all of his protective true essence shattered. Blood swelled up within his body but was forcefully suppressed by him. As he looked down, he saw that a large hole had appeared in the heaven-step treasure armor he wore, copious amounts of blood flowing from it. It's only been 2 moves and yet Situ Chuan was injured? The 7-star Divine Kingdom's High Prince successor said with an astonished expression. Although every prince's strength was kept a confidential secret, the 4 Divine Kingdoms' competition with each other was simply too fierce. Situ Chuan was one of the several important princes of the Azura Divine Kingdom, so it was inevitable that he would be under tight observation from all available intelligence networks. Although it wasn't known what degree his exact strength reached, people were still able to roughly estimate. After all, Situ Chuan was one of the princes who would compete for the highest throne of the Azura Divine Kingdom in the future. His natural talent was undeniable. At 30 years of age, he should now be able to rank on the destiny decree. Although it was unknown just who would be stronger between him and Lin Ming, the difference in their abilities shouldn't be so great. It wasn't just the 7-star High Prince successor who thought this, but even the great Smelting Kingdom Prince felt this was just too incredible. At this time, Yang Yun was calmly drinking some tea when he said, "It isn't that the disparity in their strength is great, but the disparity in their understanding of the concept of space is too great. Just now, that move was only a comparison of whose concept of space was more accomplished." Situ Chuan thought that he would be able to win the advantage by fusing the concept of space into his attack. But he never thought that his opponent's attainments in the concept of space were even higher. He underestimated his opponent and suffered a blow because of it. His injury is due to the fact that he wasn't mentally prepared in advance. At this time, Situ Chuan felt extremely shamed and bereaved. The concept of space was their Azura Divine Kingdom's most famous concept. It was recorded within the Great Desolate Halberd art, and was something that only the Situ royal family descendants were able to study. The concept of space was known as one of the most difficult and powerful concepts and also known as the King of Concepts. The entire Situ family clan inevitably held pride in themselves because their entire family clan could utilize the concept of space. Especially Situ Chuan. His talent was extraordinary and he had an extremely high comprehension of the concept of space. Even the Divine Emperor appreciated his abilities. But now, all of that arrogant pride had been ruthlessly destroyed by Lin Ming. This boy actually understands the concept of space and his method of attack seems similar to my own Azura Divine Kingdom's inheritance. Even the might of the attack is greater. He absolutely has a more complete version of the Great Desolate Halberd art. Situ Chuan didn't think that Lin Ming's talent in the concept of space surpassed his own. He only thought that Lin Ming must have a complete inheritance of the Great Desolate Halberd art. All of these things should belong in the grasp of their Azura Divine Kingdom. Only my Azura Divine Kingdom's Situ family is deserving of this inheritance. There is no one else worthy. Situ Chuan cried out within his heart. If he could train in this complete Great Desolate Halberd art, then his strength would inevitably rise. Perhaps when facing Yang Yun, he might not even be overwhelmed by that man's blinding halo. Brother Situ, consider this match finished. Yang Yun's voice suddenly sounded out. Although Situ Chuan had been injured because of a brief lapse in his guard, an injury was an injury. This was only supposed to be a friendly spar, not a life or death struggle. Losing in even half a move was considered a loss. I refuse to accept this. Situ Chuan shouted out loud, keeping his spear pointed at Lin Ming. Everything on the line was related to the honor of his Azura Divine Kingdom, so how could he just admit defeat like this? Otherwise, if news of today's happening spread out, everyone would know that the rampant and lofty Situ Chuan had lost to someone far younger than him in just 2 moves. Not just that, but that hairless little boy's cultivation was more than an entire realm lower than his. He would suffer nothing but ridicule. The stipulation of 10 moves hasn't ended yet. Just because I was surprised for a moment just now doesn't mean that I lost. Since Sichuan insisted on finishing the 10 moves to the end, Yang Yun also didn't say any more. He only silently looked at Lin Ming. He hadn't thought that Lin Ming's comprehension of the concept of space would reach such a degree, as if he himself were an omnipotent being. This sort of talent was something he had never heard of before. It simply surpassed his own understanding. Sichuan held his spear flat and his aura exploded from his body. He no longer planned to use the concept of space. Since his understanding of concepts was inferior, he would only be embarrassing himself if he continued to forcefully utilize it. Using it to attack the enemy would be the epitome of stupidity. But the great desolate halberd art still contained another great supporting pillar besides the concept of space. That was comprehension of the slaughter path. Sichuan didn't believe that Lin Ming would also surpass him in the understanding of the slaughter path. Bang! Under the incitement of the blood-drinking seals, Sichuan's killing intent erupted, overwhelming and covering the entire sky. Several hundred blood-drinking seals flew high in the air like stars in flight, covering the entire area as they glowed an increasingly blood-red. The skies above the entire nine-flower lake surged with energy. Black energy rolled everywhere, emitting a suffocating atmosphere. By abandoning the concept of space, he would decide this with only the great desolate halberd art's slaughter path. In the jade pavilion atop the nine-flower lake, several heroic young elites felt indescribably uncomfortable after being enveloped by this killing intent. Although those that Yang Yun had invited this time were all the chosen prides of heaven within the Sky Spill continent, that didn't mean that they were too strong. If they were too young and their cultivation was only at the revolving core realm, their strength would still be limited no matter how great their talent. It was impossible for them to withstand Sichuan's killing intent. Such a solid killing intent and such keen blood-drinking seals, Sichuan must have killed countless martial artists these past years. The great smelting prince sighed. One couldn't effectively accumulate killing intent by killing weaker martial artists. Only by killing martial artists at the same level, or even other similar prides of heaven. Only then by watching a strong opponent fall before them would this image engrave itself into one's heart, becoming an unwavering belief of victory that was able to sweep away all. This sort of belief could be sent out like an energy field, and once combined with the will to kill an opponent, this would then turn into killing intent. The Situ family clan is indeed a savage and brutal family clan. All of their princes, successors, and other family members will be thrown into dangerous situations at just 15 to 16 years of age. They are forced to tear down vicious beasts and giant demons, and every royal family member that fails this test has nothing but death awaiting them. Yes, within the Azura Divine Kingdom, there is a medium-sized dimension that has the giant demon race living in it, reared up like pigs in a pen, only becoming the smelting trial field of their royal family. For Sichuan to understand the slaughter path to such a degree, that means he must have cut down hundreds or thousands of giant demons at his level. All of the young heroic elites began discussing amongst themselves. The methods that the 4 divine kingdoms used to train the next generation were no great secret. However, the Azura divine kingdom's methods were the harshest, cruelest, and most lacking in mercy of all. For those royal family members that had no talent, their fate was even more miserable than that of the common people. I will take the advantage with this move. Sichuan fiercely looked at Lin Ming. Although he had been wounded just then because he had underestimated his opponent, no matter the reason, a loss was still a loss. He had thrown down his face in order to continue fighting, and if he wasn't able to suppress Lin Ming and was instead suppressed by Lin Ming, then he would be laughed at by others. This was not a loss he could afford. Loss meant complete loss of any face he had left. I will take back the Situ family clan's glory, and all of the demon emperor's inheritances should also return to my Situ family clan. Sichuan's heart burned with a raging fire. His anger, his will, his body, everything was fused into this next attack. Great desolate halberd art, slaughter path. By overdrawing his strength and true essence, Sichuan poured his complete being into this attack. A black spear light shot out, tearing through the void as it rolled up into the massive clouds of roiling black energy, and fused with the hundreds of blood-drinking seals that Sichuan had released. With a thrust of this spear, the mountains and rivers seemed to tremble, creating a dazzlingly blinding attack. "You want a slaughter path showdown?" Lin Ming's lips curved up in a smile. "Although I have to admit I truly do not have much talent in the slaughter path, I still have been able to achieve a bit through hard work." Out of everything that Lin Ming had ever studied, his accomplishments in the concept of wind and the slaughter path had never been to his satisfaction. The former had caused Lin Ming's golden rock shattering the void to be hampered at times, and the latter made it so that he wasn't able to display the full strength of the blood-drinking seals in the great desolate halberd art. In particular, as Lin Ming's strength rapidly grew, the blood-drinking seals could no longer keep up with his current strength. However, Lin Ming's slaughter path wasn't just the blood-drinking seals. True essence gathered in his dantian. The Death God force field and the Azura force field simultaneously erupted. Bang! The force field energy rushed out like a tide of molten iron. As soon as Sichuan's black energy collided with the Azura force field, it was actually ripped to shreds, half of it immediately dispersing to nothing. What? As Lin Ming's Death God force field completely opened to the limit, even Yang Yun was startled. Compared to the scattered killing intent that Sichuan had released, Lin Ming's killing intent had condensed into a true force field. Moreover, it wasn't just one kind of force field but two kinds. A force field formed from killing intent. This Lin Lonjian must have grown up by treading over the corpses of martial artists all at his level or higher. The White Clan princess sucked in a breath of cold air. A force field was an extremely rare ability, and Lin Ming even had two different kinds. As for those 20-some-year-old geniuses with a mere revolving core cultivation, all of them paled as they were swallowed up by this killing intent, nearly falling down where they stood. "Bury the heavens!" True essence howled. The concept of fire and the concept of space fused together. The 8 inner hidden gates opened to the limit, and the large success bronze battle spirit was poured into his spear. What Lin Ming used was impressively bury the heavens, a self-created move modeled with the strongest aspects of the great desolate halberd art as the foundation. A red spear tore through the void, all of the power of space swirling up into a space storm. The burning star flame was galvanized by the wild space claws, evolving into a demonic black flame. Chi chi chi. The demonic flame burned apart space, causing massive amounts of space fragments to scatter about. These space fragments served as a substitute for blood-drinking seals as they spun around at a maddening speed. "Ah!" As Sichuan saw Lin Ming's fierce attack come at him, he barked out a wild shout. His face flushed an unusual blood red. What he used was an arcane skill. To a demonic path martial artist, this sort of arcane skill that burned one's bloodline to forcefully enhance one's strength was extremely common. Of course, after using it, one had to pay the price. If the side effects were light, then his meridians would be damaged. If the side effects were serious, then it would heavily damage his life source. At this time, Sichuan no longer had any other path to take. He had to win in this move. Bang! 2 spears violently collided together. A wild true essence shockwave surged out, uncontrollably smashing into the 9-Flower Lake's Jade Pavilion until it seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Several revolving core young elites whitened, and those early revolving core martial artists were all forced out of their seats and several steps back, nearly vomiting blood. This continued until Yang Yun, the Great Smelting Prince, and the White Clan Princess all acted together, blocking the turbulent energy flows. Underneath everyone's eyes, a surprising scene occurred. The space fragments that swirled around Lin Ming's spear struck Sichuan's blood-drinking seals, crushing them until they were less than half the original size. Then, after breaking through Sichuan's spear light, Lin Ming's spear potential didn't yet disappear. It brought along with it a blazing fire and terrifying concept of space as it struck Sichuan's bodily protective true essence. Sichuan's bodily true essence immediately disintegrated and he flew backwards. The result of the battle had exceeded everyone's earlier expectations. Sichuan had been completely suppressed and abused by Lin Ming. But how could this be? When Lin Ming first faced Corpsemancer, he had become victorious only after a hard-fought battle. But now, facing Sichuan, he won with considerable ease. Did this mean that Sichuan was far inferior to Corpsemancer? Sichuan crashed into the nine-flower lake, causing ice-cold water to splash into the clear skies. A single spear strike had sent Sichuan rocketing into the lake, but Lin Ming was still flying high in the air, as if he hadn't used much energy at all. How terrifying! As everyone looked at Lin Ming fluttering high in the air, those several revolving core martial artists that had nearly coughed up blood turned even more pallid. A moment ago, they had felt an irresistibly powerful strength in the aftermath of that collision just now. In truth, they were all inferior to Sichuan. Although Sichuan was older than they were, his cultivation had still reached the peak of the second stage of life destruction. But that Lin Lanjian, his age was unknown. Perhaps he might not even be over 26 years of age. His cultivation was only at the late revolving core realm, and yet his strength was enough to completely suppress Sichuan. This caused them all to feel greatly frustrated and helpless. This simply didn't seem like a talent that a human should possess. It wasn't just the revolving core martial artists that were startled, but the several other princes in the audience were also shocked. Lin Ming would inevitably become one of the highest peak powerhouses of the Sky Spill continent. Such a person would be able to wield near unlimited influence throughout the entire continent in the future. And the most important factor was that he didn't belong to any of the four divine kingdoms or their subordinates. His future possibilities were endless. Bang! The surface of the water erupted as Sichuan shot upwards. At this moment, his face was white and his hair was a ruined mess. His entire body was dripping with water and he was embarrassed beyond being embarrassed. Lin Ming indifferently looked at Sichuan. Sichuan's defensive ability to withstand attacks was too strong. Even though he had been heavily struck twice, his injuries actually weren't heavy at all. However, this was also within reason. The great desolate halberd art had become famous as an offensive battle technique of the Demon Emperor. But it originally wasn't used only as an offensive ability but also a defensive one. The blood-drinking seals could be used to attack as well as defend. Sichuan had fused blood-drinking seals into his protective true essence, causing his protective true essence to surpass common sense. That Sichuan is definitely a true master. Although he might be a little weaker than Corpsemancer, it wasn't by too much. And if he had used that arcane ability to stimulate his bloodline just now, then he would even be able to surpass Corpsemancer. Too bad for him. The one he ran into today is me. Meeting Lin Ming was Sichuan's own bad luck. As the saying went, know yourself, know the enemy, and be undefeatable. Lin Ming had already practiced Sichuan's great desolate halberd art for many years now, and the version he studied was far more complete. For instance, all of those moves Sichuan used just now, like blood seal twisting murder, primeval spear strike, the slaughter path, Lin Ming knew all of those techniques like the back of his hand. There might be no one more clear about the characteristics of blood-drinking seals than he was. Before they fought, all of Sichuan's techniques had already been thoroughly understood by Lin Ming. How could he still fight? And what was lamentable was that Sichuan's two great pillars, the concept of space and the slaughter path, were all completely defeated by Lin Ming, making it so that he couldn't display the true strength of the great desolate halberd art. Then, Sichuan's only advantage over Lin Ming was that his cultivation was a realm and a half higher than his. But even so, with the support of his battle spirit, 8 inner hidden gates, comprehension of concepts, and many other factors, all of this made it so that Sichuan was tyrannically oppressed from start to finish. Originally, Sichuan's terrifying defensive power was the reason that he could rank on the destiny decree. However, defense couldn't be compared to offense. Offense could be used to suppress others, but being better in only defense meant that one would be smacked around a lot longer. And as the battle had continued, Sichuan had seemed incomparably distressed, as it looked as if he were being slapped around without any strength or resistance. In his current state, Sichuan's face violently distorted with anger. He couldn't accept this defeat. He would rather lose 100 years of his life than admit defeat to Lin Ming. "Brother Situ, you've lost." Yang Yun rose up and said. Sichuan's lips twitched, blue veins popping out on his forehead. Again and again he had lost miserably. Sichuan could no longer say that he would finish the rest of the 10 moves with Lin Ming. And, even though he didn't wish to admit it, continuing this battle would be futile. He would simply be beaten down again. Don't fight, the two of us are not his opponent. Continuing to fight is just shaming yourself. A true essence sound transmission sounded out in Sichuan's ears. This message had come from Situ Feng. This boy obviously understands all of your abilities. He should also have inherited the great desolate halberd art. However, we know nothing about him. All we can see is that there is the shadow of the great desolate halberd art in his techniques. We must report this matter to His Highness the Divine Emperor and allow him to decide what shall be done. Sichuan's grim face seemed indecisive. Then he grit his teeth and slowly fell down from the air. 10 gene of million year wood spirit jade and 1 gene of wood spirit jade quintessence. Lin Ming said. As Sichuan and Situ Feng heard these words, their lips spasmed. Even with their own great net worths, producing these sorts of treasures would still be extremely difficult. I haven't brought those things with me. I can compensate you with spirit essence stones and other things. Sichuan said with a dark and gloomy expression. Lin Ming chuckled. Million year wood spirit jade and wood spirit jade quintessence are priceless treasures that cannot be bought. Their value cannot be estimated with mere spirit essence stones. With so many heroic young elites here, there are countless treasures on them. With your status as an Azura Divine Kingdom Prince, borrowing them shouldn't be too difficult. You! Sichuan's intestines painfully twisted together as he heard Lin Ming's words. Situ Feng was afraid he would open his large mouth and say something irreproachably stupid, so he stepped forwards and said, Since we were willing to make a bet, we're also prepared to lose. Your Highness the Crown Prince, please allow us to borrow your wood spirit jade. There was only one Divine Kingdom Crown Prince present, Yang Yun. The 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom had the richest wood spirit jade resources, so he was the only one here capable of easily bringing out 10 gene of wood spirit jade and a gene of wood spirit jade quintessence. Yang Yun smiled as he stood up and said, Everyone here are grand characters of the Sky Spill continent. For us to all gather here at my 9 Flowers banquets is also a stroke of destiny. We must not harm our friendships. Since Brother Lin desires wood spirit jade, I indeed have some that I may lend to Brother Situ. As Yang Yun spoke, he took out a jade box from his spatial ring. The crystal clear and dazzling jade box was only 3 inches long. After opening it, a brilliant flaming light suddenly bloomed outwards. Yang Yun took out a wood spirit jade the size of a quail egg from the jade box. Everyone was startled at the sight of this wood spirit jade. The color was an unexpected deep gold. That is wood spirit jade quintessence. Even though the martial artists present were extraordinarily wealthy individuals, this was also the first time they had seen the rare wood spirit jade quintessence. Yang Yun said, Wood spirit jade quintessence is countless times more valuable than common wood spirit jade. Don't look at how small this wood spirit jade quintessence in my hands is. The truth is that there is already 1 gene and 3 tails here. As for the million-year wood spirit jade, I haven't brought that with me today. After some time I shall go to the kingdom's treasury and select some suitable material for Brother Lin. Lin Ming said, Your Highness Crown Prince is too polite. The extra 3 tails of this wood spirit jade quintessence are far more than enough to make up for 10 gene of million-year wood spirit jade. Lin Ming had inherited the memories of that realm of the gods alchemist, so he had an approximate understanding of the value of wood spirit jade. Haha! All right then. Yang Yun didn't argue. A blue light surrounded the jade box and the box then slowly flew towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming received the jade box and placed it within his spatial ring. Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Lin Ming's words were sincerely spoken from the heart. Ever since coming to the 9 Furnace Divine Palace, Lin Ming had a very favorable impression of Yang Yun. Haha! The 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom is truly extravagant. That wood spirit jade quintessence is mined from the 8,000-mile black swamp of the Sea of Miracles, the great smelting prince said with a smile. The Sea of Miracles' 8,000-mile black swamp? Lin Ming asked as he heard the great smelting prince's words. In his mind, a strange association was forming. Brother Lin hasn't heard of the Black Swamp before. The great smelting prince shot Lin Ming a strange look but continued to explain. The Sea of Miracles is known as being the sea of no return and the ocean of endless storms. It is the most terrifying life-forbidden zone in the entire Sky-Spill continent. As the great smelting prince spoke to hear, the seven-star divine kingdom high successor also smiled, shaking his head as he added, Brother Wuxia, your description of the Sea of Miracles as a life-forbidden zone is far too pale. There are many areas in the Sky-Spill continent known as life-forbidden zones, but the truth is that there are only one or two big cats within. Most of them can be handled by a mere revolving core powerhouse. As the seven-star high successor spoke to hear, the other martial artists smiled. Indeed, to martial artists of different boundaries of strength, the definition of a life-forbidden zone was also different. Thirdly, you don't need to interrupt me, the great smelting prince said with a teasing laugh. It was obvious from his casual tone that he had a good personal friendship with the seven-star high successor. The Sea of Miracles is a true life-forbidden zone, and also the most dangerous land in the entire Sky-Spill continent, bar none. After entering deep into the Sea of Miracles, it is said that the entire sea is a lifeless, pitch black, and the skies are forever covered in layers upon layers of lightning storms. It isn't an exaggeration to say that entering the Sea of Miracles is an absolute death sentence, without exception. Even divine Sea Supreme Elders are the same. Up until now, there has never been a record of anyone ever having managed to cross the Sea of Miracles. Even the four divine kingdoms' divine emperors all worship and revere the Sea of Miracles. And surrounding the entire Sea of Miracles is the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, which can also be considered as the shores of the Sea of Miracles. Because the land topography is similar to a beach and shallow tidelands, the entire surrounding of the Sea of Miracles appears to look like a black swamp. Even though this black swamp is lower risk than the Sea of Miracles, it still isn't a place that a divine sea powerhouse can freely enter and leave. There are even divine sea powerhouses that can perish within if their luck is poor enough. For instance, even if I were to enter into the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, it wouldn't matter how many magical treasures and defensive items I brought with me. I would never return. The great smelting price had a self-deprecating smile as he spoke to hear, but Lin Ming's heart was actually racing with emotions. This Sea of Miracles sounded exactly like the Eternal Demon Abyss. The Eternal Demon Abyss was also known as the Land of No Return. When the number one top powerhouse of the Holy Demon Continent had reached a bitter bottleneck in his cultivation, he had entered the Eternal Demon Abyss to search for a lucky chance. But the result was that he had died there, never to return. And around the Eternal Demon Abyss was the 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone. Although the risks were far, far lower than in the true Eternal Demon Abyss, it still wasn't a place that an Emperor-level martial artist could freely enter. Whether it was the High Lords of the 12 Sky-Split Towers or the Tower Masters themselves, none of them had even returned alive after entering the 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone. As for Lin Ming, he had only managed to escape the 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone by relying on the memories of the Demon Emperor, as well as his own unique abilities. And listening to this great smelting prince's words, the 8,000-mile Black Swamp was extremely similar to the 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone of the Eternal Demon Abyss. The Skill-Spill Continent had the Sea of Miracles and the Holy Demon Continent had the Eternal Demon Abyss. Could this really have been a mere coincidence? As Lin Ming was thinking this, the great smelting prince's next words raised even greater waves in Lin Ming's mind. He said, "Every 10 years, there will be a black tsunami that comes from the Sea of Miracles. Normally, the tsunami will reach out to a distance of 8,000 to 9,000 miles, completely covering the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. This black tsunami is wholly terrifying. If one is caught within, then that is certain death. But although this black tsunami is terrifying, there are still great advantages to be had. That is that the wood spirit jade floating in the Sea of Miracles will rush out into the Black Swamp where it can be mined by others. Thus, even though the four divine kingdoms were founded over 10,000 years ago, the amount of wood spirit jade resources have never fallen off, always managing to continuously replenish themselves. Lin Ming took a deep breath, unable to calm his heart. The Sea of Miracles and the Eternal Demon Abyss were both absolute life forbidden zones, both of them able to bury even divine sea supreme elders. Although the surrounding area was relatively safer, it still wasn't a place where anyone below the divine sea realm could hope to live through. In addition, the Sea of Miracles and the Eternal Demon Abyss both had eruptions. The Sea of Miracles had its black tsunamis and the Eternal Demon Abyss had its great black waves. After erupting, both of them would carry materials from their center. The Sea of Miracles would bring out wood spirit jade and the Eternal Demon Abyss would bring out demon god bones. Wood spirit jade was the condensed essence of ancient spiritual plants. Demon god bones were the condensed essence of powerful ancient martial artists and vicious beasts. How similar they were. The Sea of Miracles was simply the sky spill continent's eternal demon abyss. It would be impossible to describe their similarities as being just coincidental. They must be linked somehow. Thinking of the apocalyptic catastrophe that happened in the sky spill continent 100,000 years ago, the immortal goddess deeply slumbering within the eternal demon abyss, as well as the eternally beating 100,000-year heart of the ancient great emperor, Lin Ming had absolute belief that all of these was because of some incredible unknown secret. Brother Lin. The great smelting prince couldn't help but ask Lin Ming as he saw him deep in thought. It's nothing. I was just shocked by the mysteries of this Sea of Miracles. I wonder, is there anything else special about this Sea of Miracles? Yes. I hear that there exists a temple of marvels that floats above the skies in the Sea of Miracles. It is illusory and elusive like a dreaming mirage. It's only that this temple is deep within the Sea of Miracles and guarded by some wild and ancient sea beasts. These sea beasts can emit a pressure that can stop even the heart of a divine sea supreme elder. These are existences that are beyond our imagination. The great smelting prince sighed as he spoke to hear. Although he was considered fairly strong within the 4 divine kingdoms now, he was simply not worth mentioning when compared to those ancient and mystical existences in the Sea of Miracles. Let alone him, even his father, the divine emperor, wouldn't be able to return if he went to the Sea of Miracles. The great vastness of this world surpassed all of their imaginations. The Sea of Miracles has the sea beast and the eternal demon abyss has the ancient great beast. This is truly surprisingly consistent. Lin Ming was already fully convinced that there was some sort of inevitable relation between the Sea of Miracles and the eternal demon abyss. They might be 2 entrances into a world. But what was strange was that in the vast and endless universe, why would such miraculous mysteries appear on the incomparably ordinary world of the sky spill continent? That ancient vicious beast that seemed like a god beast was not a being that even general realm of the gods' powerhouse characters like the demon emperor could compare with. Has anyone entered the Temple of Marvels before? Lin Ming asked. Hilarious. The Big Dipper High successor smiled as he shook his head. That temple is a legend to begin with. Moreover, it exists deep in the Sea of Miracles. No one who has ever stepped foot into the Sea of Miracles has returned. So how could anyone have entered it? As the Temple of Miracles was brought up, the 9-flower banquet became even more lively. Many martial artists began speaking of certain fables of the Sea of Miracles, making Lin Ming feel even more complicated and confused. After the banquet reached its end, Lin Ming was invited by Yang Yun to the Crown Prince Palace. At this time, Yang Yun was wearing a 5-clawed golden dragon robe, and floating in front of him was a jade array disc. On top of the array disc was a projected map of the entire sky spill continent. The 4 divine kingdoms, the Sea of Miracles, and even ancient family clans and hidden worlds were all shown on the map, looking incomparably broad and wondrous. Yang Yun looked at this map and suddenly said, Brother Lin, I heard that you are collecting top grade with spirit jade? Yes. Yang Yun didn't ask why Lin Ming was gathering with spirit jade. He looked thoughtful for a moment and then said, Why don't you consider joining a side force? You can borrow their power to rapidly collect with spirit jade and they would even be able to protect you, so why not do it? For instance, about today's matter, Azura Divine Kingdoms Situ Chuan and Situ Feng bullied you because you didn't have any great power supporting you from behind. That is the only reason that they dared to attack you. Moreover, perhaps Brother Lin has already been included on the Azura Divine Kingdom's hit list. If you somehow end up falling into the hands of the Azura Divine Kingdom's top powerhouses in the future, then the consequences would be disastrous. Yang Yun's intentions were obvious. He wished to win Lin Ming over to the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom. Lin Ming had already guessed Yang Yun's goal before the Nine-Flower Banquet started. If he joined the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom, then collecting wood spirit jade would naturally not be a problem anymore. As long as he was able to prove of sufficient value, then the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom wouldn't begrudge him any amount of wood spirit jade. And with the shelter of the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom, he also wouldn't need to fear the Azura Divine Kingdom anymore. However, there were simply too many secrets on Lin Ming's body. If he joined the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom, then he would be surrounded by divine sea powerhouses everywhere. It would be far too easy for those supreme elders to monitor him without him knowing at all. Not to mention everything else, but if just his cosmic melting furnace that he used for alchemy was revealed to those old monsters, then his fate could be imagined. Lin Ming wasn't used to letting others control his fate, nor would he join a Holy Land-level influence. I thank Your Highness the Crown Prince for your reminder, but I am used to freely wandering about and don't wish to temporarily join any side influence. Oh? Well, that is indeed regrettable. Yang Yun shook his head as if he were feeling rather sorry for everything. If Brother Lin has a change of mind, then my Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom's doors are open for you at any time. Thank you, Crown Prince, Your Highness, for your kindness. In the future, if possible, I will certainly thank you for your hospitality. Lin Ming cupped his fists together. He had already succeeded in obtaining the wood spirit jade quintessence. Now, in addition to the 5-color fruit, void temper root, skyflower stones, and dragon's pine grass, he already had 80 to 90% confidence that he could successfully refine the 5-fade void pill. It was nearly time to leave the trouble-laden Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom. Lin Ming had already made his plans. First, he would refine the 5-fade void pill and then open the third of the 8 inner hidden gates. Then, he would look for some remote hidden area to safely make a breakthrough to life destruction. When he had enough strength, he would make sure Divine Phoenix Island was safe and sound, and then he would begin the final preparations to ascend into the realm of the gods. After Lin Ming bid his farewells to Yang Yun, he first returned to his own room. As he passed through the door, he saw that Xianxia was sitting on the bed, a bit stunned, as if she had lost her soul. There were still tears hanging from the corners of her eyes. It was obvious she had just been crying. Miss Heavencraft? Lin Ming asked with some surprise. He didn't know what matter Xianxia had experienced, but this was his room. Her room should be next door, and since it was already nighttime, what was she doing in his room? Sir Lin. As Xianxia saw Lin Ming, she nipped her lips and began to speak before she hesitated. She looked extremely pitiful. What's the matter? It's fine to say it. Xianxia took several deep breaths to calm herself down, but tears still glistened in her eyes. She said, I saw the 9 furnace guards fleeting dragon. He showed me some things. Xiaoxiao's lips quivered as she spoke, as if whatever it was had been terrifying. What is it? It's evidence about my father, my grandfather, and even more ancient family heads from more distant times. That is the dark history of my Heavencraft family clan. Xiaoxiao seemed to use up every last ounce of her strength to speak. She grabbed the table to support herself, revealing a smooth jade-white arm even as her full and milky breasts fiercely heaved up and down. This evidence is real? It should be. Xiaoxiao had helped and managed the trading company for so many years that she could certainly distinguish if it were true or real. It was only because the evidence was real that she was at a complete loss of what to do. She didn't know what the 9 furnace guard wished to do, but such detailed evidence absolutely couldn't be collected in a short 1 or 2 days. That meant that the 9 furnace guard had already been investigating her Heavencraft family clan for a long time. Could it be that Yang Yun wanted to control her Heavencraft family clan? With an absolute disparity in masters and strength, as well as enough reasons to act, Xiaoxiao had no doubt that as long as Yang Yun wished to, he could easily annex their Heavencraft trading company. To Xiaoxiao, it was like she had been struck by a bolt of lightning out of nowhere. You say that Yang Yun wants to swallow up your Heavencraft trading company, but do you think that the Heavencraft trading company is worth him doing so? Lin Ming asked in reply. I have no idea. The 9 Furnace Guard only showed me the evidence. They didn't actually say what they planned to do with it. Xiaoxiao shook her head. Although she was still extremely afraid, she had a faint guess about some possibilities. It wasn't worth it for Yang Yun to spend so much time and effort on just the small Heavencraft trading company. But if the 9 Furnace Guard investigated not just the Heavencraft trading company but other organizations too, then there was likely to be great turbulence in the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom's future. For such a small fish as her trading company, it was likely they would be washed away in the chaos. "You told me this because you want me to help you?" Lin Ming directly asked. Xiaoxiao wouldn't tell him all this just because she wanted to talk. Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed with shimmering tears. She bit her lips until they turned white and said, "I would like to request Mr. Lin's stay in the Heavencraft Trading Company for some time again. I beg you." Xiaoxiao bowed as she spoke. Lin Ming froze for a moment, startled, before understanding Xiaoxiao's intentions. Lin Ming had helped Xiaoxiao obtain the position of family head, and Xiaoxiao had repaid him with the dragon's pine grass. Their former agreement should now have come to an end. Lin Ming could leave the Heavencraft family clan at any time. Xiaoxiao wished for Lin Ming to stay in order to be the warding charm of their Heavencraft family clan. Behind the 9 Furnace Guard lay Yang Yun, and Xiaoxiao had seen with her own eyes just how much Yang Yun valued and favored Lin Ming. If Lin Ming stayed in the Heavencraft family clan, then it was likely that Yang Yun would give Lin Ming face and leave the Heavencraft family clan a path out of this chaos. After all, the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom had 6 great commercial organizations, and the Heavencraft Trading Company was ranked near the end of these 6. All the trading companies were far from being able to compare to the 2 great banks and the 100 treasure auction house. After Lin Ming understood all of this, he shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, but I can't promise you that." Staying at the Heavencraft Trading Company was impossible. Lin Ming had already been locked on to buy the Azura Divine Kingdom. If he continued to stay at the Heavencraft Trading Company, that would only be possible if he joined the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom and found shelter under them. Otherwise, he would just be seeking his own death. Hearing Lin Ming's instant rejection, Xiaoxiao paled. She already knew it was a tough, nearly impossible request, but she never thought that Lin Ming would refuse her so simply and decisively without any wriggle room at all. She fell to her knees like a broken puppet. After several breaths of time, she bit her lips and seemed to fill with determination, as if she had come to a momentous decision. She reached out her slender and trembling fingers to grip the collar of her clothes. "Sir Lin, I beg you to save me. Save the Heavencraft Trading Company. If you can help me, I am willing to do anything for you." Tears fell down Xiaoxiao's face, her body quaking as she began to unravel the buckles of her clothes, revealing a pure, powder-white neck. Xiaoxiao's collar was originally very high. As she peeled it off, the deep purple cloth cast a faint silhouette on her pure white skin. Under the swaying and dim candlelight, her luscious body flowed like smooth with spirit jade. It seemed exceptionally soft and beautiful. After untying the first buckle, Xiaoxiao seemed to have found her courage. She then continued with the second and the third buckle as she bit her tender lips and said, "Sir Lin, I know that you have the eye and appreciation of the Crown Prince. I'm merely the head of a small trading company. I haven't even held a succession ceremony yet. There's nothing I can bring out that would be able to move you again save for my pure virgin body. Still, even though I know that I am not enough, I have nothing else to offer you." Xiaoxiao closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling in the light. 2 drops of crystal-clear tears silently fell from the corners of her eyes. Lin Ming never thought that such a sudden change would occur. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. These were the cruel and callous rules of the world. In the face of absolute power, there was no mercy or sympathy. In order to survive, one had to pay a high enough price. Even the exquisite and beautiful Heavencraft Xiaoxiao, a beautiful woman that could cause the downfall of nations and had near endless resources, even she could do nothing but bow her head before a stronger power. Otherwise, she could only wait for her own destruction. This was the sorrow of the weak. This was their never-ending plight. Lin Ming shook his head and said, "Miss Heavencraft, you don't have to do this and cause yourself to suffer. I'm completely willing. Compared to the foundation of my family clan, what worth is my body? Much less. Sir Lin is also a chosen talent gifted by the heavens. As for me, I'm but a nobody. My only fear is that Sir Lin despises my average appearance. As she spoke, she quietly pulled down her veil, revealing an appearance as soft and as glorious as the bright moon. Her purple overcoat also fell, sliding down her fragrant shoulders and ravishing breasts. She felt a cold wind brush by her body, where after her originally pale face blushed a bright red. In fact, she wouldn't have pushed Lin Ming away if he ever desired her. If it weren't for him, she would have already been abducted by corpsemancer, living a life where she couldn't even die if she wished to. Miss Heavencraft, I won't stay at the Heavencraft Trading Company. You don't need to ask me anymore. A simple and succinct refusal. Xiao froze where she was. Lin Ming stood up and let out a long sigh. If he stayed at the Heavencraft Trading Company, he was doomed to seek asylum underneath the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom. Otherwise, he would never cross over the perils of the Azura Divine Kingdom. Moreover, if Yang Yun really cleaned up and annexed the trading companies and the other great financial organizations of the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom, only leaving behind the Heavencraft Trading Company, then this was the same as Lin Ming owing Yang Yun a great favor. One and then two, Lin Ming would slowly become entangled in the affairs of the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom. At that time, it would be equal to having joined them. There might be over a dozen emperor-level powerhouses in the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom, and Lin Ming had on him the Cosmic Melting Furnace and the Burning Star Flame. These were treasures that divine sea alchemists would go mad with jealousy over. The only choice would be for him to not use these treasures ever. Otherwise, once he was discovered by those old fellows with incomparably sensitive perceptions, his fate might even be worse than falling into the hands of the Azura Divine Kingdom. As he looked at the pitiful and beautiful Xiao, he had a suspicion floating in his mind. When Yang Yun invited me, he also invited Xiao. Had he already planned for all of this to happen? Although these sorts of methods left Lin Ming very unhappy, the truth was that the Nine-Furnace Guard had only shown the evidence to Xiao. No one had forced her to look to Lin Ming for help, as if nothing that had happened so far involved Yang Yun. Even Lin Ming couldn't be sure whether or not he was involved. Besides, no one forced him to promise Xiao anything. The choice between a beauty and to leave was his to make. Why? Xiao fell to the ground in exhaustion, her voice shaking. By joining the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom, Lin Ming would have resources, the trust and appreciation of the Crown Prince, the asylum of the Divine Kingdom, and so much more. This was a massive opportunity that others couldn't even dream of. Lin Ming didn't intend to reveal his thoughts that he felt somehow Yang Yun had plotted this. Regardless of this, because of the many secrets on his body, he didn't intend to involve himself in the upcoming whirlpool. As he saw Xiao's miserable appearance, he eventually couldn't bear it any longer. He sighed and said, Miss Heavencraft, while I can't agree to your request, I can leave a letter here for you. As for His Highness the Crown Prince, I can't say whether or not he'll value my words. Lin Ming was self-aware of his own status and strength. Although he could be said to have endless potential, his strength was still far from reaching the peak of the Sky Spill continent. If he could rank at the top of the destiny decree, then he could perhaps request a favor. But, for now, it wouldn't be easy to do so. As for leaving a so-called letter behind, its main content would be to thank Yang Yun for his gracious hospitality, while also vaguely mentioning Xiao. If Yang Yun agreed, this would be considered as Lin Ming owing Yang Yun a favor. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sir Lin. Xiao bowed again. She was already more than satisfied with this result. She waited for Lin Ming, her fingers pressed against the purple belly band around her waist, still not moving to put her clothes back on. Lin Ming looked at the nervous Xiao who was overwhelmed with anxiety. Then he smirked and said, Miss Heavencraft, please, put some clothes on. While you are indeed beautiful, I already have a wife and two at that. Lin Ming couldn't help but acknowledge that he was attracted to Xiao's body. Even though his will was firm, he inevitably felt the fires of lust stir up within him. But not only did he have Mu Chenyu, But more importantly, he also had Qin Xingxuan, who he hadn't even had a marriage ceremony with or brought to the nuptial chamber. If he were to have sexual relations with another girl before completing his marriage with Qin Xingxuan, then this would be no different from betraying her. Xiao blushed red and hurriedly dressed herself. She felt something in her heart, but she couldn't quite place her finger on what it was. Although she had made her decision during a time when she was nervous and not totally willing, she had still firmed her determination. For everything to suddenly end like this, she couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of failure. After waiting for Xiao to dress, Lin Ming picked up a pen and some paper and began writing a letter to Yang Yun. This could also be considered his parting farewell. 3 days later at nighttime, within the 9-furnace divine kingdom, at a mountain range that lay close to the Sea of Miracles, a green-masked youth landed on the ground like a ghost. This youth that wore a wood spirit jade mask was Lin Ming. A wood spirit jade mask could block even the perception of a divine sea supreme elder. It could be called the power most formidable and yet most simple method to hide one's identity. The reason he dared to walk within the 9-furnace divine kingdom was all dependent on this wood spirit jade mask. Moreover, these were the lands of the 9-furnace divine kingdom. Even if the Azura divine kingdom intended to hunt him down, they wouldn't blatantly and flagrantly do so here. Still, he remained as careful and safe as he could. After leaving the Crown Prince Palace, he walked through several different transmission arrays and also changed routes several times before arriving at this nearly inaccessible and remote mountain range. The heaven and earth origin energy here was barren to the point of nearly not existing. Without any resources here, martial artists wouldn't search this place either. Bang! With a thrust of his spear, its sharp sword pierced through the mountainside like a knife cutting through tofu, immediately opening up a 200-foot deep cave. Lin Ming smoothed out the cave, reorganizing the layout a bit, and then lay down several cloaking array formations and alarm array formations around the entrance. Only then did he fully enter. These array formations all had wood spirit jade powder added to them. They were excellent at isolating energy. He cut several more chambers in this cave and arranged the 8-dragon jade dawn array in the largest chamber. With Demonshine's help and in addition to his memories of the array formation, although he couldn't reproduce the complete power of the 8-dragon jade dawn array in the Demon God Imperial Palace, he could still simulate 30 to 40% of it. Then, Lin Ming waved his hand and a reddish-golden small bronze furnace flew out of him, spinning in the air. It soared into the air, spinning and growing until it became several dozen feet high with a golden light shining out from within. Brilliant flames burned all over the surface. This was the cosmic melting furnace. For the sake of security, this hiding place he chose had extremely poor heaven and earth origin energy. He had no choice but to fill all corners of the room with great numbers of spirit essence stones and fire attribute top-quality true essence stones. For a time, the entire chamber was thick with fire attribute origin energy. The 8-dragon jade dawn array released red clouds and the cosmic melting furnace glowed an even brighter crimson color. Alchemy was an extremely tedious and complicated process. On top of that, he had only studied alchemy for less than a year. Even though he had inherited the complete experiences and knowledge of the realm of the gods alchemist, and had even used over half of all the precious medicinal materials he had obtained from the Yinyang Profound Palace and the South Sea Demon Region's medicine gardens, he still wasn't skilled enough to have absolute confidence he could successfully refine or even control a top-grade pill such as the 5-Fade Void pill. He estimated that he would need to practice alchemy for another 1 or 2 years if he wanted to increase his chances of successfully refining the 5-Fade Void pill to 70 to 80%. However, he couldn't afford to wait for such a long time. His only chance was to use the wood spirit jade quintessence and forcibly increase his chance of success. Although this method was extremely wasteful, time was the most precious commodity to him. He didn't immediately start refining the 5-Fade Void pill. First, he refined some ordinary pills. This was to familiarize himself with the techniques again and also to preheat the cosmic melting furnace. This would provide the best conditions for refining. This cosmic melting furnace was also one of the main reasons Lin Ming dared to refine the 5-Fade Void pill. As a quasi-saint artifact, the cosmic melting furnace could increase the chances of successfully refining the pill by 20 to 30%. After concocting 3 pills in the furnace, Lin Ming took out all the materials required to refine the 5-fade void pill from his spatial ring. He then activated the 8-dragon jade dawn array, and with a flick of his hand, a wisp of the burning star flame flew into the cosmic melting furnace. The burning star flame was a reward he acquired from time-worn Phoenix City. It was considered a good flame essence even within the realm of the gods, and its effects for alchemy were naturally astounding. It wasn't something that the alchemists of the Sky Spill continent and their Earthstep flame essences could compare with. Of course, while a higher-grade flame essence was more useful and effective for alchemy, the premise of all this was that one could control it. Otherwise, if the energy fluctuations of the flame essence were too strong, then it would be easy to burn the alchemy materials down to ash. But this was not a problem to Lin Ming. With the heretical god seed as well as his extremely high comprehension of the concept of fire, he could control the burning star flame with absolute precision. It was with all these various reasons combined that Lin Ming dared to refine the 5-fade void pill. With another slap of his hand, the skyflower stones were the first material to fly into the cosmic melting furnace. Lin Ming then added the concept of burning heat and a touch of the concept of annihilation to the burning star flame. At that point, with the assistance of the 8-dragon jade dawn array, it only took several more breaths of time before the hard and inflammable skyflower stones began to burn and melt. This was a speed that a general alchemist couldn't hope to keep up with. Next was the dragon's pine grass. Dragon's pine grass was different from the fire-resistant skyflower stones. If the heat was even a trace too much, then it would be burnt down to nothing. Lin Ming controlled the flame essence and urged it to weaken. The golden totem engraved on the heretical god seed began to blaze with a brilliant light. Underneath the steady flame, the dragon's pine grass turned into green droplets. Underneath Lin Ming's control, the two different liquids merged together, becoming a crystal-clear whole. The direction reagent had already been prepared. Lin Ming then took out the wood spirit jade quintessence. This quail egg-sized jade quintessence was actually several times heavier than gold. At such a small size it was already 1 gene and 3 tails. Lin Ming flicked his fingers and the wood spirit jade quintessence flew into the cosmic melting furnace. Wood spirit jade was extremely resistant to high temperatures. The older wood spirit jade was, the more difficult it was to refine. And wood spirit jade quintessence could even cause a divine sea powerhouse to exhaust themselves. Lin Ming opened the heretical god force as well as the 8 inner hidden gates. Bang! Within the cosmic melting furnace, the burning star flame suddenly erupted. With a heaven-stepped flame essence as the source, the wood spirit jade quintessence began to slowly heat up. Concept of burning heat, law of annihilation, true essence rapidly revolved within Lin Ming. The totem mark on the heretical god seed began to shine with the radiant light of the laws. The 8-dragon jade dawn array fiercely shook. Fire attribute origin energy twisted into a vortex within the chamber, and the top-quality fire attribute true essence stones began to rapidly lose their shine before they cracked underneath the intense flow of energy and turned into ash. In such a terrifying convection of heat, the wood spirit jade quintessence began to soften after a quarter hour. Quietly, it began to melt. A drop of shimmering golden liquid wood spirit jade dropped into the directing reagents. Lin Ming's entire forehead was beaded with sweat as his mental concentration reached the peak. Another gene of 500,000 year wood spirit jade was tossed into the cosmic melting furnace. This time, the wood spirit jade quickly melted, forming a thick viscous green wood spirit jade liquid that wrapped all the medicinal materials within. Liquid wood spirit jade made for an ideal medium buffer for alchemy. The inherent rich and pure wood attribute origin energy within could nourish the medicinal materials, and it could also prevent the flames from overheating and burning the medicine. Thus, this would be able to greatly enhance the chances of success in concocting a pill. The directing reagents had already taken form, and with the wood spirit jade liquid as a buffer, Lin Ming then tossed the void temper root and the 5-color fruit into the cosmic melting furnace, prepared to let them melt within the temperature-consistent wood spirit jade liquid. Chi! With a light sound, the void temper root and the 5-color fruit fiercely shook. Lin Ming's heart tightly gripped. Even though his soul force had vacillated just the tiniest bit, just that had caused the 5-color fruit and the void temper root to nearly be destroyed. Luckily, the excess energy was absorbed by the wood spirit jade quintessence fluid, otherwise Lin Ming would have failed here. Using 1 gene and 3 tails of wood spirit jade quintessence to refine a 5-fade void pill was an extravagant waste, but it was truly worth it at this moment. 3/4 of an hour passed. Lin Ming's clothes were completely soaked in sweat. When an alchemist was concocting pills, they required an extremely high degree of spiritual concentration, constantly sensing and controlling the raw materials in the furnace. In this situation, there would be an exorbitant consumption of soul force. If one didn't have a powerful soul force, then they could forget about ever becoming an alchemist. Lin Ming's soul force and willpower far exceeded all other martial artists at his level. But even so, refining such a high-level pill was still difficult. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. Blue veins on Lin Ming's forehead bulged upwards like worms, because he had overdrawn his soul force to a high degree. His entire face was stark white and his lips were beginning to turn blue. Still, as long as he could persist, overdrawing his soul force like this would be greatly beneficial to the future growth of his soul force. Every time he completely exhausted his soul force and had to dig out further potential from the depths of his body, this would allow his soul force to reach higher realms. This was also one of the reasons that Demon Shine wanted Lin Ming to study alchemy. After a full 8 hours passed, every alchemy material was tossed into the pill furnace, thoroughly fusing together. But at this time, Lin Ming's eyes were bloodshot. He had overdrafted his soul force to the limit. This was the last step of forming the pill and also the easiest phase to fail at. Although Lin Ming had the wood spirit jade quintessence to form a buffer as well as the cosmic melting furnace, burning star flame, 8 dragon jade dawn array, and other such favorable conditions to help him, Lin Ming's time spent practicing alchemy was still far too short. Also, his alchemy practice had been focused on specifically training for refining the 5-fade void pill, so his alchemy foundation was far too weak. It was actually uncertain whether or not he would be successful. If he failed here, then he wouldn't have the materials for a second attempt. After another hour passed, the cosmic melting furnace began to slowly spin around as it emitted clarion cries from its center. A fragrant medicine smell began to fill the air. Lin Ming's spiritual concentration had reached unprecedented heights. He continuously formed seals with his hand, using the heretical god seed to steady the burning star flame's temperature as much as possible. With his perception, he was able to see that the medicinal liquid within the pill furnace had begun to contract in on itself, and the wood spirit jade essence was completely gathering together in forming the 5-fade void pill. Lin Ming suppressed the aching headaches that followed overdrawing his soul force. He used a hand and withdrew a light green jade box from his spatial ring. This jade box was only 3 or 4 inches wide, and it was actually carved from wood spirit jade. This jade box had an extremely rich wood attribute origin energy. It could ensure that a pill's medicinal efficacy wouldn't fade for a very long time. Even retaining its perfect form for several years wasn't a problem. This was the best storage vessel for a pill. Of course, it was always extremely expensive, so it was specifically used for high-level pills. Pong! The cosmic melting furnace's lid popped up without a sign. With a faint humming sound, a fist-sized ball of light shot out from within. At the center of this light was a thumb-sized pill that shined with 5 different splendorous colors. It glowed like a radiant sun with and emitted intense waves of energy. After the pill appeared, it didn't stop rising. It quickly flew up as if it wanted to break out of the stone walls and escape. Lin Ming had already expected this and had arranged an array formation around the cosmic array formation. A high-level pill had its own spiritual sense. After the furnace was opened, it would attempt to flee. If he really allowed this pill that he had used all of his effort to refine to suddenly escape, then that would be the greatest joke of all. Bang! The 5-fade void pill smashed into the array formation's walls, causing it to shake. However, it didn't manage to break through the array. After the first attempt failed, the 5-fade void pill shined even brighter as if it were readying itself to make a second impact. But how could Lin Ming allow it to do as it wished? He quickly stepped on golden rock, shattering the void, and grabbed the 5-fade void pill in his hand. Then, he formed several dozen seals with his other hand and sealed the pill into the wood spirit jade box. After finishing this, Lin Ming fell straight down from the air as if he had lost all of his strength. With shivering fingers, Lin Ming took out a soul recovery pill from his spatial ring. He only felt as if his eyelids had been replaced by lead and his surroundings seemed to go blurry. Then he fell asleep as everything turned to darkness. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ming's fingers began to move slightly. He opened both of his eyes and saw only the pitch black of the cave. There were some leftover wood attribute true essence stones scattered on the floor, emitting a glowing green light. In the dark, it seemed exceptionally beautiful. How long have I been asleep? 7 days. Demonshine's voice sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. 7 days. Lin Ming sat up, his head throbbing. As he examined his spiritual sea, he saw that his soul force really had grown a bit, and the azure spear-shaped battle spirit that floated in the skies above his spiritual sea seemed to glow even brighter, as if it had become more formidable. When Lin Ming had first become an inscription master and completed his first medicinal inscription symbol, he had rested for several days after. The reason had also been that he had overdrawn his soul force. Once the inscription had been completed, his mind had relaxed and he directly fell into a deep slumber. Now, even though his soul force had risen, he had encountered the same situation because the rank of pills he concocted was even higher. Lin Ming couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He had obtained the magic cube when he was just 15 years old. Now nearly 7 years had passed. In these 7 years, his strength had gone through heaven-shaking upheavals. As he recalled the trials and tribulations he encountered on his road of martial artists, he couldn't help but reminisce. Lin Ming stashed away the cosmic melting furnace and sat on the roughly carved stone bed. Then, he entered the ethereal martial intent state and began to meditate. As he cycled the true essence in his body, he found that the revolving core crystal nucleus in his dantian had grown even more. He was getting that much closer to the peak of the late revolving core. After breaking through to the late revolving core, Lin Ming's cultivation hadn't rapidly risen at all. In half a year he still hadn't managed to break through to the peak of the late revolving core. This was because after having had his cultivation shoot up with astronomical speed, he now required time to solidify his foundation, accumulating strength so he could prepare to pass through life destruction. Although the life destruction realm was within the revolving core realm, it was still considered an entire large boundary over. Breaking through this bottleneck wouldn't be easy at all. He used 2 hours to restore his mental state and physical condition to their peak. Then, Lin Ming pulled out the recently refined 5-Fade Void pill. Lin Ming, do you plan on opening the 3rd of the 8 inner hidden gates now? Yes. I must increase my strength as soon as possible. The earlier I absorb this pill, the more beneficial it will be to my cultivation and ability to resist my enemies. He opened the wood spirit jade box and unraveled the seals. The thumb-sized 5-colored pill tumbled into his hands. This pill looked small, but it was actually extremely heavy. It weighed nearly 2 jin. This was because it had partially formed from the melted essence of the wood spirit jade quintessence. Lin Ming opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. He immediately felt a burst of coolness from his throat and reaching down to his stomach, gradually becoming a faint burning sensation. Compared to the blue nameless divine pill that he had taken in the past, the 5-Fade Void pill side effects were much more mild and temperate. But the time it would take to process it was also much longer. Lin Ming put away the jade box and closed his eyes, entering into the ethereal martial intent, as he began to revolve the true primal chaos formula. For the past 7 years, because of his diligent training, Lin Ming's understanding of the true primal chaos formula had steadily increased. Now he had full confidence that he could record at least half of the true primal chaos formula's heart mantra into a jade slip so that others could train with it. Within the realm of the gods, there weren't many types of body transformation law formulas. This was because there were far fewer people that trained in the body transformation system as opposed to the essence gathering system. The true primal chaos formula was a superior top-level body transformation law formula, and one of its greatest advantages was that it wasn't difficult to practice at all. At this time, Lin Ming could already clearly see faint traces of multi-hued energy flowing and mixing into his meridians and penetrating into his limbs and bones, fusing into his body. This was his final preparation for breaking through to the third of the 8 inner hidden gates. The third gate was called the Gate of Wonder. After one reached the second stage of body transformation, every time one of the 8 inner hidden gates was opened, one would obtain a greater strength. At the same time, every gate corresponded to obtaining a special ability. For instance, the first gate, the Gate of Healing, was located at the point between the clavicles. After opening this gate, besides a martial artist's overall strength rising, it would also greatly enhance their endurance and recovery ability. For the second gate, the Gate of Limit, that was located at the spine, the area called the Dragon Bone. Opening this gate would increase one's balance and explosive force. As for the third gate, the Gate of Wonder, that was located at the 2 knees. Opening this gate would increase a martial artist's strength, and the special ability it granted was to greatly increase a martial artist's speed. 3 days later, a loud explosion rang out as the stone bed Lin Ming sat on completely collapsed underneath him. All of the top-grade true essence stones in the chamber disintegrated, turning into fine powder. Lin Ming stood up from the heap of rubble and casually dusted his hands and feet. His limbs emitted a crackling ka-ka-ka noise and sounded as if tofu was currently being fried. He had finally opened the Gate of Wonder. The Gate of Wonder had the effect of an overall increase in speed and instant acceleration. This differed from the Gate of Healing, which managed endurance and restorative ability, and the Gate of Limit, which handled balance, coordinated strength, and explosive force. This newly opened gate would be able to increase one's combat effectiveness far more directly than the first 2 gates. Speed was one of the most important factors of a martial artist's comprehensive combat strength. It was far more straightforward than endurance, recovery ability, or explosive force. Speed was undoubtedly important in evading and chasing. It would also greatly increase a martial artist's attack strength. As the old saying went, speed was insurmountable. A martial artist's own speed could superimpose on the speed of their own attacks. If their attacks were fast enough, then even a tiny stone rock could easily pierce through the body. If Lin Ming poured his battle spirit into his attacks as the foundation, then the resulting power would be even more terrifying. Lin Ming left the cave, sealing the entrance on his way out. He then jumped into the sky. Bang! The rocks underneath his feet shattered into bits and pieces as he ascended up into the air like a rocket. In an instant, he became an azure beam of light that shot across the endless sky, traversing several miles in the blink of an eye. Strong heavenly winds bombarded him, sending his hair erratically dancing in the wind. As he felt himself reaching such extreme speeds, Lin Ming was elated beyond measure. The extreme velocity of the Gate of Wonder completely surpassing his imagination. If he was already this fast by only relying on his true essence and the Gate of Wonder, then how fast would he be if he also used his movement technique? As the thought crossed his mind, Lin Ming stepped upon golden rock shattering the void. His steps became blurry as the space shrank beneath his feet. In a single step, he crossed 5 or 6 miles, as the grand mountains that rose thousands of feet into the air were easily crossed over by Lin Ming. When the Gate of Wonder was combined with golden rock shattering the void, Lin Ming's speed limit was several times faster than it was before. This speed was so fast even difficult for him to control. If I attack in this state, Lin Ming's mind stirred. The red spear appeared in his hands as both the concepts of thunder and fire wove together while he poured his large success bronze battle spirit into his attack. Penetrating rainbow. Whoosh! A brilliant spear light flashed across the skies like a ray of sunlight. Lin Ming had completely fused himself into this light, becoming one with his spear. He then disappeared like a meteor crossing the horizon. When he reappeared, Lin Ming had already traveled a dozen miles in the void. He came across a massive canyon and thrust his spear into the 10,000-foot-high cliffs. Bang! Lin Ming pierced the cliffside like tofu, penetrating all the way until he poked out from the other side. Lin Ming's spear move was founded on the limits of his speed, along with the dual concepts of thunder and fire, and the keenness of his battle spirit. With such a combination, Even the cliffside that had been strengthened by a baptism of being near the Sea of Miracles had been pierced through by Lin Ming's spear. Rustle. After Lin Ming soared out from the hole several feet wide that he had left in the middle of the mountain cliff, a great puff of stone powder plumed from within. Underneath the concept of fire's law of annihilation, the crushed stones turned into dust, blowing and dancing into the wind. For a while, the entire cliff canyon was covered in a faint hazy dust cloud. My strength has increased yet again after opening the third of the 8 inner hidden gates. If I were to encounter Corpsemancer now, I should be able to defeat him far more easily than in the past. As Lin Ming thought this, he flew away from the barren and desolate land that he was currently at and towards the city. He needed to enter the city to purchase a few heavenly materials in order to continuous practicing and perfecting his alchemy technique. Lin Ming also had to begin making the final preparations to impact the life destruction realm. However, as he thought of purchasing heavenly materials, Lin Ming suddenly thought of a very depressing and dispiriting matter. That was, he didn't have any spirit essence stones. Lin Ming had many treasures on him, such as the cosmic melting furnace, his demon emperor armor, the heaven step demon god bone, and the concept jade slip that Fairy Feng had left to him. However, it was impossible for him to exchange any of those things for spirit essence stones. None of his other remaining possessions were too valuable either. When Lin Ming killed Shen Wuji and the Polar Sky Split Tower Master, he had managed to accumulate a good deal of wealth. Relative to his current level, however, all of that wealth was close to nothing at all. Besides, he had already spent most of it anyways. Now, besides a few heaven-strept treasures left on him, all of his other belongings combined wouldn't even surpass 5,000 spirit essence stones. That was roughly equal to the net worth of an ordinary second-stage life destruction powerhouse from the 4 divine kingdoms. All of the spirit essence stones that he once had were completely used up while practicing alchemy without a single return. Lin Ming considered relying on his alchemy technique to make money, but then decided that it would simply waste too much time. The only reason that he had managed to concoct the 5-fade void pill in less than half a year was because he had practiced without caution or care of burning through any of his materials. Only by freely spending all sorts of precious and materials in his practice had he been able to forcefully raise his skill at alchemy. This sort of practice method would only burn money. It was impossible for him to ever make money. Skyflower Province, Blue Cloud City. Skyflower Province was the smallest of the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom's 9 provinces. However, its prosperity and success was second to only the Central Province. All of the major forces had gathered here within the Skyflower Province's capital, Blue Cloud City, which was also the headquarters of the 100 Treasures auction house. In every square, there were countless treasure pavilions and medicinal pill shops. This city could even be called as being paved with gold. The majority of the young martial artists strolling down the streets were all outstanding individuals. There were many of them that had reached the Xiantian realm at 20-some years of age and the revolving core realm by 30-some years of age. If this were the South Horizon region, these individuals could all be called the direct disciples of a large sect. At the very center of Blue Cloud City was a crowded and bustling restaurant with people flowing in and out. Because this restaurant was close to a large auction house, most of the customers here were martial artists. Lin Ming wore his with spirit jade mask and casually sat in a corner of the restaurant as he ordered a few small dishes of various vicious beast meats and spirit vegetables. He lifted the corner of his with spirit mask and ate at a moderate pace. At this time, a conversation that several martial artists were having suddenly caught his attention. Have you heard of that uproarious news that came out about Lin Longjin a few days ago? A 30 to 40-year-old man with a cherry-red face said as he took big gulps of wine. Who doesn't know him? With his late revolving core cultivation, he was able to kill Corpsemancer and rank on the destiny decree. He was named an eternally rare talent. A big fellow's words immediately attracted a laugh from all the martial artists around him. He looked back at the drinking man and said, "Are you a foreigner here?" Hee. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the most recent news to come out." The drinking man cleared his throat, gathering everyone's attention to him. Then, with an air of self-importance, he said, Lin Longyan's cultivation method was confirmed to have been stolen from the Azura Divine Kingdom. Additionally, the armor he wore is a sacred treasure of the Azura Divine Kingdom. They had thought that it was lost a long time ago, but it had actually fallen into Lin Longyan's hands. What? Lin Longyan stole his cultivation method from the Azura Divine Kingdom? Are you sure of this? The surrounding martial artists were shocked. This was a major event. Whether it was a sect or a divine kingdom, their most important treasures were their inheritances. Once these inheritances were leaked to the outside world, then this would cause their very foundation to shake. This was a matter that any holy land or divine kingdom would absolutely never tolerate. Thus, to any person that stole their cultivation, there was only a single judgment for them. That was death. This is absolutely true. It said that Lin Longyan or his master killed some important person from the Azura Divine Kingdom and stole away their spatial ring. This spatial ring contained the great desolate halberd art jade slip. So it's like that. All the surrounding martial artists seemed to believe this, even if just a little. Since the Azura Divine Kingdom said that Lin Longyan's cultivation method was stolen from them, then there must be some similarities between Lin Longyan's cultivation method and their own. It was impossible for them to make up stories about this sort of matter. Otherwise, if Lin Longyan's cultivation method was completely different from the Azura Divine Kingdom's great desolate halberd art, then these rumors would collapse in on themselves after being proven false. The great desolate halberd art was a secret inheritance of the Azura Divine Kingdom. No matter how powerful Lin Longyan or his master was, it would be impossible for them to break into the vaults of the Azura Divine Kingdom and steal away their inheritance. Thus, the only other explanation was that they killed a direct descendant of the Azura Divine Kingdom and then obtained a jade slip of the great desolate halberd art. Although many martial artists also wanted to do this was simply a disgraceful and shameful matter once exposed. Now, all of the present martial artists felt that there was something questionable about Lin Longyan's morals. It was likely that he was a corrupt and underhanded individual. In fact, the majority of martial artists believed this. At least, most of those in this restaurant believed this. What's the deal with that armor that Lin Longyan wears? Another martial artist continued to ask. That is the Demon Emperor armor. The Azura Divine Kingdom already has the Demon Emperor armor's Heartguard mirror, which happens to completely match with Lin Longyan's armor. The armor has already been lost for countless years by now, and to think that it actually appeared with Lin Longyan. There's definitely some problem with this Lin Longyan. All of the martial artists' discussion fell into Lin Ming's ears. He calmly listened the entire time as he slowly ate his food. The Azura Divine Kingdom's actions were far more shameless than he had imagined they would be. They had released such rumors in order to galvanize more people into looking for him. Another reason for such rumors was to make up some self-righteous reason to take away his belongings. The general public was much more likely to believe a divine kingdom with a long and glorious inheritance than they were to believe a lone and unknown martial artist like Lin Ming. After all, the idea that the great desolate halberd art and the Demon Emperor armor belonged to the Azura Divine Kingdom had already deeply rooted itself into the hearts of the people. It looks like the Azura Divine Kingdom has already set their eyes on me. They should have posted some bounty on my head. Lin Ming sarcastically smiled as he downed a glass of wine. The words of the surrounding martial artists indeed confirmed Lin Ming's suspicious. The Azura Divine Kingdom would never tolerate for something like this to continue. That Lin Longyan is really in for it this time. Of course, the warrant for his arrest had already been sent out. It should be posted any time now. It is said that the Azura Divine Kingdom will reward 100,000 Spirit Essence Stones for anyone that can give them clues to Lin Longyan's whereabouts. If one can capture Lin Longyan alive, then they will give them a sky-high reward of 300,000 Spirit Essence Stones, top-quality pills, and even a peak medium-grade Heaven Step treasure. The big fellow's words sent the hearts of all the martial artists present rapidly fluttering. While it was naturally impossible for them to even think about capturing Lin Longyan alive, there was a small possibility of providing a clue. 100,000 Spirit Essence Stones. This was an unimaginable amount. It had to be known that a slightly less influential prince, whose cultivation had yet to reach life destruction, would only have a total wealth of 40,000 to 50,000 spirit essence stones. If they could obtain this amount of wealth, then they could buy up any amount of pills to boost their cultivation. If they lucked out and managed to break through to the second or third stage of life destruction, then they could even enjoy at least 2,000 years of life. The temptation of the posted reward was simply too great. Many people wished that they could dig 30 feet underneath themselves to look for Lin Ming, and some dreamed of the luxurious life they could live after obtaining so many spirit essence stones. At this point, a burst of laughter was emitted in the restaurant hall. The crowd turned to see that in a corner of the hall, there was a martial artist wearing a black bamboo hat who was pouring himself a drink. There was a 4-foot-long sword placed on his table. The martial artist didn't look too old, but the fierce spirit he emitted was menacing. He looked at the big fellow who was spreading the news and said, "Friend, did you say that there was a 300,000 spirit essence stone reward for capturing Lin Longjin alive, as well as a top-grade pill and a peak medium-grade heaven step treasure? Then, let me ask you, just what sort of top-quality pill and what sort of peak medium-grade heaven step treasure are they?" The black bamboo hat martial artist's words left everyone astonished. According to his meaning, it was as if he really planned on capturing Lin Longjin alive. All of the other martial artists here hoped at most to be able to find some clues on Lin Longjin that would lead to his capture. No one dared to possibly think of capturing him alive. After all, Lin Longjin was a destiny decree master. He could use just his finger to stab them to death. It is the God-transforming pill. The big fellow seemed to know a lot of inside information. Lin Ming even suspected that he was one of the Azura Divine Kingdom's intelligence agents that was specifically responsible for disseminating this news. God-transforming pill? As the pill was named, most of the martial artists present had a confused expression, obviously never having heard of it before. However, some of the more knowledgeable martial artists' eyes widened, an expression of terrible shock flitting through their faces. A God-transforming pill can help a high-stage life destruction powerhouse attack the Divine Sea. Of course, one can also use it during the lower stages of life destruction to solidify their true essence and strengthen themselves to create a better foundation for breaking through to the Divine Sea in the future. But that second method is definitely more wasteful. This is a pill that a top 50 ranked master of the Destiny Decree would go mad with jealousy over. Because swallowing one will greatly increase one's chances of reaching the Divine Sea. It is thus named the God-transforming pill. The big fellow explained with boisterous and flourishing gestures. This explanation caused all the present martial artists to suck in a deep breath of cold air. This item might not be any less valuable than 300,000 spirit essence stones. In fact, its worth was probably even higher. Lin Ming drank some wine and pulled his jade spirit mask back down to block his wide taunting sneer. The Azura Divine Kingdom truly had laid down the requisite capital. Even he wanted to report himself. However, this was also reasonable. Whether it was the deep-level inheritance of the great desolate halberd art, or the demon emperor armor, both of them were legacy treasures that could drive the royal family insane. God-transforming pill. If I can obtain that, it can help rapidly increase my strength after I reach life destruction. So it was the God-transforming pill. Good, good, good. The bamboo hat martial artist bellowed out 3 goods in a row, as if the God-transforming pill had been specifically prepared for him. This caused all the other martial artists to feel extremely unhappy. This sort of pill was something that they could never ever dream of reaching, and yet this fellow seemed as if it were easily obtainable for him. What are you so happy about? It's as if you think the pill is already yours. You are just far too arrogant. Even if you found Lin Longjin, do you even think you could capture him alive? A martial artist bluntly said. After all, Destiny Decree martial artists weren't some random cabbage off the streets. There were only 360 of them within the entire Sky Spill continent. In addition, because of others that weren't listed for various reasons, there were about 500 individuals of that approximate level in total. All of these people were scattered over the incomparably broad continent. However, most of them were concentrated in the 4 divine kingdoms, their various homelands and headquarters of supersections. He didn't believe that he would randomly bump into a Destiny Decree Master in this restaurant. That would make a Destiny Decree Master far too cheap. Lin Longjian managed to rank on the destiny decree at an extraordinarily young age. After several more months pass, his cultivation might grow again. Defeating a master is difficult, killing a master is even harder, and as for capturing one alive, that is another level of trouble altogether. If you want to capture Lin Longjian alive, then you need to be ranked at least 270 to 280 on the destiny decree. That is equal to being a 6th-stage life destruction master. Do you think you have that strength? As someone spoke up first, several other martial artists also chorused in agreement. Many of them weren't feeling so swell about this bamboo hat martial artist to begin with. Did he really think he was so awesome? As the bamboo hat martial artist faced all of the surrounding martial artists' suspicions and doubts, he only sneered in response, not bothering to respond to them and instead only lazily scratching his chin. At this time, the big fellow's eyes turned and he asked, "May I ask what your honored name is?" "Misty Stream Sect, Yen Junxian." The bamboo hat martial artist turned his head so that people could finally see his face. He was a very handsome individual, his looks marred only by a scar that flowed down the corner of an eye. To a high-level martial artist, repairing a scar was nothing at all. If a martial artist still had a scar on their face, then it was likely intentionally left behind. This scar likely reminded this man of a shameful defeat he had suffered in the past. This proved that the number of times he had been defeated before was also very small. Perhaps it might have only been 1 or 2 times, otherwise his face and body would have already been covered with scars. This sort of person was undoubtedly an astounding young elite. "I see, so it is the Misty Stream Sect's Yen Junxian. It's an honor, an honor." The big fellow cupped his fists together and quickly bowed. Yen Junxian was over 30 years old, and his strength was far from being able to rank on the destiny decree. However, he represented the Misty Stream Sect, and the Misty Stream Sect had 2 destiny decree masters guarding the sect that ranked 300 and above. For a sect to have 1 or 2 destiny decree masters, that was already the highest sect underneath the rank of Holy Land. Of course, this sort of person may be ranked on the destiny decree, but their rank wouldn't be too high. All of the high-ranking destiny decree masters belonged to various holy lands or the 4 divine kingdoms. Although the 2 destiny decree masters of the Misty Stream Sect weren't ranked too high, they were actually proficient in trap arrays. Once one was caught within, they wouldn't be able to make their way out for several months. If they combined forces, then there was a very high chance of capturing Lin Longjian alive. As the big fellow thought of this, he said, "Brother Yen, at the border frontier of the 9-Furnace Divine Kingdom where the Jagged Slope Mountain is, there is a branch division of my Azura Divine Kingdom. If Brother Yen and your masters are interested, then you may come to visit. My Azura Divine Kingdom also has 3 Sir Demon Envoys personally commanding the area, and we can put out enough sincerity so that you can help us search for that dastardly Lin Longjian and recover the inheritance of the Azura Divine Kingdom." As the big fellow spoke to hear, his identity had already become apparent. He was obviously an intelligence agent sent out by the Azura Divine Kingdom to search for Lin Ming. After all, this was still the 9-Furnace Divine Kingdom's domain. He would have to be a bit discreet in his actions here. Also, it was impossible for the Azura Divine Kingdom to send their own martial artists to carry out such a search in the lands of another divine kingdom. They could only draw support from the local strength in the 9-Furnace Divine Kingdom. Oh, 3 Sir Demon Envoys. Although Yen Junxian was arrogant, he was still startled upon hearing the title of Demon Envoy. For someone to be given the title of Demon Envoy basically meant that they were a top 100 ranked master of the Destiny Decree. The further one went up the Destiny Decree, the greater the disparity in strength was between the martial artists there. In particular, there were several great milestones at rank 300, 200, 150, 30, and 10. All of those were massive jumps in strength. A top 100 ranked master was on a completely different level from a top 300 ranked master. If there are any clues found about Lin Longjian and the Sir Demon Envoys personally take action, then that is already the same as capturing him. The big fellow said with a hint of pride. Indeed. Yen Junxian nodded in acknowledgement. They could even instantly kill him too. Very well, Brother Yen. The Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division's location is at the east end of the Jagged Slope Mountains, 30 miles southwest from Sloping Lake. I hope that Brother Yen and your masters will be able to visit sometime. The big fellow didn't conceal the existence of the Azura Divine Kingdom branch division as there was no need to. The existence of this branch division was not a secret. Jagged Slope Mountain was not part of the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom's territory in any case, and the Jagged Slope Mountain branch division also had 3 demon envoys personally on garrison duty. Absolute safety was ensured. Great! Yan Junxian readily agreed. In a corner of the hall, Lin Ming quietly left a high-grade true essence stone on the table before slipping out of the restaurant. No one imagined that the young man who just left was the bounty target of 300,000 spirit essence stones, a peak medium-grade heaven-step treasure, and a god-transforming pill. Jagged Slope Mountain, Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division, 3 demon envoys. How interesting. That big fellow said that the Azura Divine Kingdom had put out enough sincerity. I wonder just what that is? The so-called sincerity was most likely the posted reward. To directly put the reward out would have the greatest visual impact. If one just solely made a promised reward, then one couldn't help but worry that the other party wouldn't honor their bounty reward at the time. This Jagged Slope Mountain Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division. I too want to go and join in on the fun. As Lin Ming thought of this, his feet moved and he quickly flew away from Blue Cloud City. Jagged Slope Mountain was located at the border frontier of the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom. It stretched for 4,000 to 5,000 feet and the highest point shot up 40,000 to 50,000 feet into the sky, directly stabbing into the skies. Here, because there were plenty of rich spirit veins, there were several small martial arts family clans that occupied their own little territories. Of course, the spirit veins they occupied were of a far lower rank than the one lorded over by the Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division. Lin Ming fell down in a beam of light. He stood on a 30,000 feet snowy mountain peak and surveyed the Azura Divine Kingdom branch that lay a few hundred miles away. A superior 5th-grade spirit vein. How luxurious! For a mere branch division to occupy a superior 5th-grade spirit vein, the legacy of the Divine Kingdom was something that a sect like the South Sea Demon region could never compete with. It had been said that the Silent Demon Emperor City had also possessed a top-ranked spirit vein. However, when the Silent Demon Emperor City was destroyed, several Divine Sea Supreme Elders had used their mighty supernatural powers to shift it away. The central lands of the Sky Spill continent were rich with resources to begin with, and when combined with plundering the surrounding lands for tens of thousands of years, the outer areas of the Sky Spill continent seem like completely different lands. Perhaps the reason the central lands of the Sky Spill continent are so rich in resources is because of the Sea of Miracles? Lin Ming suddenly thought of this. This was a true possibility. Otherwise, why would all 4 divine kingdoms revolve around the Sea of Miracles? I wonder just what sort of secrets the Sea of Miracles and the Eternal Demon Abyss hold within them. As Lin Ming stood on the snowy peak, he saw several black spots rapidly approaching from a distance. These black spots quickly became larger, revealing themselves to be spirit boats that were hundreds of feet long. These spirit boats were being pulled by several flying vicious beasts, all of them headed towards the Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division. And behind these spirit boats, there were also several multicolored ray of lights cutting through the horizon. These were revolving core and life destruction masters that were flying forwards. It looks like the Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division invited many people over. Lin Ming leapt down from the snowy mountain peak and stepped on golden rock shattering the void, leisurely strolling in the air towards the Azura Divine Kingdom. I wonder just what sort of sincerity the Azura Divine Kingdom has put forth. My finances have been pretty tight recently. If I could seize this opportunity to grab everything here, then that would be perfect. As Lin Ming thought of this, he sped up. The Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division was located on the back of a 30,000-foot-high snowy mountain range. The branch division started halfway up the mountainside and built upwards toward the mountain peak. Here, there was plentiful heaven and earth origin energy. With the support of the array formations, various luscious spirit trees and spirit plants grew in maddening luxury, with countless marvelous spirit flowers and spirit grass. And in the higher areas there were snowy peaks capped with white ice that hadn't melted for tens of thousands of years. With these 2 divergent scenes placed together, it was indeed beautiful to behold. The Azura Divine Kingdom's architectural style was borrowed from the ancient times. Many buildings here were formed from pure black obsidian, giving off a very heavy feeling. Lin Ming landed down early and walked right towards the outside of the Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division's entrance. Halt! Identify yourself. Two tall guards blocked Lin Ming's path. I am a martial artist of the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom. I heard that the Divine Kingdom's branch division is offering a generous bounty to any martial artist that can capture the evil man who stole their Divine Kingdom's inheritance. I've come to gain a more specific understanding of the situation. The two guards looked Lin Ming up and down. Although his late revolving core cultivation wasn't too high, it was still pretty decent when compared relative to his young age. They estimated he came from some formidable influence. If the Azura Divine Kingdom wished to capture Lin Ming within the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom, they would have to depend on the local powers of that area. For martial artists like Lin Ming who seemed as if they came from local forces, they could be considered as a guest of the Divine Kingdom's branch division. Pull your mask down, a guard said. Lin Ming didn't hesitate, immediately pulling off his wood spirit jade mask and revealing an exceedingly ordinary face. This was the appearance Lin Ming had taken after using an appearance-changing technique. Back when Lin Ming was in the Seven Profound Martial House, the deputy housemaster Bai Luo had been a master of appearance-changing techniques. Not only he could alter his appearance but also copy a person's voice, temperament, and even their aura. When Lin Ming had strayed into the southern wilderness, that was all because Bai Luo had changed into Xianxia's appearance without Lin Ming even noticing. Afterwards, when large-scale beast tides erupted throughout the entire Divine Phoenix province, Lin Ming had rushed to Green Mulberry City to assist them. Bai Luo had been lying in wait there to assassinate Lin Ming, but the end result was that he had been killed by Lin Ming instead with the Dreamland enchantment. Bai Luo's special appearance-changing technique had also fallen into Lin Ming's hands. It wasn't known just which ancient ruins this appearance-changing technique had originated from, but the rank was quite decent. Although it couldn't be considered too profound an appearance-changing technique to the current Lin Ming, it was still more than enough to fool two guards with lower cultivation. You may enter. The guards didn't doubt him. If they really did examine him, then it would be easy to discover that there was something off with his appearance. The Azura Divine Kingdom definitely had methods to do this. However, the key was that they never imagined Lin Ming would willingly enter into their Azura Divine Kingdom branch division. To him, this was the lair of the tiger. There were 3 top 100 ranked Destiny Decree Masters personally guarding this area, as well as several other Destiny Decree Masters in attendance. These Destiny Decree Masters had come from the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom, Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom, and even the 7-Star Divine Kingdom, all of them various heroic elites that had come to capture Lin Ming alive. Coming here to cause trouble was simply a death wish. Moreover, this area had the support of the Azura Divine Kingdom. Anyone coming here first had to overcome the tremendous hurdle of the Azura Divine Kingdom's name. After Lin Ming passed through the entrance, he placed his wood spirit jade mask back on again. There were many masters present in this branch division. He didn't believe that his crude appearance-changing technique would be able to fool all of them. As he walked forwards, Lin Ming's steps were extremely slow. He looked around and observed the array formations laid down in the Azura Divine Kingdom branch division. All of these were defensive array formations mostly designed to resist against oncoming enemies. Lin Ming continued observing all the way until he saw the main temple grounds, and he finally saw a great large-scale ceiling array formation that could cut off everyone inside from the outside. Once this array formation was activated, it would require some effort to bypass it. This ceiling formation uses many techniques from the realm of the gods. It's extremely clever, and the main foundation of this array formation originates from those left behind by the Demon Emperor, such as the array formations used to seal the 8-Dragon Jade Dawn array and the Demon Emperor's Medicine Garden. The Azura Divine Kingdom really has inherited a part of the Demon Emperor's legacy. Lin Ming mumbled to himself. If this array formation had come from a different school of techniques, then it would require a great deal of effort to break through. But since it came from a similar school of techniques, and especially since Lin Ming had a much clearer understanding of the Demon Emperor's array formation techniques, it didn't take him too long to completely see through this array formation. He had full confidence that he would be able to leave once it was activated. There shouldn't be a problem with my escape path. As Lin Ming thought like this, he stepped into the ceiling array. Then, from far off, he gradually began to hear the sounds of fighting. After walking for about an incense stick of time, Lin Ming finally arrived at a great hall. This great hall was entirely black and was shaped like a pagoda. In front of this great hall was an open square, and many martial artists were already gathered here. Most of these martial artists had a cultivation at the revolving core realm and above. There were also some Xianxia realm juniors, youths that had likely accompanied their elders to visit here. These martial artists were all divided into several obvious camps. Every camp had a high-stage life destruction martial artist leading them. They were clearly from other fifth-grade sects similar to the Misty Stream sect. Within the borders of the 4 divine kingdoms, there were numerous fifth-grade sections. They were all led by the 4 divine kingdoms, with a relationship similar to how the 7 profound valleys and divine Phoenix Island were related. At this time, in the front of the square, 2 late revolving core young martial artists were engaged in a fierce confrontation. Beams of energy smashed into the defensive array, constantly causing brilliant rays of light to shine out. Relative to their age, it was already quite good to be this strong. The sounds of fighting that Lin Ming had heard before came from here. Why are they fighting? Lin Ming was slightly puzzled. He was just about to ask when he noticed that on a high lifted platform not too from the battlefield, there was actually a box of unknown metal there. This box was open and completely filled with stacks of spirit essence stones. These were impressively superior spirit essence stones. Spirit essence stones were only divided into 3 ranks: ordinary, superior, and top grade. Top grade spirit essence stones were the very source of spirit essence stone mines. They had nearly completely vanished from the world. It was considered excellent to produce even a single top grade spirit essence stone from an entire spirit essence stone mine. This was a treasure that even divine sea supreme elders would struggle over. As for a superior spirit essence stone, each one had a value equal to 300 ordinary spirit essence stones. Superior spirit essence stones had an extremely rich origin energy inherent within them. These types of spirit essence stones had a magnificent effect when used for making breakthroughs in cultivation. When Lin Ming decided to break through to life destruction, it would be safer if he could obtain some superior spirit essence stones. During the breakthrough, it would help him absorb heaven and earth origin energy faster and also stabilize his cultivation. There are about 1,000 superior spirit essence stones in that box. That is probably the 300,000 spirit essence stone reward that the Azura Divine Kingdom promised. 300,000 spirit essence stones, and those were proportioned into superior spirit essence stones. If he could obtain that, then it would be a massive wealth. Lin Ming was already thinking about how to rob this wealth when he found that in the main hall, not too far away from the high platform, there was a black-clothed, middle-aged man meditating with his eyes closed. When he looked more carefully, he could see that this man was floating an inch off of the ground. He was actually suspended in the air. 6th stage life destruction. The black-clothed, middle-aged man didn't hide his cultivation. He was clearly at the 6th stage of life destruction. Combined with his not-too-old age, he even had a slim chance of reaching the Divine Sea Realm. Without a doubt, this person was one of the Azura Divine Kingdom's 3 demon envoys, a character ranked in the top 100 masters of the Destiny Decree. And floating beside this black-clothed middle-aged man was a half-square-foot with spirit jade box. This jade box was surrounded by layers upon layers of seals, and a wild giant demon image was carved into the grain of the box. Although Lin Ming couldn't see what was inside, he could already guess what it contained. That box must contain the God-transforming pill. 300,000 spirit essence stones and a God-transforming pill. Unfortunately, that God-transforming pill was far too close to the black-clothed middle-aged man. It was extremely unlikely that Lin Ming could hope to steal away that box from such a close range. This Azura Divine Kingdom branch division also has 2 more demon envoys, but they aren't in the vicinity. To send out a demon envoy to greet these guests is already giving more than enough face. As Lin Ming thought this, he turned towards a 20-some-year-old youth and casually asked, "Why are those 2 fighting on stage?" The youth was originally excitedly watching the battle occurring in front of him and didn't feel too good being disturbed by Lin Ming. He was about to ignore Lin Ming when he saw that Lin Ming's cultivation was at the late revolving core realm. Then, he patiently explained, "They are struggling to rank on a talent list. If the Azura Divine Kingdom wishes to use these 5th-grade sex intelligence networks and connections to search for Lin Ming, they naturally have to provide some benefits. Besides posting a bounty reward, they have also promised to cooperate with us in order to cultivate some talents." The youth pointed towards the high platform. Lin Ming saw that on the high platform, besides the 300,000 ordinary spirit essence stones worth of superior essence stones, there was also a list. On the list was written the words, superior talent, medium talent, ordinary talent. There was space left below every rank. It was apparently ready to be filled with names. As Lin Ming saw these, he immediately understood what was happening. Divine Phoenix Island had also once held a similar plan throughout the Divine Phoenix province. The larger sect would help the smaller sects raise their talent. This wasn't too expensive for the larger sect, and the smaller sects actually obtained a great advantage for their future talents. At this time, the young heroic elites were now competing against each other for the title of superior talent. What an interesting competition! Lin Ming's lips curved up in a grin. He had come for 2 reasons today. The first was to steal, and the second was to mess this place up. As for provoking the anger of the Azura Divine Kingdom, that was simply a joke. Lin Ming had already been tagged on their kill list anyway. If it wasn't for the fact that so many other heroic young elites were present at the 9 Flowers banquet, Lin Ming wouldn't have minded killing Situchuan and Situ Feng there at all. At this time, the match on stage had already ended. A short-haired youth holding a saber had won. He laughed out loud and said, "I, Tui Feng, will take the title of superior talent." As he spoke, he leapt onto the high platform and raised a brush, ready to write his own name onto the talent announcement list. But at this time, a loud jeer spread in the air. "Tui Feng, if you want to be ranked first, then ask my sword first." This rampant voice seemed familiar. Lin Ming glanced around and saw that the bamboo hat youth from the restaurant, Yan Junxian, was actually here. The one who spoke just now had been him. It was just that Yan Junxian had already put his bamboo hat away. The scar still showed at the corner of his eyes, accentuating his arrogant expression. By Yan Junxuan's side was an old man with long eyebrows. He was wearing gray clothes, and his cultivation was at the 5th stage of life destruction. It was obvious that he was the honorable master that Yan Junxian spoke of in the restaurant. "This old man's fire of life is weak. I guess he's already around 2,000 years old. To only be at the 5th stage of life destruction at 2,000 years of age. He can only be arranged at the end of the destiny decree. It's impossible for him to ever make another breakthrough in his road of martial arts. Since their Misty Stream sect is involving themselves in this matter, then they might be thinking of giving that God-transforming pill to Yan Junxian." Heh! No wonder that Yan Junxian was so arrogant in the restaurant. As if the God-transforming pill had been specifically prepared for him. Lin Ming silently observed the strength of the current Destiny Decree Masters. The conclusion he drew was that besides the 3 demon envoys, the other Destiny Decree martial artists here were extremely ordinary. The God-transforming pill and the 300,000 spirit essence stones are placed apart from each other. The most I'll be able to grab is just one of them. The God-transforming pill is too close to the demon envoy. I'll only be able to snatch the spirit essence stones. As Lin Ming looked at the box of spirit essence stones on the high platform, he discovered that there was actually a small protective array formation surrounding it. There was something like a transparent layer of glass covering the spirit essence stones. However, this array formation had only been casually laid down. With Lin Ming's current strength and degree of understanding into array formations, breaking through it wouldn't be difficult at all. Bluntly said, this array formation was simply placed there for grandstanding. The Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division would never even dream that someone would openly and blatantly steal from them at their gathering site. The only one capable of doing so was a top-ranked Destiny Decree Master. Otherwise, stealing from here would simply be the same as a death sentence. But which ranked Destiny Decree Master would dare to provoke the wrath of the Azura Divine Kingdom? Lin Ming didn't care about any of that. He and the Azura Divine Kingdom had already reached the point of never giving up until the other party had died. Even if Lin Ming was willing to hand over the great desolate halberd art and the demon emperor armor, the Azura Divine Kingdom would still chase him down so that he couldn't reveal any secrets to anyone else. They would even use a soul-searching technique to confirm whether his cultivation method was true or fake. Moreover, the main point was that it was impossible for Lin Ming to give away the great desolate halberd art. The Azura Divine Kingdom assumed Lin Ming had obtained some jade slip inheritance, but the truth was that Lin Ming had obtained the memories of the demon emperor. If he wanted to engrave the cultivation method manual onto a jade slip, then first he would need to completely and thoroughly understand the cultivation method in order to do so. Otherwise, Lin Ming would have already recorded the heretical god force for Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu to train with. At this point, a loud explosion erupted from the front of the square. Yan Junxian had sent his opponent flying backwards, vomiting great mouthfuls of blood. An old man flew out from the crowd, catching that severely wounded young elite and then glowering at Yan Junxian. Yan Junxian appeared unaware of all of this. He only said, "This is a comparison of skill. Serious injuries are oftentimes inevitable." Humph! The old man coldly snorted and fed several pills to the severely wounded disciple. Since his disciple was weaker than others, there was nothing else to say. This Yan Junxian really lives up to his fame. He should be the top talent of my Skyflower province's younger generation. Humph, that is only the number 1 talent of the Skyflower province. There is still an immeasurable difference between them and the talents of the central province, let alone a monstrous genius like Lin Longjin. In the square, a martial artist couldn't bear to see Yan Junxian act so domineering and haughty, so he began to mock him. That's right. Lin Longjin is around the same age as Yan Junxian, and yet he's already ranked on the destiny decree. A disciple from another sect shouted from under the stage. Lin Longjin? Yan Junxian sneered. Lin Longjin is only a stepping stone on my road of martial artists. Who cares about how talented he is? Once he is captured by my Misty Stream sect, he is simply a god-transforming pill to improve my strength. As for the destiny decree, once I have obtained the god-transforming pill, then I will inevitably rank on the list in another 2 years. What a load of crap. You think your Misty Stream sect can even catch Lin Longjin? Humph. Since my Misty Stream sect dares to say so, then we naturally have secret techniques to locate missing persons. Even though I wouldn't say it is 90% assured, it is still 60 to 70% assured. History only remembers winners. When I succeed, I will be recorded in the annals of history. As for Lin Longjin, he will be nothing but a brief fading comet, quickly forgotten by everyone. Yan Junxuan's words were filled with complete confidence. Combined with his aura that proved he had the qualifications to speak, none of the other juniors dared to step forwards to confront him. As for the seniors here, they naturally couldn't lower their status by jabbing themselves into the struggles of juniors. Quickly, the entire gathering site had been pressured by Yan Junxian alone. Is there anyone else who disagrees? Yan Junxian shouted out loud. For a time, there was no response. Yan Junxian was very satisfied with his results. He strode towards the talent announcement on the high platform, preparing to write his name down. But at this moment, he suddenly heard the sound of fluttering clothes from behind him. A blue-clothed man wearing a mask of wood spirit jade had flown onto the stage set up in the square. This person was Lin Ming. Yan Junxian frowned and placed down the brush in his hands. There really is someone unafraid of death here. His eyes paused on Lin Ming's wood spirit jade mask for a moment. He quickly remembered that Lin Ming was the martial artist that had been quietly sitting in the corner of the restaurant. It wasn't rare to see a martial artist wear a wood spirit jade mask, but there were differences in every mask. Lin Ming's mask had a touch of black above the eyes. This allowed Yan Junxian to recognize him. Yan Junxian lightly humphed, not even placing Lin Ming in his eyes. In his opinion, Lin Ming was just a martial artist that had stumbled onto the news of the reward. This fellow was simply a blind cat hoping to catch a mouse. He thought he could come to the Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division and hope to randomly find clues about Lin Ming somehow. Then, when he saw this talent training plan, his blood had heated up for a moment. This sort of person was only looking to get beaten up. Who are you? Name yourself. Mushuang Family Clan. Mushuang Jian. Lin Ming randomly made up a background and name. In such an incomparably vast sky-spill continent, there were far too many family clans and even many family clans hidden away in their own mystic realms and territories. It was impossible to know of every family clan. Yan Junxian sized up Lin Ming. Although this person's facial features were blocked, from what he could see and from the tenor of his voice, this person should be relatively young. What is the Mushuang family clan? I've never heard of it. There are many family clans you've never heard of. Lin Ming calmly replied. He wasn't much interested in this fight that was no different from slapping little children around. To the current him, he was on a completely different level from the young juniors of his generation. Ha 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 ha. How interesting. Very interesting. A boy from a little-known family clan actually dares to be so arrogant in front of me. Then, let me teach you a lesson. Meet my sword. Whoosh! With a shrill keening sound, Yan Juanshuan's sword pierced towards Lin Ming's face. Lin Ming took a step back. In front of the Azura Divine Kingdom powerhouses, he naturally couldn't use moves such as penetrating rainbow or bury the heavens. Otherwise, they would be able to see that his moves shared origins with the great desolate halberd art. Besides those moves, Lin Ming also had the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, as well as the body transformation cultivation method, the chaotic virtues combat meridians. Although the striking power was weaker, it was more than enough to deal with a little baby like Yan Junxian. In fact, Lin Ming didn't even need to use any special style to defeat him with ease. Stepping to the side, Lin Ming lowered his center of gravity and then moved forwards. Body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. True essence concentrated into filaments of thread. Lin Ming punched out, energy cascading outwards. Pong! With a loud explosion, Yan Juanshuan's sword energy was scattered into nothingness by Lin Ming's fist. Lin Ming's fist potential didn't diminish at all, smashing straight towards Yan Junxian. What? Yan Junxian was greatly shocked. He cut down with his sword again, hoping to split apart Lin Ming's fist force. In fact, Yan Juanshuan's sword speed was quite spectacular. In front of an incoming enemy, he was able to immediately cut out with a second attack. However, in the face of an absolute disparity in strength, small advantages like this were negligible. Vibrating true essence erupted. For a time, it was like Yan Junxian was a leaf caught in a storm of energy, unable to resist at all. Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yan Junxian was sent flying backwards by Lin Ming's punch. True essence rampaged through his body, injuring all of the organs in his body and destroying his meridians. Lin Ming continued to attack. He took a sudden step forwards and punched out again. He had held back on his first punch so that he wouldn't harm Yan Juanshuan's life. But this second punch was to demonstrate just how ruthless and cruel he could be. This was to have those little children milling around him open their eyes so that no one dared to challenge him anymore. Stop! Yan Juanshuan's master shouted. But he didn't have time to prevent Lin Ming's attack. The second punch solidly smashed into Yan Juanshuan's back, and with a loud cracking noise, all of Yan Juanshuan's bones were fractured. He vomited a massive mouthful of blood and then fainted on the spot. After the strike, even if Yan Juanshuan's master used all sorts of top heavenly treasures to save him, it would still take him at least half a year to recover. Moreover, there would still be damage left behind. This silly fellow had desired to capture him alive to trade him for a god-transforming pill in order to make a breakthrough. Lin Ming wouldn't pity someone like this. If it wasn't for the fact that killing him would have set off a storm of chaos here, Lin Ming wouldn't have minded sending him off to an early start on the road to hell. You! As Yan Juanshuan's master saw his own disciple beaten to a pulp in front of his eyes, he was furious. If this wasn't the Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division, then he would have already ripped Lin Ming to shreds. Haha! Sovereign Yan, don't be so angry. This is a comparison of skill. Serious injuries are oftentimes inevitable. An elder from another sect sarcastically remarked. When Yan Junxian had severely wounded his last opponent, Sovereign Yan had spoken these exact words. And the person that Yan Junxian had severely wounded was his disciple. To be able to speak such words and release the frustration in his heart, his thoughts had become incomparably smooth. Good, good, very good, the Misty Stream sect sovereign said with an extremely cold voice. In his heart, he had already sentenced this Mushuang Jian and his Mushuang family clan to death. As long as this family clan was no more than a basic 5th-grade sect, then he would have them pay the most painful price. Would anyone else like to come on stage? Lin Ming indifferently said as he stood on top of the stage. The wood spirit jade mask covered up any expression he made. Those 2 strange black marks that angled down above his eyes began to look like black snakes that exuded thick killing intent, causing everyone who looked to shudder. No one dared to respond. This youth was simply sadistic, and his strength was so high that it was a complete mess. If anyone stepped on stage, well, Yan Junxian had already become their example. Lin Ming had expected this situation to occur. He began moving towards the high platform, openly stepping towards the 300,000 spirit essence stones. This was the entire reason that Lin Ming had bothered ruining Yan Junxian. It was because he needed to approach this area first. He picked up the thickest and roughest brush available. At the same time, Lin Ming's eyes nonchalantly swept over the array formation that covered the 300,000 spirit essence stones. In that instant, the countless complex symbols that comprised the array formation reflected in his pupils as he rapidly deconstructed them. All of the martial artists present were completely focused on Lin Ming's body. The Azura Divine Kingdom's demon envoy slightly frowned. He felt something was wrong, but he just couldn't place his finger on what it was. Lin Ming dipped the 2-foot-long brush fully into the ink. Then his brush movements flowed like the wind. In the blink of an eye, 3 words filled with a thick murderous intent suddenly appeared like a flash of lightning on the surface of the talent announcement list. Lin Lan Jian. As the word Jian was finally completed with a long vertical stroke, because of the daring spirit and powerful strength contained within, the brush seemed to become like a true sword, directly splitting the talent announcement list in half. Simply placed there for grandstanding. The Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division would never even dream that someone would openly and blatantly steal from them at their gathering site. The entire square was left in silence. Yan Junxian was still lying bleeding on the ground as several Misty Stream sect elders were glaring at Lin Ming. Lin Ming's brush speed was too fast. As soon as the words appeared, they seemed to tear through the talent announcement list paper, carrying a sharp spear intent with them. Every martial artist present was shocked. Lin Lan Jian. Some martial artists were befuddled for a moment. But in that instant, a light flashed in Lin Ming's hand and a red long spear rushed out like a crimson flood dragon, directly striking the weak point of the Spirit Essence Stone box's barrier shield. Penetrating rainbow. Energy roared. With an explosive crackling sound, the entire barrier shattered to pieces. This explosion finally caused everyone's minds to be shaken out of their daze. This wood spirit jade-masked youth was actually Lin Lan Jian, and the red spear he used as well as the spear move absolutely proved this point. He was planning to raise a ruckus at the gathering site. The demon envoy who was personally garrisoning this square was furious. The chair he sat on broke apart as he stood up and fired himself towards Lin Ming. The other Azura Divine Kingdom martial artists rapidly blocked the area, wanting to capture Lin Ming. Although they were far from being Lin Ming's match, they could still manage to delay him a bit. In this heavy encirclement of danger, a mere finger snap of time was enough to take one's life. Facing the trained and coordinated response of the Azura Divine Kingdom's martial artists, Lin Ming simply seemed unaware of it all. He grabbed the box of spirit essence stones and stuffed it into his spatial ring. You dare? The demon envoy's eyes turned bright red. He finally understood that the reason Lin Ming came here today was to rob them. The Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division had a total of 3 demon envoys guarding the land as well as elders and masters from various famous sects of the 4 divine kingdoms. Yet, underneath all of these personages' eyes, Lin Lonjian actually dared to openly rob the reward they had posted? The demon envoy simply thought that Lin Lonjian had lost his mind. This was a suicidal action. If you want to die so badly, then let me help you. The Azura demon envoy took out a 10-foot-long overlord spear from his spatial ring. He gripped the spear with both hands and smashed it down towards Lin Ming. This demon envoy's strength was ranked 83 on the Destiny Decree. Against Lin Ming, who was only ranked near the end of the Destiny Decree, he could definitely instantly kill him. The demon envoy's spear strike came tumbling down as if an entire mountain range was collapsing. A terrifying flux of energy tore through space. If Lin Ming was struck by this spear attack, then he would definitely be split in half. A revolving core realm martial artist who was split apart at the waist could still maintain their life as long as they were treated in time. The Azura demon envoy planned to capture Lin Ming alive and torture out all of the details from him that concerned the demon emperor's inheritances. Lin Ming stared blankly on as the demon envoy's spear came smashing down on him. This spear's power and might far exceeded Lin Ming's own. Bury the heavens, and its speed had reached an incredible degree. This was the strength of a top 100 ranked Destiny Decree Master. Lin Ming's lips curved up in a grin. Energy erupted from his knees. The gate of wonder opened, breaking through the limits of the body and instantly reached the limit of speed. Lin Ming's feet twisted as space distorted underneath him. With a single step, Lin Ming had vanished like a puff of smoke. Although Lin Ming couldn't directly face the demon envoy, after he had opened the gate of wonder, he could rely on his speed alone to show disdain for the Destiny Decree. Bang! The Azura demon envoy's spear crashed into the high platform, causing the entire structure to loudly crumble into nothing. The earth broke apart and all of the surrounding martial artists were sent flying away by the shockwave. Those with weaker cultivations spat out great mouthfuls of blood. And at this time, Lin Ming had already reappeared 1,000 feet away. The Azura demon envoy's spear had missed. He couldn't believe it. His spear had missed? Not only had his spear speed reached the limit, but it also contained the concept of space. It could be used to twist and lock down the surrounding space. Yet, his attack had actually been dodged by a mere late revolving core martial artist. This was not a speed that a revolving core martial artist could have. This ghostly scene caused the Azura demon envoy's heart to seethe with rage. He shouted out, "Stop him! Open the sealing array!" At the moment the Azura demon envoy shouted out, 3 Azura Divine Kingdom martial artists shot towards Lin Ming. 2 of them were impressively life-destruction martial artists. Die! Lin Ming coldly spat out that single word. And, without even using a spear move, 3 arrows of battle spirit-infused true essence air shot out from Lin Ming's mouth, directly colliding with the 3 Azura Divine Kingdom martial artists' heads. Pong! 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 With 3 loud bursting sounds, the 3 Azura Divine Kingdom martial artists' heads blew apart like watermelon, their brain fluids showering into the air. What? All of the heroic young elites present held their breath, unable to even think properly. They only felt their minds tremble. Of those 3 Azura Divine Kingdom martial artists, 2 of them were first-stage life-destruction martial artists that were absolutely not inferior to any of them. Yet, in front of Lin Lonjian, they had been nothing but ants. They had been shot to death by nothing but true essence air arrows. In other words, if Lin Lonjian wanted to kill them, he would only need to breathe in their general direction. And the reason that he didn't kill Yan Junxian with a single breath just now was all in order to hide his strength. This disparity couldn't even be described by clouds and mud. This was the first time that any of them had encountered a talent that was terrifying to the extent of making them tremble with dismay. This was a strength that left everyone weeping in despair. "You bastard!" The demon envoy angrily shouted and thrust his spear towards Lin Ming. He revolved his true essence to the limit, completely opening all of his energy. With every step he took, mountains quaked and rivers surged. Bang! 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 Massive 5-foot-deep footprints appeared all over the entire square. All of these footprints were several feet wide, and they sent countless shards of rock scattering into the air. All of the martial artists in the square were blown away like pieces of straw in a tornado, thrown out in all directions. The demon envoy had only used his movement technique, but the dark energy hidden in the shockwaves was already enough to severely wound the weaker martial artists. Lin Ming heard the sound of air splitting from behind him. He didn't need to look back to know that the Azura demon envoy was chasing after him. He thought little of it, instead completely opening the gate of wonder. In addition, with the ethereal and exquisite golden rock shattering the void, his speed rapidly climbed to the extreme. Whoosh! Lin Ming became a ray of light that cut through the vast horizon, crossing over a dozen miles in an instant. All of the martial artists still at the square were left dumbfounded. Was this really speed that a human could possess? Rumble, rumble. The ceiling array formation that covered the entire Azura Divine Kingdom branch division began to activate. But to Lin Ming, this large-scale array formation had started far too slowly. Moreover, he had already found a great weak point in this massive array. Since this array also originated from the Demon Emperor's inheritance, Lin Ming had been able to easily unravel it. Penetrating rainbow. With a thrust, Lin Ming's spear stabbed into the weak point of the just-now activated array. With a loud tearing sound, a section of the array dozens of feet wide suddenly burst open in front of him, allowing him to run out with ease. "You lunatic!" A loud shout came from somewhere else in the Azura Divine Kingdom branch division, rumbling outwards like a passing thundercloud. The two other demon envoys also joined the chase. In broad daylight, under the watchful eyes of everyone, as well as with 3 Azura Divine Kingdom demon envoys personally guarding the branch division, Lin Ming had actually made his way in and stolen away 300,000 spirit essence stones. This was too disgraceful. Once news of this spread out, their Azura Divine Kingdom would lose face. "We must overtake him. We have to obtain the Demon Emperor's inheritance. After searching his soul, turn him into a corpse doll and hang him atop the gates of our Divine Kingdom cities. Let them see the glory and might of our Azura Divine Kingdom. No one is allowed to dishonor the glory of our Divine Kingdom." The 3 demon envoys all wore black clothes. Their hearts raged with an inferno of hate and anger. Even if they caught Lin Ming today, this would still become a stain on their lives that they would never be able to erase. One person fleeing with 3 people chasing. They cut through the skies like falling stars, flying into the far-off horizon. Within the square, the martial artists there were bewildered. Although Lin Longjian's name and reputation rang out like thunder in their ears, seeing was believing. They never imagined that Lin Longjian would appear in the Azura Divine Kingdom branch division and openly challenge the very dignity of the Azura Divine Kingdom. A man and his spear, Lin Longjian by himself had demolished the Azura Divine Kingdom's gathering of heroes, stolen away 300,000 spirit essence stones, instantly killed 3 Azura Divine Kingdom masters, and then left without injury. Just what kind of boldness was this? In the face of an entire divine kingdom hunting after him, Lin Longjian hadn't hidden his identity and secluded himself in some remote mountain range. Instead, he had caused a ruckus in the Azura Divine Kingdom's jagged slope mountain branch division. This Lin Longjian is too terrifying. He looks just over 20 years old, and yet he can contend with a demon envoy. And when he fled, was that even human speed? Even the mountain ceiling array formation wasn't able to stop him. He cannot be judged by common sense. What a monster! All of the martial artists in the square were talking amongst themselves. Many of the heroic young elites had pale and weak complexions. Compared with Lin Longjian, the difference was simply too great. What do we do? Should we still involve ourselves in this? Some martial artists already had the idea of withdrawing. Lin Longjian was far too ruthless for them. He had even dared break his way into the Azura Divine Kingdom branch division that was guarded by 3 demon envoys. Don't be afraid that Lin Longjian is only fast. His strength should still only rank at around 300 on the destiny decree. That, at least, shouldn't be wrong. Otherwise he wouldn't have run, but would have fought with the demon envoy. If we join forces, then we have no need to fear him. We also have many destiny decree masters here, and many of them are even above Corpsemancer. Moreover, we have the support of the Azura Divine Kingdom. After Lin Longian messed with the Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division, the bounty on him will definitely rise again. The Azura Divine Kingdom had their face swept to the ground and even had 300,000 Spirit Essence Stones stolen away. They will never let this go. Although you say that, I don't think that Lin Longian will be able to successfully run away. Those are 3 demon envoys chasing him. Lin Longian's speed is extraordinary, but his strength and cultivation are far too low. Even if he relies on some sort of arcane skill or treasure to momentarily match the 3 demon envoys in speed, he won't be able to keep it up forever. There is no way his endurance and thickness of his true essence will be able to last much longer. As for those 3 demon envoys, all 3 of them are 6-stage life destruction masters. Not wrong. Perhaps that Lin Longian will perish here at Jagged Slope Mountain today. Although his cultivation and strength are amazing, he is still far too young. He will pay the price for his impulsiveness. As the numerous martial artists with the Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division were speaking, Lin Ming's chase by the 3 demon envoys had already continued for several hundred miles. With the speed from the Gate of Wonder combined with golden rock shattering the void, Lin Ming produced a sonic boom as he flew in the air. He also used the black bat wings that Corpsemancer had left behind. Before this, Lin Ming had roughly managed to alter them for his own use. After all, this was still a heaven-step flight treasure. Could definitely increase Lin Ming's speed. With all 3 of these factors combined together, Lin Ming was a level faster than the 3 demon envoys. But he controlled his speed so that the 3 demon envoys were following behind him. Behind Lin Ming, just 10 miles away, the 3 demon envoys' faces had darkened to the point of dripping water. This brat! How is this even possible? The 3 demon envoys were running out of breath. They thought that Lin Ming used some kind of arcane ability that stimulated his bodily potential in order to reach such extreme speeds. Those arcane abilities usually caused a few detrimental side effects, and were also impossible to maintain forever. However, Lin Ming didn't seem like he had used up any strength at all, even after flying for such a long time. In fact, he seemed to have a great deal of energy left over. It also seemed that the more he flew, the faster he became. This was just too strange. 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles, 3,000 miles, 4,000 miles. Once they reached 5,000 miles, Lin Ming still hadn't slowed down, even after passing over the entire Jagged Slope mountain range. Damn it! What should we do? The 3rd Azura Demon Envoy asked. He was a middle-aged man, ranked 93rd on the Destiny Decree. He currently had a pained expression as he took a shard of stalactite essence from his spatial ring, bitterly swallowing it down. We've already flown for around 5,000 miles, and yet he can still last this long? Another demon envoy took a jade bottle out from his spatial ring and swallowed a snow-white pill. We've already consumed our true essence to the limit. His cultivation is inferior to ours, so it's impossible for him to continue flying for much longer. The one who spoke was the leading 2nd demon envoy, his words filled with self-confidence. He was ranked 83rd on the Destiny Decree. However, what happened was 6,000 miles, 7,000 miles. It seemed as if Lin Ming wanted to fly out to a 10,000-mile distance. Not only that, but the more he flew, the faster he became. The 1st demon envoy had blue veins bulging out from his forehead. This was simply impossible. They had already flown an additional 2,000 miles. This could already be considered as having flown far away, even with their standards. The 2nd demon envoy's complexion turned extremely ugly. Just what sort of secrets did this Lin Longian have on him? Why was he able to flee so quickly, and for such a long time? Another 1,000 miles flew by as everyone approached the 8,000-mile mark. Lin Ming still maintained a relatively relaxed state throughout. A flying martial artist was the same as a running mortal. If they ran at their top speeds, then they would only be able to last for about 100 to 200 meters before falling the ground in complete exhaustion. However, if they maintained 70 to 80% of their maximum speed, then they could maintain this for several miles. Lin Ming was in the same situation. He was maintaining a flight speed of around 70 to 80% of his limit. After crossing 8,000 miles, his consumption wasn't too great. Furthermore, because he had already opened the gate of healing, his endurance and recovery ability had since far surpassed a normal martial artist. Thus, there was always an enormous amount of true essence in his dantian. However, the 3 demon envoys behind him were in a much more miserable state. For the past 8,000 miles, they had to fly as fast as they could, and the further they flew, the more they fell behind. The 3rd demon envoy had already consumed his 3rd shard of stalactite essence. Don't continue chasing. The 2nd demon envoy suddenly stopped. At the start of the chase, they had only been 10 miles far from Lin Longjien. Now, they were over 100 miles away. They had also taken several medicines to supplement their true essence. No matter how good the medicine was, repeatedly consuming these medicines would eventually cause impurities to appear in their true essence. If that happened, they would be unable to display their peak combat strength. To be in that sort of situation within the borders of the 9-furnace divine kingdom was undoubtedly dangerous. This Lin Longjien must have some sort of top supportive flight treasure or some kind of special arcane flight ability. He might even have both, the 2nd demon envoy said with a gloomy tone. For a late revolving core youth to surpass a 6th-stage life destruction master in speed and endurance, this was simply too unbelievable. Damn it! Just how many amazing treasures are there on his body? The 1st demon envoy panted out. He had used up so much strength and effort, and had chased so far, just to end up empty-handed. Under their watch, they had only been able to watch helplessly as that Lin Longjien stole away 300,000 spirit essence stones. This was simply too great a shame, and he could already see the news of this event spreading all through the martial cultivation world by tomorrow. The 4 divine kingdoms and all the powerful family clans in their hidden realms would regard them as absolute laughingstocks. I will capture that brat and skin him alive, the 3rd demon envoy heatedly said. As he thought of the 300,000 spirit essence stones, he felt as if he would die from his intestines twisting in place. There had been many rare, superior spirit essence stones worth 300,000 spirit essence stones in total. Even he couldn't afford to use them during his training. He would only cautiously use a few dozen of those superior spirit essence stones if he was either breaking through a bottleneck in cultivation or attempting to cross over to another stage of life destruction. To shamefully lose 300,000 spirit essence stones just like that, the 3 of them would definitely take the blame for this. They would definitely be punished by the Azura Divine Kingdom. Let's meditate for some time and then return. There was no harvest from today, but I've managed to record a trace of Lin Longjian's energy. Even if he were to wear a wood spirit jade mask next time, I would still be able to identify him, the 2nd demon envoy said with a morose expression, before searching for a secluded area to meditate and recover. They had already flown 8,000 miles outwards. This area was desolate and deserted, without any transmission arrays nearby. If they wished to return, then they would have to slowly fly back. As the 3 demon envoys remembered this fact, they became even more depressed, and their expressions became that much uglier. They've finally stopped chasing me. 300 miles away from the 3 demon envoys, Lin Ming stood suspended in the air, his lips turned upwards in a cunning smile. Although those 3 demon envoys had consumed a great deal of their energy, he wouldn't be so stupid as to bite off more than he could chew, and challenge the 3 of them. Those 3 were still 6th-stage life destruction powerhouses after all, and the fires of their lives were still blazing vibrantly. These were characters that had hopes of reaching the Divine Sea. When they were youths, they were definitely Emperor-level talents and outstanding ones at that. Even if only one remained, Lin Ming still wouldn't dare return to provoke them. At this time, he just fundamentally wasn't a match for them. Jagged Slope Mountain, Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division. That Lin Longjien was way too impetuous. I wonder just what's happened to him. Unfortunately, this entire Jagged Slope Mountain has been sealed off, so there's no way for us to catch up to him. No kidding. It's too unfortunate. We missed a great battle. Sealing off this mountain is common, as Lin Longjien is just that important. There are too many treasures on his body. He is simply a treasure himself. Before he is caught, no news of this can be leaked out to others. Otherwise someone might catch up to him ahead of time, and the Azura Divine Kingdom would lose everything instead. The elders of the various great sects were talking about whether or not Lin Longian would finally meet a dead end. At this time, however, 3 black-clothed men walked into the square. One of them was an old man who was in charge of the Azura Divine Kingdom's Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division. The Azura Divine Kingdom had several dozen branch divisions set up all over the Sky Spill continent. The leader of a branch division was called the Hall Master. Because there were too many Hall Masters scattered throughout the continent, their status wasn't considered too high. However, the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division was an exception. Because the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division was in charge of matters within the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom, their branch division was one of the largest. This branch division's Hall Master was just strong enough to rank on the Destiny Decree. Of course, he was far from being able to compare with the demon envoys. Hall Master Situ. Several old men cupped their fists together in respect. They naturally recognized Hall Master Situ, due to frequently interacting with the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division. Hall Master Situ cupped his fists in return and said, "Everyone, please remain patient. My Divine Kingdom's Sir Demon Envoys are already pursuing Lin Ming. They should be able to capture him without incident." As he spoke, he was also glad that the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division had 3 demon envoys garrisoning this place. Otherwise, there was no way that he could contend with Lin Longian. He simply couldn't keep up with that strange, ghostly speed of his. As long as we can catch Lin Longian, then the matter of 300,000 Spirit Essence stones being stolen away in front of everyone, and the loss of face from that will be wiped clean. This could also be considered a great merit for me, as this gathering of heroes could be my rise to glory. As Hall Master Situ thought of this, his mood became much more pleasant. The entire Jagged Slope Mountain has been closed off and completely sealed away by the array formation here. Thus, I ask of everyone to please patiently wait for a period of time. Do not try to leave. Once the 3 Sir Demon Envoys return, everyone will be able to freely depart. As Hall Master Situ spoke, he quietly lifted up the array formation that protected the God-transforming pill. Then, he put the God-transforming pill and the medium-grade Heavenstep treasure that was on display back into his spatial ring. As he looked around at all the martial artists and saw that none of them seemed bothered by the situation, he nodded with satisfaction. In an emergency, blocking off the area was the standard procedure. Since this area had the protection of the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division and the might of the Azura Divine Kingdom behind it, no one dared to utter a complaint. The sudden events have certainly caused everyone to be shocked and lose time. After Lin Longian has been captured, the Azura Divine Kingdom will be sure to compensate everyone here. Hall Master Situ promised everyone. If they could catch Lin Longian, then that would be a massive stroke of fortune for the Azura Divine Kingdom. Naturally, no one would care about some minor compensation such as continuing to carry out the cooperative talent training plan. Haha, Hall Master Situ is too kind. We shall defer to your recommendation. If there is any assistance you need from us in the future, the Azura Divine Kingdom merely needs to say it and we'll try our best. All of the famed elders of the various sects flattered Hall Master Situ. Then time ticked on. Like this, 4 hours soon passed by. Nearly 4 hours have passed. How come they haven't returned yet? Hall Master Situ's eyebrows shot up. He felt a bit nervous in his heart. No matter how much of a genius Lin Longian is, he is only a top 300 Destiny Decree martial artist. With the strength of the 3 demon envoys, they should be able to capture him. Unless he made some preparations beforehand, such as laying down protective arrays or setting up transmission arrays to escape in time. Impossible. If Lin Longian laid down a temporary transmission array, then it shouldn't be too far. Otherwise, it'd be meaningless. In that case, he'd have either already left through it and escaped or he would have been captured by now. It's impossible for things to drag on for this long. Hall Master Situ, it's been 4 hours and Lin Longian still hasn't been captured? When will the Great Mountain Sealing Array be lifted up? A sect elder asked. For hours were indeed a long time. Although Hall Master Situ was cursing in his heart, His face actually revealed a smile full of confidence. Haha, my Azura Divine Kingdom's 3 demon envoys are all top 100 Destiny Decree Masters. When the 3 of them act together, there definitely won't be a problem. The Great Mountain Sealing Array will soon be undone. I ask of everyone to please show patience a little while longer. Once the Great Mountain Sealing Array was activated, all flow of information would be isolated, even that of the Azura Divine Kingdom. Moreover, even if they could, Hall Master Situ still wouldn't rashly bother them. Who knew whether or not they were involved in a brutal fight at this very moment? What Hall Master Situ said is right. Elder Son shouldn't worry so much. Come, sit down and have a cup with us. This gathering of heroes had brought the elders and outstanding young elites of various great sects together. There was naturally excellent food and wine prepared for all of them. All of it had already been placed on the tables in the square. It was just that no one had had the time to enjoy it yet. That's right, everyone. Drink to your heart's content. Hall Master Situ laughed out while a radiant and confident smile emblazoned on his face. Lin Longjien has stolen the holy relics of my Azura Divine Kingdom and also the inheritances of my people. If we can truly recover our lost legacies today, then I must thank all the elders here for their help. I respectfully raise a cup to everyone present. As he raised his cup of wine and was about to drink it all at once, great ripples suddenly began to run through the Great Mountain Sealing Array barrier. The array got opened. Hall Master Situ was overjoyed. If there were people on the outside, then it should mean that the 3 demon envoys had returned. Ha ha ha, everyone, the 3 Sir Demon envoys have already returned. I shall go and meet with them first before coming back here. His face was filled with smiles. The audience all shouted their congratulations, but there were also some people that appeared disappointed. If the 3 demon envoys hadn't caught Lin Longjien, then that would have been better. The bounty reward would have dramatically soared at that time, and if they then joined forces and managed to catch Lin Longjien, they would have gained even more. Hall Master Situ just took several steps out when the entire Great Mountain Sealing Array shook once again. The scale of energy had obviously risen to another level, but there still wasn't a response. Another loud explosion followed, nearly causing the cup of wine in his hand to fall to the ground. What was going on? Hall Master Situ was startled. All of the martial artists present were also stunned. Were the 3 demon envoys attacking the Great Mountain Sealing Array? All of the martial artists felt that this was a bit suspicious. They simultaneously released their perception together to look through the curtains that blocked off the Grand Temple grounds. Like this, they finally saw the scene occurring outside of the Great Mountain Sealing Array. A white-clothed youth wearing a wood spirit jade mask was holding onto a red long spear, launching a barrage of attacks on the Great Mountain Sealing Array. One spear thrust after the other smashed into the array barrier. Every spear strike caused the ground to shake. Every spear strike caused the entire jagged mountain slope to tremble. This shocking scene sharply contrasted to the seemingly calm young man that was attacking the array barrier. The twin marks on his wood spirit jade mask seemed quiet and eerie. An air of seeming indifference rolled off him that contained nearly endless murderous intent. Lin Longjien. How is this possible? The 3 demon envoys? He can't have killed the 3 demon envoys, right? That's impossible. Do you even know how strong the 3 demon envoys are? They even have a chance of reaching the Divine Sea Realm. Lin Longjien is indeed a genius, but those 3 demon envoys were also Emperor-level talents when they were young. Now they're 6th-stage life destruction masters, while Lin Longjien is only a mere late revolving core boy. Even though his talent defies the will of the heavens, he still shouldn't be the demon envoy's match. All of the martial artists present paled. At this time, Lin Ming thrust out with his by now well-known penetrating rainbow attack. The spear light cut through the void, smashing into the Great Mountain Sealing Array and causing a crack to appear on the translucent surface of the barrier. This Great Mountain Sealing Array stemmed from the inheritance of the Demon Emperor. The array formation that once sealed up the Nirvana Dragon Root within the Demon Emperor's medicine garden shared the basic foundation with this current Great Mountain Sealing Array. With Lin Ming's current understanding of array formations, he had already completely understood how to break open this array. If he had the array opening token, he would be able to easily open it. But now that he didn't have the token, he chose to attack the weak point of the array formation instead. With his striking power combined with his battle spirit, he could break open a man-sized gap in the barrier in a mere 10 breaths of time. As the martial artists saw Lin Ming attack the array formation and the cracks extending even further on the barrier, all of their complexions changed. What kind of striking power was this? This was a great mountain ceiling array. Even though it was only the Azura Divine Kingdom branch division, it was still able to withstand the attacks of several hundred martial artists combined together. How could Lin Ming cause cracks to appear in but a few strikes? No one panic. The only reason he can destroy the Great Array Formation is because he is proficient in array formation structures. His true striking power definitely isn't as strong as it seems. Even if a top 10 Destiny Decree Master came here, they still wouldn't be able to tear open the array formation in a short period of time. The ceiling arrays passed down from the Demon Emperor's inheritance were naturally powerful. This was an inheritance that the Azura Divine Kingdom was extremely proud of. But now it had become counterproductive instead. Without a doubt, Lin Ming's understanding of the Demon Emperor's array formations far surpassed their own. This brat definitely has a great number of the Demon Emperor's personal letters. This thought instantly crossed Hall Master Situ's mind when there was suddenly a loud cracking sound. The section of the Great Mountain ceiling array in front of Lin Ming suddenly cracked again, finally giving away as a 3-foot-wide opening appeared before him. It's broken. The array has broken. All of the martial artists present were terrified as some of them had already thoughts of retreating. Although Lin Ming was only a Destiny Decree Master in the top 300, the strength and abilities he had displayed today caused them all to feel a dreadful dismay. Lin Ming slowly flew over the square. The reason he had suddenly returned to retaliate was first to teach a profound and lifelong lesson to all of these martial artists that wanted to capture him alive in exchange for a bounty. And the most important point was that he had come to steal the God-transforming pill. That pill would be greatly beneficial to him when he decided to cross life destruction. This had been the very simple plan of luring the tiger out of its cave. The reason that the 3 demon envoys had fallen for this was because their hearts were filled with a raging anger, causing their minds to go completely blank. All the demon envoys thought about was killing Lin Ming to erase the shame they experienced. But they had far underestimated his flight ability. They never imagined that he could maintain such an extreme speed through 8,000 miles and still have ample strength left to make his way back and attack the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division. Thus, this situation had developed into such a strange scene. The Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division, that had 3 demon envoys guarding it, actually had to face the looting of Lin Ming twice. After he opened the Gate of Wonder, he had gained an absolute advantage in speed. Compared to the Gate of Healing's endurance and recovery ability, and the Gate of Limit's balance and explosive force, this was far more valuable. As long as he could make use of it, he would be able to accomplish all sorts of unpredictable effects. His eyes swept over the area where the God-transforming pill had been. The array formation had already been lifted and the God-transforming pill had been taken away. This was to be expected. It was impossible to continue placing the God-transforming pill in full view of everyone. But what Lin Ming could be certain of was that the God-transforming pill was on the body of some Azura Divine Kingdom martial artist currently present. When he stole away the 300,000 spirit essence stones after which the 3 demon envoys had chased him in hot pursuit, it was impossible for those 3 demon envoys to undo the array formation and stow away the God-transforming pill in such a short amount of time. Thus, the God-transforming pill had to have been left behind in this square. The highest probability was that it was taken away by the person in charge of the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division. As his eyes swept over everyone, they eventually settled on a black-clothed old man. Besides those 3 high-ranked Destiny Decree Sect elders Lin Ming had already seen, this black-clothed old man was the most glaring and obnoxious-looking one. Moreover, his cultivation had also reached the 5th stage of life destruction. There was an over 90% chance that he was the person heading the Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division. This black-clothed old man was Hall Master Situ. Hall Master Situ extracted a spear from his spatial ring, his expression incomparably solemn and grim. He didn't know how Lin Ming had tricked the 3 demon envoys, but what he knew was that the 3 demon envoys had failed. This was the most important test in his life as well as the greatest chance he would ever encounter. If he could capture Lin Ming alive, then that would be an unbelievably great merit. He would obtain the generous reward of the Azura Divine Kingdom. As he thought of this, his entire body tensed as even his eyes lit up with a bloodthirsty and excited light. All heroes present, to anyone that can help me capture this thief today, not only will I reward you 500,000 spirit essence stones and the God-transforming pill, I'll also reward a single life-bestowing heaven pill. At this critical moment, Hall Master Situ could no longer care about anything. In order to seize Lin Ming, he had to do everything within his power, even if that meant promising such a heavy reward that he had no authority to hand it out. The life-bestowing heaven pill. Hall Master Situ's words caused the elders of all the large sects present to be surprised for a moment. Then, their eyes immediately bloomed with a blazingly eager light. For most of the famous sect elders present, their fires of life were already subsiding. It was nearly impossible for them to take another step forward in their cultivation within their lives. In this case, the God-transforming pill that could increase their chances of successfully reaching the Divine Sea realm wasn't too tempting. The reason many of them had come to take a chance of obtaining the God-transforming pill was in consideration of their disciples. Even if they swallowed the God-transforming pill themselves, there basically wasn't any chance for them to pass from the 5th to the 6th stage of life destruction. This life-bestowing heaven pill, on the other hand, was different. Not only did it merely attract the attention of the elders present, but it was a divine pill that they would go crazy over. The higher boundary a martial artist reached, the more of their life potential they would have dug out, the more vibrant the fires of their life became, and the more difficult it was to extend their life. To a martial artist, an inferior 100-year medicine could lengthen their lives by dozens of years and even have the effect of resurrecting the dead. To a Xianxia realm martial artist, high-quality 1,000-year medicines had similar effects. But to a life-destruction master, medicines that could extend their lives could be called legendary treasures. If one didn't have the foundation of a divine kingdom, it was simply impossible to even think about obtaining one. And this life-bestowing heaven pill was one of those marvelous pills. Not only could it lengthen one's life, but it could also make the fires of their life much more ebullient, turning back their clock and making them younger by up to 500 years. This was a life-changing, heaven-defying divine pill that even the 4 divine kingdoms only had a small number of. To these elders, becoming 500 years younger meant there was a chance they could further enhance their cultivation. If this was combined with the God-transforming pill, there might even be a chance of breaking through to the 6th stage of life destruction. After reaching the 6th stage of life destruction, if they experienced another massive lucky chance, then there might even be the faintest thread of hope to reach the Divine Sea. Although they would only be the weakest of Divine Sea Masters, that was still the Divine Sea. They would be reborn. Their Dantian would experience great changes, and they would have at least 5,000 years of life to spend as they wished. To them, this was the same as living like an immortal every day. Let's attack together. He only entered the top 300 of the Destiny Decree half a month ago, and his cultivation is only at the late revolving core realm. It's impossible for him to have made another breakthrough in his cultivation or for his strength to have greatly increased in such a short period of time. We have 4 Destiny Decree Masters here. As long as we join forces, we can definitely capture him alive. Hall Master Situ shouted out. As he spoke, Lin Ming's eyes suddenly locked on his body. The ice-cold mask and the black lines that snaked down the mask seemed to exude a near-infinite killing intent, making him feel as if he had fallen into a deep, icy lake. However, he remembered the 3 Destiny Decree Masters behind him. With him, that was a total of 4 great masters. They held an enormous advantage over Lin Ming. He was suddenly filled with courage and bravado again. Let's attack together. Feng Yan, Ju Sun, go to the main temple and activate the protective array formation. Jagged Slope Mountain Branch Division's main temple naturally had its own great defensive array. Even if Lin Ming was proficient in the Demon Emperor's array formations, he wouldn't be able to completely disregard it. Once the array formation started, it would be able to contain Lin Ming to a large extent. The martial artists in the square immediately began running toward the Great Hall. As for the three famous sect elders and the other life-destruction martial artists, they all scattered away, spreading around and occupying favorable positions. They were ready to use all sorts of sneak attack methods on Lin Ming. Although they didn't dare to directly face him, they could take advantage of the moment when he was fighting the four great masters to sneak in some attacks. After all, Hall Master Situ's reward was simply too tempting. Do not be afraid. We have an absolute advantage with our strength. Lin Longjien must have consumed a great deal of his true essence in escaping. He can't have much left. Hall Master Situ's voice echoed in everyone's ears. All disciples of the Misty Stream sect, follow my command. Prepare the Misty Stream formation. The Misty Stream sect sovereign was one of the three famous sect elders. The life-bestowing heaven pill was far too great an enticement to him. He had to obtain it at any cost. Moreover, he still had to take revenge for when his disciple, Yan Junxian, had been heavily wounded. The Misty Stream formation needed 12 elite disciples to stand in formation. By relying on their mutual cooperation, the martial artists would be able to fuse their attacks together, combining the weak to defeat the strong. At this time, all of the people the Misty Stream sect had brought over were outstanding disciples, and all of them were familiar with the Misty Stream formation. Once this formation was formed, then even though it might not be able to harm Lin Ming, it could still serve in a diversionary role. All of these disciples were well-trained elites. Even though the situation was chaotic and tense, they still looked for their spot in an orderly fashion. The Misty Stream sect sovereign actually stood in front of these disciples, blocking off Lin Ming. Once Lin Ming started to attack, the Misty Stream sect sovereign would fend him off, ensuring that the Misty Stream formation would successfully be formed. At this moment, Lin Ming's lips curved up in a fierce sneer. Although he didn't place this battle formation in his eyes, that didn't mean he would allow them to simply do as they pleased. Do you really think you can block me? Heavenly demon martial intent. Open to the limit. Bang! A terrifying force field energy rushed out like a tide. He revolved the heretical god force to the limit, simultaneously releasing the strength of the third level of the 8 inner hidden gates as he poured his large success bronze battle spirit into the energy of the force field. Azura force field, omnidirectional suppression of the body and soul, death god force field, cutting down life and extinguishing all vitality. The Misty Stream disciples that were laying down the Misty Stream formation were suddenly enveloped by the dual force fields. Because the disciples with the weaker cultivations couldn't withstand the pressure of the Azura force field, their heads exploded like watermelons as red blood and white brain fluids splashed all over the ground. As for the others, their bodies suddenly shook, their eyes blew apart, their blood vessels burst, their meridians tore to pieces, and their dantian completely collapsed on themselves. Pong! 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 With several muffled thumping sounds, several martial artists slumped to the ground. Many headless corpses still stood on their feet, their bodies twitching in response. This sudden scene caused the many martial artists present to be stunned in fear. How had their comrades died just now? They hadn't even seen Lin Longjien do anything. It was as if he just glanced at them and they all died on the spot. Lin Longjien, you dare to kill my Misty Stream sect disciples? I will take your life. The Misty Stream sect's old man Yan's eyes turned blood red. He drew out a long sword from his spatial ring, revolving all of the energy within his body as he pointed it straight toward Lin Ming. Lin Ming scoffed. What a joke! You want to kill me, but I can't kill you? Do you think I should stretch my neck out and let you chop it off as you please? Old man Yan had no intention of bantering with Lin Ming. He calmly stroked the edge of his sword, causing the blade to become translucent like jade. Energy trembled and a divine light shot into the blue skies. Sky split sword. Old man Yan slashed his sword down at Lin Ming. The Misty Stream sect was a strong 5th grade sect, so their inheritances were naturally good. The Sky Split sword was the ultimate move of the Misty Stream sword art. One had to cultivate the inherited heart mantra to the highest level in order to use it. According to the ancient texts of the Misty Stream sect, When the sky-split swords might reached its pinnacle, a single sword strike could split apart the endless blue sky. Zhang! The sword light turned. It looked like a jade dragon descending down the mountains, emitting a harsh, whistling sound that passed through the clouds and could split apart stone. Facing the sword of a destiny decree master, Lin Ming didn't have much of an expression at all. He shook the long spear in his hand, and the concept of fire wove together with the laws of space. Law of annihilation, chain of stars. Pong! Space shattered like glass. The flame energy fused with the power of space, condensing into tiny fragments that spun in the air like miniature stars. Then they turned toward Old Man Yen and shrouded over his sword light. See? Harsh sounds of colliding energy filled the air. The star fragments tore into the sword light, and terrifying true essence shockwaves exploded outward, causing a massive storm to set off in the surrounding area. Under the impact of such a terrifying flow of energy, Old Man Yen was struck in the chest. He was sent flying backward, the blood tumbling in his body as he nearly vomited some. Sovereign! As the young elites of the Misty Stream sect saw Old Man Yen sent flying back in such a miserable state, all of them were inexplicably horrified. The sky-split sword their sovereign used was the ultimate finishing move of their Misty Stream sect. How could this have happened? Meanwhile, Lin Ming didn't give Old Man Yen any chance to recover. He turned the red spear in his hands, and the chain of stars came out again. This time, Lin Ming was the one taking the initiative to attack. The power of space condensed into countless space fragments that shot outward. Old Man Yen blocked some, but many of the other martial artists were also caught within the range of the attack. Be careful! Withdraw! Several elders cried out in alarm while they simultaneously released true essence shields around them. However, the most they could protect was themselves. It was impossible for them to help anyone else. The space fragments were just too fast. They sprayed forward like a hail of knives, recklessly firing toward the martial artists. A part of the space fragments violently crashed into several elders' true essence shields, erupting into brilliant and deadly sparks of energy. But most of the space fragments had flowed toward the groups of ordinary martial artists. Most of them had a cultivation at the revolving core realm, and some were even at the Xianxia realm. It was impossible for them to resist such an attack. Pong! 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 Fresh scarlet red blood bloomed in the air. Miserable screams sounded out from all over. Several revolving core martial artists had their heads directly pierced through by these space fragments. Then, the savage and violent power of space broke out, causing their heads to burst apart and their brain fluids to mix with the rain of blood. Quickly retreat! All of the surviving young martial artists from every sect and family clan instantly lost any shred of courage they had left. Their minds cracked in fear as they all fled away. They had originally come here thinking about obtaining the God-transforming pill and all sorts of other lucky chances. But right now, the Lin Ming in front of them was no different from the devil himself. No amount of wealth or lucky chances were as valuable as their lives. However, they didn't flee too far when they discovered a despairing truth that took away all their hopes. The entire Great Temple had been blocked off by the jagged slope mountain branch division's Great Array Formation. They couldn't leave. Open it. Please, hurry up and open it. Many of the young martial artists began screaming at the top of their lungs, and there were even some martial artists that began launching attacks against the Array Formation. But let alone them, even Lin Ming, who was skilled in the Demon Emperor's Array Formation, still required 10 breaths of time to break through it. Stop panicking. Open the Grand Temple's killing array. Hall Master Situ yelled out as he saw the situation spiraling out of control. Several Azura Divine Kingdom Branch Division protectors were already standing above the Array Formation runes. At this time, Lin Ming didn't even bother glancing at them. He only flicked his fingers and 3 true essence air arrows fused with his battle spirit shot out. These true essence air arrows were silent and invisible. With his large success bronze battle spirit attached to it and with the support of his concepts, these air arrows were equivalent to the all-out attack of a 3 to 4 stage life destruction powerhouse using a heaven step treasure. With 2 pong-pong sounds, Two of the true essence air arrows passed through the dantian of the Azura Divine Kingdom, revolving core martial artists that had been standing on the array runes. The energy of the battle spirit burst out from within their dantian, causing their revolving core crystal nucleus to shatter apart. Both people instantly died on the spot. As for the last and strongest first-stage life-destruction martial artist, he loudly roared, retreating as he took out a high-grade Earthstep treasure sword and cut down at the true essence air arrow. However, with a kacha sound, that high-grade Earthstep treasure was broken apart by the true essence air arrow. The air arrow didn't slow down at all, piercing through the martial artist's protective true essence before piercing through his head, causing a rain of blood to scatter out. In an instant, that life-destruction martial artist's spiritual sea had been completely destroyed by the true essence air arrow.